dental implant treatment. Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight, starting a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Oilers in overtime against the Florida Panthers 5-4 to even up the series at 2 apiece, and they'll go back to Edmonton for Game 5 on Saturday. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as Shea and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1, but Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas at Gamebridge Fieldhouse tonight. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
Oh, I've read all his books. He's brilliant. I had no idea he was so handsome.
Vince Marotta,
Vinny.
Jared Carlin,
Jarrett gets the white and the yellow flag, and Jarrett is going to win the Daytona 500.
and Sammy Sabolka.
Holy cow, Sammy!
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and business Vince.
Okay, time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome to the 2 greatest words in morning radio. I say at the end of every week. You know why? Because I mean it.
Happy Friday.
Especially today. So this morning on Get Up, I turned on the television and the conversation was, will Luka get LeBron one last title? Then they moved to the New York Knicks. Now I can get talking about the New York Knicks, given what's going on there. But it's just, it won't stop. It will not stop.
No. And the criticism will continue. Especially if, look, the NBA Finals have been, I think, very good so far.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's an element of surprise so far in these first 3 games.
Definitely.
If tonight continues that trend of it being a really good series, I mean, the criticism from the loud voices is only going to get louder and louder about the NBA.
It's crazy to me, real quick, because I heard somebody from ESPN on the Dan Lebitard show yesterday, and she was making the case that, hey, we're just giving people what they want. No, you're not. You're catering to your biggest markets. And as a result, like this morning, when you've got a great example to right the wrong and pick something about this NBA Finals series to cover and talk about and build excitement, they still won't do it.
It's a tough balance, though. You could see in their minds, why would we talk about the lowest rated NBA Finals in history?
Mm-hmm.
It's the lowest rated NBA Finals in history.
You're not talking about.
It's one of those. It's a tough thing. Yeah,
it's a vicious cycle. It's a hard case to crack. I don't know if you read the article on The Athletic that Andrew Marchand, their media critic, wrote. It's about Pat McAfee, like the world of McAfee. And I read the article, and it's kind of like a PR piece for Pat McAfee.
Okay.
And then I read the comments, and there wasn't one positive comment. It was all, how does anybody watch this guy? He's overexposed. Why does anybody watch ESPN? Him and Stephen A. Smith make that watching unbearable. I wish he would leave College Game Day. I can't watch my favorite show anymore. Yet, he's got the whole media entity. in his hands.
I just think the idea of a missed opportunity. Everyone says, "Wow, this finals, it's really good basketball. You should pay attention." Okay, then you should talk about why. That's it. That's it. It's a vicious cycle because in the NFL, if you took two small markets, Adam Silver's right about this, and you put them in the Super Bowl, everybody would be celebrating that.
Mm-hmm. Especially like certain small markets, Pittsburgh and Green Bay and Kansas City are like their biggest franchises.
Yeah, but those are historic franchises. These are not historic franchises.
No, well, there is that.
There might be the history of it too. I just wanted to make one point too about the show open. It's been a long time since I complained about the show open.
Oh,
this is not a complaint. This is just an observation.
Okay.
We go through, and JV, our imaging guy, does a great job freshening up the open all the time. And there's little drops for you and Jarrett, and now Sammy's in the open
Sammy!
too. Every single one of mine is just a bunch of Italian guys going, "Oh, Vinny! Oh, hey!"
Yeah, that is true. I think at one point it was that drop, it's Maratta.
Yeah, that's true. That was years ago. But I guess there's not much you can do with the name Vinny.
But it doesn't have to be about your name because the ones with Dan are usually about him being from Chicago or being a writer or something like that.
Does JV not know the real me?
Maybe that's it.
Maybe he needs to get to know the real you.
Take him out for a beer.
All right, it's Friday. Let's get this thing fired up. Start the show. Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Dbacks looking to carry the momentum of their 3-game sweep of the Seattle Mariners into this weekend series against the San Diego Padres. Right-hander Ryan Nelson takes the mound for Arizona in tonight's opener against Stephen Kolek for the Padres. Saturday, Zach Gallen against Ryan Bergert. And the Father's Day finale on Sunday, Merrill Kelly against Nick Pivetta. 6 pitchers, all right-handed. Going to be a feast for the left-handed sticks in the lineups this
Big
weekend.
Series. I'm not sure I've ever looked forward to a Padres series more than this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only a big series and a measuring stick against a team that's ahead of you. It's coming at a pivotal time for the D-backs.
Sure is.
Tonight's game gets underway at 6:40. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Once again, the only place you'll find it on the tube is Apple TV Plus. I haven't seen anything this exclusive to Apple TV Plus since Ted Lasso, babe.
What do the D-backs have, like, an agreement? Like, that's 3 out of the last 4 weeks.
Notre Dame is on NBC all the time. Now the D-backs are just
3
on
of the
Apple
last
TV
4.
Plus.
Right.
Thursday afternoon, Joel Sherman from the New York Post reported that right-handed pitcher Anthony DeSclafani.
See, that's why he does
I guess I'm guilty. Opted out of his minor league deal with the Yankees and instead will sign a contract with the Diamondbacks, although he wasn't sure if it's a big league or minor league contract. DeSclafani pitched 5 games for the Yankees AAA team in Pennsylvania this year. He has not pitched in the big league since 2023 and missed all of last year with the Twins after undergoing flexor tendon surgery. So maybe some help on the way. Veteran arm. Another day of trade rumors for Kevin Durant of the Suns. Our own John Gambadoro said on Arizona Sports yesterday he expects a deal paving Durant's way out of town should be agreed upon by next week and identified 6 teams. The Spurs, Rockets, Timberwolves, Heat, Raptors, and Clippers as the interested teams, while leaving room for a wild card team or two to jump in the mix. We'll have a lot on the KD saga today. NBA Finals continue tonight. You should watch. It's been good. Huge Game 4 between the Oklahoma City Thunder and the Indiana Pacers at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indy. Pacers took Game 3 on Wednesday night, 116-107 to take a 2-1 series lead. Tonight's game tips off just after 5:30 on ABC. The Arizona Cardinals wrapped up mandatory minicamp at their Tempe Training Center on Thursday. Next time the team will be together will be next month for training camp in Glendale as they get ready for the 2025 season. Former Cardinals offensive tackle DJ Humphries has a new home again, signing a contract with the Los Angeles Rams. Humphries' time ended in Arizona in 2023, suffered a torn ACL in a late-season road win over the Eagles. Last November, he hooked on with the Chiefs, didn't play in the postseason, and he had agreed to terms with the 49ers back in April, but never signed the contract, and now he's landing with the Rams. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Instant classic. Edmonton scoring a 5-4 overtime win over the Florida Panthers in Florida. Leon Draisaitl scored 11-18 into the extra period to lift Edmonton, which came back from a 3-0 first period deficit. They tied the game after 2. Jake Wallman in the third gave the Oilers a 4-3 lead, but the Panthers evened it up on Sam Reinhart's goal with just 20 seconds left in regulation to force overtime. Draisaitl's overtime game winner was his 4th of this postseason alone and 2nd in this series. 2-2, Game 5 of that series tomorrow night back in Edmonton.
I'm not engulfed in the hockey world enough to know. They must be going through the same thing that the NBA world is. They couldn't have two smaller market, lower fan base in America teams. Are they trying to convince people, watch this Stanley Cup Final? It's really good. Watch it.
I don't know how many casual viewers come to hockey. I think I think all hockey fans go to the Stanley Cup Finals regardless. It's an interesting question because that Stanley Cup Finals has been even better than these NBA Finals.
Oh, it's been unbelievable.
It's been fantastic.
Even Game 3, the blowout game, was fun to watch because there was just people fighting and losing their minds all over the place.
Yeah. You've got a Panthers team that is a fledgling dynasty against an Oilers team with the greatest offensive player since Gretzky.
Yeah, Leon Draisaitl.
2 of them. I'm just saying they got it's Gretzky and Messi or Gretzky and Curry.
Yep. JJ Spawn shot a 466. He's the leader heading into today's second round action at the U.S. Open at Oakmont in Pennsylvania. Thurston Lawrence the third.
Is that not a golf name?
It's he said it before. It's he likes to go by Tristan.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Tristan?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You know what? Then don't have an H in your name.
It's spelled like Thurston.
There used to be
Thriston.
Then there used to be Charles Howell III.
Yes.
Yeah.
So.
And Davis Love the Third. Yeah. There's some real great country club names in golf.
Well, Tristan is 1 stroke off the pace. Brooks Koepka 2 strokes off the pace. He is even through 6 holes today. And wasn't a good day for Scotty Scheffler. 3 over yesterday.
Oh, listen. And
As was defending champion Bryson DeChambeau.
He lost his mind at one point in time. Took a chunk out of the course. Yeah. That place will do it to you.
Yep. College World Series gets underway today in Omaha. Chip Hale's Arizona Wildcats playing the first game of the tournament, taking on the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers in a game that gets underway at 11 a.m. today. Oregon State will play Louisville in the other matchup. Then tomorrow it's UCLA against Murray State and Arkansas against LSU. Champion will be crowned either the 22nd or 23rd of June. By the way, Chip Hale trying to become just the 3rd person ever to win a College World Series as a coach and a player.
Wow.
He was part of the Wildcats national championship team in 1986.
That'd get your summer off to a good start.
It would. And the Mercury 4-game road stretch starts Sunday in Las Vegas against the Aces. That stretch will also take them to Connecticut, New York, and Chicago. There is your splash for, Friday the 13th.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that.
That'll be the last time that's mentioned.
Okay.
Coming up, where will KD go and when will KD go? We'll give you the latest Kevin Durant trade news and rumors next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now Pavin, he cranks one out to right field. This is back. This is tracking, and it's gone. A long home run drought for Pavin Smith comes to an end. That's number 5, the second of the inning for the Dbacks, and they now take a 5-2 lead.
Dbacks Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of Dbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, so not that long ago, my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers that runs, owns, and operates Waltz TV and Appliance, came to my home in Fountain Hills, brought me an 83-inch OLED television, brought me a soundbar so good it now doubles as my in-home stereo, put them both on a wall downstairs, and bam, just like that, I had magic. They had taken my Phantom to the very next level. They gave me a great price, and they will do exactly the same thing for you. Shop at Waltz because they're going to give you great expertise, great selection, and offering great pricing. The expertise, they've been serving the Valley since 1957. They've got a great, knowledgeable staff. They'll give you the insight and the information you need. Selection, all the big screen televisions you could imagine, all the way up to 115 inches. You can check that out in their theater room. Great audio components as well. Great pricing. If you find a price somewhere else, bring it to Waltz. They will beat it. They are as competitive as the big box stores. And if you drop my name, you're going to get some extra sugar. 10% off installation labor or a 3-year warranty for free. Head on down to Waltz this weekend. You can find them off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Baysonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GREEN to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GREEN for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, 1 in Glendale, 1 in Scottsdale, and 1 in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
Now,
there's a lot of stuff out there. Some of it's accurate. A lot of it is not accurate. But I do expect that this, look, we've said it all along. He's going to be traded by the draft. Outside shot, something happens sooner, but I'm going to say that next week, well, my expectations are Kevin Durant is traded.
There you go. That was part of Gambo's reporting yesterday on Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports about the timetable. And it's what Shams Charania is saying, too, from ESPN. It looks like there's a lot of irons in the fire right now. Gambo also said this, too, in terms of, because there's been a lot of people wondering, Bick, about what's the market like. Here was Gambo's news on that.
For everybody that was concerned that his age might cause that to happen, There is no shortage of suitors. There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant, and I do believe his preferred destinations are the Texas teams.
San Antonio and Houston.
I believe that's where he prefers to go, is San Antonio and Houston.
All right, so some Gambo standing on what he said. I believe it was last week on the San Antonio thing. We shall see. But there's also been some counter reporting that the Suns aren't interested in what the Spurs have to offer right now. And maybe that's just a hardball tactic.
Yeah, maybe. There's also been reporting that the Spurs are tapping out of it, that they have moved on. So there's as Gambo points out, there's conflicting reporting all over the place. Yes. There's a lot of rumors out there. There's people who think it's come down to Houston and Minnesota, which I tend to think. But I do think that the resolution of this, I hope this front office gets a decent enough return. I've seen potential three-way trades that look interesting to me. But again, I'm not sure what the Suns are focusing on. I'm not sure exactly who's coming after Kevin Durant, other than I really firmly believe the Timberwolves are very aggressive in their pursuit of KD, and I think, according to what I've read, that Houston might be warming up to the idea.
We don't even know what the Suns want to get back. We don't know if it's a boatload of
picks. But do the
picks.
Suns know what they want to get back?
No,
that's
they
the
don't.
big question.
That's it, though. It's like, how much of this is going to be the same sort of path forward if we want to stay competitive, or how much of this is we know we have to look toward the future, or are they going to try to do it both and then probably get less in return because they're going to try to get young?
I think that's it. I think you add pieces that can keep you competitive. You get less in trade capital back in a trade, and it just keeps you hovering around the middle, best case scenario, because they're not committing to a full rebuild. Which, I mean, really, with the amount of salary involved on Kevin Durant's contract, you got to take something back. Absolutely. On the Timberwolves, here was Jay Williams from ESPN on Get Up saying he loves that fit of Durant in Minnesota.
I personally feel that the best fit is Minnesota. Number one, it's like Outlaws, right? It's like Tupac and Snoop on the album cover. I mean, that is Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant. USA Basketball was an incredible time for them. You saw their bond continue to mature. Anthony Edwards does not call any player in the world his favorite player. He's one of the most competitive dudes you ever met. He'll call KD that. And Mark Lure, Alex Rodriguez, new ownership in Minnesota. If it's a year deal, I would sign KD to an extension because it helps Anthony Edwards get to the next level. He's a superstar, but Anthony Edwards can become a supernova if he has KD by his side.
Everything's unequivocal in this. He takes Anthony Edwards to the next level. Does that sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds real familiar, doesn't it?
It's going to happen to Devin Booker, except it didn't. Yeah, right. I know. But let them think that, and I'm sure they are thinking that in Minnesota, right? I'm sure Anthony Edwards is, I need some help, man. You got to get me another dog.
Did you see what Julius did in that last series?
Exactly.
I didn't because I couldn't find him.
Because I couldn't find him.
Now, Kendrick Perkins on NBA Today on ESPN is giving a cautionary tale.
If I'm a team and I'm trying to get Kevin Durant, I would approach with caution. I would not give up the house to bring in Kevin Durant. I'm sorry, Kevin Durant is an all-time great. Kevin Durant is the greatest scorer that I've ever seen with my own two eyes. But over the past few years, Kevin Durant is not a needle mover. He's not moving the needle. He is not moving. We could go how we want to go, but history is telling us from his Brooklyn stint to now his Phoenix stint, we thought that these were championship caliber teams.
I don't know. I'm going to toe away.
Somebody turn his microphone off, please. I'm not saying he's wrong. I just don't want that out there.
Yeah.
Look, you want the Suns to get the maximum return.
Right.
And you wonder how many teams feel the way Kendrick Perkins does. You know, and do any of the 6 teams that Gambo identified again, San Antonio, Houston, Minnesota, Miami, the Clippers, and Toronto. How many of those teams shift over to that side? Like, is the juice worth the squeeze on Kevin Durant?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I think that as the offseason progresses and as teams that aren't in the NBA Finals watch the NBA Finals, they may be encouraged. The fact that the Oklahoma City Thunder don't look like a dynasty that's ready to. Let me rephrase that. They're not steamrolling the Pacers in a way that you would expect a fledgling dynasty to be doing. Still early in the series, but that may change the way some teams in the West are looking at it. It might change the way some teams in the East are looking at it. I think it's a fluid situation. I have also been told the Suns expect a lot of suitors and no shortage of assets coming back. I hope they've got this situation diagnosed correctly. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure they do, but we're going to find out. When it comes down to a trade being commenced, it'll be all out there for us to see.
And then we'll be talking about 2.5 seasons or 3.5 seasons. I'm losing my timetable.
We've had 2.5 seasons of KD.
2.5 seasons.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, and 2 of Bradley Beal.
Right.
Then we'll be reflecting on 2.5 seasons of not KD-fueled disappointment, but overall team disappointment.
Well,
you remember the anticipation was off the charts.
Yes, it was. But as Kendrick Perkins said, there has been no lifting of the team since he's been here. His fault, not his fault, whatever it is. If you just bottom line it, that is accurate. So, but like you said, somebody turn Kendrick Perkins' mic off. We don't want other teams hearing that. We love KD. He's going to take you to the next level, folks.
Everything you want in a superstar and more.
Uh-huh. You'd say that again.
Coming up next, the Arizona Cardinals have wrapped up their mandatory minicamp. And one player is wondering how it feels to be older than all your teammates and most of your coaches. We'll tell you more about that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond Certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians. But the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding Summer Sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight, starting a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes, and they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight games. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In the Stanley Cup Finals, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Oilers in overtime against the Florida Panthers, 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece, and they'll go back to Edmonton for Game 5. That will be on Saturday. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight, as Shea and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1, but Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas tonight at Gainbridge Fieldhouse. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T. Start for free this month only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
I think it's layered. And it's not just Calais, because there's a lot of good veteran leadership. I'm not going to list everybody off, but you guys know. To aid with us coaches in when we install something and explain the why, if they understand that why, it is a little bit of like, for me, okay, hey, I know that when Calais sees it how I see it, we're in a good spot, to be honest, because he's seen so much ball when we're talking about the run game or the pass rush. I talked to him about pass rush. I'm like, what do you think? And he's like, I like it. I'm like, I like it too.
That's Nick Rawlins, who was on with Wolf and Luke yesterday on the subject of having Calais Campbell back in the locker room, the veteran, 18th year back there. We were at practice a couple days ago, Bick, and had an up-close and personal look at the defensive line group. And there's a lot of beef there. And what stood out to me, which was alarming, and it's not like it's a surprise, he played a long time here, was just seeing how much bigger Calais Campbell is even than
everybody. Than everybody.
Yeah,
listen, there's a reason why BA was always on Calais Campbell, and I shared some of the same thoughts as a critic of those teams, that you see Calais Campbell and you're like, how does any human being block this man? He looks bigger than Reggie White. So you look at him and you think this should be Reggie White. He's had a great career. Not throwing shade on Calais Campbell, but he is a physical specimen, to say the least.
And a marvel.
And a great guy.
And still to be doing it at this point of his career. That came up yesterday because Calais spoke with the media, and people are pointing at the Cardinals with some changes on the defensive staff. A young staff got even younger. There is a lot of youth and inexperience among the coaching staff. Calais Campbell has noticed it and, is having a good laugh about it.
Yeah, that's unique. That's different. Especially on the defensive side of the ball, I think I'm older than all the defensive coaches, You know, I mean, we're all co-workers and we're all trying to get the best out of the ball. And I could tell they're you know, all the coaches I talk to, you know, they're all very, very smart and they all love ball and they all understand ball at a high level. And so, you know, a lot of it is just, you know, trying to, you know, soak up as much as I can. But, you know, they're a lot more hip, a lot more cool. You know, we can have different kind of conversations that you probably can't have with the older, traditional, like, you know, 60-year-old, 50-year-old coach, you know. So, but also, I think my vocabulary and the kind of things I talk about are different now, too, being 38 years old, you know. So I think it is kind of interesting. But, yeah, you know, it's definitely different.
It's something that is relatable to a lot of people because as you get older in the workforce, you're inevitably going to work for a boss who's younger, sometimes much younger, like we are right now here at Arizona Sports with Aaron Maloney as our program director. It doesn't happen that often in football because
I know what you're saying.
You don't see players
that
playing
old.
into their late 30s and early 40s, especially at the defensive line position. And the Cardinals, look, it is what it is. That is an extremely young coaching staff.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, and an extremely young coaching staff, but from all looks of it, a coaching staff that is certainly holding up their end of the bargain. So I think that's a good thing. And I think what Calais Campbell thinks about this defense and the situation here with the Cardinals is the most important thing. He sees the makings of a special team here, and he is not prone to hyperbole.
Yeah, he talked about that, how surreal it was to be back in Arizona after all this, and he'll feel more emotion about it when the regular season rolls around. But he did say exactly that, Bick.
You know, every team has high aspirations going into the season, and this team's no different. You know, and I go out there and I see us throwing the ball around and playing a little football, and I say, okay, we look pretty good. You know, and you know, I think that everything is on the table for us, right? You know, obviously it's a lot of work. You got to, you know, do everything you're supposed to do. You know, between now and training camp, everything has to come together. But this team is special. I believe it has all the tools to make a run, and I think it'd be a great story. You know, being here, coming back, you know, it would be an incredible story. So obviously, we all have dreams, you know, and we'll see if it comes to fruition or not. But you know, I'm eager for the opportunity.
And we talked about this too with I believe it was the Monty Ossenfort interview we did the other day. Is that you know, fans always clamor for popular players to come back, and Calais Campbell certainly fits that bill. But what people may forget is how good he still is.
Yeah.
Last year, as a 38-year-old with Miami, started all 17 games, 5 sacks, 52 combined tackles, 12 tackles for loss, 12 quarterback hits, knocked down 5 passes because of the length that he has on the defensive line. Those numbers are better than any individual numbers put up by a Cardinals lineman last year.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's really, really crazy. So, yeah, I think there's going to be pressure on this defense. There's a lot of excitement over what this defense has done, the renovation of it. They, like I said, you and I got, we had the up close and personal look where it all kind of clarified just what kind of weapons they may have. And Calais Campbell giving his stamp giving his endorsement and his stamp of approval on this unit is, I think it's significant. He also had really good things to say about Walter Nolan. And again, I don't think he's prone to gushing if he doesn't believe it. They've got to prove it clearly. But the idea that they've got stuff to make a run, it's something for him and it's something for me because Calais Campbell never wanted to leave here in the first place. And when he left here, the Cardinals were about to bottom out with extreme dysfunction with their ex-general manager and Cliff Kingsbury and all the other stuff that went on off the field. It was a pretty dark time. And we were going into a pretty dark period a couple of years in Arizona. Now he comes back, and things have really dramatically changed.
Yeah. His first year gone was BA's last year. So there was the transition there, and then there was the interim year, was what we can call it, with Steve Wilkes. So you're right. I mean, they reached lows that they hadn't reached in a very long time. If you can reach a low. I guess they sink to, as opposed to reach.
Yeah, sort of like that avalanche that goes uphill.
And let's not ignore it either. He got paid by Jacksonville when he left town. That was a great deal for him.
Right, exactly. And it was a deal the Cardinals didn't want to pay, and it caused some friction. Like, what are we doing here? Why are we not keeping our really good players, even if they're expensive? So that's all in the past now. And what He's come back to something much different, and he's kind of vibing on what I'm vibing on. That maybe he can get back here and experience something he never did the first time around, except for that magical year.
Yeah, to hear him say it, this team looks pretty good. Hey, we might be special here. Jonathan Gannon was asked about that in a similar way yesterday when he spoke to the media. It's minicamp. It's not real football. We know that. But is he seeing anything at this time, late spring, early summer, that are indicators for what could be a successful team?
I would think that the box that I think that we checked through this last eight weeks are they care about each other, and they understand that we need everybody in that locker room to do what we want to do, and they take care of each other. I call it protecting your teammates. They take care of each other, and they compete. So those are two good things. If you're a highly competitive team and you care about each other, and that sets forth the foundation that you can try to improve every day and win games.
And people might roll their eyes at that and say, "Oh, big deal." It kind of is a big deal.
Yeah,
and we were out there. And it was only one day. We were out there for about 6 hours. We got to talk to people. We got to feel what it feels like. We've spent a lot of time at that facility in both good times and bad. And I'm not going to say that the mini camp vibes were at an all-time high, but it was on par with when things were good with the Arizona Cardinals. There was a different energy than I've felt in a while.
Totally agree with you. There's a good mix of veterans and young players out there. There's a bubbling confidence and happiness that this group all has. It's something that we're going to talk about this more later, but the idea of a football team having great chemistry, I'm real curious about that and what it could mean, because you're talking about teams that are small armies of men. How do you develop a thriving team chemistry when position groups are segregated, when there's an offense and a defense, and usually they're not equal? Usually one of them is better than the other. So it's different than other sports where where guys play both ends of the floor, where guys play offense and defense. Yeah. So there's a lot of factors that make building chemistry very difficult. It's not natural in the NFL. It's hard to attain. But it feels like the Cardinals have their arms around something here.
And while we were out there at the facility in Tempe, we got a chance to sit down with Rabbit Taylor Demerson. We're going to play that interview for you later on today at 7:45. Had a really good conversation with him. Coming up next, will the Pacers get one step closer to pulling off the biggest upset in NBA Finals history tonight? Or do the Thunder fight back? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Marotta Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here to tell you about QC Kinetics. Not that long ago, I visited their beautiful facility in Chandler, heard another great success story. So, they had a former rugby player come into their office. He had crippling back pain, no relief from it, whether he was sitting down, standing, lying down. As soon as he began treatments at QC Kinetics, he started feeling better. After his third treatment, he walked into that Chandler facility, handed them his walking cane, which he no longer needs. This is what QC Kinetics is doing for people. Their regenerative treatments. Regenerative medicine is all the rage, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, helping tens of thousands of people with innovative, non-surgical, drug-free treatments that deliver lasting results. QC Kinetics uses state-of-the-art treatments to harness and direct your body's natural ability to restore and repair that damaged joint tissue, and the patient satisfaction reports are incredible. Give them a call. See how these cutting-edge treatments can help you live a better life, help you reclaim your mobility and your independence. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consult by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246 for QC Kinetics.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Arizona Sports. Floor Burns with Bickley and Murata.
And the NBA Finals continue tonight. Game 4 in Indianapolis. And in case you haven't been following, just catching up, surprise, surprise, the Indiana Pacers lead that series 2-1. And Jarrett kind of previewed it with the tease that he wrote. Would this be the biggest upset? If the Pacers win the series, would it be the biggest upset in NBA Finals history? And it sounds hyperbolic, but it might be. Just from a betting odds standpoint, from the differential of regular season wins, a 1 seed, 18 more wins, Oklahoma City won. Now, Indiana was better than the regular season record. We can agree on that. But the fact that as a 4 seed in the East, there hasn't been a 4 seed to win an NBA championship, Bick, since 1969 when the Celtics did it.
Wow.
That was the first year of existence that the Phoenix Suns were around. The NBA had 14 teams at that point, and 8 of them made the playoffs, and the Celtics beat the Lakers in 7 games in the final. So it hasn't happened since then. Certainly hasn't happened under this format.
But I'm going to take a little exception to that.
Okay.
Only because the Pacers have been the NBA's best team since January. The records show that. And the Indiana Pacers have never trailed in a playoff series this postseason.
Yeah, that's true.
So the idea that this is some massive upset does not resonate with me. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
That the Thunder with 68 wins and the perception that this was going to be really one-sided. If the Pacers are a different team than they were in last fall, so I think that it might not be as David Goliath like as some people might think.
Yeah, and, appearances have a lot to do with it too, and recency bias too. And I think through the first 2 rounds, I mean, Oklahoma City wasn't tested in the first round. The Denver series was a gut check for them, and it looked like once they got past Denver, what they did to Minnesota was more of what the Oklahoma City Thunder are capable of. Credit to Indiana. They proved the Thunder are not the only team that can play that kind of pesky, real high-pressure defense. Some of the numbers that came out of Game 3 and what the Pacers did to specifically Shai Gilgeous-Alexander from the outset, they averaged, picking him up 65 feet from the basket.
Yeah, I read that story. That's incredible.
Talk about making him work.
Mm-hmm.
John Hollinger had a great breakdown of Game 3 as well, because everybody's wondering when it comes to SGA, he did not look like the same player in Game 3. A lot of that credit to the Pacers, but what kind of effect is it having on his stamina? John Hollinger had just a one-possession video that he pointed out, and he's like, watch Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on this possession. He lets somebody else take the ball up. He kind of just retreats to the baseline, taps out, is bent over at the waist, tugging at his shorts. And Hollinger wrote, this is not the fourth quarter. This was in the 4th minute of the game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is tired.
Well,
maybe exhausted to the point where he was asked about it, and he said, look, you got to suck it up and get it done. So that becomes the battle cry now for his team.
Well, listen, and that's a good tactic from Rick Carlisle, because as soon as the Pacers would make a shot, they had somebody body up on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and it was like, that's the kind of statement where you're making to a player like, you're going to have to work tonight, homie. And it's ironic because Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I've made this point before, he never, until this series, ever seems to look tired. He never sweats.
No.
Everything looks like it's preternaturally easy for him. And Game 3 was a revelation. There's a classic still photo going around where all 5 players of the Thunder have their hands on their knees in one possession. So whether Mark Daigneault has got to go back and play more people or something, this is going to be interesting what this looks like tonight.
In the last 2 games, with all of a lot of the focus on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on one side, Jalen Williams, and then on the other side, Pascal Siakam and Tyrese Halliburton, the last 2 games have come down to bench play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, Oklahoma City's bench was phenomenal in Game 2, kind of disappeared in Game 3, and the flip happened in Game 4. In Game 3 with Indiana getting the big games from McConnell and Mathurin, and I thought Obi Toppin had a lot of big influential plays too.
Well, and because we lived that with Phoenix during our couple of playoff runs with Book and Chris Paul, that role players are always much better at home.
Yeah.
And that is it's playing out in this series, and that's why tonight is so interesting, because the Thunder, even if they fall down 3-1, they still have a home court advantage, I guess. But the fact remains, the amount of pressure staring at that deficit, if you can't win tonight.
Only one team's come back from 3-1 in the NBA Finals.
Who was that?
Oh, it was LeBron and the.
I don't remember that team.
I remember that team.
Cavs.
What happened in that game? What happened in that game?
Well, you had 3-1, and it was the Golden State Warriors, who some say are like the greatest team ever. They went up 3-1, and then LeBron, who some say are the greatest player ever, willed his team all the way back, and then won Game 7 on the road. But that's neither here nor there right now. But the point of it is that only one team, and it was one of the greatest players ever, was able to overcome that feat. And if you're the Thunder, a young team already, haven't been to the finals since the Supersonics, this is the last position you want to find yourself in. Down 3-1. Sure, you get to go back home.
No doubt.
But then all of a sudden you're staring at a Game 6 in Indiana with a chance to hold the Larry O'Brien trophy.
Could you imagine if Indiana gets that opportunity in Game 6? That would be that they could be bracing and prepping for their greatest moment as a franchise.
And you know what's going to be the narrative? Was this the worst NBA champion ever?
No, that should not be.
That can't be the narrative. But people will probably say it.
They'll say, "Oh, they don't have any superstars.
They don't have any superstars.
They were only the 4th seed."
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a really good point.
And they won't even have, even though on paper they're beating the best team in the NBA, it's not like they're beating a historical franchise or a historical superstar, so they'll get that credit.
Well, and if they do that, they would have beaten, if the Pacers finished this off, they would have beaten 2 teams with 64 or more wins.
How about that?
In a year. I would venture a guess that that's never happened before. in one postseason.
Yeah, I think you have to be right about that.
A couple things to look at tonight for the evening out, since now, I think both teams have a good feel for each other through 3 games. Game 4, there's some statistical things that are just out of whack right now. Hollinger pointed this out as well, how poorly Oklahoma City is shooting on 2-point shots. Their bread and butter has been 2-point shots. They are 10% lower on 2-point shots in this series than they have been. Maybe that evens out. Again, maybe you tip your cap to the Pacers defense. The other thing on the Oklahoma City side, I love Lou Dort, Sun Devil, defensive demon. I'm pretty sure he's not going to shoot 59% from 3-point range for this whole series. He's made more 3-pointers in this series than any other player.
Yeah, right.
Which is amazing. And we haven't seen the Halliburton game yet. He was good in game 3, but we haven't seen him be like the supernova that he can be and has been at other times. If he pulls that out tonight, I'm not going to call the series over.
Yeah.
But if he's saving that up for tonight, it's going to make that road for Oklahoma City so tough.
And that's got to be the frustrating thing for Oklahoma City, because if you're Indiana, you say to yourself, okay, we've got to find a defense that is going to somehow limit what SGA can do to us and how he can lift the team. If you're on the other side, you never know what you're going to get from the Pacers. You might get a game when Pascal Siakam scores 7 points. He might score 30. And the same with Tyrese Halliburton. It's you don't. That's the danger in that team. So this is gonna be a great night of basketball.
You bring up a good point because they don't have superstars. No, but they've got like 7 guys that are averaging double figures right now. And throughout the playoffs, you've seen several guys. I mean, people will remember the Halliburton shot. They might not remember Aaron Neesmith's 3-point barrage against the Knicks.
That's right.
in game 1, but he showed the capability of doing that too.
Is it the closest?
Make it harder to defend a team like that.
Is it the closest thing to that early 2000s Pistons team with no superstar, but a really solid bunch of really good players? Or is it not a direct comp?
I don't think it's a direct comp. I think there's similarities. That Pistons team was truly remarkable.
Yeah.
Because
that was a connected team.
Halliburton was an all-star. So
Rasheed Wallace, Richard Hamilton were maybe not on Halliburton's level, but
never elite. They're very good players. The Pistons, that team, their superstars are on the defensive.
Right.
Ben Wallace was a menace on that end of the floor. Really looking forward to tonight's Game 4. Coming up next, how much has national perception of the Suns franchise changed in the last few years? Woof. We'll get into that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Plus, listen to Dbacks play-by-play. And on score! Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
It was a normal day. I loaded up my twins in the stroller 6 a.m. and we walked to the park. Odin loved the swings. After that, we went home, and a family member of mine had recently moved to Arizona, so I asked if she would mind watching the boys while my husband and I went out for dinner. I said goodbye and we left. Not long after that, I got a call from my neighbor who said Odin had been found in our backyard pool. We rushed to the hospital, but when we got there, they were still attempting to revive him, but they gave up shortly after and he was gone. My family member had fallen asleep, leaving my boys unsupervised. I never in a million years thought this would happen to us, and I think that's the biggest thing that I want people to know, is that if you think for a second it won't happen to you, it can, I promise.
Fulton Homes remembers Odin and reminds you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Here we go. NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
NASCAR. It's on Prime.
Hey,
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
And we're in the people business, right? I mean, a service business is a people business. So it's all about relationships. It's the relationships from our customers, and it's the relationships from our staff and our team that cares about those customers. My business model has always been give the customer more than what they pay for. And if you can do that, you'll never fail.
Built on ethics and service. MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight. Starting a 3-game series at Chase Field, Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1. But Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas at Gamebridge Fieldhouse tonight. And in the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime last night against the Florida Panthers 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece as they'll head back to Edmonton for Game 5 on Saturday. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Bickley and Murata.
This is going to be 4 head coaches in 4 seasons for the Suns, right? They've had Monty Williams, Frank Vogel, Mike Budenholzer. So now Ott becomes the 4th coach in 4 seasons. He's got to be realistic with himself. He's got to be realistic with the organization. And the organization, more importantly, has got to be realistic with him. They've got to know what they're working with. They got to know what they're handing him and the opportunity that he has or doesn't have to be successful right away. So he's got to go in there and understand that this should be a slow build. This should not be something that you call a microwave instant success, right? Boom, pop it in the microwave and it's going to go. They don't have the tools. They don't have the guys to get that done. This should allow him to slow build, but we'll see how it goes. I would suggest him renting in Phoenix, not buying.
That is Q Myers from ESPN Radio about a week ago after the at least the reporting of Jordan not being the next head coach was out there. We had the press conference earlier this week. He's set. The Suns getting ready for the draft, but more so getting ready for the impending trade of Kevin Durant. I feel pretty good using the word impending at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But something came up on yesterday's show. And look, it's been bubbling around the Suns for years. And I've said this, and it's true. It's very easy for the national media and the national perspective, people that have those perspectives, to use the Phoenix Suns as a punching bag.
Yes.
Because the reality of the situation, when you ignore all of the events that led them here, in the span of 4 years, Bick, they've gone from an NBA championship contender to where they are now, a team searching for an identity. And people love to revel in the misery of sports franchises when it gets real bad.
Mm-hmm.
The train wrecks, the dumpster fires, they're drawn to that. And I think that's happening with the Suns and the national media right now. And the thing that's been bubbling around the Suns for years, when we played this yesterday, this came up kind of just a passing little, I don't know, stretch of a conversation on the Bill Simmons podcast when he was talking with Zach Lowe about the completed head coaching search. And here's what Bill Simmons said about it.
And if you're Matt Ishbia, you have to look in the mirror and you wonder, wait, that's Isaiah Thomas standing right behind me. It doesn't even work for me. Oh, wait, he does. He's my consigliere for some reason, but we're all pretending he's not. Boy, there's some good stories about that one.
It's not great in Phoenix.
Have you heard the stories about how he FaceTimes in the meetings?
No.
Yeah. Might have been a coach interview or two or more where he was on FaceTime.
Look, that is not Bill Simmons reporting anything.
Yeah.
Certainly not us reporting anything, just passing along something that is out there. And Bill Simmons' language, have you heard all the stories about
his tone
this?
of voice.
Yeah, these are pretty commonplace. Now, Gambo came out and said that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
We'll never know if it did unless Matt Ishbia turns around and hires Isaiah Thomas as a senior advisor. But that's the thinking. That is very representative of the outside Phoenix thought of the current iteration of the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah.
It's hard to overcome.
They and this is really it's hard to deal with, because when Matt Ishbia bought the Phoenix Suns, it was a massive celebration here. And it was not because of who Matt Ishbia was, but it was who he was succeeding. And I'll repeat it again. I proclaim this might be the greatest reprieve a sports town has ever received. Then Matt Ishbia traded for Kevin Durant, and then suddenly Matt Ishbia is, wow, look at this new owner rocking the NBA. He's making appearances on Pat McAfee. It's completely flipped now. Now the Suns are being mocked. They're being talked about in terms so demeaning. It's as if that team is so lost and so delusional and so confused that it's just funny to them now.
How lost, delusional, and confused are they?
Think of Zach, in that soundbite you played, Zach Lowe didn't even know what Bill Simmons was talking about, and he just instinctively said, yeah, things are not great in Phoenix right now.
Well, here's the thing, and I know that Gambo shot down the idea that Isaiah Thomas has FaceTimed into these meetings, but the way Bill Simmons asked, have you heard these stories? That bothers me, and if there are candidates who were interviewed by Isaiah Thomas, if he was part of the process, somebody else is gonna follow up with reporting on it, I think, eventually.
Yeah, I would think so. But I also wonder, too, but before Bill Simmons asked that question, was this all based on a line that he wanted to use? Because he said Matt Ishbia has to look at himself in the mirror. And then he sees Isaiah Thomas standing behind him.
Right.
Was that just like, paying off a bit? But then he elaborated.
Right, exactly. Yeah, but you can't have a bit if it's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
And Bill Simmons does get really good information. Okay, so even the possibility that this is still out there and this could be true, it's very alarming because the whole purpose of hiring a new general manager was to get somebody, a different set of eyes, running the basketball operations department. If this is true with Isaiah Thomas, what it means is nothing has changed. Mm-hmm. It means that Matt Ishbia, along with Isaiah Thomas, are running this show. So I hope Gamble's right in it, but the way Bill Simmons delivered that little bit, it's troubling.
Yeah, and that is the perception. Now, the reality moving forward is the Suns have been knocked down an echelon or two based on their recent play. They're not going to be one of those teams that's featured on a lot of national television games next year, which they had been in the last 4 seasons. They're not going to be playing on Christmas Day, which I'm cool with. It's nice to spend Christmas with your family, as it turns out. So the pressure is off. The expectations are off. But this is also, depending on how ownership in the front office conducts itself, the pressure, it's a very low-pressure first job for Jordan Knott. Would you agree?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Even though people will say, well, they fire a coach every year. That I can't see anything happening in the next basketball season where we're talking about another coaching search next year. It would have to be completely outlandish and unexpected.
Yeah, no, I think the low expectations, zero expectations, that's the best gift Jordan Knott can have. It's not great for the rest of us, but that's the reality of where we are right now.
Is it the reality that Matt Ishbia and the Suns think, though?
Well, that's the point I was going to make. The only thing that could make this difficult on Jordan Knott is if Matt Ishbia is expecting this to be a play-in team next year. That if he is, and again, this is the thing that I'm most worried about. The hyper fixating on the head coach is this has been our issue. We haven't had alignment. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, as I said in yesterday's blast, what's going to happen from a national standpoint? And even yesterday, Stephen A. Smith spent a lot of time talking about KD because he loves talking about Kevin Durant. The minute Kevin Durant gets traded, unless it's a blockbuster haul for the Phoenix Suns, and I don't think it will, we will be launched off into a new low in terms of national irrelevance. When KD is gone, nobody is going to mention the Suns. They've already said their piece on Matt Ishbia. Stephen A. Smith took it to the absurd level of he's going to be the worst owner in NBA history. But this is the way people are now talking about our basketball team.
Yeah.
It's tremendously depressing.
And the way the Suns appear to be approaching this project ahead of them, if you want to put it into the home realm, this is not a family knocking down its home and rebuilding on the land. This is crews of construction workers trying to improve the home while the family's still living in it.
Yeah.
That's the way they're approaching it.
Scaffolding everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of that.
Maybe the Money Pit, the Tom Hanks movie comes to mind. Classic movie. Coming up next, a pivotal series for the Arizona Diamondbacks against the Padres. Can they build some actual momentum and keep their winning ways going? We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
So we've got a coworker here at the radio station. He wanted to get his backyard renovated. He took my advice. He called Turf Monsters. He cannot stop raving about the finished product and the professionalism Turf Monsters showed. Turf Monsters can build you the backyard of your dreams. And if your backyard is kind of cringy, if it keeps you from having people over on the weekend, I've been that guy as well. Turf Monsters Landscapers, they've been serving satisfied customers in the greater Phoenix area since 2018. They can do a whole bunch of different things. Traditional landscaping, if that's that's what you need. Hardscapes like patios and sidewalks. If you've always wanted a beautiful lawn without the mess, without the seeding, without the water bill, they're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley. All of their turfs are of the highest quality. If you're a golfer, they're fantastic at state-of-the-art putting greens. Highly recommend you go to their website, check out some samples of their work, check out the near 1,000 five-star reviews. Gives you a real good indication as to the character of this company. TurfMonstersAZ.com, or you can give them a call, tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything! The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu!
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks need a series win over San Diego? We're getting you ready for Dbacks Padres at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, we continue here on the Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, taking you up until 10 o'clock. It is a pivotal series for the Arizona Diamondbacks. San Diego Padres in town, a team above them in the standings. It has been a roller coaster as of late, but if you break it down this way, because we were having fun with the sweep. 7-3 in their last 10 is how it boils down to. And that, you'll take that. 700 baseball at any stretch is good baseball, even though those three losses were pretty demoralizing for the Diamondbacks. Padres in town, first look. We've talked about the weirdness of the schedule, and this, finally getting your first look on June 13 at the San Diego Padres. Like, the Dodgers and Giants have yet to play. They have their first game against each other tonight in L.A. That's how weird the National League West and really the Major League Baseball schedule has been this year.
It certainly has felt odd in Arizona, right? I mean, There's no getting around that. It was a real top-heavy schedule, a lot of East Coast road trips, and now the Padres for the very first time. I said yesterday the Diamondbacks' attendance numbers have been surprisingly robust early in the season.
Yeah.
But a lot of that is quality of opponents that have come through here.
Yeah, that's always been a factor. That will always be a factor for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Is who's coming in, but the weekends they do well. Getting the Padres on a weekend is preferable. Although the Padres have a little cachet, a little draw to them now. They're a contender.
Oh yeah.
We had Derek Hall on, the president and CEO, and we talked about this weird stretch of 10 games where it was really positive, really negative, and then really positive again. About has the light bulb gone on for this team?
It's a time where you have to look in the mirror and say, do we have the talent here to do it ourselves? And to your point and Vic's theory that I hope proves true. It is, for the most part, the same team that we had back in 23 now. But, we still had holes to fill like we do now. We had to go out and we had to acquire Seawald. We had to go out and acquire Ryan Thompson. We had to acquire Pham. So we're still going to have to do some work if we think that we truly are a team that's in contention and has a chance. At this point, I'd say the odds are against it just because of how the other teams have all started. But you never know. And although I'm the last to say it's early, it still is.
Yeah, it's still early, but it's getting
less.
Not early. It's getting less early.
Yeah. I don't think it's early. There's still a lot of baseball left, but it's not early anymore. What's fascinating about this is the recent history of this baseball team, the sweep. This weekend now is got to be, and we've talked about this, is mileposts, and when is this team going to declare? When is this team going to elevate? Are they going to elevate? It would seem to me that this weekend is pretty important because after getting swept, to respond with a sweep, we all want to believe that this team now has kind of reached peak desperation. My theory about all the injury losses restoring this team to its natural state, the team they're supposed to be all along. This is the weekend when you're going to feel it because this is a divisional opponent. The Padres are considered much better than the Diamondbacks in national perception. In fact, in power rankings, the Padres are right around 7 or 8. The Diamondbacks have sagged to about 18 or 19. And so this is the time you got to put it all together. Now, they're a good team. Manny Machado is kind of hot right now, which is not good. He's one of my least favorite baseball players. But this is a weekend where Ryan Nelson and Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly have got to deal. They have got to keep this thing going.
Yeah, and if you look at the opposing pitchers that are going, and there is pressure on the Diamondbacks pitchers, certainly. But Kolek, Pivetta, and Bergert going in, I don't even know if that's the order. Bergert's only made 2 starts. He's been decent.
Yeah.
Pivetta and Kolek are not exactly like household names, but they've been really good for the Padres this year, too. So that puts more pressure on the Diamondbacks pitchers. And again, here we go. Another Zach Gallen start.
Right.
Where you're wondering which version of him is going to show up. And if he can turn it around and set that course for the rest of the rotation, that would be a huge plus. But you can't feel confident in saying that because he's been so up and down this year.
He has been. He's been better in June, but he needs to really step it up right now more than anybody. Merrill Kelly is locked in. I'm very comfortable that what happened to Ryan Nelson last weekend was more of an abomination. I think that the team still does have the pitching to pull this off.
Erod's been all right since he came back.
I thought Erod was really good.
He was really good last start, yeah.
And so it's Zach Gallen. Zach Gallen now has to step up and be what we all thought Corbin Burns was going to be. A lights-out, ace-worthy kind of pitcher.
Be the guy that the team chose to be the number 1 starter opening day instead of their big free agent. Be that guy.
Yeah, so a huge series for the Diamondbacks.
No doubt.
They're going through some other things, too. And part of our conversation yesterday with Derek Hallbick was about this stadium, this bill that's out there for the tax repurposing, which would allow the Diamondbacks to finally have some sort of funding mechanism to make improvements to Chase Field. Again, a stadium they don't own. It's owned by the county. Well, the clock is ticking on this, and you asked Derek Hall about it. Here was the first part of his stadium update and where it all stands right now.
Again, we're trying to, fix a public asset that we don't even own so that we can stay downtown and play downtown and renovate it and modernize it to the level that we think our fans deserve. But, thank you for asking that. It could be, like I said, it could be next week. Then it's got to go back to the House. It's got to get approved again, and then it goes to the governor's desk. All of that looks good. But again, I'm not going to count my chickens. And, I've always said this is a no-brainer. It should have been a slam dunk, but it never is, as you know. And we're counting votes every day, hoping that we have enough. It's crazy that we're having to do that because I think everyone understands the importance of it. Here's a company that has put almost $6 billion of economic impact into the state and into the city and county. So, let's keep that going. Let's keep generating that along with the jobs that we're creating and the memories that we're making at that ballpark.
Look, Derek Hall is always honest with us, and there's always an air of optimism. He said, it looks good, but I'm not going to count my chickens. There was a little bit more, I felt
anxiety.
A little bit more hesitation from Derek Hall on this subject yesterday.
Yeah, because the idea that it isn't a slam dunk, the idea that they might get clipped in this voting, it sounds very Coyotes-like.
Mm-hmm.
And that, to me, is what's very, very worrisome. That, okay, have we not learned a lesson from that? We are very lucky that we lost a sports team that only a small percentage of people cared about. We're lucky that we lost a sports team that really built nothing in terms of winning traditions in the Valley. They were an easy team to lose. It's not easy losing a team, but they were about the easiest kind of team to lose because they rarely, if ever, produced.
Yeah, and I know Coyotes fans that might be listening might be saying,
no, this is
lifting a finger towards you, but that's absolutely true.
Listen, Coyotes fans who are getting mad at me for saying that, you're exactly the ones who are absolved from this.
Yes.
This isn't about you at all. This is about a hockey team that didn't serve you properly because they were hemorrhaging money because they were in a building that was doomed to fail. And when we lost the Coyotes, it was like, oh, that sucks. And then we just went on living our lives. Maybe some people are having second thoughts about it, watching the NHL finals. I have not felt much in terms of, wow, that was just an eviscerating loss. But it should be an example that there are cities that will take the Diamondbacks and will give them what they want.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here was part two of Derek Hall's comments on the stadium update.
Well, I'm glad you asked because actually a vote could come down in the Senate as early as next week. And so, it could go to the Senate floor if the president decides to put it on the floor. And then if it is approved, and the biggest problem is that everybody just assumes it's going to get approved and get done. And there's just this lethargic approach going on right now. And I don't want the legislators just to assume it's going to happen. They have to help us make it happen. So, if your listeners want to do anything to help, and it's no pressure, but if they want to help, they can contact their senators or their representatives and say, please vote yes on HB 2704.
Yeah, so the Senate vote could happen, as Derek Hall said, next week. Then back to the House. Then if it goes through there, then to the governor's desk.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's all.
I'm back at Schoolhouse
They want to get
Rock
this
as a
budget
kid.
resolved by July, right? So so the clock is ticking here.
Yeah.
All right, so
good
luck.
And in terms of the Coyotes came up in this discussion. If you're a hockey fan, and look, if you're at any level of hockey fan, you want the NHL back in Phoenix. That whole effort suffered a big blow yesterday when Atlanta announced that they've approved funding for a hockey-only arena in Atlanta. So they would have the opportunity to lose a third NHL franchise. So we don't know what is in the future for NHL expansion, but look at read the tea leaves. How many teams can they add? There's only so many spots you can go to, and if one of those teams is not going to Phoenix, if it's going to Atlanta, you're running out of opportunity.
Yeah, no, those are the facts as well. But you got to take care of what's important to you as a sports town, and this is something that is really starting to drive me crazy about this market.
Yeah, the feeling that we'll be better off, or who needs them?
Who needs that?
Yeah, exactly.
We got bigger things to worry about,
which is true, but it's still a pretty big fish.
But it's ignorant of the fact that sports are one of the few things that can galvanize people at a time that is so divisive. It's the one thing that can get everybody together. Look at ASU football. Look at that way that run made this place feel, and then tell me that this stuff doesn't matter.
No. You're not going to convince me of that. Coming up next, the Rush Hour reboot. Sammy Sabolka will take us through the big stories on this Friday morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and back to let you know about Southwest Gas supporting the lifestyle of Arizonans. Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers or baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. In fact, more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential home ingredient. It supports economic development and growth in the community as well. Southwest Gas is at the forefront of that. Southwest Gas Holdings has been recognized on Newsweek's list of the world's most trustworthy companies, ranking in the top 2% among publicly listed companies worldwide. Time has recognized Southwest Gas Holdings as one of America's best mid-sized companies for its commitment to employee satisfaction, revenue growth, and sustainable transparency. Choose an energy partner that prioritizes trust, community, reliability, and safety. Southwest Gas. You can discover more about these recognitions and learn how Southwest Gas is dedicated to excellence in our community by visiting swgas.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight, starting a 3-game series here at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes, and they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1. But Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas at Gainbridge Fieldhouse tonight. In the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime last night against the Florida Panthers 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece as they'll go back to Edmonton for Game 5 on Saturday. This report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Good morning. It is 7:33 and happy Friday to all you guys out there listening right now. It is like Dan, in the words of Dan Bickley, it is the 2 best words in morning radio.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Hope you guys have great weekends, good weekend plans. But we're going to start with, have you guys heard Kevin Durant is on the trade market?
What?
Yeah.
How did we miss this? You're kidding. We're trading a Hall of Famer?
We're trading a top 12 player of all time. Yes. That is what the Phoenix Suns are in business with right now. And according to our own...
What a very specific ranking there. A top 12 player of all time.
Because... I mean, I
agree with that.
I've got lists, Jarrett.
Yeah. Okay,
lists.
sorry.
No, it's all good. According to Gambo, there will be no shortage of suitors. He has this to say.
For everybody that was concerned that his age might cause that to happen, there is no shortage of suitors.
So there may not be a shortage of suitors, but I'm interested as what the Suns have planned. So my question first is, do the Suns, A, have a plan heading into these negotiations? And if so, what do you think that looks like?
Well, what they have said is they want a couple of rotation pieces, so they want a couple of premium players, and they want some draft picks as well. That's sort of the blueprint. Now, are they going to get that? That's going to come through negotiations. That's going to be born from the marketplace. And as to whether teams, when they get right down to it, say, yes, Kevin Durant's a difference maker.
Yeah.
And I want them to believe it. I was Magic Johnson this morning claiming Kevin Durant's a team that can take you to the top. Okay. Didn't happen here, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I hate to give a boring answer, but we know they are set on trading Kevin Durant.
Right.
So that's part A of the plan. The part B of the plan has to be to hold out for the best available haul. I mean, we can all sit here from the outside and speculate on what their path is or what the direction is. But it's as basic as that. If you're trading a player of that quality, even though he's going to be 37 years old, you have to get the in terms of where he wants to go and what you can get back. It's a very simple plan, really.
Especially when there's no other way to get better right now. This trade is going to dictate a lot of the next few years.
Oh, it sure is.
Is there a specific or particular trade that you guys have seen or been floated out there that, if happened, you would be thumbs up, stamp, like that's good? Or it's just kind of all speculation?
Yeah, as we talked about yesterday, that Knicks idea, the structure of a trade with the Knicks where you get OG Anunoby and Mitchell Robinson. There was the Houston trade has got enough pieces and draft picks in it that I think that could be doable.
Yeah, the
Reed Shepard, the Dylan Brooks, the draft picks.
Yeah, the San Antonio trade, and there's been different reports on whether or not the Suns would even be interested in that package, which was Jeremy Sohan, Devin Vassell, and what, the 14th pick?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's horrible.
No.
But I like those two players. I really like Devin Vassell a lot.
Yeah,
I know there's some positional overlap there, but he's a good player.
I'm in a minority camp of I like the Gobert, Dillingham, DiVincenzo, and add a pick. But I know that's unpopular given the opinions on Gobert. But we move to the Snakes and Padres. This is the first time they've played each other all season, and we're in mid-June. We have Ryan Nelson, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly all ready to roll. But the Snakes are 17-24 against above 500 teams, and that's what the Padres are. So what D-backs team will show up this weekend?
I wish I knew. Flip a coin.
Is it that? Is it like a 50-50 point? Are we at that point of every single game you don't know what the D-backs are going to bring?
I think the last 3 series are indicative of why we're so apprehensive about what might happen. It's just when you think this team is turned a corner, they hit a curb, right?
That's a good point.
and so I want to believe. I want to believe that for all their struggles, they're going to find something in them and rally around what they have because they know they have been pushed to the limit. But until I see it.
Yeah, the hope is that when Josh Naylor went deep and hit the walk-off grand slam on Monday, which put a giant Band-Aid on what would have been the worst loss maybe in franchise history, that the team turned the corner. And they followed it up with 2 very solid performances against a team that's, trying to find itself a little bit in Seattle. But, yeah, I mean, 2 straight games of competent baseball has been hard for this team to duplicate. So I want to believe, but I have to see it first.
Yeah. This next one's quick, easy. Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Is the winner of tonight's game going to be your NBA champion?
Yes.
I'm going to say
Good
yes.
question.
I'll say yes, too.
Yeah, I think so. I think if the Pacers get up 3-1, I don't think it's a fait accompli, but a Game 6 in Indianapolis for a city that has never won an NBA title, for a city that is just mad about basketball, that would be an awful lot for Oklahoma City to have to overcome.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think tonight's winner, yes, has the inside path. It's a good question.
Yeah. All right, and it's Friday. That means the bingo card is going to be put together. We have 3 games with the Padres, NBA Finals, NHL Finals, U.S. Open, Durant, College World Series, BIC, 2 things this weekend.
Diamondbacks are going to win 2 of 3, and Scotty Scheffler's going to rally to win the U.S. Open.
Whoa, he's already +1 today, I think.
Is he really?
Yeah, it's okay.
See, I had another.
So yesterday I was kicking myself because I don't bet, but I said
Sam
this.
Burns.
Sam Burns at 70-1 was the guy that
he's now just 2 back, -2.
These are the kind of courses though where a Scheffler, even though he's back, because no one's going to run away with it.
No.
And the scores aren't going to be so low.
No.
Yeah.
You kind of stepped on my golf turf that I was.
Again, Dan.
I was going to say
in there.
Rasmus Niergaard Peterson was going to be. No, I'm just joking. I had a feeling about Ben Griffin.
I love Ben Griffin.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
How do you have an opinion on Ben Griffin?
Hey, I've mentioned him on the show.
You're 25 years old.
I've mentioned him on the show. He used to be a investment banker, and then he went Corn Ferry. Bang. Now he just won his first solo event a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, he was very solid at it. He's the dude that wears sunglasses all the time.
Yeah. I love
like
Ben
David Duvall.
Yeah.
Right. I've also have Ludwig Oberg as a guy that I think could pull this off.
My bingo card, I'm going to say Carroll and Cattell each have multiple home runs this weekend.
Okay.
Jarrett?
Kevin Durant will not be traded this weekend.
Okay. Oh, that's bright. Oh, that's bold.
No, I like it.
Yeah, we got to hit some of these.
And we have not ever won one of these.
No,
we've been doing this now. This is like maybe the 8th time we've done this.
Something like that.
And U of A will win both games they play over the weekend.
Let's go.
Today and tomorrow.
Honk, honk.
Okay.
Hopeful.
I'm going to stick to golf because I'll disperse it on our board. I think Victor Hovland is going to win the U.S. Open. He's been knocking on Major's door for some time now.
He's clutch.
Having a good day so far today. And then I'm going to say the bullpen of the Diamondbacks will give up less than 3 earned runs this series.
Ooh, the whole series.
Whole series. And, I mean, hopefully.
That's probably the boldest one we've got on the board.
Yeah. So to recap, we've got Bick taking 2 out of 3 for the Diamondbacks this weekend, and Scotty Scheffler rallying to win the U.S. Open. Vinny taking Ben Griffin to win his first major championship, and Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll each to have multi-home runs this weekend. Jarrett, no Durant trade this weekend. and U of A to win both College World Series games. I've got Victor Hovland to win the U.S. Open, and that the bullpen will give up less than 3 earned runs in the 3-game series against the Padres.
See, I'm thinking we should tweak the bingo card to make it like a 3-item individual bingo card for all of us, and then we can compete against each other instead of working in collaboration. Because screw you guys.
So less team, more me.
Yes.
Less we,
you can't
more
spell
me.
team without me. Thanks,
Fair.
Sammy.
Yeah, for sure.
We're all rebooted on this Friday morning. Coming up next, a couple days ago at Cardinals minicamp, we got an opportunity to sit down with second-year defensive back Rabbit Taylor Demerson. We're going to play that interview for you next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical Dominating Extra Stinky Stress Sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9 million. That's 800-9 million or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Are you worried your AC system will not make it through the summer? No worry. As official Linux dealers, Collins Comfort Masters wants to pay you to upgrade. Get up to $2,500 with our AC system buyback deal when you replace your old unit with a brand new high-efficiency system. Schedule your free estimate by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
As a reminder, a limited number of season and individual tickets currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets as we continue our coverage of mandatory minicamps here on Bickley and Murata Mornings from the Dignity Health Arizona Cardinals Training Center. Our pleasure to be joined by second-year Arizona Cardinal safety, Rabbit Taylor Demerson. Rabbit, what's up, man?
Nothing much, man. Happy to be here, yeah.
Year 2 for you.
Yes,
Take
sir.
us. How much different does year 2 at this point feel from year 1?
A lot slower, coming in, hearing everything from the start for the second time. You get to pick up on little small things, add a little more tools to your bag, and come out here so you can produce.
You're one of 4 rookies that started or that played in all 17 games, and you had a lot of good moments. How you feeling about your swag and everything going into this year?
We got to do it again, man.
Yeah.
You got to start back over at ground zero. That's why I come in here in this camp. I came in just again like I was another rookie. So, that's kind of the mindset I have, and that's kind of how I ran into next season, able to do what I was able to do, gaining trust from my teammates and the coaches. So that's the exact same platform I plan to use this next season. So.
Now, a lot of snaps for you early last season as a rookie on special teams, and as the year went on, second half of the season, you got more into the rotation on defense. Focusing on the defensive snaps in your role, was there a point where you feel like the light bulb went on for you last year, where your comfort level actually matched what you had, the preparation you had put in to get to that point?
I would say just going throughout the year, listening to the vets in my room, listening to the vets on the other side of the ball, because, they do just as much teaching as for us defensive guys that we do for those offensive guys when they have questions, man. So just continuing to learn, man. And then I would always say the bulb was there, but when I got to get my first start, it was kind of just like I was back in college again on the field, first snap to the end of the snap, and then at that point you just get in the flow state where you're not even thinking. It's just like you blinking and the game's over, and we won the game or we lose the game. So that's kind of how it goes on the field. We do all these crazy things on the field, and then for me personally, like after the game's over, I'm like, I really did that. Like, it's kind of one of those deals right there. So, yeah.
Well, we knew you had speed when you came here because I think you were the fastest safety at the combine, if I remember that correctly.
Yes, sir.
But it really popped on the field. You can get from point A to point B like that. But I wasn't expecting you to be able to put your face in the fan the way you do. You embrace the contact, so that's some good stuff. Tell us about your mentality out there.
One of my college coaches, remember this today when I got there, he said, you show your teammates how much you care about them by running to the ball. And then one of the reasons why, I'm here with you guys is because how violent I play, and that's one thing we teach is motor and violence, and I got both of them. And I just really tried my hardest, to implement that in the scheme and throughout with whatever team brought me into the NFL, to insert that into my role on whatever it is. And my role was XYZ last year, so for me in my head, it's put your nose down and just go full speed. You know what I'm saying? I kind of didn't put any pressure on myself. It was just go out there and then let's see what happens. And when you get out there, you get in that flow state. You just get the rhythm of the game, and you get so comfortable, everything just happens. And then I'm a firm believer in God, man. I just put it all in His hands, man. And I out there walking in His faith, man. So it just went right out to the left, and then like I said, after the game, it's wow.
Yeah,
can't even believe that just happened. Yeah.
Rabbit Taylor Demerson is our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. You talked about having great veterans in your room, and obviously it starts with Buda Baker and Jalen Thompson, a big part of it. What's it like having those guys as a resource for you as you continue to learn and continue to improve your skills at this level, just to be able to pick their brains? Because you mentioned motor and violence. I mean, that's Buda Baker personified, really.
Yeah.
So what's it like having those guys at your disposal?
It's real nice. Those guys are really great in the classroom, in our meetings, whatever. But also, they also give a lot of good advice off the field, and how you do anything is how you do everything. So if you're crappy off the field, man, you're gonna be crappy in the building. So they just really implement on ways to live your life, and living your life right is doing the right things when no one's watching, and coming in the building. It just carries over, and then it just emulates to being out there on the field,
My partner and I were hanging out watching some of the D linemen at the beginning of practice here, and I looked out and I thought, I cannot believe how much that room has changed since last year.
It's insane. They're just like big old woolly mammoths out there.
Yeah, actually, I had the same reaction.
I seen the little clip they posted on Twitter the other day. It was like, I want to say Walt and all the other guys, and I was just like, wow, I get to play behind those guys.
But then you look, and Calais still towers over everybody. Calais is still making people look small.
D-Rob's a monster.
D-Rob's a monster, too.
No, it's insane how... I tell you what, I ain't never had a front like that before. So, I'm really excited to get to play behind those guys, because in our defense is a buddy system. They help us out, we help them out. We help them get off the field, they help us get off the field as well. So it's real nice to have those guys in. And we got a lot of experience in that room. You see what I'm saying? Guys that's played a lot of ball. So, and the cool thing is, just how it is in my room, those guys get to pass down what they've learned from, what is this year for Calais?
Oh, man,
18 years in this league, man.
Unheard of.
And every day, I bet he still wants to learn something new. But the cool thing is, just like every other room, they trickle all that down to the oldest or to the youngest guy in the room, man. And then it gets everyone able to put a new tool in the bag. I would like to say, this is kind of like my little analogy here. All of us have bags. Everyone's talking about bags. I'm in my bag or whatever, but this is kind of how I explain it. Some guys have like a Louis bag or like a real nice bag. Listen to me though.
I am.
But there's nothing in it. It's just a bag.
Yep.
But guys like Calais, they have like guys like Buda and guys like Jalen Thompson, they got work bags with a whole bunch of tools in it.
Yep.
And the cool thing is that they always let us use those tools, or they teach us how to use those tools. So that's kind of the cool thing about all these vets that we have here. They're always looking for a way to help us put more tools in our bag and not just have a bag,
That's fantastic.
Nobody wants an empty bag, Rabbit.
Nobody wants an empty bag, yeah.
Looking at your stat line from last year, 5 pass breakups. Haven't got that first NFL pick yet. Is there what quarterback are you picking out on the schedule? Who do you want to victimize first?
Every single one. I like to pick off every single one. The first one's going to be special, but it's not going to be the last one, so we're not going to get too excited about it, but it is going to be a special moment, yeah.
I like that.
All right, so watching you move on the football field, I'm not surprised by this, but in Oklahoma, you as a running back, player of the year in 5A, 1,365 rushing yards, 24 touchdowns, 3 consecutive high school state championships. How filthy were you as a running back?
Until I got to college, I thought I was really good, and then I seen what the rest of those guys look like, and I'm like, it's kind of happy they moved me to defense, because once I seen how they was getting hit and everything, I was just like, no. But that was my first position coming into football, so it's kind of everything I knew, and I was the kid that was real fast or whatever, so they just give me the ball. I'm running this way, they run this way, or
I know what's catching you.
Meet me in the end zone, man. So yeah.
And then everybody at some point gets a little faster on the other side of the ball.
I loved it because when I was in high school, there's this guy named J.D. Reynolds. He always told me, he was like, I used to go train at his facility. All the guys that lived in that Metroplex area in Oklahoma, we all go to the same thing, have all these workouts and whatever. But one day he told me, he was like, hey, like, you ever thought about like a secondary position? And I'm like, you tell a 16, 17-year-old kid, like, hey, you might got to change this. Like, I'm looking at him like, you don't know nothing. Right. So then I get to college, and they moved me to safety, and I'm just like, man, I've already like heard this before. So I was kind of prepared for it in some way. And then once I got to learn, and just the older guys in that room taught a whole bunch, it was ended up working out pretty good for me. So.
Yeah. Going back to the Oklahoma roots, we talked to Zaven. He's a big-time Oklahoma guy.
Yeah, country bumpkin.
Are you...
big old cowboy hat, the cowboy boots.
Are you a big Thunder fan?
Oh, I am. I was at game 2 the other day. Yeah, I had to I had to go to support the city.
Nice.
No, it's a real cool moment because when I was 11 years old was the last time it was happening. But at the same time, like, I'm from a small town too, so like we're more worried about what we're gonna do outside, like whose bike is faster, or are we playing basketball today? But no, yeah, to see it go now is pretty cool. I got to go back home, man, and just to see just like the all the spirit and all the joy that was in the city. It was nice going back home. Yeah,
that's cool. That's really cool.
That's
Rabbit, great to talk to you, man. Appreciate you making time for
All
us.
the best, man. You're a great dude.
Appreciate it, man.
Rabbit Taylor Demerson, our guest here at Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What'd you think about Kyler Murray saying that? That I believe the game starts in the trenches. You don't always hear quarterbacks say that.
I wanted to hug him. Okay, there's no doubt about it, Kyler. I wanted to hug you right there because that is a paradigm shift. I think now again, Kyler may have believed this the last few years, yet at the same time, we haven't heard him talk about that very often.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Parker & Sons is great in your time of need. I realized that when I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I called them at 4:30 in the morning. A live person answered the phone, and by 8 a.m., they were at my house. I was equally impressed and grateful. They're also great for preventative measures like the Captura air scrubber, which greatly improves the air quality inside your home, a reverse osmosis system, and a water softener that can improve the quality and the taste of your drinking water, and like getting your air conditioning tuned up before it's too late, because it is that time in Arizona, folks, where it just began a stretch of 70 consecutive days of triple-digit temperatures, and an AC tune-up from Parker & Sons will do a lot of great things for you. Prolongs the life of your system, helps you save money on utility bills up to $30 a month, and gives you the peace of mind you need, because the last thing you want is the nightmare of waking up in the middle of the summer and finding out your AC isn't working. Remember, Parker & Sons, the company you trust with all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, and all you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
I've been in the diamond business my whole life. Grew up in my dad's 22-store chain, and since 1990, I've been doing it on my own. Here's the truth. Big-name stores can't match our prices. Why? Because they have massive overhead, fancy showrooms, huge marketing budgets, and layers of corporate costs. Every dollar they spend is a dollar you pay. But at my office, we keep it simple. No unnecessary overhead, just the best diamonds at the best prices. And when it comes to quality, we carry what the mall stores won't and what the luxury stores charge a fortune for. If you want the finest diamonds at the most competitive prices without the retail markup, come see me, Diamond Dave, and my team of experts. Because when you buy from us, you don't just get a diamond, you get confidence, quality, and the deal of a lifetime.
Call 480-397-2450. That's 480-397-2450. Or follow Dave on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
This is Secret Clinical, dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT, because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC is known for a hassle-free experience. What makes you a customer favorite?
What's up, Dave? We know people are busy. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and you're back on the road the next day. Plus, buy 3 tires, get the 4th for just $1 all year long. And right now, take $12,500 off a new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Convenient service and big savings. Visit Liberty GMC or shop online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
A blown call at the plate?
Safe.
Frustrating. Spilling your nachos in the stands?
Aw, man.
Disappointing. Finding a scorpion in your home?
Honey, I need a little help in here.
Unnecessary. Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control, the official service provider of the Arizona Diamondbacks in Chase Field. While we can't do anything about the nachos, we can definitely take care of the scorpions. Call 602-BLUE-SKY today and get big league pest protection for your home. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
KMVP FM Phoenix. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season, starting a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they look to extend their win streak to 4 games. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1, but Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different plans. In the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime against the Florida Panthers 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece, and they'll head to Edmonton for Game 5 on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Here's a question for Arizona sports fans. Are we cursed or are we the worst? We have an NBA team that has driven itself into a ditch, and after all the changes, we still don't know who is making the decisions. We've got a baseball team begging for votes from the state legislature after we've already lost our NHL team to Salt Lake City. We have a statue of Jerry Colangelo sitting in a Chicago warehouse, and those who can make it happen here couldn't care less about an iconic owner whose name is so valued elsewhere. It's on the basketball court at the Hall of Fame in Massachusetts. Alas, as the valley continues to boom in population, it feels like we are going backwards as a sports town. In fact, one of the few great moments we are guaranteed in the coming months is the celebration of Calais Campbell when he comes out of the tunnel in Glendale for the Cardinals' first home game. And on a related note, Campbell thinks the 2025 Cardinals might be special, a team capable of going on a deep playoff run next season. Let's hope he's right, because we do not have a lot of open windows at the moment. And it's both ironic and sad that the Cardinals and the Sun Devils, a pair of football programs that were awash in dysfunction just a few years ago, might be our best shot at redemption. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
So far, so good. You know, obviously, I mean, for this level, you know, minicamp is, you know, it's very light. You know, there's not a lot of emotion with minicamp, but you know, I'm sure that first week, you know, especially that first home game coming out of the tunnel, it's gonna be a lot more emotional. You know, I mean, I can feel it already. You know, it's a lot of emotion. You know, I mean, you know, I never really wanted to leave, you know, although I feel like everything happens for a reason, and I had a lot of great experiences, you know, a lot of other places, and so it was definitely, you know, the right choice, I guess, and everything happened the way it's supposed to. But coming back is definitely going to be, it's going to be very emotional, I'm sure.
The unmistakable tones
of Calais Campbell.
Calais Campbell talking yesterday to the media, back and talking about his emotions. We touched on this earlier, just when he says, never really wanted to leave.
Mm-hmm.
The Cardinals thinking at the time, I think they could see the end of the success of the BA era coming. They had a year of mediocrity before in 2016. So he's there for the last year. they probably thought in free agency, hey, we'd like to keep this guy, but maybe we're going to rebuild, which they ended up doing. And they probably thought 9 years into his career, Calais Campbell was near the end.
Yeah, exactly. And here he is. Here he is. Yeah.
In year 18.
Yeah.
Doing it again.
It was also money related.
Yeah.
And you keep in mind, because that was a high price tag. He was a premium player at the time, and the Cardinals, for whatever reason, weren't kind of in that mindset. It's sort of like the Patrick Peterson thing. There was a time after the BA situation and that great era ended that the Cardinals were a mess. And it's interesting that they've come full circle now, and they might be our best shot at a title in the near future.
Yep.
I wouldn't have guessed that a couple years ago.
Yeah. Calais Campbell's been around. He's been to Jacksonville. He's been to Atlanta. He spent last season in Miami, so he's seen some other things around the NFL. And he did also, as you alluded to in your blast, Bick, say this.
Every team has high aspirations going into the season, and this team's no different, and I go out there and I see us throwing the ball around and playing a little football, and I say, okay, we look pretty good, and I think that everything is on the table for us, right? Obviously it's a lot of work. You got to, do everything you're supposed to do, between now and training camp, and then training camp, everything has to come together. But this team is special. I believe it has all the tools to make a run, and I think it'd be a great story. Being here, coming back, it would be an incredible story. So obviously, we all have dreams, and we'll see if it comes to fruition or not. But I'm eager for the opportunity.
Yeah, and to the point of your blast, wouldn't it be great timing for the Cardinals to be the team that kind of lifts up the sports city again, the morale of the Arizona sports fan again?
Yeah, and I think there'll be a lot of excitement about ASU, but I'm kind of confining my blast and my anger to the pro sports, the pro sports teams in town, and how we can't get elevation, and again, it's a lot of stuff that's happening here. We need to be celebrating what little history we have. We need to be better as a sports market, and again, we need our teams to be better. We need everyone to be better. And I hope that football season is going to be a lot different for us here than, say, the last 6 months have been.
Yeah, because it's been
baseball season's been very, very disappointing so far. And I'm not counting out them making a turnaround. But even Derek Hall himself yesterday said their odds are slim.
When you factor everything in, that's the realistic way to approach it. It's going to take something sustained, which we haven't seen from the Diamondbacks to this point. Calais Campbell also at this point of his career, 18 years in the league. He talked to the media about where he is at physically.
I'm where I'm supposed to be. I'm not ready to play a game, that's for sure. Mini camp coach, he gave me a lot of grace, and it was just like come around, be around the guys, a little bit of movement, but I didn't do too much. But come training camp, I'm ready to go, and I feel like I'm right where I'm supposed to be. The experience is a great thing, but the experience tells me I can feel like I'm where I'm at and where I should be. I know exactly where I need to be, and right now I'm right on par.
Look, this book is not over. This is just a new chapter for Calais Campbell, but it's also his second chapter in Arizona. I don't know if before he came back here, Calais Campbell was necessarily on the radar or in the discussion for Cardinals Ring of Honor status. Probably is, don't you think? Or does it depend on how this stint goes? It's not going to be a long stint, we know that. At some point, Calais Campbell's going to retire.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because obviously the reconciliation, the reunion with Patrick Peterson, this is certainly worthy candidate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a bad thought.
I mean, he was the Cardinals Man of the Year nominee at least once, if not more than once, during his first 9 years here. And that's part of the criteria you would think as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but, 10 years. This would be his 10th year in a Cardinal uniform. Different stints. It's amazing. That
Homecomings haven't always worked out well.
No.
But this one might be good.
Yeah. I have the feeling it will, too. Coming up next, what do players around the major leagues think about the Arizona Diamondbacks and their manager, Torey Lovullo, if anything at all? We'll tell you more about that next. It's Bickley Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
New Suns head coach Jordan Ott on supporting his players.
I want them to know and believe that I'm going to help them. We, this place, we're going to help them. We're going to help them at every phase of their game. We're going to help develop them, get to a new level that they didn't think they could get to. And it's going to take all of us.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Hour.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Great weekend to head on down to Chapman BMW, and to prove it, I'm going to read you a text I had received from one of our great listeners. Yo, Dan Bickley, I went to Chapman BMW this past weekend, and our boy Shane hooked me up. I'm now cruising and styling in my new X5. Thanks to everybody at the dealership. My experience was top-notch. Not surprising, Chapman BMW, a family-owned, award-winning business for 58 years, from Ted Chapman all the way down. Everything they do is elite. You will feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations. And those two locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you're looking for. Certified pre-owned vehicles, brand new BMWs, whatever you want, you will find it at Chapman BMW. You also have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW, and as our listeners have discovered, his name is Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. Good friend of mine, huge sports fan. He is going to hook you up. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
There has never been a better time to join Global Credit Union than right now. Dave Burns here, proud member, and at Global Credit Union, they're all about eliminating fees, no-fee checking and savings accounts, or for accidentally going over your account balance. It's easy to join with 10 branches across the Valley, and you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have 2 things for you, Basinonians. 1, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And 2, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling. ReadyServices.com.
Ready. I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks need a series win over San Diego? We're getting you ready for Dbacks Padres at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
on the heels of what happened at Cincinnati, you feel like you've come close, you didn't play clean games, you're a hit away from winning a game or two, it doesn't happen. I think the guys just went out there and drew a line and said, hey, it's time to go. It's time to get that function, that gear moving together. And even though something I do might not add up today, it will fit into what happens tomorrow. So that's the mindset I want everybody to have. It's a high baseball IQ. It's knowing the game, understanding the game, and then finding a way to just make it work. And it gets back to doing your job. I've been saying that to them for a while now. Just go out and do your job. If you do your job and don't worry about your brother, knowing he's doing the exact same thing, we'll be fine.
That's Torey Lovullo. After the series sweep of the Seattle Mariners, day off yesterday, Padres in town. Are things headed in the right direction? Heck if we know. Your guess is as good as anybody. We're going to find out. We're going to find out one way or the other. We also found out something, well, maybe we didn't, about the Arizona Diamondbacks. There's so much talk about these anonymous player surveys. The NFLPA does a very robust player survey because they want to grade their own organizations and personnel in hopes of improvement. The Athletic just did an anonymous NBA player survey at the end of the year. Perfect timing. Tyrese Halliburton was named the most overrated player in the league.
Could have changed the course of history.
Could have, yeah. He's 2 wins away from winning his first championship with the Indiana Pacers. The Athletic also did an anonymous MLB player survey where from spring training through the beginning of May, they interviewed over 100 players in this anonymous player poll that was conducted. And they asked a lot of questions about, the personnel around the league, players and whatnot. The thing that popped out at me, Bick, was one of the first questions on managers. Which manager, aside from your own, would you most like to play for? There was 121 different people responded to the question. And somewhat surprisingly, Torey Lovullo didn't get one vote.
The Diamondbacks have almost zero presence in this whole survey, which is troubling.
If I can ask, who were like the top vote leaders in that?
Bruce Bochy and Terry Francona.
And Stephen Vogt from Cleveland, who's a newer manager, but we got a glimpse at Stephen Vogt when he was playing for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah,
dudes just love him. Like he's just one of the
Yeah.
guys. Great guy.
Mm-hmm.
But Torey Lovullo, who has been at this since 2017 and is very much in the mold of a player's manager.
I couldn't see anybody being more of a player's manager.
Not one vote.
That's
There's
crazy.
Guys that are no longer managing that got. Dusty Baker got 2 votes.
That's really, really surprising because
Don
we're talking.
Mattingly got 2 votes.
We're talking about players. This is not a media-driven thing.
Yeah.
And this is a manager who is one of the rock stars of the 23 run to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
So they've they've been on the biggest platforms in baseball. And again, there's another category about organizations that have good reputations and bad reputations. The Diamondbacks got 1 vote. They're just completely irrelevant.
That might have been more telling. By the way, the manager that you'd least like to play for, other than your own, Torey Lovullo, got 1 vote. A lot less respondents there. But which organizations have good reputations among the players, bad reputations? There were 126 responses for good and 115 responses for bad. The Diamondbacks were mentioned on the good side once and on the bad side none, which is a good thing, but it's the whole thing smacked of irrelevance.
Yeah.
Which I mean,
it's surprising to me because
it is surprising.
Yeah, because the Diamondbacks, they are a very player-friendly organization, and Torey Lovullo is about as caring. Here's a buzzword: his care factor, Vinny. His
Did you just create that?
No, I did not. His care factor is through the roof.
And we know he's beloved by his own players. I'm surprised that hasn't gotten around the league.
Do we know that?
I think
that's.
I think we were saying that with confidence in October of 2023.
Mm-hmm. He's a player's manager.
He is. There's no doubt about that. But there were questions when things, and the questions persist a little bit because this has been a disappointing season and it's been filled with baseball that's been marked with disarray. there were people suggesting, and I'm not saying I'm one of them, and I'm not saying they're right, but there were people suggesting, oh, Torrey's lost that luck, the clubhouse, which I don't buy.
I don't see that, but I don't see players talking about how much they love Torrey as much as I hear Torrey talking about how much he loves them.
I mean, I guess it's hard for a player to come out and really say that when you're hovering around 500. That's more of a player thing to say, oh, we love playing for this guy when things are going really well. They're not going very well. Or they haven't gone very well consistently throughout the years. Through the season, I should say. Not surprisingly, the organizations with good reputations among the players, Dodgers number 1, 82 on the good side, 0 on the bad side. Yankees, 40 over 3. Braves, Cubs, and Guardians and Mets were all up at the top of the list on the good side. On the bad side, Angels, 19 votes negative. Pirates, 24 negative. Marlins and Rockies, 25 votes negative. White Sox, 31. Athletics, 39.
Wow.
And one of the responses on the organizations with bad reputations was all of the poor teams.
Kind of. Well, listen, the Marlins have had a nefarious history of selling off players whenever they get good. Pittsburgh has got an ownership that has been accused of being very cheap. The A's, that's fairly obvious. People were some of the players were complaining about the hotels and the meals that they
Some of the comments on the A's, because they're cheap, they're going to be playing in Sacramento.
Yeah.
I had a buddy who was traded to the A's as a minor leaguer. He went to Oakland and said the way they were fed, the places they stayed were just not good. Some knocks on the Marlins. I've heard specific things about them getting like Subway sandwiches on the road sometimes.
Oh, boy.
It's little stuff like that where it's like, we're in the big leagues, cheap stuff. It's $1 billion industry. Let's be a little bit better than that. And maybe the most damning comment of all on the Rockies, they're not trying to win. I've heard the player development isn't very good. They're stuck in the past and don't do a whole lot for their guys. We had Ryan Spilborghs on, who played for the Rockies in some good years with the team, and he's one of their broadcasters now and does some work for Apple TV Plus on their national broadcast. And what he said about the Rockies was it was true, but it was pretty damning. When he said, if you want to know the difference between the Rockies and every other Major League Baseball team, check the media guide. And I was like, where is he going with this? And he said the Rockies have like a very small analytics department. So many pages. Compare that to the number of pages in the analytics department of other organizations that are actually succeeding, and you'll see how they do business.
Listen, I tell you what, if professional sports in America, there really should be guardrails that penalize the cheapest and the consistently worst franchises, like relegation. Now, it'll never happen. But if you could have guardrails in, like, for instance, look at the Cincinnati Bengals and how they're operating with Shamar Stewart. First-round draft pick, they don't want to pay him, and now he's left mandatory training camp, and there's talk today he might use a CBA loophole to sit out the year and get back in the draft. Just because I ain't playing for that team. And I'm real sympathetic to that because you know what it's like. We all know what it's like in Arizona, getting chained to a bad owner and a bad team and an owner who doesn't want to spend.
Yeah, I saw it yesterday. I think just about all of the first-round picks are signed. He's not one of them. There's 40 unsigned players, and this was according to Mike Florio yesterday. 40 unsigned players in the NFL's draft class. 30 of them are second-round picks.
Yeah.
Because of that guaranteed loophole that Cleveland and Tennessee did.
A new trend that's going to come.
Yeah, well, is it? If there's still 30 teams that are not following that trend, there seems to be some resistance on that. When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 to help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. Coming up next, we are having a hard time figuring out the Arizona Diamondbacks. We'll ask our next guest if he could figure them out. Buster Olney from ESPN joins us next to talk baseball here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First pitch, Mastrobuoni swings, grounds it to Perdomo. He's going to step on second for one, and the throw to first in time. Inning-ending 6-3 double play. And just as quickly as the Mariners build a rally, it comes to an end.
Dbacks Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of Dbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
It's a big week for Dad, Father's Day, and the U.S. Open. Give him what he really wants. Shady Rays sunglasses. Visit the Shady Rays store at Kierland Commons in Scottsdale and get 40% off when you buy 2 pairs. This Thursday through Sunday. Excludes prescription, but includes everything else, like the Green Wolf sunglasses, built for golf and now on sale. Shady Rays, unbeatable UV protection, lens tech, and a 100% satisfaction guarantee.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season, starting a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they look to extend their win streak to 4 straight games. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to even up the series, but Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas. In the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime last night against the Florida Panthers, 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece. And they'll head back to Edmonton for Game 5 Saturday. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Hey, it's Luke. Do the Arizona Diamondbacks need a series win over San Diego? We're getting you ready for D-backs Padres at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, the D-backs roller coaster ride continues, coming off the sweep of the Seattle Mariners. Pretty pivotal series, and a first look at the San Diego Padres. 3 games at Chase Field this weekend. Here to talk D-backs, Major League Baseball with us, the one and only from ESPN, Baseball Insider Buster Olney, joining us via video link. Buster, thanks for being with us today. We appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks for having me on.
Buster. I'll start with the basic question. Have you figured out the Arizona Diamondbacks yet?
No.
Corbin Burns, leaves the mound. He's not going to pitch for a year, and since that time, they're 7-3. It doesn't much make sense, Buster.
No, it doesn't, absolutely. But I also think, when you look at their group of position players, it's a incredibly talented group, which is why, in talking with general managers with other teams last couple of days, they assume that while when Burns went down, I think it's easy for folks in our side of the aisle to say, yeah, the Diamondbacks need to be sellers. Mike Hayes and Torey Lovullo have been around long enough to know that you can find a way, especially with as many talented position players as they have. And also with how flawed all these teams are. I was exchanging texts with a manager of one of the National League contenders recently. He said, look, we're all vulnerable. Mm-hmm. The Padres don't really have that much depth. The Giants don't have that much offense. The Dodgers pitching staff is an absolute mash unit right now with all the injuries they have. The Phillies have not played well of late. The Braves have shocked people with how poorly they've played. Up and down the National League, a lot of teams are struggling. And so, yeah, could you envision the Diamondbacks maybe finding a way to hang on to their players rather than sell before the deadline? Sure.
Buster, we talked to Derek Hall yesterday, and it wasn't just Corbin Burns. 8 days after that, Justin Martinez motioned for the trainer. So we had 2 of those really jarring visuals in the span of 8 days. Derek has said this is this issue of pitchers injuring their arms has never been more significant or dire. What do you think about what is the end game here? Because not only are these clubs making significant investments in these pitchers, it's very difficult for baseball fans, who have such high hopes for their teams, and they're so fragile.
They're so fragile. And my own view from 30,000 feet is that this industry pursuit of maximum velocity and maximum spin is clearly having a toll on pitchers. Pitchers, they go into an off season, they train to build up their velocity, and they're in there by that point, early mid-20s, and they start throwing the ball 97, 98 miles per hour, and their physiology doesn't necessarily support that. And everybody's different. Maybe some guys are built to be that way, but I don't know what your guys' reaction is now. 10 years ago, 20 years ago, if you heard about a guy throwing 100 miles per hour, you're like, wow, that's amazing. Now my first thought is, okay, how long till that guy breaks down?
Exactly.
And I do wonder, I know that, the Dodgers I mentioned with all their pitching injuries, I know they're having conversations internally asking the question, is there something that we need to do differently? Because this whole idea of telling a pitcher to throw a maximum spin rate slider, because that makes him better in a given moment, that doesn't mean that you're actually going to extend the guy's career. You're probably increasing the likelihood that he's going to be on the sidelines.
Talking baseball with Buster Olney, ESPN Baseball Insider, who's joining us here on Bickley and Murata mornings. You mentioned the notion, the idea, Buster, earlier that, okay, everybody's flawed. The Diamondbacks certainly are in that grouping of flawed teams. When you look at the Diamondbacks right now with the injuries they have, Martinez out, Puck coming back probably mid-July. We're not going to see Corbin Burns. If they are in the mix and they consider themselves to be buyers at the deadline, do you think bullpen's more important? Do you think starting pitching's more important, or is it too early to tell?
I personally think that starting pitching for this year and going into the future is most important because When Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly headed to free agency, the biggest thing, the most important thing I think for the Diamondbacks to do, I think with their decisions going forward is how are they going to structure a rotation for 2026? And so if they do make moves for starting pitching, to get guys maybe who are under control beyond this year, because they're going to need that. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, with the guys who are under contract, Corbin Burns, you mentioned, he's going to be out probably all of next year. He maybe gets a handful of starts at the end of next year. The challenge for Mike Hazen is to build next year's staff as well as try to augment this year's chances. And look, I think at the deadline, all these teams are going to have opportunities to improve their pitching staffs with fringy type relievers. And if you're the Diamondbacks, you're going to take a shot at that, not only because they might make you better, because they're not going to be very costly.
Yeah, true.
We were talking about the player anonymous survey that came out, and we were a little surprised that Torey Lovullo didn't get really any mention at all for manager you would like to play for, given the run to the World Series and given his reputation as being as about player-friendly as you are going to find. What do we make of that? What should we make of that?
So when I saw that player survey, I got to say that it kind of made me shrug my shoulders a little bit, because I'm like, well, yeah, the guys who got the most attention among the managers were the oldest guys.
Yeah.
It was almost like name recognition. If you imagine, if it's an election for Senate, it was like a Kennedy against a Reagan.
Right.
If I'm making sense. And so I didn't really take that at face value. And there's so few votes. Like, it was a big deal. Ollie Marmol, the Cardinals manager, was the most unpopular. He got like 4 votes out of 120 players.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it really a large enough sample size? Is it even worth it? So I wouldn't take that. If I'm Torey, I'm sure he's not bothered by it.
Yeah.
And one thing I wanted to mention this to you guys about the trade deadline. I should have said this in one of my answers before. The Diamondbacks are absolutely in a position where they will be trade deadline central if they decide to sell.
Mm-hmm.
That's the feedback I'm getting from other teams, because they do have this range of players, unlike the White Sox, unlike the Rockies, unlike the Marlins. They have a range of players that will be really popular in other front offices. And look, I mean, if you're the Diamondbacks, you're trying to win, but if they decide to sell, there's an opportunity there. I really think the trade deadline should be separated in 3 groups: buyers, sellers, and opportunists. And the Diamondbacks could be the number one opportunist at the deadline.
Yeah. I read that story. It was a fantastic piece on the trade deadline. All right, my curiosity is this, because I do think the Diamondbacks will have great temptation to be sellers given some of the issues and players whose contracts are up after this year.
Yeah.
But after all the injuries, they still have this nucleus of guys that took them to the World Series.
Right.
So in situations like this, what is a guiding light for a baseball team that tells them what to do?
Well, first and foremost, it's how the team's playing and getting a read on the performance of the team. So many front offices are locked into the analytic argument of what are our playoff chances. I looked at it just before I came on with you guys. According to Fangraphs, the Diamondbacks, as of this moment, 35% chance to make the playoffs. And one of the fun things that I love about the trade deadline is that it's not only a scouting report on the players, but on the executives. And I spoke to a number of GMs the last couple of days where I'm asking them about, hey, give me a scouting report on Mike Hazen. Last year we saw Chris Young, the Rangers general manager, in the first year after the Rangers won the World Series. He kind of did the charge of the light brigade. Like, the Rangers' chances on paper, I think their odds on and Fangraphs are like 5% to make the playoffs. And he said to the players in a meeting in early July, I'm not selling, I'm going for it. And that felt really good in the moment. And in the end, it didn't pay off in any way. What I got from other teams about Mike is they think that he will be decisive and that he's not afraid. So if they look at it and say, you know what, we're not good enough. We're seeing the Dodgers, they're getting their pitching back. We're not going to catch them. We're seeing the Giants with their great pitching. We're not going to catch them. We have a 20% chance, 10% chance of getting the last wild card. No, we don't think we're going to do it. We're going to sell. That he won't waffle on that. But on the other hand, if he looks at the team and sees how they're playing and sees the landscape of the National League with all these flawed teams, and he feels like they have a shot, he'll go for it.
Yeah.
And he'll make moves to be aggressive to make the team better before the deadline.
Buster Olney from ESPN, our guest here. Before we let you go, the landscape of the National League West, it's arguable and it's probable that no team is going to get a better midseason pitching acquisition or addition than Shohei Ohtani coming back to pitch for the Dodgers. Yet, how careful do you think Dave Roberts and the Dodgers staff will be? How much of a governor will Shohei have on him when he does return to the mound, Buster?
So it's interesting how you structured that question. You're asking how careful will the staff be. Let's be real about this. The Dodgers staff is not making this decision. Shohei Ohtani tells the Dodgers when he's going to pitch. He and Neil Elitras, his surgeon, Nesbalelo, his agent, have basically instructed the Dodgers, Ohtani's going to throw a simulated game this Saturday. A week from Saturday, he's going to increase his pitch count.
Okay.
And I think, given the trajectory on it, given the fact that he's serving as a DH and what's holding up the Dodgers right now is this prolific offense, I think they'll be careful. He might come back for a start just before the All-Star break. He might come back after. I think if they got 60 innings out of him this year in the regular season, they would be thrilled. Let's face it. The Dodgers every year slow play their injuries with their starting pitchers and try to put themselves in the best position for October. And that's what they're doing with Ohtani. But it's interesting because you've got former Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell. You get Tyler Glasnow, who's accomplished, Clayton Kershaw, Yamamoto, who's in the conversation for Cy Young Award. Their schedules are totally dictated by what Shohei Ohtani wants to do. It's not anything like I've ever seen before.
Wow, that's great stuff.
Buster, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate your time and your insight.
You're the best,
All right,
Buster.
guys. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Buster Olney, baseball insider from ESPN, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up, reports say that we are entering the home stretch in the Kevin Durant trade saga. We'll give you all the latest next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Are you confident with Shelby Miller being the closer of this team going forward?
I am.
We all know his ERA it's well below 2, but he seems to be settling into that closer position a little bit better.
Is that the same Shelby Miller? You have to be like, that's the same Shelby Miller that they traded for all those years ago, and now he's back, and he has been vital to their season so far.
D-backs won the trade.
D-backs won the trade.
The Braves don't even have Dansby Swanson anymore.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You've seen the billboards, you've seen his face on Valley buses, you've seen television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you are hurt in an accident and it is game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy-hitting firm you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys, a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they win big, consistently delivering the largest settlements in Arizona. Remember, having the right attorney is essential. It can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James. The consultation is free. You pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000. Online at sweetjames.com.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey, Ron Wolfley from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. As a football player that suffered a lot of damage, Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give them my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC treats all patients, from the professional athlete and the weekend sports enthusiast to those just trying to get back to their normal life. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams and athletes because of their least invasive procedures and their reputation for results. People from all over the world come to DISC for their treatment. DISC's catchphrase is "enjoy life again" or "get back to living. Wouldn't that be nice?" DISC website is www.sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizons. KD Watch with Bickley and Murata.
They traded Mikal Bridges. They traded Cam Johnson. They traded 4 unprotected first-round picks and a 2028 first-round pick swap. There's no chance that any team is giving them anything remotely close to what they traded for Kevin Durant.
That's right.
No shot. They are delusional. They are in la-la land. Put them in a padded room somewhere if that's what they think they're going to get. There's no chance.
That's Chris Canty from ESPN Radio yesterday reacting to the idea / the reporting that that's what the Suns right now are hopeful to get. A similar return for what they gave up to get Kevin Durant. Look, Chris Canty, a little hyperbolic there, but he's probably right. They're not going to get anything close to what they got, what they sent out for Kevin Durant back in the day. 4 first-round draft picks? No. But I don't also, that's where it comes back down to the question that Jared asked earlier in the show. How interested are the Suns in draft capital being a real centerpiece of all of this? Because we know they don't want to rebuild. It would be really easy to say, all right, we'll just take some expiring salaries. We'll make it work for a year. We'll stink. And we'll just stockpile these draft picks and rebuild. But rebuild is not in their vocabulary.
Well, no, it's not. But it may be forced to. And it's really... this is why I cannot wait for this trade to be executed, to be honest with you, because at times I wonder if this team and this regime is delusional, if they think they can kind of make chicken salad out of chicken droppings. Or, but on the flip side of that, as much as Chris Canty likes to rant about that, in any negotiation, you always come in asking for the moon. So they're smart to do that. You would be more worried about them if they just were willing to take whatever. So by stating that they need all of this stuff, yeah, it's a jumping off point. The proof of it all is going to be in the executed deal, in what they actually agree upon. And to me, it's going to say a lot about their competency and our future.
Absolutely. But now you got this list of teams. You heard on the rejoin there, Shams had a list of teams. Gambo gave a list of teams. 6 teams, according to Gambo, with the caveat. There could be a wild card team that jumps in. Gambo also said he expects a deal to be agreed upon by next week. So this could happen relatively quickly. In terms of the wild card teams, the Pistons are not on that list of 6 teams, but people seem to be bringing up the Pistons as maybe one of those. Here's Kevin O'Connor from his show talking about that very possibility.
The last team that I have in mind for Kevin Durant falls into that boat as well. The Detroit Pistons. They can easily get to the money required to go get Kevin Durant. Tobias Harris and Fontecchio, his expiring $8 million salary, and then you waive a bunch of cap holds. Tim Hardaway, see you later. Dennis Schroeder, goodbye. You keep Malik Beasley. You trade Harris, Fontecchio, and some number of first-round picks and go get Kevin Durant, and you pair him with Cade Cunningham. You pair him with Jaden Ivey coming back and Jalen Duren and Asar Thompson and Ron Holland and another year of experience under his belt and Malik Beasley back. That team is damn good.
Tobias Harris and Simone Fontecchio.
Wow.
How's your boat floating over there, Bick? Do anything for you?
Yeah, I've got a bucket.
My son Patrick would be very happy. He's got an affinity for Simone Fontecchio.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Team Fontecchio.
He is on Team Fontecchio.
Oh!
My older son gives him crap about it.
But see, that would be.
He's a good player.
I like him, but
that would be one of those deals, though. That would be centered around the draft picks.
Yes.
That would be like you get 4 first-round draft picks, and then you get
a serviceable to better than average veteran in Tobias Harris
Yeah.
to keep you afloat.
Right. But I don't know. We don't know. And we also don't know how much influence. We know he has influence, but how much influence does Kevin Durant have?
That's it, yeah.
Because we said, Gambo said that he prefers the Texas
teams.
Well, does that mean that if there's an offer from a Texas team and an offer from wherever, Miami or Detroit or something, that he would turn those down because he knows that the Texas teams are available?
Well, that's where it gets.
Yeah, that's the trickiness of it all.
We know there's a level of cooperation, but he doesn't have veto power. He doesn't have a no trade clause.
Mm-hmm.
If it goes down that road, it could be damaging in the future for the Suns if they trade him to somewhere he doesn't want to go. Toronto's in the mix now. On that same show, Dan Titus said Toronto. I'll just play the soundbite for you. This is funny.
They have the assets to go get KD. I just feel like KD would have to have done the Suns super dirty for him to be shipped out to Toronto. Like, I feel like that's probably like one of the last places he'd want to be. And I don't know KD, but I'm just assuming. From all the things that I've read about other players and their disdain for wanting to play in Toronto, like, I don't think that's the place he wants to be. But they got salary and they have viable veterans that they could send back in the trade. So if Toronto wants to listen to it, I think they should absolutely entertain it.
Almost punishment for
right?
Which, again, if that goes down, which I don't think it will, but if it did, the reputation for the Suns, which we talked about earlier in the show, there would be a new level of negative reputation on top of it. You took a Hall of Famer who wanted to come here 3 years ago, and you turned him into that, and you sent him to a place he didn't want to go. That would be inexcusable in a lot of people's eyes.
Yeah. So listen, and also I saw a report this morning that Giannis is still undecided about what he wants to do in Milwaukee. And if Giannis is the guy that is the centerpiece to this whole trade market, chop, Giannis, make up your mind.
Yeah, but again, remember, go back to earlier in the week where, Brian Windhorst said, and Shams Charania also said, we thought Giannis was going to be the first domino to fall, and that's not necessarily the case because it looks like he's taking his time on determining what his future is in Milwaukee.
Right.
And if it probably not going to happen before the draft, which is now 12 days away. So, but Giannis is also in a position, he can take his sweet time. And when he does, let's say after the draft, first week, second week of July, he says, you know what, I do want out. There's still going to be a ridiculous market for him. Now, there might be a team that kicks itself for pulling the trigger on a KD trade first.
I think Toronto is the team that Giannis, putting pieces together, I think that's really the thing that Giannis is evaluating. And so I think Toronto is not going to be involved with KD because I think they're the team that's going to wait for Giannis. And I'm sure there are others too if they've got inclination he might come there. So, yeah, this is going to be could be a real significant time in the NBA in terms of players relocating.
We're going to have a lot to talk about next week, Ben.
Yeah, we will.
Coming up next, We'll hit social studies. Sammy Cebulka will take us through on this Friday. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Murata.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Dbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight, starting a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40, and you can listen on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1, but Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas at Gainbridge Fieldhouse tonight. In the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime against the Florida Panthers 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece. They'll head to Edmonton for Game 5 Saturday. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning, the proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
We hit the 9 o'clock hour on this Friday. Time for some social studies. Sammy Sabolka's here to take us through it. Hey, Sammy.
Sammy!
Yeah, good morning.
Sammy!
Ho! Wait, I've been meaning to. Who says that?
You're the best, Sammy. You're the best. That is the legendary Harry Carey.
Okay.
Former broadcaster of the Cubs. And he was talking about Sammy Sosa.
I figured it was probably a Sammy Sosa cut. I had never heard it before, so that's definitely good to know now.
I think since you've been on the show, we've had on our Harry Carey impersonator.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, I thought maybe since, because I was gonna say that must have seemed like a completely insane segment to him if he didn't know Harry Carey.
That might have been one of the days that Sammy was actually gone.
Yeah, that's maybe
it might have been
a Friday.
Because we have had our guy Harry on pretty
recently.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You might not have been here that day.
You're not alone. When we do that segment, I get mixed reactions like, what are they doing? And people who get it are like, this is incredible.
This is the greatest thing I've ever heard.
Wait, did he come into the studio?
No.
Okay,
no.
so
all right.
Anyway, we're gonna start social studies now. You know where to find us on X at Bickley_Murata, Instagram, Blue Sky, and Facebook at Bickley and Murata, and on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And we're gonna jump in. We're gonna talk to Suns fans of the Kevin Durant trade should be going down within the next couple weeks. So we asked Suns fans, give me your sales pitch to teams trying to trade for Kevin Durant. What would you say to teams that are looking to do that?
This is your one chance to get a Hall of Famer who is still in something that resembles his prime. This is your chance to get an ice in his veins, game time, clutch time closer.
Yep, it's exactly that. Look at these numbers.
Yeah.
27 points a game. Don't look at the number under the age column. Look at that 27
Or the win
points.
column, right. Don't look at the age or the win column.
That's fair. Mine.
I don't know if the Suns are going to have to make a pitch. The teams that are in, they know what they're getting into.
I was gonna say, I feel like if you're getting in the Kevin Durant business, you know exactly what you're getting, and that's a guy who will give you 27 a game, and you can give the ball to in the fourth quarter and say, "Go win us a game." I think that's sales pitchy enough. Daylight Film says, "Hey, if you're looking for a baller with thin skin, a burner account, and who likes to get into it with local media, the Slim Reaper's your guy."
I don't think that's totally accurate. He gets into it with the national media, too.
Yeah, it's true. We've got another response. If you're good enough already to make a deep playoff run, but you don't have a guy who you can throw the ball to in the last minute of the game, who can make his shot under any type of pressure, your last playoff run would suggest that you don't, so maybe you need that guy. The next question was on the basis of Rabbit and the nickname that we had on the show today. What's his full name?
Adrian Taylor Demerson.
Okay, they're and nicknamed Rabbit. So we asked, What is the best nickname in Arizona sports history, and why?
Nickname for
the Japanese fighting fish.
See, Rabbit it's his nickname, but he also uses it as his first name.
Yeah.
Are we going with something? Because if that's the case, it's probably Buddha Baker. That's a great nickname.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
But he's using it as his name.
We just listed it in generally. So
I love Slim Reaper. That's really, really cool. But if you're talking
all
about,
time,
yeah,
the big unit.
He doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah,
that is a cool name.
Yeah,
the big unit is really tough. And I mean, Devin Booker goes by Book. I think that's like, it's not like super flashy, but I love just being able to call him Book. Some of the responses: Daryl Lee says from a team, the answer backs is a good one. Eddie V says Lefty with a meme of Phil Mickelson. It's a good one. The Brazilian Blur was mentioned.
That's good.
Leandro Barbosa. The Purple Palace, says Phil. He said he has memories just flooding in the ear of Al McCoy saying it. He said the big unit, the Matrix.
The Matrix is a great one.
Sean Marion, that's a great one. And then he likes unique ones of the Honey Badger and Jake the Snake.
Those are good too.
Ross Vegas says David Peralta, the Freight Train.
Rhett Reese says Truck Robinson.
Truck.
That's a good one.
Could you even know Truck Robinson's real first name?
Chuck?
I did know it at one time. What is it?
Leonard.
That's it.
Yeah, but nobody. I mean, at some point he was Truck.
He was Truck. Yeah.
Thunder Dan Marley's a good one.
On YouTube, we've got Landon saying Goldie for Paul Goldschmidt. That was a great one. And then
I'm not a fan of nicknames that just shorten a name or lengthen a name.
See, this is another generational thing.
Yes.
He complimented Book as a nickname.
I like it.
On this show over the years, we've tried to come up with better nicknames for him than that, because it's a lot of either your first initial and your last name thing, or just shorten. That's the new way of doing it. There's less good nicknames these days.
There's another great one here from Jeff Mitchell Fright Night Friedman.
Oh, Fright Night. That was fantastic.
Nickname. Obviously not the most proud. The ASU folks are not necessarily proud of what Fright Night became, but great nickname.
Our last question, again, forget the premise, but it is...
We're just talking about that the NBA Finals aren't getting the attention that they deserve.
Okay, sure. So we asked, what is something in sports, pop culture, or life that just doesn't get enough credit, hype, or love? Something that's slept on in your life.
Oh, that's a deep question. I don't really have an answer off the top of my
I'm
head.
going to have to think about that. Let's go in
I'll read
reverse
just
order.
some of the responses.
Yeah.
Justin Prestegard said, people who put their grocery carts back in the cart corrals.
All right, that's a good one.
That is a fantastic one. Let's
but you
see.
know who doesn't get enough hate is the people who don't.
That drives me crazy.
Those people suck. Bordertown Kid says, the $1.50 hot dog and soda at Costco. I know you take away 8 minutes off your life expectancy, but it's so worth it. Mike Wood says the NHL playoffs. Hockey fans get it, but the more casual fans need more exposure to it. As someone that strictly really only watches the NHL in the playoffs, it is fantastic. That is high-level stuff. Tom Foss says morning radio shows. They rarely are brought up on TV, but radio talks about people on television all the time. Also, hot dog eating contest. It should be an Olympic sport.
Nope. You had us and then you lost us, Tom.
Yeah. Those are some of my favorite ones. See what else we got. In the nickname mentions, how did we forget the Gink?
Oh, yeah, classic. How about a Mock My World update?
Oh, man, no. I'm getting crushed.
So am I.
The Mock My World
I knew
update.
I would.
It's a 2-horse race.
It is. Yesterday we did all-time dad sayings in honor of Father's Day coming up this weekend, and Jarrett Carlin's team is absolutely running away with it. 55.5% of the vote with "When I was your age, I'm just resting my eyes, close the door, the AC's on," and "Were you raised in a barn?" That's a good team. Dan Bickley has 28% of the vote with don't tell your mom, don't make me stop this car. I'll give you something to cry about. Too bad, so sad, your dad. Vinny's team at 9%.
Yes.
And my team at a whopping 7.5.
So you both went with
I was
personal.
bothered all day because I had one that was both personal to my dad and very, very widespread among dads. As long as you're living under my roof.
That's good.
I can't believe nobody said
That's
that
a good one.
Oh.
I would have been at 11% had I said that.
Yeah, we went more personal for our dads, and we're reaping the cost of that in the votes. But hey,
it's a tribute.
It is. Shout out, Dad. That's social studies.
Thanks, Sammy. Social studies at Bickley_Murata on X/Twitter, at Bickley and Murata, Blue Sky, Facebook, Instagram, Arizona Sports on YouTube. We're everywhere. Coming up next, it's a big weekend for a band out of Arizona. Black Moods. They're going to play the halftime show at the UFL championship game. And we're going to be joined by him. Next, Josh and Chico from the Black Mood. Straight ahead, Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now Pavin, he cranks one out to right field. This is back. This is tracking, and it's gone. A long home run drought for Pavin Smith comes to an end. That's number 5, the second of the inning for the D-backs, and they now take a 5-2 lead.
Dbacks Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of Dbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we are in the thick of summer, and we all know summer is brutal on homes in Arizona. Last year, you might remember me telling during the heat of summer how I had an air conditioning bill of $666 and how I thought it was proof that we all live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived at my house because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great, former NFL player Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows you're going to find in the state, and they do that because there is no middleman. They've got their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life, and right now they are running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows at Advanced Window Products, and you're going to get a $2,500 discount, $2,500 off when you order 10 windows or more. So do what I'm doing. Call now. Beat the rush. 480-764-2002. Online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6814. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6814. 800-575-6814.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat? Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul. That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 186438CR42.
On July 3rd and 4th, enjoy fireworks spectacular shows at Chase Field presented by Bar S. Secure your tickets to celebrate Independence Weekend at Dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. Do we actually think the Knicks are out on Kevin Durant? We'll discuss at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Tomorrow, United Football League championship game in St. Louis at the Dome. The Michigan Panthers, the D.C. Defenders. Sammy, what's the line on that game? I'm just joking. We're not going to talk about the game itself. We're going to talk about the halftime show because our guys, the Black Moods, playing the halftime show at the UFL championship game in St. Louis. And Josh and Chico from the band joining us now here on the Arizona Sports Line. Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hello. Good morning.
What?
We got Brendan here too.
Oh, cool.
What's up, Brendan?
We're gonna get to We're gonna get to Brendan momentarily. So this is incredibly a cool opportunity for you guys. Are you gonna roll out a medley? Are you gonna roll out a diss track like Kendrick Lamar at the Super Bowl?
Do you have a diss track?
Yeah, you know what we're doing? We're just gonna spin the record and we're gonna do some dances.
It worked for him, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but instead we're going to have a Ford Explorer instead of whatever he is.
That's nicer that way when it's pre-recorded.
Yeah, people just piling out of it. This is a very, very cool thing. Do you guys know, is it going to be televised as well?
Yeah, live on ABC, man.
Oh, that's awesome. Congrats.
And Josh. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, and to start off the game, Josh is going to be doing the national anthem. Ain't that right, Bob?
And I'm drinking a whole bottle of tequila before I do it.
Wow, no, I didn't know you were doing the anthem as well. That is fantastic. And for you, Josh, you're from Missouri. This must be incredible for you.
It's pretty crazy because we just did. We went. They had a famous radio station called Keishi here too, and so when Belladonna, our first single that broke the charts, they were the first radio station to play it on the radio. Like we rolled into town to play a show in St. Louis, and we're like listening to the radio, and they're like, "Hey, this band out of Arizona, Belladonna," and we couldn't believe it, you know. And so it was kind of nice to go back there. And then when they called us to do the halftime show, we were kind of floored about it. And to be honest with you, when they asked us to do the halftime show, in the back of my brain, I'm like, please don't ask me to do that. And they're like, when would you do the national anthem?
Because because the vocals are clunky in that song. You know that, Josh.
Hey, I am not Whitney Houston. I will be playing it on guitar. I'm going Carlos Santana and Jimi Hendrix style.
Oh, fantastic!
That's
even better.
They asked me. They're like, are you going to sing it? And I said, nope. You caught me in the middle of the tour, and I probably couldn't sing it at the beginning of the tour. So and it's like a lot, ironically enough, it's a lot less pressure to just play it on guitar.
All right, so let's loop Brendan in here because a cool thing, and maybe people in the listening audience don't know this, but Gail Lichtenstein, who is a great vocalist in the Valley, she's a coworker of ours here at the radio station, and her boyfriend Brendan is now your bass player. How's that working out for you?
Synergy.
Yes.
It's great. He brushes his teeth. He cleans up real nice.
Wow. He puts his socks in his bunk.
Yeah, his socks are in the funk and not on the floor.
Very considerate, Brendan.
Yeah, because I think Chico...
you know me.
Yeah, right.
Considerate.
Yeah. I think Chico said this once, that it's the music part of it is only a small percentage. It's how you hang with the guy on the road that it determines whether it's going to work.
Yeah, you don't really know someone until you are in a tin can going down the road for about 6 months at a time.
Right.
And then by the end of that, you know him real well.
Yeah.
There's a lot of truth to that.
Yeah, there's only a curtain between each other when you're sleeping, and it's yeah. You know when somebody's you recognize somebody's night terrors at that point.
Which I have them nightly.
Yeah,
so, you know.
He kicks in his sleep, and I'm the bunk above him.
All right, so how long are they giving you at halftime to perform in again? Are you going to put a medley together? Can you give us an idea of what you're doing?
Well, it was supposed. They weren't sure they're going to air it, and this is like I got to give this up to ABC because they were really nice about it. Once they heard the band, they were like, "We'll give you guys 7 minutes," because it's supposed to be 6, and they weren't sure they were going to air the halftime, and then now they're airing the whole thing, and so that we did. Remember we did the Suns for when they were in the playoffs. So we did like a medley there, but since it was kind of out of Arizona and millions of people are going to see this on ABC, we wanted to play 2 full songs, so that's kind of going to fill up the whole time. Yeah.
Very cool. We're talking to the Black Moves are playing the halftime of the UFL championship game in St. Louis tomorrow. And Josh, it came up earlier. You're from the St. Louis area, from Missouri. How many friends and family members are hitting you up for tickets? How many are going to be in attendance?
Oh yeah, that's always a pleasant experience. But ironically enough, like my aunt and uncles were born here. My mom was the only one that was born in Southwest Missouri, where I'm from, and my granddad was a colonel at the St. Louis Auto Auction for almost 40 years. So I have and we used to come here every summer and visit our cousins and stuff. So it's pretty crazy. It's the fact that they're letting us. This is our first national television experience, and it's here in Missouri is pretty cool.
That is awesome.
That is fan. Are you busting out the white jeans for this one, Josh? Or are you gonna go? Are you gonna get all wild and funky?
Well, I was wondering, is it after Labor Day? Am I going to get some flack about this?
No, you're safe.
What are the rules?
It's only June. You're safe.
Okay.
You got a few months left.
I got American flag Speedo I'm going to break out.
That would be good. That's pretty good.
We want to go viral with this thing.
With 1 star.
Yeah, it's got 1 big star.
1 big star on it.
That's funny. Are you guys? You've been a nationally touring act for a while now. You've done a lot of big stuff, opening up for Whitesnake, a lot of big, huge gigs. Is there anything about this that transcends, that's giving you guys butterflies? Where does this rank on the pantheon of Black Moods events?
Well, when they told me that we were playing on the 50-yard line, once I found out where that was, that's what really freaked me out.
Yeah, right in the middle, in front of everybody.
Yeah, that gives me butterflies.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's a trip, It's like we're looking at over 20,000 people, and then that's not counting, everybody that's watching at home.
Yeah,
so.
That's great. So everybody in the Valley, you have to watch the United Football League Championship game. Support your Black Moods. It's at the Dome at America Center, Josh's hometown. What do you guys got going after that? Tell us about your summer. What do you got lined up?
Well, we got Pine Top next week. Pine Top AZ. Remember, you played that with us last year.
Yes, we did. That's fantastic.
And that was so fun, and so we're doing that again.
We're back out. I mean, we're back out on the road, till we come back to play Talking Stick in October. We're going to be out.
Yeah, we haven't announced it. It's being announced on Monday, but you guys get the inside
nice.
scoop.
Look at that.
And
Breaking news.
You know what else I thought was cool is, I don't know if you caught this, but a couple weeks ago, the Jim Blossoms were on ABC too. They were on Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, I saw that with they did the mashup with Blues
Blues
Traveler, right?
Traveler.
Yeah, that was really cool.
So I thought that's it's a proud moment whenever Tempe bands taking over ABC for not even 3 weeks apart from each other.
That's
That's
really cool.
fantastic. Wow. The Valley music scene hitting a new high.
I love it.
There you go.
All right, boys.
And high.
All right, boys. Big love to you. We'll be watching. Rock and roll, man.
Love you guys.
Love you too,
Thank you
boys.
so much.
Thanks, guys. Josh, Chico, Brendan from the Black Moods playing the halftime of the UFL championship game.
The best.
I'm really curious about the anthem now, if there's going to be that much tequila involved.
I don't think he's joking.
But I think he can handle it, too. Thanks again to the Black Moods for joining us. Jarrett's got the sports kebab straight ahead here on this Friday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
We finally got to hear from Jordan Ott. What was just your general impression of how he presented himself to the Phoenix fan base?
I liked his intensity level.
Yeah, I did too.
I really liked his intensity level. I really liked the fact that he's got this low-level buzz that I think is always going to be there. There's an expectation and an intensity level that I like. Doesn't mean everything's going to go great. Yeah. Doesn't mean he's going to be a great coach. I liked his demeanor, though. No doubt about it.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dan Bickley here with another real-life success story courtesy of Life Changer Loans. So one of our listeners, his name is Vinny. He's a fireman. His wife's in education. They had a traditional mortgage, a rate below 3%, but they had 26 years of mortgage payments left. Plus, due to some medical issues, they had about $30,000 in credit card debt. Switched over to a Life Changer Loan. They're going to pay off that mortgage, their credit card debt, and both of their vehicles in just over 6 years. Proof again of what can happen when you have all of your income working towards paying down all of your debt without any fear because you have access to your equity. That's what Life Changer Loan is doing for people. Innovative program that combines your banking with your mortgage. You do your banking inside your mortgage. Every deposit you make into this account pays off the principal of your home, which is why you pay off your home in a matter of years, not decades. Then you get all that time to build personal wealth. It's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. They'll let you know if you're not a good fit, but if you are, you're going to love the results. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, it's Wolf for Tim Hovik, Santan Ford in Gilbert. I have two things for you, Basernians. One, employee pricing has been extended at Santan Ford. And two, the selection is huge. That's right. Santan Ford has 1,400 new vehicles on the ground. All the models, all the trim levels, different options in every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford and drive away in the Ford you really want. You gotta love it, right? Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway at Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. I am Santan Ford.
Imagine coming home to find a raging house party you didn't throw. Uninvited guests climbing the walls, tearing up the place, and refusing to leave. Sounds like termites.
Yo, best party ever. Pass me a piece of that baseboard.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Once termites show up, they'll keep the party going until you take action. Call 602 Blue Sky today to schedule your free termite inspection. We'll make sure the party's over. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare, side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, We have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the Centerstone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Sammy Samolka with Trending Now. Presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical, the Diamondbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight, starting with a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40 here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1, but Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas at Gainbridge Fieldhouse tonight. And in the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime against the Florida Panthers last night, 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece. And they'll head back to Edmonton for Game 5 on Saturday. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. Desert Institute for Spine Care is the Valley's best for 14 years and counting. If you need your neck or spine looked at, go with the best online at sciatica.com.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. It's something we've talked a lot about today. It is the Kevin Durant business, and we ask, which team is your preferred trade partner for Kevin Durant? Is it the Rockets, Knicks, Spurs, T-Wolves, or the Heat? If you had to...
T-Wolves.
T-Wolves.
I'm having deja vu. Was that the question yesterday, too?
No, I don't think so. I think...
Okay.
No.
I'm fried. T-Wolves is fine.
Okay, yeah. 39% say the Rockets, 27% say the Knicks, 17 Spurs, 9 T-Wolves, and 8 the Miami Heat. So a lot of people wanting them to go to the Rockets. I am also one of those people.
Oh, it was a question I put on our Twitter yesterday. Maybe that's why it seemed familiar.
Yeah, there we go.
Because I think the results were about the same, too.
Spurs.
A lot of Spurs yesterday, some Rockets today. Who knows?
That is today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it, or you can even track it down on our Twitter account at @BigLandScoreMurata and vote here on ArizonaSports.com.
I had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago. I looked out on my front porch, and I spotted a coyote. And it was kind of my fault because I'd ordered a package from Acme. You have to be a certain age to get that joke.
It's sports news skewered. The Sports Kebab.
Actually, I like that joke. What do you got for us today, Jared?
All right, this is the Sports Kebab. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, how are you? This is Sports News Skewered, and I have to start with the... Oh, jeez. Hold on one second. This is so embarrassing. Hold on one second. Hello? Yeah, who is this? No, guys, look. I said stop calling me, okay? I have a job already. Stop calling me. I'm sorry, that was the Knicks. They're just... they keep bothering me. Yes.
Shot down again.
Shot down again. How about this Knicks coaching search, ladies and gentlemen? Last week, they surprised everyone by firing Tom Thibodeau after he was unable to get them back to the NBA Finals for the first time this century. Yes, unfortunately, the closest Thibodeau could get to reminding Knicks fans of those 90s teams was looking like a Van Gundy. Now, the Knicks moved on, and apparently their plan to replace him was to try to hire a series of head coaches that already currently had jobs. And believe it or not, that plan has gone terribly. They have asked for and been denied permission to talk to Chris Finch, Ime Udoka, Billy Donovan, Jason Kidd, and Quinn Snyder, and that's just the ones we know about. I haven't seen someone from New York get repeatedly rejected and humiliated like that since Ross Geller. What were they trying to do, hiring people who were employed? How does that look to these teams? I mean, the Knicks tried to ruin more relationships in the NBA than a Kardashian sister. They called at least 5 teams trying to steal their coaches. It's the most someone at MSG has repeatedly harassed people since Isaiah Thomas worked there. Have you guys heard about Isaiah Thomas? This is like hitting on someone's wife while the husband is standing right there. I think you made that comparison, Vinny.
Uh-huh.
You know, Knicks, when most teams try to emulate a Robert Redford movie, it's The Natural, not Indecent Proposal. And the Knicks are also connected to Kevin Durant. And Gambo is saying Kevin Durant will be traded next week. Now, guys, I'm not going to be here next Friday. So I have to react to the possible trade results now. So here we go.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, did you guys hear Kevin Durant got traded to the Knicks?
No.
Wow. Oh, he did.
What
He got
happened?
traded. Kevin Durant got traded to the Knicks. He's the most unstoppable scoring threat in New York since Pete Davidson. Wow. Yeah. Hey, did you guys hear Kevin Durant got traded to the Los Angeles Clippers?
The Clippers?
Yeah.
Big
Imagine him and Kawhi Leonard on the same team. I'm not saying they're building a squad that shows no emotion, but their next free agent signing is Luke Lipinski. Wait a minute. Did you guys hear that Kevin Durant got traded to the T-Wolves?
The T-Wolves?
Minnesota.
With Anthony Edwards?
Oh, with KD there, they're going to have to change their name to the Skinny Soda Slimber Wolves. Kevin Durant. What? Did you hear Kevin Durant got traded to the Rockets, Mavericks, or Spurs?
One of the Texas teams?
Well, yeah, because I think Texas may be perfect place for KD because he can't get into trouble for arguing with people on Twitter since that state doesn't yet have the internet. There you go. You could use any of those next week if you... Now,
the all-encompassing Texas joke.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, right.
Now, a player who has already changed teams is Aaron Rodgers, who made his official debut with Pittsburgh this week. Now, I will say, I think it's a great fit, and I'm already used to saying Aaron Rodgers, the Steeler. Now, usually that's followed by of money, of attention, of the spotlight, but still, it works. Now, the even bigger news to come from Rodgers this week is apparently he got married a couple months ago.
Mazel tov.
Yes, it was a lovely ceremony, though it was a little weird that it was the first wedding ever where the groom's side of the audience was completely empty. But it was a great party. It was a great party. Very 2025 Aaron Rodgers centric. For example, the past hors d'oeuvres all got intercepted. It's a lovely couple, too. If you want to get them a gift, the couple is registered at Off Target. Also, they're registered at Pot Barn. They're registered at Hallucinate and Barrel. They're registered at Bed, Bath, Salts, and Beyond. And if you want to go online, you can buy them something on the craft website, Conspire Etsy.
That's good.
And finally, I have to point out that today is Friday the 13th. Ooh, spooky. Yeah. Have you seen any of those movies with the undead serial killer Jason Voorhees? Have you seen any Friday the 13th movies?
I think I saw the first one.
I think I saw the first one.
And they're supposed to be scary. I was never frightened because I knew if I was ever chased by Jason in real life, I would just go where I know they do everything in their power to keep out someone wearing a hockey mask. Yeah, I just go to the landfill in Tempe.
Ouch.
Good job.
There you go.
Well done. You had a tough act to follow from the boys in the Black Moves.
They were hilarious. Wow, what a bunch of entertaining. That's a great idea to get them on all as a group because you could see the sort of the camaraderie and the interplay.
I was laughing in the break of Josh Kennedy saying when I found out, they told us we were playing on the 50-yard line, and when I found out what that meant.
So not a sports fan? Is that what he was implying?
That's kind of what he's implying.
I guess not.
Good job, Jarrett. That was a very entertaining sports kebab.
The bar has now been set. Next time Zach Lind or Roger Klein comes on the show, you got to bring your whole band and you got to
there you go.
Be entertainment.
There you go.
I will say this. I feel confident in saying this. He's not Josh, not a sports fan, but he will be wearing tighter pants than any of the players in the game.
Right. Even though they're not. Yeah.
Can I offer an alternate sports kebab?
Oh, go for it. Yes, go.
Punchline for you. The Knicks. What are the Knicks doing? They're trying to steal everybody's coach. I haven't seen somebody try to ruin so many NBA relationships since D'Angelo Russell.
There you go. Or Tony Parker.
Good job, Jared.
I'm sure you thought of those.
I thought of a lot.
Nicely done, Jared.
Thank you, guys.
Sports kebab, and that's got to tide you over for 2 weeks because Jared does have vacation starting middle of next week.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah,
Jared,
middle of next week.
Dare I try a sports kebab next weekend?
Sure, absolutely, man.
I can't even. Yes, please do.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll see what we can do.
I embrace that.
All right, cool.
I don't know how I feel, Sammy.
Come on, Vinny.
It's worth a try.
Hey, Vinny, I don't know how I feel. Either.
But Jared, that's your stance on your sports kebab, and you've been doing it for 10 years. It's worth a try.
Get used to lots of punchlines about Victor Hovland.
The Norwegian.
Some final thoughts on this Friday straight ahead. It's Pickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
What'd you think about Kyler Murray saying that? That I believe the game starts in the trenches. You don't always hear quarterbacks say that.
I wanted to hug him. Okay, there's no doubt about it, Kyle. I wanted to hug you right there because that is a paradigm shift. I think now again, Kyler may have believed this the last few years, yet at the same time, we haven't heard him talk about that very often.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Exciting news for anybody out there who's dealing with dental issues, who's dealing with loose teeth, who doesn't like their smile, who has trouble eating or chewing because of those inconveniences. New Life Dental Implant Center, they are changing the game, making it easier, faster, and more affordable than ever. Here's the deal. At New Life Dental Implant Center, you get everything done in one location from start to finish. You are not bouncing around to different offices. Everything you need, including surgery, lab work, and follow-ups, right there in one place under one roof. And get this, New Life committed to being the most affordable and the best option. You are going to find up to 40% less than their nearest competitor. They want their implants to be available to everybody, even for people with limited means. And they've even got their own in-house laboratory, which means faster turnarounds, higher quality control. You're not waiting for weeks for some outsourced lab to finish your new teeth. It's all happening in real time right there at New Life Dental Implant Center. That new smile, that new you, one phone call away. 602-855-0000, online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, it's Jody Jackson. Ready for a career change? You've heard me talking a lot about YRefi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. YRefi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to YRefi.com/careers or email careers@YRefi.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive knows when you're in your RV, you're already on vacation. That's when you become Vacation You, who just camped where there's absolutely no shade. Even though regular you burns easily. In fact, Vacation You burns too, but is too stubborn to admit it, which is why regular you gets in trouble at the dermatologist, because Vacation You doesn't do doctors. So bundle your RV with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but
Okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital4Men.com. It's time to get it back.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
All right, we picked another Black Mood song for today's Song of the Day, this Belladonna.
That's the deal. You come on the show, you get to control Song of the Day.
That's the implied bargain, right?
Yeah, so that's obviously an open invitation to any other bands in the Valley that are making it big.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
Josh
right.
mentioned this is their single that first charted, 2018.
Wow.
They're living the life, man.
Yeah, they are. They're living the dream, man. And they deserve it. They are about as hardworking of a band as you will ever find. They used to get phone calls. Hey, you want to play the Whiskey tonight in L.A.? They'd get in their car. They'd drop what they're doing, get in their car, and go.
That's the way you got to do it.
That's the way you got to do it.
That's old school rock and roll right there.
That's exactly what they do. And they have got a great fan base full of great people who love them and support them and follow them everywhere.
Yep, this song went to number 29 on the U.S. mainstream rock chart in 2018. Belladonna, Black Moods, they're playing halftime of the UFL Championship game tomorrow, and you can see it on ABC if you're watching the game. Very cool for those guys. That's today's Song of the Day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid.
Off the grid.
Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Yeah, yesterday we had a fun episode of Mock My World because Father's Day is Sunday. There's your reminder if you haven't gotten anything for Dad yet. Go out and get something. Treat your dad nice. But the subject was dad sayings. We had some really good ones. We also, as we do on Mock My World, forgot some. But we were talking after the end of the show yesterday.
Yeah.
We're the dads on this show.
Mm-hmm.
What would our kids say if we asked what are dad sayings? Because my dad sayings are a lot different from my sayings.
Right.
And I know you got some good ones.
I got a couple good ones. So my youngest, Cole, says, quote, "You hear something and then say, that would be a great name for a band."
I do that too.
My daughter said there was this one summer where I aggravated them. I would call everybody boss. And I had to wean myself off it because it was driving my kids insane. But to everybody, like to the cashier at Wendy's, to the thanks, boss. Thank you, boss.
I'll just say this: your kids felt correctly.
You'll get a
summer of boss.
You'll get a kick out of this one because I stole this directly from you. My son said, your impression of a movie trailer saying, "this summer," in a very dramatic way, which I stole right from you.
Which I stole from Pablo Francisco.
Oh, there you go.
She stole from the actual guy who did it.
Yeah, right, exactly. And then finally, my daughter pointed out that when they were all kids, I used to do this really funny thing on the streets. We'd be walking as a family, and I'd see a light pole in front of me, so I'd turn around like I was talking to my kids, and I'd hit the pole with my hand really hard, act like I hit my head on it, and people around were like,
I do that move all
You
the
do
time,
too?
too. With
Yeah.
stop signs, too.
yes,
or
yes,
whatever.
yes, yes. What'd you get, Vinny?
I sent a text to my kids today. I think Patrick's still sleeping. He didn't get back to me. But I do have one for Patrick, specifically to him. if we're out at a restaurant and he has something that has French fries, I'm not a big French fry guy, but I will always grab one off of his plate, and he'll look at me and I'll say, I'm just making sure it's not poison.
That's good.
There's that. And then Brandon did get back to me. This is depressing. One, he said, quote, I think I'm dying.
That's his good
That's
phrase.
fantastic.
And the other one is just, blank, damn it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
So there you go.
As long as you're living under my roof.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Quick KD update, according to Shams.
Shams.
Shams. This is a different guy. No, yeah, Shams, sorry. That the focus have shifted to primarily the Rockets, Heat, and Timberwolves.
Gross. The Rockets, I'm fine. I'd be blowing up their phone.
Rockets
every
won.
hour.
Well, I'm not against the T-Wolves thing because at least there's known commodities in that trade.
The Heat is worst case.
The Heat would be worst
in my
case.
opinion.
Yeah.
I was looking at it yesterday, just messing around. It'd get ugly if it were with.
There's not a lot of stuff there that interests me.
And using that and holding that up against Gambo's reporting yesterday that KD himself kind of prefers the Dallas team or the Texas teams. Well, Houston's in Texas.
That would come full circle to the
San
team.
Antonio not on that list.
Yeah.
Houston was the original team.
Yeah.
Weeks and weeks ago.
Weeks ago.
There was speculation when the Suns went to Houston twice last year. Remember the guy? There was a camera shot that went viral that was on KD, and there was a guy in the crowd, and there was something on his hat, and he just met eyes with KD, and he just pointed at his hat. It was a weird moment. You could look at it.
I remember it. Yeah, no, I remember that. I remember that.
And he was very
he was very
talkative
frisky
with
that
the crowd.
night. Oh
yeah.
He was engaging with them. Well, I can say this though: if Minnesota and Anthony Edwards really want KD, and I believe they do, this is good. That now you've got multiple suitors, which means you do have a little bit of leverage.
Yeah, we'll have all the latest on that Monday if anything transpires over the weekend. Real quick, did you hear about the Major League debut of Jacob Misiorowski?
I did.
Last night for the Milwaukee.
6'7" pitcher.
6'7" pitcher in his Major League debut, had a no-hitter through 5. He did walk 4. He didn't get through it, but not because somebody got a hit, because he twisted his ankle and had to leave the game. This is the more amazing thing. Sarah Langs pointed this out. In the StatCast era, the Milwaukee Brewers had only 8 total pitches of 100-plus miles per hour from starters in the StatCast era. In his Major League debut, Jacob Misiorowski threw 14 of them. Going back to our conversation with Buster Olney about spin rates and max velocity. Yeah.
Something's got to give.
That's going to do it for us. Thanks to Rabbit, Taylor, Demerson, Buster Olney, and the Black Moods. We're back on Monday. Wolf and Luke are up next. We leave you with this.
Well, I've got a friend who said you've been ripping me, and if you see the guy with long gray hair, that's him. And I'm thinking, your friend must be talking to Gandalf.
I will say this, though. There was another coach with Michigan State ties in that candidate pool, Steve Hetzel. He didn't move on to the finalists.
Imagine what a loser that guy must be. Holy moly.
There is apparently a picture of Stephanie Hockeridge in a hot tub surrounded by just money and Rolexes.
And Matt Leinart.
Jeff Brigham. Wow.
How about Brigham to the airport so we can catch a flight to Reno?
Finna pass.
Right.
Finna pass.
Bick says finna pass.
Finna pass. Finna pass on that trade like I'm John Stockton. Sweep, swept, sweep.
Sweep, swept, sweep.
Sweep, swept, sweep.
Sweep, swept, sweep.
Sweep, swept, sweep, sweep. Sweep, swept, sweep, swept.
Sweep, swept, sweep, sweep.
The Pacers, babe.
Rebooted, babe.
Haven't seen a sweep like that since the weekend, babe.
I haven't seen that many bunkers since I went to an all-in-the-family fan fest, babe.
I'm coming to get you, quarterback.
Louisville. In one. Miles Mastrobuoni.
Oh.
Dominic Kenzo.
Oh. Maratha. Maratha.
Repent, Bickley. Repent.
Oh, they're bootlicking again. Dude, why are you using ranch dressing in your pizza?
All I ever wanted, all I ever needed is here in my arms.
What have you done for us lately, Jarrett?
Absolutely nothing. Say it again. What have we? What have we done to deserve this?
Ought.
Woo! 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 Holy shnikes.
You clot pole, you chowder head.
Constant butt picking.
Patrick Dumont.
And that's not a good thing to leak.
Ring him up, sit him down.
He almost choked on his toothpick. Funkle Jarrett. Hi, I'm Luka Doncic for Bacon. They don't call this place the Peak.
Leave it to you to bring up something really superfluous that derails a very coherent, intelligent conversation.
It is very rare they let these two animals out of the studio.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Calais Campbell is light on emotions but heavy on Cardinals' potential. Chase Field Bill deadline looms large as Derek Hall cites lethargic approach. And NBA draft prospects that check the Suns GM's boxes. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Oh, it's heating up, Basinonians, but the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. And there's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn bedding summer sale. Now through June 17th, you can get 25% off everything in-store and online. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever during the summer sale at Brooklyn Bedding.
Hot dogs and baseball. Name a better duo. Doghouse Downtown Phoenix brings the ultimate game day flavors 24/7. Savor all beef house dogs on King's Hawaiian rolls or dig into their new Big Belly burgers. Score big with happy hour Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. and all day Sunday. Plus, check out their lineup of craft brews. Find them at Central and Washington or order right now at downtownphoenix.doghaus.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know the Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535 or online at cbrothers.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Diamondbacks and Padres will get together for the first time this season tonight, starting a 3-game series at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson will get the ball for the Snakes as they'll look to extend their win streak to 4 straight. First pitch will be at 6:40 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Game 4 of the NBA Finals will tip off tonight as SGA and the Thunder will look to avoid going down 3-1, but Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers will have different ideas at Gainbridge Fieldhouse tonight. Last night in the Stanley Cup, Leon Draisaitl won it for the Edmonton Oilers in overtime against the Florida Panthers, 5-4 to even up the series at 2 games apiece, and they'll head back to Edmonton for Game 5 on Saturday. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's the letter YREFY.com.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, that was a wedge blister. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios on this Friday morning, it is the Wolf and Luke Show. Wolf, what is up?
What's going on, Luke? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm trying to get used to being back in the studios. We haven't been here in a while.
You know, it's Studio Shangri-La. You got to love it right now. I call it the Studio Muse, Basinonians. I love being in the studio. I don't love being out on the road. I've always been this way. Weird, maybe, yes. A lot of people like going out on the road and being social and waving and smiling to be. No. You know what? Studio Muse. Let me be alone with Luke and Rick and Jamal. That's it. And we will roll, especially on a Friday right now. Can you feel the Friday party that is ready to go here?
It does feel
I do feel it.
It feels like we came back from a really long field trip, and we only have 1 day of school this week. That's kind of what it feels like right now. All right, we got a lot to get to throughout the show today. Obviously, there's a lot going on with the Suns, Diamondbacks, and Cardinals. Wolf, we're going to start with the Suns.
I love it. I love the way you're just hit. This is Luke driving.
That's right.
Right
we're
now.
Back
you
here.
know what?
We're
not going to
car.
sit here. We're not going to talk about anything.
You want to have pleasantries?
Friday, a party. You know, we're just going to, hey, listen,
Wolf,
we got a lot to
drive in?
Nobody cares. We're not going to sit there and give you any false narratives. Let's go ahead and talk. What's the first story you want to talk about?
The reason that we don't have time
right
for any sort of pleasantries is it seems like this Kevin Durant trade could happen like any second the way this is going, okay? This is Gambo yesterday afternoon.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
Now,
there's a lot of stuff out there. Some of it's accurate. A lot of it is not accurate. But I do expect that look, we've said it all along. He's going to be traded by the draft. Outside shot, something happens sooner, but I'm going to say that next week, my expectations are Kevin Durant is traded.
Okay, next week, Kevin Durant is traded. You know what? I'm not saying Johnny's wrong. Of course I'm not saying that. He's typically very accurate in some of these stories, of course, that he is breaking right now. I'm not saying he's wrong. I am saying, why wouldn't you take it right up to the trade deadline unless you get some type of offer that is going to blow you away?
It's a great question. And just to follow up on it, Shams this morning said it could happen certainly within next week, maybe within the next few days. So there seems to be this sense of urgency to get it done quickly, which I don't understand. Doesn't mean that they don't have a good reason for doing it.
Right.
But I will just reiterate this. this new regime is going to be judged entirely based on this trade, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes.
You have one of the greatest players in NBA history. Now, was he part of the solution last year? No, he was not, because the team missed the playoffs. I get it. I understand the desire to move on from him. But it's not like you have this problem child on your team that you have to get out of here by a certain arbitrary date that you have set. I get that the draft is coming up and you may want picks from this year's draft. So I understand that if you're trying to do that. But this idea, because it kind of looks like this, if we got to get him out of here, he's just a problem for the team. He's not.
Yes.
And if you come out of this with one draft pick in the middle of the first round, you're going to be laughed right out of the league.
All right, you're firing for effect right now.
I hope I'm firing for effect.
If you come out with one draft pick in the middle, can you imagine if that was it?
Yes, I
can.
Hey,
pick number 14 right there. Thank you, Brian Gregory. Come on.
Pick 14 and Devin Vassell. Awesome for one of the greatest players in NBA history.
Do you think Isaiah Thomas would sit there and let that happen?
I would be encouraging Isaiah Thomas to jump into the FaceTime meeting at that point. Isaiah, put a stop to this.
It just seems so weird, the FaceTime. Okay, don't get me distracted on this right now.
We
don't want to do that with the FaceTime and everything. Look at
What's the hurry?
The Suns hold the cards on this. What is the hurry? You're right. There are teams that want Kevin Durant. What are they willing to give up for him? That is the question mark, correct?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and take this thing up to the first push point, that being the NBA draft. Let's take it up to that point and say, hey, you want KD? Yeah, you do want KD. Well, you know what? There's 3 other teams who want him as well.
Yeah.
And remember, it only takes 2. It only takes 2. Some people would tell you it only takes 1. Where one team is just absolutely, it's KD or nothing for us. But 2 teams makes it even better, especially when you have a push point like June 25th. Is it not June 25th?
It is.
The draft is June 25th at 5 p.m.
Wednesday. Yeah.
So why not take this up to the push point? That is June 25th.
At least take it up to the 24th. If you have some concerns that, okay, it's a first-time GM, maybe you don't want to wait till the very last second. But again,
agreed with that as well. You get something that is going to blow you away,
take
great.
It. Yeah, but here's the other part of this, Wolf. And again, I just said I understand if you want picks from this year's draft. I understand it. But that is not some steadfast date that if you don't trade KD by then, you lose him for nothing. He's not like a pending free agent that's about to walk.
Yes.
You should hold the cards here. And every time you say that, people who are fans of other teams are like, oh, you think you're getting a boatload for Kevin Durant? He's 36, he's 37, whatever. First of all, he's still good, so I don't really care how old he is.
Did you see his numbers?
Second of all, I'm not asking for the same return that they gave to get Durant a couple years ago, but there is a huge difference between the haul they gave up to get him and Devin Vassell and the 14th pick of the draft.
Yes. Never forget, desperation is a wonderful master. And there are teams that are desperate out there. There are going to be teams. I know everyone says, oh, the market is going to cool and everything else for KD. I'll believe it when I say it. I'll believe it when I say it. Because all you have to do is put the tape on and watch KD play last year. Okay? Mm-hmm. This is a guy who can score the basketball, as we all know. This is a guy that can score the basketball and get a shot. Get a decent shot off whenever he wants. There's not a lot of players in the league who can do that.
This narrative that's out there of like, well, you shouldn't expect much for Kevin Durant. Those same people are going to be talking about how amazing he is next year when he's averaging 28 points a game for San Antonio. And the Suns will just be an afterthought at this point.
Desperation is a wonderful master, and his team start to near June 25th at 5 p.m. Desperation will be real.
You wouldn't go into an auction and you had an item up for bids and you knew it was one of the 1 or 2 biggest items in the auction, and when people started bidding, you wouldn't cut it off and be like, sorry, I gotta go, so I'll just take that third offer. Like, yeah, I know you guys want to have a bidding war, but we'd rather just stop it right now so we can hit our own arbitrary deadline. So yeah, all eyes on this, and all eyes in the basketball world are on this trade. But just know that like 95% of them are going to look away from the Suns now for the next few years, the second the Suns trade Kevin Durant away. So this is your moment to get something for whatever you get for him is what you're building around. You're building around Devin Booker and whatever you get for Kevin Durant. So it needs to be a high pick. Like, middle of the first round does nothing for me. The guy might not be on your team in a year and a half. And it needs to be actual players that I'm not expecting like superstars in return, but give me actual players that are still going to be on this team in 5 years.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. Yes, I agree. This is going to be really interesting to watch this because for me, the biggest indicator that a general manager might be a little green is not having the requisite patience to pull off a trade like this.
Yeah.
Not having the patience.
That would be a warning sign.
Actually, well, I'm just saying. You know what? You've got to be blown away. You have to be blown away by some type of deal that happens now in the next few. You have to be blown away by that because just hypothetically, think about this right now. Okay, you've got, let's just throw a number out there. 3 teams that are really interested in Kevin Durant.
Okay.
3 teams, Basinonians.
That's what Shams just said like 20 minutes ago.
Okay, did he really?
And he has the actual teams. Do you want the teams? He said the Rockets, the Heat, and the T-Wolves.
Okay.
So, anyway.
The Rockets, the Heat, and the T-Wolves, says Luke Lipinski right there.
Well, says
reporting what
Shams.
Shams said, right. Okay, so, you've got these 3 teams that are out there. Do you think they might, right at the last minute, give more because of the push point of the NBA draft?
Yes.
Do you think it's possible that they go, okay, you can have the first round pick? Do you think it's possible they might throw something in at the end to make the deal? Yes. That's the way that it works.
This is your last advantage you're going to have as the Suns for a little while until you get back to, till you get through this rebuild that's in front of you. This is the last time you're going to hold the cards for a little while. So put yourself in the Heat's shoes, okay? Especially if these teams really aren't offering that much. And you're the Heat and you make an offer and you're like, yeah, okay, we're not giving up a ton for KD. But then you see the Rockets are about to get him. And you're like, okay, wait, they're really not giving up that much and they're about to get Kevin Durant. We can beat that offer at least. We can at least, because in that moment, it's not this hypothetical months away, Wolf. It's, hey, the Rockets are about to get Kevin Durant for basically nothing in 10 minutes. So just beat that. Even if you're going from a D- offer to a D+ offer, just beat that.
And this is why it's critical that the Suns are working with Kevin Durant. Because they need, if you want more value back, you need to work with KD. Have to. Because no team is going to give it up if they got to sit there, well, we've got a year to recruit him. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. Are you really going to give up that much? Man, if you're doing that, if you're giving up more, you need to be the GM that's fired in this trade offer.
You don't have to. I understand where this is going. You're going to trade him. You don't have to urgently get rid of him. This is not the middle of the season and he's like destroying the locker room. It's not that. You're as a team imposing this deadline on yourself.
We're going to give up a ton, and then we're going to recruit him for a year. No, man, that's not the way it's going to work.
Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available, and you can win a pair now by visiting the contest page on ArizonaSports.com. We come back. Diamondbacks Padres starting tonight. How big is this series for Arizona? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshadeconcepts.com for more information right now. The Basin's heating up. If you're tired of battling the Arizona sun, call my friends over at All Pro Shade Concepts, man. Their roll-down patio shades and retractable awnings are the real deal. Cooler patios, no glare on that television. The total privacy as well. They came out to the Wolfley compound. They advised us on what our shading needs were, what our options were as well. And I can tell you, this is one of the best things that we have done in our backyard, man. There is no doubt about it. They are the experts in their industry. And now through November, for every shade order, All Pro Shade will donate a pair of running shoes to a U.S. service member through their partnership with Shoes for Soldiers. Shoes for Soldiers, Basinonians. What you need to do is text SHOES to 620-620. Text shoes to 620-620 right now so you can cool down your patio and support our heroes. That's shoes to 620-620.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and that is why more and more people are looking beyond pills, steroids, and surgery. Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and QC Kinetics has been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. Truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. So say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Get your free consultation at QC Kinetics. You can find them in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can reach them by calling 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
Is it worth it? Can you even hear me? Standing with your spine.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, we're back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning.
What's up, man?
Let's do a little baseball here. We'll do some baseball.
Yeah.
Basketball is really just, I think, firing both of us up, to be honest.
Yeah.
We will talk to Kellen Olson in the final hour of the show today, so that'll be great going into the weekend. We'll just put all the pressure on him to make us feel better about this trade that is starting to feel kind of rushed. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, look, if the Suns come out of this deal and it happens on Monday, but they come out of it with a good deal, then, hey, more power to you. The Diamondbacks are starting a 3-game series at home tonight against the San Diego Padres, Wolf, a team they have yet to play this season. So we are 68 games into the season, so that what does that leave them? 94 games left, and 13 of those 94 games are going to be against the Padres. So get ready for that.
Boy, so it begins. Have we not all been waiting for this as well?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man, this feels really, really good right now to know that you're going to play the San Diego Padres. Finally, 4.5 games back right now. Would you say this is a big series? Is this bigger than other series right now that maybe they have played? I think to this point, we've seen a team that has been very, very inconsistent, up and down, inconsistent. You can never say that injuries are the only reason why the Arizona Diamondbacks are hovering around 500. You cannot just say injuries. They have underachieved as well.
Yeah.
They have. And because of that, we're all waiting. We're sitting here waiting for them to get it. The light is on. Let's go. Start playing with more consistency in everything they do. This right here, this is a great series to put that theory to test.
I would argue that there are no bigger games for the Diamondbacks right now than games against the Padres or the Giants, honestly. We were kind of talking about this before the show. Is there room for the Diamondbacks and Padres to both make the playoffs, assuming the Dodgers are going to win the division?
Man.
Yeah, there probably is. But there's not room for the Diamondbacks, Giants, and Padres to all make the playoffs with the Dodgers winning. It's almost inconceivable that 4 teams are going to come out of the NL West. So
Giants are really annoying me.
They are really messing it. The Giants are actually the number 1 wild card right now. They're actually not that far out of first in the NL West, but
there's a game back.
It's incredible, really, what they're doing, and it's not like they're scoring a ton of runs either. They've scored 52 less runs than the Diamondbacks. The Giants have. The Diamondbacks have 346. The Giants have 294. Actually, the Padres only have 279 somehow. The Padres.
Yes.
Here, if you want perspective on what a series like this can do for you or to you, the Diamondbacks are 4.5 games back of the 3rd wild card right now, and it is the Padres. If you were to sweep them, you'd be a 1.5 back. Now, another team might jump into the 3rd wild card spot if you did that, but you'd be a 1.5 back of the Padres. If you got swept, that might be it.
Can I just say win the series? Can we just go back to winning the series?
That's fine.
Right
Win
now?
the series.
The sweep and then getting swept and then the sweep. There's a lot of brooms.
The last 3 series have been sweeps.
I know. I just don't know. Do we really need all the brooms around here in this room right now? We don't need it. Just go out and win series. Focus on that. Do that. Hey, listen, if they want to sweep that, I think we're all going to be okay with that. We're going to be fine. You want to go out there and sweep it around, sweep the Padres all over the floor.
They win the first 2 games, they're not going to be like, hold on, Wolf said no sweeps anymore.
That's right.
So he pull back on Sunday.
We all get that and understand that, but I think this team has got to focus on what they can achieve. And again, just start winning series again and play better. And be more consistent. This is something that really encouraged me with Eduardo Rodriguez and what he did when he took the ball. Because guess what, base audience? They need Erod. They need him to actually be the pitcher that when they signed him here, we all went, man, that's a good acquisition right there. That is a good acquisition, signing him to a 4-year, $80 million deal. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Mike Hazen. Erod has got to pitch up to his ability level. And I think Zach Gallen has got to take the ball. Let's go, Zach. Let's go. Take the ball and be yourself. That's why I'm very interested in this series as well. Zach Gallen is going to take the ball.
Gallen's going to pitch.
Merrill Kelly's going to pitch as well.
Ryan Nelson's going to pitch tonight. Like, hey, Ryan, all right, man, you're a starter on this team. Your first game when it was like, you're a starter now going forward was your worst game. So we need a bounce back from Ryan Nelson tonight against the Padres, who, if I remember right, didn't he make his first ever start against the Padres in San Diego and was like amazing? I'll double check that.
Okay,
I feel like Ryan Nelson and Dre Jameson both a couple years ago.
Dinner last night, bro.
A couple years ago, I feel like they both got called in to start later in the season and both just shut down the Padres. But either way, that's not really going to help or hurt tonight. Here's Derek Hall on with Bickley and Marotta yesterday. They asked him, okay, you just swept the Mariners. You've swept 2 of your last 3 opponents. Is the light bulb going on for this team?
It's a time where you have to look in the mirror and say, do we have the talent here to do it ourselves? And to, your point and Vic's theory that I hope proves true, it is for the most part the same team that we had back in 23 now. But, we still had holes to fill like we do now. We had to go out and we had to acquire Seawald. We had to go out and acquire Ryan Thompson. We had to acquire Sam, so we're still going to have to do some work if we think that we truly are a team that's in contention and has a chance. At this point, I'd say the odds are against it just because of how the other teams have all started, but you never know. And although I'm the last to say it's early, it still is.
Did he say Tommy Pham? Did he say Pham?
Tommy Pham.
Did he say that, right? Yes, I believe he said fam.
For a second, I thought he said Sam.
No,
I was like,
Fam.
who's Sam?
Yeah, interesting. Tommy Pham. You would bring up Tommy Pham. Why was that? As in, we are family. We are family.
Are you trying to read
because
between the lines on a Friday?
family, I might have to square you up, bruh. You know, I've been talking about this for a while now. I just kind of feel like, is there somebody that Mike Hazen, the freaky Mike Hazen, might actually look at that is out there? Freaky Mike Hazen, wheeling and dealing.
From
it
New
might
Zealand.
actually bring... It might actually bring in. You're gonna have to let that go at some point.
No,
He
made the deal from
He did
New
make
Zealand.
the deal from New Zealand. We all understand that. The deal is over.
Well, yeah, I guess because he's not pitching for a year now.
Okay.
So, all right.
All
fine.
right. So from New Zealand,
Just
I
ruined my
understand
Friday.
that.
Maybe we should send him back to New Zealand to make another deal like that.
Tommy Pham. Is there another Tommy Pham out there based on it? Is there somebody you might want to bring
Well, yeah,
in
according
here
to
who
Rick,
might
there's
actually
Sam
walk up
Pham
and-
or whoever you.
There's also Tommy Pham.
But while there is Tommy Pham, there is that right there. Maybe somebody based on it that might actually square up, I don't know, some guy that may have gaitored his arm or running into the wall, may have looked at her and didn't really try and didn't give as much effort as he possibly
Tommy
should.
Pham will square up anybody.
And
you
I'm
don't
just
have to
saying,
do that.
you know, somebody that you might want to square up and go, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you soft? What is going on? Let's go. Oh, you want to fight? You know, I'm just saying, I think the Diamondbacks need a little, I
would say no
little
on
edge.
I would say no on Tommy Pham though. 197 this
No,
year.
I'm with you on that.
224 slugging percentage.
I'm not talking about Tommy Pham. Okay,
They
I'm talking a Tommy Pham light.
They need to be in this, though, for that to work. They have 41 games left before the trade deadline. They have 29 games left before the All-Star break. And of those 29 games before the All-Star break, 11 of them are against the Padres and the Giants. So this is kind of put up or shut up time. Like, I think you're going to I think we have a pretty good sense by the All-Star break, which is July 13th is the last game before the All-Star break, if they're going to be able to be buyers or sellers at the deadline. Because if you're not going to be buyers, you wouldn't even bring in a guy like that.
This is kind of really cool, isn't it, brothers? Because we're all going to have a front row seat. If you listen to Mike Hazen and the things Mike Hazen was saying about this, and I know we're going to do that at some point in this beautiful broadcast, we're going to listen to Mike Hazen talking about that very thing. We're all going to have a front row seat to July 31st.
We come back to football. How much of Kyler Murray's future with the Cardinals is now tied to one specific player in this offense? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Start him, bench him, cut him. On what you could get from the New York Knicks for Kevin Durant, I'm going to start Mikal Bridges, bench OG Anunoby, and I'm going to cut Karl Anthony Towns. I would start Mikal Bridges.
Over OG Anunoby?
Over OG, I would want Mikal Bridges over OG Anunoby, yes.
I don't think you can make that trade just on, like, sentimental reasons.
You're saying it better than I did. You're right. You can't just acquire Mikal Bridges out of sentimentality. I still would want him first over OG Anunoby.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
At Chain Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Chain Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the D-backs against San Diego's Steven Kolek. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Joined us Monday morning. Full recap of the Diamondbacks' pivotal series against the San Diego Padres. We start the fun at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
As if my dreams were boring. We all know conspiracies are dumb.
All right, Wolf. It's great being out there for a mandatory minicamp at Cardinals headquarters the last few days.
Yeah.
And really the last few weeks because we were out there for OTAs too. Got to talk to a lot of the guys on the team. A lot of the we ended up talking to JG, Rallis, and Petzing. So we got to talk to all the coaches too.
Love that, man. Love talking to the coaches.
Feel pretty good about where that team is heading. Not because of the last 3 weeks, but just in general because it does feel like they have a plan that they're sticking to, and we're going to see if it works or not. Specifically this year, Wolf. I'm looking at a story on ESPN. Quarterback questions for all 32 NFL teams. Okay.
Okay.
So Now, out of curiosity, I wonder what they even do for a team like the Chiefs. I don't even know what that question would be. You're pretty well set.
Boy, that's really good, too. Oh, what about Sam Darnold, too? What's going on with Sam, of course?
Let me see. Now you're asking all sorts of questions.
What is the question for Sam Darnold?
What happens if the Sam Darnold resurrection wasn't real? That's their question for Seattle. Well,
that is a good one question. Right there, man. That is. I see that.
I would say about 50-50 chance that it wasn't real. We'll see. We have much bigger body of work to suggest it wasn't real than that it was real. We'll see. For the Cardinals, it's not anything new, but it does drive the point home. Their question for the Cardinals, can the Kyler Murray, Marvin Harrison Jr. connection deliver on its first-round promise in year 2? And when I saw this, Wolf, I thought, okay, here's the 9 millionth person to suggest that this is a huge storyline this season. But it also got me thinking, how much is Kyler Murray's future with the Cardinals tied to his connection with Marvin Harrison Jr. this season? Because if we're really going to operate under the belief of, hey, if they don't make the playoffs this year, some stuff might be on the table. And for me, if stuff's going to be on the table, I would think the first name to be on the table would be Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Now, it depends how the season plays out. I get that. But if they miss the playoffs, I'm guessing the first name that's going to be, looked at is going to be Kyler Murray. Well, for them to make the playoffs, Kyler and Marv just getting on the same page and being one of the better passing duos in the NFL, I think would put him in the playoffs. So in a roundabout way, you could tie a lot of Kyler's future to the Cardinals to him and Marv this season.
Yeah, there's no denying that, Luke. There really isn't. There are so many things on the tactical level here where you could tie Kyler Murray, of course, and Marvin Harrison Jr. together. Basinonians, I've been talking about this literally for months. I have. And I'm not trying to say that to say, look at me. I am not. I just want you to know that I feel like I am being redundant, okay? Because I have talked about
now
this
we want to see it
so much.
Let's see it on the field.
It just how important it is to the Arizona Cardinals. Now, all of a sudden, we've got this story that is out there from ESPN. We've got this story that is out there about this very thing. How much is tied? How much of Kyler Murray? Forget about that. How much of the Arizona Cardinals' success is going to be tied to Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr.? Tons. Let's just put it that way. Tons. That's how much.
I'll take it a step further. If we're just looking at just look at the 3 major teams in town right now. Okay, so look at the Diamondbacks, Cardinals, and Suns. Okay, and this is just me personally. But I feel like the Diamondbacks, and I'm not saying this plan's going to work or isn't going to work, but I feel like the Diamondbacks have a plan, and they're going with it, and let's see how it plays out.
Yeah.
I feel like the Cardinals have a plan, and they're going with it, and let's see how it plays out. And those plans make sense to me. I don't totally understand what's going on with the Suns just yet, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But if the Cardinals don't make the playoffs this year, and the fastest way to them not making the playoffs is this connection not taking the next step, then I feel like you have to start questioning your own plan. I would much rather you have a plan and a direction and you're going with it and you see if it works. Everything kind of gets thrown up in the air if they miss the playoffs this year. And again, the fastest way for them to miss the playoffs would be Kyler and Marv not taking a step forward.
Yes. Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to evolve. He's got to. Can I just say this right now? This is just me. The onus is on Marvin Harrison Jr. The onus is on him to get better. You go back and you look at the tape last year. The onus is on him to get better with contested catches because he doesn't get a lot of separation when he runs his routes. He doesn't get a lot of separation when he runs those routes, Basin Orleans. And we have had a wide receiver here we all know very well, Larry Fitzgerald, who did the exact same thing. Didn't get a lot of separation when he runs his routes.
But he caught
everything. Just caught everything. And we'll take that. If that's who Marvin Harrison Jr. is, we'll take that all over again in spades. Even though he was from Pitt, we'll take that all over again. But he's got to catch the ball. Marvin Harrison Jr. has got to become much more aggressive. Think of a guy that has got a catch radius. Would you say a guy who's almost 6'4"? He's almost 6'4". Don't say he's 6'4".
No, I'd never say
he's
6'4".
almost
Why would I say
6'4".
that?
Just think of his arms and how long Marvin Harrison Jr. and his arms are. Would you say he's got a big catch radius? Would you say that, Jamal? He's got a massive catch radius, but he's got to be more aggressive when that ball is in the air. No. I'm not going to wait for it to come to me. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to stab him out there and stab the pig out of the air and go get it and pull it down. That ball is mine. He's got to change his mentality to believe that that ball is his and he's going to go get it when the ball is in the air.
Well, because I think a lot of people see catch radius and they think, okay, he can go above, he can go right or left, but he can also go forward. I mean, that catch radius extends forward to be able to just take the ball away from a defensive back. He's got all the pieces to do it. It's just a matter now if he does it.
It does. It gets me all jacked up. It's a change of mentality.
It would be great to see, and I know I'm comparing him to an all-time great here again, which is all that seems to have ever happened in his career, but it'd be great to see him go out and just take balls away from defenders like Randy Moss in his prime, where if the ball, he just reach in front of a defender and pull it over them. So here's Kyler Murray on Marv from earlier this week.
You can tell when a guy's more confident. You know, he just moves faster. It's not that 1 second. It's a split-second difference from thinking and making a play. You know, you're thinking out there, you're cooked. So.
And here's Drew Petzing when he was on our show this week. We asked him about Marv's rookie season, just how he evaluates it, because if you look at the numbers, they were good for a rookie. But if you look at his overall impact, it was fine for a rookie, but it's going to need to be more this year. So we asked Drew what he thinks of it.
I think you hit on the first thing. Like I was very pleased with the year he had. I mean, almost 900 yards, 8 touchdowns. He had a big impact on our offense. I thought he picked it up really well. The transition to the NFL game was strong. And then I think it's kind of the message that we sell to every player in that room is we need to get better. I need to call better plays. He needs to improve at some things. We want to have those conversations. Our goal is for all of us to hit our ceilings in whatever our roles are. So I think he's embraced that, just the way he works and the way he thinks and learns the game. So that's good. You know, that's the next step. It's, hey, you did a really good job. Let's see how we can get better. How I can use you better in the offense. How you can improve in terms of certain situations. That's kind of been the focus this offseason.
Man, I'll tell you what. Oh, it gets me a little jacked up right now, if in fact this can happen. If you could just throw the ball down the field with greater consistency to Marvin Harrison Jr., it is going to open up Pandora's box for defensive coordinators. It is. Because now on all three levels, can the Cardinals run the ball and attack the line of scrimmage? Check that box. Oh, can Trey McBride actually run a lot of short and intermediate routes over the middle of the field? Check that box. Can we actually throw the ball down the field to Marvin Harrison Jr.? A three-dimensional offense. You can run it. You can act like you're going to run it, and then you can throw it. Or you can just flat out throw it. Three-dimensional offense, they'll check all the boxes.
We come back to baseball. How badly do the Diamondbacks need a series win over the Padres this weekend? We're going to ask Jody Jackson. She'll join us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they won $500,000 for an auto accident victim, $745,000 for a trucking accident victim, and $4.5 million for a client hurt in a slip and fall accident. So if you're hurt in any kind of accident, call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 809 million, 800 800-900-900, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Did your AC unit just go kaput and now you need a new one ASAP? Christian Brothers has been servicing the Valley since 1976. They carry Train, Goodman, and Bryant units and offer 18 months interest-free financing with no prepayment penalties. They also can replace most units the same day, so no need to stay in a hotel for days waiting for some other guy to get to you. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535 or go online at cbrothers.com and let's make sure you get the right AC unit at the right price.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show.
It is gone!
Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com.
All right, Jody Jackson is joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. Talk a little D-backs baseball. Jody, we're going to refrain from asking you the 17 hockey questions I want to ask you right now after that Stanley Cup game last night. And we're going to focus on the Diamondbacks in this series coming up. First of all, how you doing?
I am doing great, guys. Yeah, it was quite a series. I know there's a lot going on. I did not pay as close attention to the hockey stuff as I should have.
Oh, you missed it. Classic.
I guess I missed out on that. But oh, look, I'm in video preview. I don't know. Oh, no wonder. Okay. I thought I can't connect the real camera.
Jody. All right, we see her.
I have the real camera connected, but I can't actually connect it. So anyway, yeah, no, great series for the D-back. Like that Mariners series was really incredible. If you think about it, it was really, really good. The offense, this is a special offensive team. I mean, Eugenio Suarez has 5 grand slams over the last 2 seasons, and this season is just not even, halfway through. So I was trying to think of 2 is the last time I saw 2 grand slams in a series. And I know that's not like, crazy unique, but, Naylor hit the 1 to win the game in the first game, and then Gino. So, it was great to see that. But more than that, even, I guess, for the team, because we already know that about this team. We know those things about the offense, is the pitching. The pitching was a lot better. And despite all the injuries they've had and kind of all the heartbreak there, I think that they have some guys if they're, like Eduardo Rodriguez was terrific. So I think that if he can continue some of the things that he did and Ryan Nelson tonight will get back to some of the things that we know that he can do that he wasn't doing in Cincinnati, which was a really weird start for him, walking guys, things that are not characteristic of him. I think they're going to be just fine.
Jody, can I ask you, how many Emmys have you won? As we're looking at you on the video, like, you've got him in the back, man. I'm like, how much? Wow. You've won a lot of them.
I've won 6, and I think there's 3 on there.
Wolf forgot his today, so
That
that's
was
why he's
awesome.
asking. He was going to bring
Yeah,
in
how
all
many
his.
do you have? Wolf, come on, you
no
must
way,
have some
no
Emmys.
way,
Wolf, come
man.
on.
Like,
We got to get you like a little
Anyways.
shelf behind you there with Emmys.
So, Jody, how big is this series? Is this a big? Are you willing to say this is a big series? I know Mike Hazen is laughing at me right now, but do you think this is a big series?
He might not be laughing now.
I really think it is. I mean, it is a big series because, you haven't seen them since last season. And we, gosh, I didn't even really think about that until about an hour ago, the way that everything ended last year and the Padres, really causing the Diamondbacks and the D-backs poor play against the Padres, causing them to have to wait on that Mets-Braves doubleheader, and just a bad memory there. But I mean, it's a new year. The Padres come in and, what's their record is like 38-28. D-backs are 34-34. D-backs are 4.5 back of a wild card right now. And, the Giants are even ahead of the Padres. So all of these games in the division are huge, but it's a chance to prove. Now you've played some good teams and you've beaten them. I mean, but you've played some teams that are kind of reeling when you met them. So the Padres are not in that category, but look, this is just, they just have to go out and continue to play the type of baseball that they did. But yeah, it's right now I was looking, Fernando Tatis is kind of struggling right now at the plate, but he's been always great against the Diamondbacks. And so that's a guy that you want to continue to hold down. You know what kind of talent they have on that team. And it's a chance to measure up against that team, a team that hopefully in a couple of months, crazier things have happened. Maybe the script is flipped there with these two teams in the standings.
We're talking to Jody Jackson. Jody, what do you make of this team's bounce back ability where Corbin Burns goes down and they sweep the Braves and Justin Martinez goes down and they sweep the Mariners? But then mixed in there, they get swept by the Reds. It's really hard to get a read on this team that on some nights looks like they should be much better than a 500 team, and other nights looks like they should be way below 500, and maybe that's why they're exactly 500.
Yeah, it's the inconsistency there. And, being in Cincinnati, that whole series was just, it was so strange and rough, and you had the rain, and then you had to come back the next day, play a couple innings. It came down to a play that, wasn't made, and, but it also came down to not executing that offense that you have, earlier in that pickup in the 7th inning that morning, Saturday morning. I'm getting all my days confused. But yeah, that was disheartening to get swept. But the fact that you can come back and kind of just kick a team when they're down, like with Seattle, and really, have a little bit of what I called the other day, a killer instinct. And so, the injuries are going to happen in this game. You certainly didn't expect it. You certainly find it, everyone's going to find it challenging to pick up where, when you don't have Corbin Burns for a long time now, having the surgery, he had it on Wednesday, and Justin Martinez may be out for a long time as well. But these guys know that they have to keep going. That's the nature of this game. We've seen it time and time again. Team again have had to deal with it. And I think that's why, I think the biggest thing is if the current group, that's the problem though, is the current group, you don't know who might have something injury-wise the rest of the way, but they have had the other guys come up. You had 3 guys come up the other day. And in the starting rotation, you kind of have who you had before you signed Corbin Burns. So it is difficult, but I think they feel like the guys that are there in that clubhouse can get it done.
Jody, Ryan Nelson, what are your expectations for Ryan?
Well, again, like coming out and having the issue with the walks, and I'm not sure if, what was going on in Cincinnati. I think the hitters were trying to hit homers maybe a little too much with the smaller stadium, and maybe that was spooking pitchers as well. I'm not sure. But Ryan, when Ryan is on the attack, when he's got the fastball, the cutter, the breaking ball that's working, I mean, we've seen him be dominant. So I'm looking for him to just bounce back in a big way, much like Brandon Pfaadt. I thought that was a pretty good outing from Brandon Pfaadt the other day as well. So there's no question in my mind he can do it. I think that he's just got to get back to the basics. And, so much of this game is mental, and attack those Padres hitters. I mean, he's faced this Padres team before. And I see no reason why if the team doesn't play a complete game that he can't come out with a solid outing tonight.
Jody, as far as the Padres, I mean, you mentioned their record, and it is really good. It's not like they score a ton of runs this season, and they've kind of been winning by not giving up a ton of runs, but they've had injuries to their pitching staff too. It's not as bad as the Diamondbacks because these guys aren't going down and potentially being out for 12 months, but they don't have Michael King or Yu Darvish or Musgrove. Like they're missing some guys. So how are they winning like this?
Well, it's funny. Before that Dodgers series, it was a lot of 2-1. I was kind of tuning into some of the things some of their games, and it was 4-3, 2-1, and really masterful pitching performances. And Nick Pavetta's having a really good year. I think he, in some way, his numbers are a lot better than they were in the American League. And then, for tonight, let's just take Stephen Kolek, though. The guys they've had filling in are doing well. Kolek has a 15 2/3 inning scoreless streak coming into this. He had 5 2/3 scoreless against the Giants, and then again against the Brewers. There were some walks mixed in there. So, this offense is always a good bet for me to wear down pitchers, no matter how good they are. And if they walk guys, I mean, they saw in Brian Wu the other day, he doesn't walk guys, and they were having trouble with him. But if you're going to if a guy has any tendency to give up base runners via the walk or something like that, I mean, this team smells blood in the water on that. I feel like they do such a great job, 1 through 9, maybe best in the league for my money of guys just putting up good at-bats. But I think they're doing it with the little things. They play really solid baseball. They have guys that can slug. They did, I feel like with the Dodgers and Dbacks, the Dodgers and Padres, it always turns into, no matter how good these teams can pitch, it always kind of turns into a bit of a slugfest because of the offensive talent. And, we saw them score more runs against the Dodgers. But, of course, if you're the Diamondbacks, you don't want to always have to outslug people, but you have it in that back pocket because it is something they can do. That's for sure.
Which is nice.
Yeah, it's good to be able to get that going for them. Jody, thank you so much.
Thank
We'll talk to you again next week.
All right, guys. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too. That's Jody Jackson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line ahead of this Diamondbacks-Padres series. When we come back, Wolf, we get to get angry again. Which trade scenarios for Kevin Durant do we like the most or the least? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Leading off with Jody Jackson on the Wolf and Luke Show. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. Your home for everything Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First pitch, Mastroboni swings, grounds it to Perdomo. He's going to step on second for one, and the throw to first in time. Inning-ending 6-3 double play. And just as quickly as the Mariners build a rally, it comes to an end.
Dbacks Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of Dbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Imagine finding your dream home and then just moving in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first. None of that. You just get going. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later. It's really the best way to do it. It's a lot less stressful if you can do it this way. So here's how it's going to work. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves, no extra complications. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades, and once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar, which is obviously still a big part of this. You want to get top dollar for your old home. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, then sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your old home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, Gambo here with Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, how do tariffs impact an investor's strategy?
Well, tariffs can affect their investment strategies, but that's once they're implemented. Right now, what we're dealing with is the fear of possible tariffs and the volatility that's following.
So how do you help clients navigate that if they've got that fear?
Well, number one, they just need to stay the course and make sure that they're properly diversified, and most importantly, that they're invested at the right risk level for them.
Are there specific strategies that you use?
Well, absolutely. And a lot of it is hand-holding, making sure that they don't panic. Everyone knows you're supposed to buy low and sell high. Oftentimes, people do just the opposite.
So staying informed and adaptable would be the key.
100%.
Is your portfolio diversification in line with your personal risk tolerance? Go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review or call 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the D-backs against San Diego's Stephen Kolek. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to the game over on ESPN 620. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Kevin Durant get traded over the weekend? If so, we'll have immediate reaction Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Just think of where we are right now. If you're a basketball fan in the Valley, and that look ahead right there by Dan Bickley, which is spot on. We're talking about when the Phoenix Suns are going to trade Kevin Durant away.
Yeah.
Like if you are a Suns fan that's been a Suns fan certainly all your life, really, if you've just been a Suns fan for more than like 5 years, you know how much you would have loved to be trying to trade for a player like Kevin Durant back during the 2010s for sure. And now we're at a point where it's not, it doesn't feel like an if, it's just a matter of when. In fact, I'll play this cut from Gambo from yesterday afternoon again.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
Now,
there's a lot of stuff out there. Some of it's accurate. A lot of it is not accurate. But I do expect that look, we've said it all along. He's going to be traded by the draft. Outside shot, something happens sooner, but I'm going to say that next week, my expectations are Kevin Durant is traded.
There it is. By the draft. June 25th is the draft. And that is a push point. We talked about this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
It is a push point right there, and I would use that push point. I would. These teams know it. They understand. The only exception I would have to that, Base and Ernie, is that I would use the NBA draft as a push point, is if you've got Brian Gregory and the Phoenix Suns looking at every other team that is out there that is interested in Kevin Durant, and they're saying right now, you better bring us your best offer right now, or we're done. If you come at us with some kind of little stupid offer thinking you're going to get a mid-round pick in the first round, that's what you're going to get for. Get out, okay? Get out, because we're not going to handle that. We want your best offer. If they're saying that, that changes the negotiation to me. And maybe you don't need the push point as much.
Yeah, if the whatever.
But typically that's not how it works.
No, and whatever this seemingly sense of urgency there is from the Suns to get rid of Durant as quickly as possible. I mean, that's the way it's looking right now. Oh, we're going to make a trade by next week. Oh, if I'm the Rockets, I'm like, all right, I'll make you my garbage offer on Wednesday of next week, and you've already painted yourself into that corner. You're going to make that trade and they don't have to. But if that's the way they're thinking internally, then yeah, I'm gonna make them a garbage offer if I'm the Rockets or the Spurs or whoever. You're right. There are two scenarios to me where this like almost, I don't want to say panic but that's the way it's looking. Like, we have to get this done. That only makes sense if you are telling teams like, don't waste our time. There's 6-7 teams we're talking to. Don't waste our time with these garbage offers, and we're going to have to go back and forth while I'm trying to talk to these other teams. Or if the logic is, let's get a deal done before Giannis potentially becomes available. That's the other X factor here, because it feels like every other day Giannis's camp is like, well, he doesn't want to leave Milwaukee. Well, he might want to leave Milwaukee. Well, he doesn't want to. If you're going to try and capitalize on that uncertainty right now as the Suns and say, hey, you can wait on Giannis, who may or may not ever even be available, or you can get Kevin Durant right now, then that, I can get behind that strategy. Here's Shams from the Pat McAfee show earlier today.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Giannis-Kevin Durant intermingling trade going on. You said a week. I think it could be even sooner than that. What? I think there's some motivation with some teams, potentially even sooner than 7 days. Maybe in the next few days we could get some Kevin Durant trade action. There is some serious traction on conversations, on trade scenarios with the Suns. They've had about 6 to 8 teams reach out. There's been interest. There's been some offers. There's been some negotiations. But really in the last 24, 48 hours, I'm told the focus of the Suns conversation has been on a few of the teams. And here they are. The Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm told those are the 3 teams right now where a lot of the focus for Durant lies.
And how about this, Wolf? This is Kevin O'Connor from the KOC show Wednesday.
I just don't think Minnesota's got the ammo for it. I just don't think they can get there with what Phoenix could likely get in return for KD, because I don't think this is going to just be cheap. I don't think it's going to be cheap. And the thing that people often don't talk about, and Shams had this in his piece, he said there have been wild card suitors that have made inquiries for Kevin Durant. Mm-hmm. That's interesting for a handful of reasons.
Yes. Mm-hmm. See, when he says he doesn't think it's going to be cheap, he's talking about the price for KD, right?
Yeah.
Yes. I know. That is what I'm thinking about as well. And it's one of the reasons why that push point I keep talking about is really, really important, because I think it's going to be a situation that it's going to force teams, come with your best offer. Come with your best offer, man, or get out.
And that's why so many people are going to, it's really going to be the first fair way to judge Brian Gregory as a GM. Like, we could all sit here and say, I can't believe you hired Jordan Ott. Yeah, but Jordan Ott hasn't coached yet. What if he ends up being a great coach? You know what I mean? But the reality is a just whatever league average experienced GM would get a decent return for Kevin Durant. You're not going to get the haul that you gave up a couple years ago, but he would get a decent return. So that's kind of, I know that's vague because, what defines a decent return?
Yes.
But I think we're all going to know when the trade happens. There's going to be I'm sure some debate back and forth. But if it's a trade where we're like, yeah, I kind of get behind this. Okay, maybe they could have gotten more, but it also makes sense they did this. Well, that's probably what most GMs would have gotten for Kevin Durant. But if it's this trade where we're all just like staring at each other in shock and the rest of the league is laughing at the Suns, well, that's a problem because you can't do it over. Like once you trade KD, he's gone. Here's more from KOC talking about those wild card teams specifically.
Kevin Durant may have his list, and that list may matter to an extent. Because he could easily come out and say, I don't want to go to Golden State. That's what happened at the deadline, and the Golden State Warriors instead went for Jimmy Butler. But the Warriors had a backup plan. Like they had the option to go get Jimmy Butler. They had something else they could do. They could have also just said, screw it, we're trading for you anyway, whether you want to be here or not. Well, that's what these wild card suitors can do. They can trade for KD and make an over-the-top offer and outbid what Minnesota could put out there with the Knicks or the Heat, what those teams could offer. And so that's where I'm pretty obsessed with who are the teams that are actually going to step up out of nowhere and trade for Kevin Durant.
Yeah. One of those teams is Toronto, apparently.
Oh.
So
okay.
Have
we heard any insight?
Arizona sports.
Dude, if this is a KD trade, this is amazing timing.
Not a KD trade.
Oh, okay.
Torey Lovello was on MLB Network today, and he said that Justin Martinez needs Tommy John surgery.
Oh, there you go.
Well, now I don't really care where KD gets traded because my day is ruined.
But we knew that was probably the case.
Yeah, but my day wasn't officially ruined until now. All right, we're just going to go to break. I'll talk about this later. Well, we may as well get into that. Let's get into the ramifications of Justin Martinez. Now, officially, can we say officially then, Rick? I guess if Torey just said that, we can officially say he needs Tommy John too. So that's great. Now you've lost your closer and your number one starter to Tommy John in the span of 8 days. Awesome. All right, we'll react to that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information right now. Summer is calling, right? It's here. Are you ready to answer with a brand new pool? You've been looking out in your backyard and you're thinking, man, a pool would go really well right there, and summer's here. Well, you know what? You still can get the job done with temps already rising. The best time to start building a pool is actually right now. At Presidential Pools and Spas, they're known for the fastest build times in Arizona. Start today and be splashing, grilling, and relaxing this summer. You can still get it in, but the clock is ticking. There's no doubt about that. And free interior finish upgrade to Pebble Essence, an enhanced pebble sheen finish with smooth glass beads for extra color radiance, free landscape lighting packages with path lights and up lights as well, while supplies last. Now is the time to get it done. Go to presidentialpools.com. That's presidentialpools.com.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Hey, it's Gambo. How important is it for the D-backs to set the tone against the Padres tonight? We'll chat with the skipper, Torey Lovello, at 2:30 on the Burns and Gambo Show.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday, actually. Doesn't feel like it right now. We're getting you this audio of Torey Lovello because it's kind of unclear based on what I'm saying that he didn't say he is definitely out. He said he could be out, which we already knew he could be out.
Right.
So that's not really breaking news that he could be out.
Yes.
So we're going to get you the audio in just a second and play that. I mean, it doesn't. We'll have to hear the audio.
Yeah, right.
Obviously, you and I can't hear the audio while we're doing the show. All right, here's Torey Lovello on MLB Network Radio today, and this is what he said. We can react to this.
The concern is high. I gave the diagnosis that it's a UCL sprain. He's going to seek a second opinion, and he's going to be lost for an extended period of time. It could be 13 months, it could be 12 months, but it's something that's looking right now that's going to be very, very substantial, and it's very unfortunate. He's already had a UCL reconstruction, and based on that type of procedure he had. Those last between 3 and 5 years. He's a high intensity guy, so he's right in the bucket of it having to be redone. So he just wants to get a second opinion to make sure that everything that we're seeing and he's seeing right now presently is valid. So it's a tremendous loss to the Diamondbacks, not just because he's a great pitcher, he's just a great young man.
Oh, okay. So he could be lost. That's the news. I think we all. It's
basically where we were like an hour ago.
We were, exactly right.
That's not an announcement that he's getting Tommy John.
Yes,
but it doesn't sound good.
No, it does not.
And it basically sounds like the first opinion he got, he didn't like, and that's why he's getting the second opinion. And for Torey to say that timeline, again, that's not official, but I mean. This is brutal, man. Like, we were talking with Jody about this a little bit earlier in the show with the Padres. The Padres have a lot of injuries to their pitchers. They do. into key pitchers, Michael King and Yu Darvish and guys that are good. But they're baseball. Like, they're just typical, hey, this guy's he's going to miss a couple weeks. That's rough. Oh, this guy might miss a month or two. That's rough. The Diamondbacks injuries are Corbin Burns is out 12-ish months. And Justin Martinez, again, he isn't out for that long yet. But Torrey didn't sound real optimistic right there, and he might be out for 12. That's going in deep into next season.
Yeah, once again, this is just me because I want to prepare my brain. Hey, listen, if somehow, some way, J. Mart doesn't need Tommy John,
that'd be great.
Yeah, baby.
In fact, we're due some good news with this team.
I'll come on the air and I'll say I'm so sorry that I just was being such a downer. But for me, I'm preparing my own mind and the Wolfley compound, those brains walking around the mind. Okay, we're just sitting there and we're saying to ourselves, he's done. Okay, I think all the evidence shows that he's done. Again, I'm not reporting that. I'm just taking what everyone else is saying, and to me, he's done. The 15-day IL as well is very interesting because they did the same thing with Corbin Burns. That's what they did.
Yeah.
And I think this is going to be the new way of doing this, by the way.
You're hoping.
Because it takes time to actually get the verification that it is Tommy John that you need.
Now, I mean, you're hoping, and I guess you're still holding out hope that this goes more down the A.J. Puck path, where everybody just assumed elbow, he's done, Tommy John. And then it he got a second and a third opinion, and he is not having Tommy John surgery. But it's not like he's suddenly pitching. I mean, he's been out for most of the season, and he's not like coming back tomorrow, A.J. Puck. But that's still a much better scenario than out for 12 or 13 months, as Torrey just said, is possible here with Justin Martinez. I'll go back to what I said on Tuesday, Wolf. J. Mart, to me, is one of the most entertaining pitchers in baseball. So I don't know which one hurts them more. Probably, if you have to play this game, not having Corbin Burns hurts you more, I guess. But, dude, J. Mart just makes these games fun.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how many hits can the Diamondbacks and the fan base take where it's one thing if your team is just underachieving. It's another thing when all your best players are done for a season and a half.
Yeah, and yet at the same time, can I tell you, that can breed some desperation inside that clubhouse.
It seems like it has.
It can, and we've talked about this, but it definitely does. When you start suffering injuries, it's not a good thing, base earnings. Trust me on this one. I'm not trying to say, okay, this is great. You get your guys hurt, and then suddenly it makes you better as a team.
Well, they should be undefeated now.
That is not what I'm saying. But I am saying that it does put a burr under your butt, so to speak, because it is definition, and it tells you, oh, okay, this is great. The entire world is burning. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to do something about it? Are you going to fight, or are you going to lay down? It forces you. It forces you as an individual. It forces you as a man. It forces you as a player to actually make a decision. What are you going to do? Are you doing everything you can do to help us win games? Because right now we don't have KD, if you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
We don't have that.
You have no safety net. You can't go into these games now thinking, yeah, but we're just better than the other team.
Exactly right. You don't. This is you. You have to go win games now. I think the Diamondbacks right now, with their pitching staff being what it is, with all of the injuries, the bullpen in particular, I think the Diamondbacks have to adopt a mentality of saying we have to score 10 runs every night.
Yeah. You're not going to be able to replace a guy who just comes in and throws 102. And has the stuff that Justin Martinez has. Like, you're not going to be able to go out and get a guy like that at the trade deadline. You're not. But you might be able to go get a closer at the trade deadline. If you're still in this in a month or whatever, if you're still in it, I would say at the All-Star break, which is like mid-July. It's basically a month from today. You can go get a closer. Now, either way, you lost a huge piece, and you still don't have A.J. Puck. So you've lost two huge pieces from your bullpen, and the rest of your bullpen is not consistently good other than Shelby Miller right now. But there is at least a path. There's no way to replace Corbin Burns outwardly. Your starting pitchers that you already have are going to have to make up for that as best they can, which brings us to this conversation for this weekend, Wolf. Ryan Nelson tonight, Zach Gallen tonight, or tomorrow, two pitchers tonight. Zach Gallen tomorrow and Merrill Kelly on Sunday. I have the most confidence in Merrill right now. I guess the real question is who of those three needs a strong performance the most right now?
Yeah, for me as well, I'm thinking of the human being that happens to be a player in the trade deadline, which looms, of course, in the fact that the Arizona Diamondbacks have underachieved. And anytime you have a team that underachieves, you're looking at being a seller at some point of time. And I'm wondering how that impacts a guy, a brain like Zach Gallen. How does that impact you? Even Merrill Kelly, what kind of offers do you think could come in on Merrill Kelly?
I'm not open to those offers. My phone is off.
I just think of all the Eugenio Suarez.
Yeah, they've got quite a few guys.
Eugenio's having an incredible year.
Yeah.
Eugenio Suarez. How many phone calls do you think Mike Hazen might actually get on him?
We're going to get to that in a little bit because Hazen acknowledged in a story, I think it was on MLB.com, that he's already getting calls. And when you think about who the Diamondbacks have that aren't signed past this season, like some of the caliber of players, go ahead and throw Josh Naylor in there too.
Josh Naylor.
It's inevitable you're going to get calls, and that's why this next month is so pivotal. And that's why you just – the next month is so pivotal because if they're still in it, they're not going to be selling those guys off. They're going to be looking to add. If they're not still in it in a month, then some of those guys are probably going to be gone. And a guy like Josh Naylor, I want here long term. So that's why this next month is so pivotal. And again, I'll just keep going back to it. There's nothing you can do to change it. I would at least like to see if the Diamondbacks are entering a month like this, them at relative full strength. And if they can't do it, then fine, tear the team apart.
Yeah.
But it's really hard to judge it big picture if they don't have their number one starter or either of their closers, among other guys, but especially those guys, because it sounds like at least Corbin Burns is probably out 12 months. And that audio right there from Torey Lovello suggests Justin Martinez could end up in a similar situation. He's not there yet, but he could.
Second, Tommy John. Can you imagine?
Dude, he's 23 years old. Like, this is...
Gosh.
It is the biggest problem in baseball right now. And I'm not just saying that because it's happening to the Diamondbacks.
Yep.
Like, you're losing some of your most exciting players to this consistently across the league. All right, when we come back, how much could this revamped defensive line help the Cardinals right away this season? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. When you do go to movingteam6.com, you're going to see that Moving Team 6 is owned by Tim Lee. That's right, Tim Lee and the Lee family. He started the company all the way back in 2012 with his sons, Garrett and JT. Run the business right here. It's a family-run business, and I love it because of that, Basinonians. Summer's here. You don't want to move yourself. Whether it's a local move, a long-distance move, commercial, residential, these guys are the professionals. They offer packing services as well, which I think is key. Just walk into your closet, walk into the kitchen, look around. They'll pack everything up for you and do it professionally. They're honest, trustworthy, and experienced, and they will give you a free home estimate as well. All you need to do is call Moving Team 6, or you go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Insurance companies often have a basic strategy: delay, deny, defend. Some try to grind you down, but they have another tremendous weapon, a software called Colossus. They know which attorneys are great and which are not so great. They know who is likely to take the last offer and who will take them by their scalp, kicking and screaming to trial. They know that they have to pay some firms early and fairly. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. The insurance companies have done their homework. Before you hire a lawyer for your injury case, do yours. Visit forthepeople.com and see our settlements and verdicts for cases like yours. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason. When you hire the wrong firm, you may be beat before you start. All law firms are not the same. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive so you can stop worrying about them and invent new things to worry about, like snakes in your bedroom. Sure, that sounds incredibly irrational, but now that we've mentioned it, you are a little worried. The odds of one snake, let alone snakes plural, are so slim. But you might want to check. Oh, you're not near your bedroom. Guess you'll just have to sit there and worry about it. So let Progressive protect your home and auto, because you've got enough to worry about. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the D-backs against San Diego's Steven Kolek. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
It kills me not to know this, but I've all but just forgotten.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, welcome back. It's Wolf and Luke on a Friday morning. Wolf, you had this in your email. I think it was ESPN that did this. Now I don't even know. One reason for optimism for every team ahead of the 2025 NFL season, and their reason for the Cardinals was the revamped defensive line, which I don't think is a shock, but it's a nice reminder that this defensive line is very revamped heading into 2025.
It's so cool. It really is, for so many different reasons. This was a perceived weakness, I would say, last year. Now, I don't think it really turned out to be the weakness that we all thought it was. They had a bunch of guys. Roy Lopez was a guy I absolutely loved. Went out there and balled. Just balled. They had a bunch of guys that were fighting their butt off in the trenches. And yet at the same time, over the course of a season, it wore them down. There's no doubt about that. And they addressed the defensive line. And we at the Wu Fang clan, we love this, Basinonians, because the line of scrimmage has become so much better for the Arizona Cardinals on the defensive side of the ball, and you just don't know how important that is. Maybe you do, but to me, it's life in the game of football. You have to be able to stuff the other team and stop the other team from running the ball. You have to be able to do that. And now I think the Cardinals are going to be able to do it. And it excites me because they can play an awful lot of guys too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the story is Pro Football Focus because you had in your email with some of the other teams like the Rams is a potentially lethal passing attack. I'm looking at some of the other teams from the NFC West.
Tell you.
San Francisco,
Devontae Adams with the Rams. Matthew Stafford can still swing. He can sling that thing, man.
That's a pretty well-balanced team, too. San Francisco, they have returned to good health. The Seahawks, they have Clint Kubiak. But going back to the Cardinals, I agree with you. The defensive line last year didn't end up being nearly as bad as a lot of people thought it would be. But then it also got decimated by injuries, too.
Yeah.
But where it is right now, this could be a strength, not just in the sense of like, oh, it's better than it was last year. Like this could be a strength up there with some of the better defensive lines in the entire NFL. And what's great about football, Wolf, is, even though there's a rookie mixed in there with Walter Nolan, in football, it's not like, hey, they revamped their defensive line and in a couple years it could really pay off. It could pay off in week one against the Saints. Like and honestly, if it's going to pay off, it's going to pay off right away. So we're going to get an answer to that pretty quick.
I wonder how many reps each guy is going to get. I really do. How many guys are they going to dress for games? They could have a defensive line where, oh, you know what, this team runs the ball really, really well. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start, Calais Campbell, Dalvin Tomlinson, and Bilal Nichols. We're going to start those three guys, right?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm throwing names out. Well, you know what, this team loves to throw the ball. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to start Walter Nolan. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start him and LJ Collier, as a matter of fact. And, you've got options. Yeah. The Cardinals have options. What I love about this, base earnings, more than anything else, is you can keep all of these defensive linemen really, really fresh. You can keep them fresh in a game because of their reps, and you can have them just compete for those reps, of course. You can keep them fresh in a game, and you can keep them fresh over the course of a season because of that.
Yeah.
I love that.
It's the best you can do to try to – you're never going to be immune to injury, but the best way you can do it is to have such a deep rotation, again, like the Eagles did a couple years ago. Like the Eagles still do, but like the Eagles did a couple years ago when Jonathan Gannon and Nick Rallis were there, where if you lose a guy, because you're going to lose a guy for a couple weeks over the course of the season, you hope you have better injury luck than not, but you're still going to lose some guys for a week or two here or there, or they're going to be playing really banged up and they're not going to be as good, but you just can rotate guys through, keep them fresh, and you have guys if somebody does have to miss a game. We talked to Nick Rallis yesterday out at Cardinals minicamp, Wolf, and he talked about putting players in positions to be successful.
On what are we good at collectively, but also what are certain individuals good at and how do we put them in those positions? And sometimes you go through complexity to find some simple answers. And it might be some simple answers on how to just let guys go out there and play and make plays.
Sounds like he's been a coach in this league for like 40 years.
Yeah, you go through complexity right there. And I'm just, I forgot to ask him this, and this is driving me crazy. Darius Robinson, how many reps could you see him get at edge? At edge.
Yeah.
Why did I ask him? Why did I not ask him
Nick
that?
Rallis, and when he answers a question, you're like, oh, I've got this brings up 7 more questions I want to ask you.
Yes, Darius Robinson. There's a guy right there. Could you see, Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson and LJ Collier, these guys that are very, very quick and guys that are strong but very quick off the ball. Could you see them actually covering up a center and 2 guards? Yes, I could see that. But what about Darius Robinson out on the edge? How many reps is he going to get out there? This is going to be something I can't wait to see, because Darius Robinson could be the key to the defensive line and how they distribute reps. We'll see.
You did get to ask him if it's possible to have too much talent on defense. Here was his answer.
No, I think the most important thing, though, is when you do have talent of how do we play together as a unit really well. Not just a bunch of group of a bunch of individuals that are talented, but a defense that's talented and plays together. So, and we got the guys in terms of the character piece to do that.
See, there it is, man. Talk about it all the time, but it is the truth right there. It's talent. You have to have the talent. You do. That is great. It is great to have talent, but you have to have toughness as well. And if you have talent and toughness and you put it together, especially when you're talking about on the defensive line, man, it dictates everything. Your secondary gets better because you're able to actually generate pressure on the opposing quarterback. And I'm talking about generating pressure even before you snap the ball. Even before the ball is snapped, where suddenly you can get into, if you're a team that generates pressure on a regular basis, you can get into a quarterback's head. Do you know that, Luke?
Mm-hmm.
You can get into his head. Because
we've seen it a billion times.
All the time. When you've got a team that knows how to get to the cue, boom, that quarterback knows it too. And man, he's getting back there and he's making decisions, maybe rash decisions, because he expects and anticipates pressure. Expects and anticipates to get knocked on his face. And because of that, throws the ball sooner, makes a read quicker. And maybe that's going to hurt him ultimately.
More from Nick Rallis when we talked to him yesterday, because one of the things I think a lot of people are encouraged by is this defense did get by last year, and defense wasn't a weakness last year. It was, I think in a lot of people's minds, it was going to be before the season. It wasn't. Then they had a bunch of injuries. It still really wasn't a weakness. It wasn't like elite, but it wasn't a weakness. So we asked Nick Rallis if he can take anything that they used last year and apply it now this year with more talent.
That's going to be very situationally based. That first, second down, what was good for us? What could we improve on and still have in the bag? And what do we not need anymore?
Yeah.
So you're taking into account multiple things when you ask that question. It's your people, number one, right? So that's the adaptability piece. Like, what do they do well? Let's put them in those positions. Two is how our offense is changing. And what do we need to defend? Like, I'm always like, what is going to happen this year where it's week 6 and we're like, what is this? You know what I'm saying? Because it's out there. It's coming. And if you can get ahead of it, that's really good, because now you're able to lay a foundation in the offseason during training camp of how you defend formations, motions, play types, route concepts, all of that. So that's where that's the other element of what you need to change year in and year out, no matter what your roster looks like.
Yeah.
I speak this dude's language.
That's the scary thing about Nick Rallis, man. Like, you kind of forget it. He's getting better.
Yes.
This is a guy that's I don't want to say new to this, because that's not fair, because he's not new to it. Obviously, look at his track record. But it's not like he's been doing this for 30, 40 years. He's so young. He hasn't even been around for that long. All right, we come back. A little college football. How much could Kenny Dillingham shadowing Jonathan Gannon help the Sun Devils this season? We'll explain next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
New Suns head coach Jordan Ott talks about banking on book.
He has seen success, so he has a vision for what it looks like. I have seen other ways to do it, and collaborating at each step of the way and building it out is very, very, very unique and very exciting.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach, with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side, and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports Hour.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information right now. Listen, I've got 2 things for you. I've been talking about it for quite a while right now, but employee pricing. Employee pricing, that's right. What Ford employees pay for a car, you're going to pay for a car. They get discounts on that, and so will you right now. Employee pricing has been going on at Santan Ford, and now it's been extended at Santan Ford, and the selection is there. You head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, and you're going to see inventory that is absolutely packed. You're going to see 1,400 new vehicles on the ground, all the models, all the trim levels, different options for you, of course, and every color under the sun. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford right now. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing, call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
Summer is a great time to get a new Toyota. Choose from best-selling models like Camry, Corolla, RAV4, Highlander, Tundra, Tacoma, and more. Visit any one of the 10 Valley Toyota dealers or valleytoyotadealers.com today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Kevin Durant get traded over the weekend? If so, we'll have immediate reaction Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
I'd just like to take this moment to point out that ASU football starts in about 2.5 months, August 30th.
ASU, here we go, Kenny.
At a time when our collectively the biggest thing we're watching with the Phoenix Suns is who they're going to trade one of the greatest players in NBA history away to. That's where we are, and we don't really know what the roster looks like beyond that. And at a time where the Diamondbacks are just dealing with an absurd number of absurd injuries, it's nice to have both pro and college football to realistically look forward to this season, Wolf, as more than just, hey, football's here. Like you've got two teams that can do some serious damage. ASU did do some serious damage last year.
Yeah, you're talking about a team that was in the college football playoffs. Ron Wolfley reporting. Got to buy, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much.
My source
should have been in the Final Four.
That is not going to happen. Once again, we all understand that, but they've earned this right based on the fact they proved it. Do you know how much I love that? That is what every professional, that's what every athlete, I don't care what level you're playing, it's what every athlete is trying to do. Prove it.
It's not.
And they did.
It's not inconceivable they could be back in the college football playoff again this year. But, obviously there's a lot of moving parts in any sport, and especially in college football, because it's not only like ASU is an anomaly in the sense that they basically get to keep their team together.
I know.
But you don't have Cam Scadaboo. True. You don't have Shamari Simmons either, but he was taken away from you in the playoffs by the officials before that. But you don't have Cam Scadaboo. But the problem is all these other teams could be getting better or worse around.
Shot over the ball.
Well, look, targeting only applies half the time, apparently. Here's Kenny Dillingham, who went to Cardinals OTAs. He talked about that earlier this week.
Yeah, it was fun. I like giving the opportunity for the younger guys or even some of the veterans to go out if they want to steal something from a position drill. For me, I'm trying to steal some organizational stuff. Right? Do they do a really cool special teams drill? Do they do a cool team drill? I mean, they do a unique way of practice tempos. That's cool. So for me, it's what can I learn? Go there, watch, listen. Don't really say much because I'm not going there to talk. Right? That doesn't do anything for me. I'm going there to learn. Right? So that's the value. So just go there and try to learn something that we could take back, which we did learn a few things. I'm not going to share it because they're giving us behind-the-scenes access, so I don't want to leak kind of their stuff.
Oh, that is so cool right there. Humility is a wonderful master, Basinonians, and the reason why I say that is because it allows you to learn, to put yourself in a situation like Kenny was just talking about, to go there and actually learn. There's not a lot of Basinonians, there's not a lot of college football head coaches that would come forward and just say, yeah, we came here to learn. That's what we're doing. What are you talking about? You're playing you're coaching at the highest level of college football. Is it really that different from the NFL to college? There's a lot of different things about how you prepare a human being to play at the NFL level than how you prepare him to play at the college level. Yeah, and that's what he's talking about.
It is funny you say that, and this is why this is one of the great qualities that ASU has going for them right now with football. I don't often hear like Brian Kelly be like, hey, I could go be a better coach, and here's how I'm going to go try and do it. And he may internally try to do that, sure, but that's just not something that is ever out there. And this is a pretty good resource if you're Kenny Dillingham. Well, let's see, who can I go learn from? How about I go to an NFL team and see what they do, see what kind of drills they run, and see how they run their players?
Yeah, it's just, it's all about the perception of your organization. You want what? You want recruits to possibly think you don't know it all? No, see, Kenny is honest. This is the one thing I love about him. He's honest and he's also humble right now, knowing that he's still a young guy, a work in development. He never forgets that. It's one of the reasons why I think his players react to him and respond to him the way that he does. At the college level, Basinonians, you have to reach the player. You have to reach him. The NFL level, you don't. I'm sorry. You don't have to reach me. Listen, I'm a grown man. You have to pay me, but you don't have to reach me. At the college level, you want to get the most out of a kid, you got to reach him.
And now pay him, too. But, yes, the other quality, too, that it's become very evident that Kenny Dillingham has, and I think it goes along with what you're saying right there, of the willingness to just be like, yeah, I went to an NFL OTA to learn, to pick up some stuff. He gives recruits or college players credit or respect or whatever that is, of like he doesn't go to that and think like, well, okay, a recruiter or a player on my team's going to see it as weakness. Like, he gives them the credit that they're smart enough to see it as, hey, this team just went to the college football playoff last year, and the head coach is going to use an NFL team as a resource to get better.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that, though. You got to pay him now at this level as well. Yet at the same time, how many guys did ASU lose? Rick, how many guys? Do you know how many guys they lost? How many starters they lost? Do you have
just
any
two,
idea?
Right? I think they just lost Scadaboo and Scadaboo the NFL and Shamari Simmons to graduation.
Right. So, to me, there's something about Kenny Dillingham and his ability to reach. Because I'll guarantee you this, Basinonians, it's not like ASU's paying these players more than some other team could pay him.
No.
It's not. It's a situation where he can reach these kids and make that connection. He's still doing it, and it's still important. It's not the end-all, be-all to some families that are out there. Some families are in a better situation than others. Now, listen, I'm not talking about the kids that are going to get millions of dollars.
Yeah.
That does come into play. I'm just talking about more run-of-the-mill individuals, guys that are going to be number 25 on your team, number 24 on the roster, number 20 on the – I'm not talking about your top 10 guys. I'm not talking about that. I think for a lot of these players, it still is about the money now. But to me, I look at ASU and I look at what Kenny Dillingham has done. I don't think it's about that.
Here's more from Kenny. They asked him for his thoughts on Jonathan Gannon.
You know, just getting around him, he's super intelligent. He's super deliberate, but I don't think he's overbearing. I think he lets his coaches coach. He gives his advice when he feels like it's needed, and he has he's convicted on things. And I think anytime you're convicted in what you do or what you believe in and your plan, I think that's how you become successful. And I think from the first time I met him until now, his plan has stayed the same to win. And I think when you have a plan, it's really hard to stay the course, and he has done that. So I'm fired up to watch him and his team play this year just because I have nothing but the utmost respect for him.
Convicted. There it is, convicted. You've got a plan. You've got to execute that plan. You're convicted. You believe in it. It's called culture. And that's something Kenny is filled with. And ASU as well.
Yeah,
culture.
I mean, there's so much to watch for this season. Obviously, their record, and if they can win the Big 12 again and get back to the college football playoff, if you can do that, that probably means Sam Leavitt took another step. And if Sam Leavitt takes another step, then he's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the nation. You can make a case he already was last year, honestly. So if you have that and you have a lot of returning starters in an era where most of your opponents don't have a lot of returning starters, so you have continuity and a really high-end quarterback, and I think a really good defense, you're going to be a dangerous team. There's that to watch, but there's also, what does it do beyond this upcoming season? Because ASU does have a really good thing going right now, not just because of their record last year, but because players genuinely want to play for Kenny Dillingham. Like you just said, well,
yes.
It's not like they're throwing $10 million at guys and outbidding Notre Dame.
Correct.
They're getting guys that want to come here and play and stick around.
You said that better than I did.
Nah, well, I just stole your idea.
No, that was really good.
That you also
you said that
on
much
the air.
better than I did.
It's a Friday. Coming up next, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, full of get it nowhere else content from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Listen, at Aria, I know this. They believe everyone deserves the smile that they're proud of. Go ahead. You're sitting there. You got some family pictures. Smile real nice. Well, you can do that now, of course, because Aria Dental Implant Center, they will get you the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I have had the all-on-4, and I can tell you it is a game changer, Basinonians. It can change everything personally, I would say professionally as well. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Aria is incredible. Aria Dental Implant Center, where you don't just get implants, you gain the smile you deserve and the care that you can trust. I say you go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. You tell them Wolf sent you. That's right. Go and you can actually get a free consultation. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but What I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, it's Gambo. You all know that Christian Brothers is your go-to company for all AC and plumbing needs. But did you also know they can help with any electrical issues you may have at your home? Christian Brothers offers an electrical safety inspection for just $69. This includes a panel inspection, testing all the breakers, tightening down all the wires, and much, much more. Mention me, Gambo, to get the $69 special for your electrical inspection. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535. Or online at cbrothers.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 22 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
The Arizona Diamondbacks. I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the D-backs against San Diego's Steven Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
And I'm hungry like the wolf.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, could I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, it is noon on a Friday. It is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
The Arizona Diamondbacks start a 3-game series tonight at Chase Field against the San Diego Padres. The D-backs are currently 34-34, 4.5 games back of the Padres for the final wild card spot in the National League. I know it's still relatively early in the season, but how big is this series for the Snakes?
It's big because of when it is. You know, you look at what they have before before the trade deadline, I did the math, which is really just me counting earlier, and it was they have 41 games before the trade deadline.
Okay.
They have 29 of those 41 before the All-Star break, which is a month from today. And that, to me, is really going to be a lot of what they do in the next 29 games. And 7 of those 29 games are against the Padres. And they have another 4 against the Giants.
Wow.
So anything in this stretch before the All-Star break, I mean, this is just the reality of it. They're either still going to be in it, and they will be buyers or at least stand pat. Or if they trail off, I mean, this is a series where you can get right back in it or trail off real quickly. They got players other teams want that I don't think you want to see them trade away.
Yeah, it starts with one. It really does. And the reason why I say, well, Rick, it starts with one. This is a big series to me. It is because of the trade deadline. Now, I'm not looking at the rest of the season after that. I'm looking at the trade deadline. And we all know buyers or sellers. Mike Hazen has laid it out pretty clear right now. So this is it. It's time to go. Now is the time to start winning series, especially against the Padres.
And this is one of the 2 teams, the Padres and the Giants, are the 2 teams that you can make up ground quickly or lose ground quickly. Like, these are the teams you'll play that'll give you clarity one way or the other.
Yes.
Our John Gambadoro is reporting that the Phoenix Suns are very close to trading Kevin Durant. Here's Gambo from Burns and Gambo yesterday.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week. Now, there's a lot of stuff out there. Some of it's accurate. A lot of it is not accurate. But I do expect that this, look, we've said it all along. He's going to be traded by the draft. Outside shot, something happens sooner, but I'm going to say that next week, well, my expectations are Kevin Durant is traded.
This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question up now at ArizonaSports.com, which asks, which team is your preferred trade partner for Kevin Durant? The Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, or the New York Knicks?
Yeah, I mean, this is you're projecting, which team will give you the most back, right? So I don't know. I mean,
I don't either.
Houston has been pretty adamant they don't need a Kevin Durant or a Devin Booker, but that would still be my first choice for the purposes of this question because they have the most that they can offer back. Like, Houston can offer a pick in this year's draft and another first-round pick in Jabari Smith or Jalen Green, one or the other. And Houston can still be loaded and add Kevin Durant, so it makes sense for them, and it also makes sense for the Suns. If Houston's just going to give you a pick for Kevin Durant or 2 picks, then it's not worth it, and I don't want to trade with them.
The New York Knicks, to answer your question right there. I'll take Mikal Bridges in a first-round pick. Thank you.
Well, sold then, yeah. If you can get
Just
that,
saying.
then New York's the team, yeah.
Well, the Knicks are out.
Yeah,
reportedly.
No, right. It's reportedly the Knicks are out. I'll believe that when I see it.
I think the Knicks have a whole bunch of problems right now, and Kevin Durant is the last thing on their mind. They're trying to steal everyone else's coach. So.
Well, they fired their coach a couple days after making it to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's all.
Yeah, it's very Knicks of them.
It is very Knicks of them.
All right, I'm voting Rockets because I agree with you, Luke. I think they have the best return. They lead at 37%, 28% for the Knicks. Spurs at 18%, Timberwolves at 9%, Miami Heat at 9%.
I will say this. If I could get that deal you threw out there, Wolf, Mikal Bridges in the first-round pick, then the Knicks would be my first choice.
Okay.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, stop and think about it. Okay, sorry. You don't want Kevin Durant? I'm sorry.
You don't want Kevin Durant for a guy that you don't have signed past this upcoming year and might not be able to sign?
Correct.
Mikal Bridges?
Correct.
So in a year, what are you going to tell your fans? You don't have Mikal or KD?
Yes.
We'll give you
By
KD
the way, did
right
you
now.
have difficulty scoring points, especially when it mattered the most? Yes, you did. This guy get his shot in a good shot when he's ready. Period.
Former Arizona Cardinals offensive tackle DJ Humphries signed a 1-year deal with the Rams. How do you guys feel about DJ heading to the Rams?
It's it's complicated, right? Because I want to see DJ succeed, and especially coming off that injury. Like, he's a guy, Hump's a guy you root for. He just is. But man, it'd be a lot easier to root for you if you weren't in the NFC West. This goes back to watching on draft day. just every time a team from the NFC West that wasn't the Cardinals came up on the board, and you're like, don't take Scatterboo, don't take Scatterboo, don't take Scatterboo. I was so relieved when the Giants took Scatterboo.
Yeah.
I would have been cool if DJ Humphries just went to the Giants, too. Just put him over there on the Giants, who I don't really care about.
Really? DJ Humphries, really? You're going to go to the Rams? Look, the Rams, I don't know how good DJ is going to be, but I know how good the Rams are going to be.
Yeah.
They're going to be, you take that young defense once again, that young defense, and then you pair it up with a passing attack with a veteran, Matthew Stafford. That's dangerous. DJ Humphries, I think he can still play. I think he can still help.
He's
the
healthy.
team.
Why wouldn't
He's
he be able
got to go
to?
to the Rams.
Yeah.
Hey, at least it wasn't the Seahawks.
Yeah, I guess that's slightly better.
Slightly better.
No.
Or the Niners.
Rams?
I
I
feel
think the Rams are going to be better than the Seahawks.
Yeah, but I feel like as far as like teams that Cardinals fans hate the most, the Rams are. I mean, they beat the Cardinals a lot, but I feel like people don't like the 49ers and Seahawks more.
Well, I don't care about not liking them. It's who's going to be better.
Wolf's having a moment over here. Just let
Wolf is definitely
let him
not
struggle.
He's going to put the fan hat under the desk for that answer
I
right
didn't even
there.
see the fan hat on.
His fan hat's over there. It always hangs.
It's
around.
always around, just in case.
All right, Game 4 of the NBA Finals is tonight. The Pacers lead the Thunder 2-1. So I asked you guys, and Wolf will love this question: is this a must-win for the Thunder?
No. Not when you have the talent they do. Can I just say I expect them once again to go out and win Game 4 handedly. I do. I think the Thunder are going to go, okay, all right. We know what we're in now, right? Oh, you want to go? Is that right? But you want to go? Well, okay. And just like Game 2, where the Thunder went out and dominated, I think they're going to do it again.
Yeah, I tend to – I agree with you. I mean, certainly if you're asking me to pick, I pick the Thunder in this game. It's not a must-win. If it was to make them go down 3-0, I think I would say must-win because no team's ever come back from down 3-0.
Yeah.
But teams have come back from down 3-1, and they are the type of team that would come back from down 3-1. So I don't think it's a must-win, but – if they lose tonight, they probably aren't winning the series. I mean, you got to deal with that reality if you're the Thunder, and that would be a huge missed opportunity if you don't win the title this year, because there's no guarantee you get back next year.
The best way to characterize this series, though, is when you watch the Pacers play, they're brawling.
Yeah.
They're swinging. They just don't even, they're brawling. And the Thunder, they're just fighting. Big difference.
I would expect the Pacers to brawl even more now, right? Because they're looking around saying, hey, we're 2 wins away from winning this whole
But
thing.
at some point in time, the better fighter is going to win.
Yeah, well, that you're running out of time if you're the Thunder, though. That's if I'm the Pacers.
Here it is, Game 4. It's going to define the series. That's why Game 4 is so critical. Man, you lose this thing, go down 3-1, you're in trouble.
You're in some real trouble.
Real
then,
trouble.
Then you could just have a bad night. Somebody could twist
Exactly.
an ankle. Somebody could get in
Yes.
foul trouble. Somebody could have a bad
You
shooting
win
night.
this game and it's 2-2. Here we go, Game 7.
All right, that was wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. When we come back, how different could the Arizona Diamondbacks look in like a month or two if they don't keep winning right now? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care. That's right, DISC. If you've got some back issues right now, you got to go see DISC. As a football player, I did a lot of damage to my spine. No doubt about that. The surgeons at DISC, they've helped me in the past, Dr. Chris in particular, and I give them my highest recommendation because of that. If you are battling spine or back issues, man, maybe you're just out and about trying to mow the lawn and you just can't get it done because of your back, you need to go see DISC. DISC treats all patients from the professional athletes and weekend warriors to those just trying to get their life back. DISC is the preferred orthopedic spine surgeon for professional sports teams all over the globe, Basinonians. I kid you not. People from all over the world come right here for disc. Enjoy life again. Go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900 for disc.
That pause was 2 seconds, far too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
Hi, I'm Jay Arthur, the current president of Drowning Prevention Coalition of Arizona and a retired captain with the Phoenix Fire Department. We had a devastating 2024 with 19 children under the age of 5 die in water-related incidents. It was the most in the last 10 years. The majority of these children at the time were not involved in swimming-related activity, but still made it to an unsecured body of water from inside the home in just seconds. One way to keep our children alive in 2025 is to install high, hard-to-reach approved locks and audible alarms on doors and windows that lead to the pool and spa area. It's a very inexpensive way to protect your most prized possession, your child.
KTAR News. Arizona Sports and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off of kids near water. To learn more, visit Fulton2seconds.com.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are underway. What can customers expect this June?
What's up, Dave? We're kicking off summer with some serious deals. Drive into summer in style with limited time offers on our full lineup. All month long, save $12,500 on the new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Sounds like everyone wins at Liberty GMC in Peoria or online, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Diamondbacks' pivotal series against the San Diego Padres. We start the fun at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Well, I don't know if this is necessarily the story you want to see written about your team, but there's a lot of truth to it, Wolf. There's a story on MLB.com. And the title is, Could This Team Shake Up the Trade Deadline?
Okay.
Doesn't identify the team or anything, but as you start to read into the story, you realize they're talking about the Arizona Diamondbacks being the team that could potentially alter the course of this season across Major League Baseball more than any other team. And if somebody locally wrote that, you would say, okay, yeah, you're writing it here. You're just, you have this skewed perspective because you're here. This is not somebody from here. This is MLB.com. And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, if the Diamondbacks are still in it at the trade deadline and they're buyers, then they're just going to be another contending team. But if they are not in it and they start selling, you start looking at some of the players that aren't signed past this season that other teams would be calling about. The Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Josh Naylor, Eugenio Suarez, Shelby Miller.
Wow.
Those are all players contending teams would want.
The first thing, let me just say this, Basinonians, the first thing I think of course, is the player, is the person himself inside that clubhouse because of the sport, because of the fact that I know what it's like to be out there at the highest level and things aren't going the way that you hoped they would go. I know what that looks like. I know what that feels like. And I think of Zach Gallen, of course, and Merrill Kelly. And I think of Eugenio Suarez and Josh Naylor in particular. Shelby Miller as well. I'll throw him in there. I think these guys are real possibilities to be moved. The dynamic of buying and selling at the trade deadline in the game of baseball has been around forever. Mm-hmm. Football, it's just starting to come around because of some of the recent rule changes and the NFLPA, some of the things they have done. It's just starting to come around in the NFL where the trade deadline is a buyer or a seller type deal.
Yeah.
But, man, it's been around for a long time in the game of baseball.
Yeah, baseball, I mean, this is a tradition, right? You get into it used to be, hey, if you're still in it in the last week of July, here's the conversation. And it used to be just a couple teams. Now you have the extra teams making the playoffs, so you have a lot of teams, and they acknowledge that in this story too. There really aren't many teams here on June 13th that you can look at and say, okay, they're definitely out. There's not that many Colorado Rockies out there. Sorry, Colorado, but that's the reference you are when you're 13-55, and also you beat the Dbacks, so you deserve it. But
think of the names.
I mean, those are all guys.
Come on, man.
I know you can't have them all back. I understand probably you're not going to be able to keep them all, even if you do make the playoffs. But, man, does it not just underscore how important the next month and a half is for the Diamondbacks? Because two of those names, Josh Naylor and Merrill Kelly, you need to find a way to have them on this team next year. And Merrill, because I don't think he'll necessarily cost that much.
Yeah.
Josh Naylor is, 27? He was an all-star last year. He's playing like an all-star this year, whether he makes it or not. This is a guy you could build around at first base for the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah. I'm stuck on Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly.
Okay.
I'm stuck right there.
Teams probably are already calling.
Right? Yeah. I think that definitely would be the case. Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. What is the strategy? What is the strategy if you're Mike Hazen and the Arizona Diamondbacks as you approach these two guys specifically? Now, again, we have to wait and see how this last month is going to play out. We have to wait and see. But, man, could you build a case right now that, hey, listen, we're going to get a lot of action on Zach Gallen. And because of that, he could be gone.
Yeah. No, that is.
Maybe you're going to go ahead and thread the knee.
It depends what you believe is going to be happening.
Oh,
with those
that was
guys.
Awesome right there, man.
Do you want to explain what just happened?
Yeah, that was Mark Dalton right there, the vice president, of course, of media relations for the Arizona Cardinals just walked in and blindsided me, attacked me from behind.
He did look through the window, but you weren't looking, so I could see what was coming. But then that was great. I think it really comes down to what you believe internally you can do with a Zach Gallen or a Merrill Kelly. This is just my opinion. I'm not in the front office, obviously, but I look at those two, and I feel like it's going to be a lot easier to re-sign Merrill Kelly. And also, he's having a much better year than Zach Gallen.
Yes.
But I just feel like because of the age, because he's only ever been a Diamondback, and he always kind of flies under the radar.
Yes.
I feel like he'll be the easier one to bring back. Now, you could also trade these guys. A team could rent them, and you could still re-sign them, in the offseason. But does that ever really? It happens occasionally.
I know,
but not really.
Yeah, I'm not big on that one right there. Zach Gallen, I think you still could get something really, really good for Zach Gallen. Now, again, we'll have to wait and see how all of this unfolds, but Eugenio Suarez, he is absolutely on fire right now. Now, again, it's not like he's one of the best hitters in all of Major League Baseball, but power hitters?
Power
hitters right now and driving in runs?
Yeah.
He's doing real well, if you know what I'm talking about. And Josh Naylor, this is something you said before the show that has got my attention as well. Just the fact that you want him back.
Yeah.
You want Josh Naylor back.
And I
Who doesn't?
I have to think when they traded for him, the intention was to have him around long term, but the Diamondbacks really didn't give up a ton to get him. They really didn't. The intelligent move was being able to go out and get a guy to replace Christian Walker, who's been better than Christian Walker this year. That's not easy to do. So those two in particular, like I said, I'd love to have all 5 of them back. I don't know what's going on with Zach Gallen, but I would still give him the benefit of the doubt, big picture.
I agree.
But I don't know that they're going to pay what some other team is willing to pay for Zach Gallen if he doesn't turn it around here quickly. And it all underscores how important this is to stay in contention and ideally make the playoffs this year, because otherwise this team's going to look different next year. And you hate that because you think a lot of this team's capabilities are being undercut by the injuries, not necessarily by, like, Josh Naylor's not a bad player, so I don't want to lose him. Merrill Kelly's not a bad player. I don't want to lose him.
So we all know that the Diamondbacks in their payroll right now, do we all kind of feel like they're out over their skis on this? To me, this is the largest payroll they've had in a long, long time.
Again, another reason why it would help to make the postseason.
Yes, like ever.
Yeah.
Okay, so having said that, it feels like, okay, is this going to be sustainable for this small market team or this mid-market team? Is it going to be sustainable for them? I don't know if it is. I really don't. And because of that, at some point in time, they've got to get return on their investment.
I think that's the key.
And they just haven't got it.
No, but I do think that Ken Kendrick, I mean, he's made it seem like, hey, I'm going to invest in this, and if it works, I'll keep investing. You know, Jordan Montgomery's coming off the books next year, so you're getting that money. Like I said, I don't know if they're keeping Zach Gallen, depending on how much he's going to get. So you're going to save some money next year, but the impression I've gotten from Ken Kendrick is that he's willing to spend around this amount as long as he's getting return on investment, which is, again, why it makes this season so pivotal, and specifically the next month and a half, because, you know, you miss the postseason with one of your highest payrolls, or I guess your highest payroll ever. It really calls into question if you're going to keep spending money.
So with the 4 big names right there, Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Eugenio Suarez, and Josh Naylor, who do you think is going to get the most action, 1 through 4?
At the trade deadline?
Yes.
Probably Gallen, but I think Naylor's the best. I think he's going to be the toughest one to re-sign in the offseason. How's that?
Okay.
But I think if you're a baseball team that's in contention on July 31st, you're looking for pitching. You're probably not looking for a first baseman quite as much.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think Zach Gallen over Merrill Kelly, definitely. I think Zach Gallen would be number 1 of those 4 guys right there, even though Eugenio Suarez is having an incredible season.
Yeah.
Josh Naylor as well. Zach Gallen, to me, he'd be number 1.
But honestly, if somebody went out and you'd have to look across the whole league and really do your homework, but if you listed off the top, I don't know, 30 players that could be available at the trade deadline, just the top 30 players with expiring contracts that could be available across the whole league, don't you think all 4 of those guys would be in there?
Yeah.
I mean, they might all be in the top 20, honestly, because you're talking about guys that have either been to All-Star games or are playing like All-Stars this season.
Which is why the Diamondbacks are going to be players, one way or the other, at the trade deadline.
It's going to be real tough to just kind of go through the trade deadline without buying or selling, because it does say in the story Mike Hazen's already getting calls, and I'm sure those are fun calls to take. You're frustrated about where you are, and the Yankees are calling, hey, you want to give us your player? Get lost. When we come back, could Kevin Durant be gone in less than a week? And why does it seem like the Suns are in a hurry to get this done? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
Hi, this is Paris Johnson. This is linebacker Matt Wilson Sr. This is Darius Robinson.
And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. Occurrences like inflation, new laws, and interest rates can affect the financial markets in this short term, but it doesn't make sense to keep changing the way you invest in response to the daily news, brothers. Instead, Trajan Wealth will help you review your strategy and make sure that it's right for your goals risk tolerance, and time horizon. Trajan Wealth will help you decide what to do. The simple truth is that there's more to retirement planning than simply calculating your expenses. Trajan Wealth can help you design a strategy based on realistic options that align with your goals and circumstances. One of the reasons why you got to call Trajan Wealth today. Here it is, Base Earnings, 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to What's Next, the new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial three-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson toes the rubber for the D-backs against San Diego's Stephen Kolek. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620. The Pacers lead that series 2-1. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, it definitely sounds like the clock is ticking on a Kevin Durant trade. You heard the cut. We played it earlier. You probably heard it on Burns and Gambo's show yesterday, too, where he said he believes KD will be traded by next week. Then you have Shams earlier today saying he thinks that, next week or maybe even sooner, honestly. And then Shams also threw out a couple teams, Wolf, so I'm going to play that.
Yeah, there's not going to be a Giannis-Kevin Durant intermingling trade going on. You said a week. I think it could be even sooner than that.
What?
I think there's some motivation with some teams, potentially even sooner than 7 days. Maybe in the next few days we could get some Kevin Durant trade action. There is some serious traction on conversations, on trade scenarios with the Suns. They've had about 6 to 8 teams reach out. There's been interest. There's been some offers. There's been some negotiations. But really in the last 24, 48 hours, I'm told the focus of the Suns conversation has been on a few of the teams. And here they are. The Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm told those are the 3 teams right now where a lot of the focus for Durant lies.
There it is. Right there. Is it a surprise that there are multiple teams, that there are a lot of teams that are actually interested in Kevin Durant? No, it isn't.
It's interesting how he said it, though. It kind of leaves it open to interpretation of if those 3 teams are the ones pushing the hardest for KD, or if those are the 3 teams the Suns are the most interested in making a deal with. You know what I mean? Like he said, the focus there. He didn't say these 3 teams are just they won't stop calling the Suns.
Yeah.
The only reason I say that is because Houston has been so vocal about how they don't need to improve their team, basically. That's essentially what they said. I mean,
So are you reading into what he said? Are you reading into it, Luke?
I'm kind of reading into it that maybe those are the teams that are in the mix that the Suns would most like to make a deal with. Which makes sense that Houston would be on that list.
Yeah, I've always believed that there's got to be other teams that are out there looking at Kevin Durant. Mm-hmm. There's got to be other teams that are out there. We're talking about KD. I understand he's 37. He's 37 years old. I get that. At the same time, you're talking about a guy that has lost nothing. He hasn't. When the Suns acquired him, do you think he's lost anything since?
No.
Now, here's the thing. That was 2.5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, is
the next 2.5 years, you can't bank on it.
True, you can't. I don't know. There are certain players, though, that are a little different, right? I mean, LeBron, we would all agree, is a little bit different. I'm not saying KD's LeBron. Those two are different from each other. But I don't know. Like, if you're asking me if I think Kevin Durant's still going to be a 25-plus point per game player in 2.5 years, yeah, I do. I believe that. I don't think he'll be as good of a player all around as he was in his prime. But if he's still playing in the NBA in whatever, you want to say 28, is he averaging 25 points a game? I think he is. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine to be that talented?
No.
To be that good? Because I agree with you. I do. I agree with you. Yet, at the same time, you're just not going to get what the Suns gave up for him.
No.
You're just not going to get that again.
But you should be able to get
because
a lot more.
Because of his age.
I believe you should be able to get a lot more than some of these trade offers, potential trade offers that we're seeing floated out here in some of these stories. I think you should be able. There's a huge gap between getting back what you gave up for him 2 years ago,
right,
and taking the 14th pick and Devin Vassell from the Spurs. And I like Vassell as a player. But that's the name. And people are like, oh, I could talk myself into that.
Devin
really?
or Devin.
Devin or Devin. 82 times next year. Here, this is Kevin O'Connor from the KOC show earlier this week talking about one of the wild card teams. You were implying maybe there's some wild card teams because Shams had those 3 teams. And then, I mean, we've heard the Knicks and the Spurs. Those seem to be the big 5. Well, how about this team?
I did a little digging today, like who are these sleeper teams? Who are these under the radar teams for Kevin Durant? And the one team that keeps coming up that has likely already made an offer, the Toronto Raptors. It does seem like the Raptors have already made a pursuit of Kevin Durant. KD does not want to go there. They are not on his list. But, like they have a ton of salaries that they could put together. They have RJ Barrett. They have Emmanuel Quickly. They got so many different configurations that you could put together. One of them would be Quickly and Pirtle. That's a very clean salary match for Kevin Durant. If you add on 2 firsts to that, those Raptors first could be pretty valuable because they're no guarantee to be anything special. special that might be a more desperate move if they were to go get Kevin Durant at his age.
What would you say about that, Luke?
Well, that might be what Charles Barkley was talking about earlier this week, where he said you don't have to take Kevin Durant's wishes into consideration. And that's a fine line to walk, right? I mean, I hear what you're saying. Why trade him to a team that's only going to keep him, that he's only signed for a year because they're not going to be able to offer as much. But what if one of them is offering more? Then you don't have to.
I just wonder why somebody would offer more when they didn't have the guarantee of signing him to an extension.
Kevin Durant? That's why.
Okay.
Because it's Kevin Durant. Toronto did this with Kawhi, what was that, 8 years ago?
Yeah.
And they didn't keep him, but they did win a championship.
Okay.
Kawhi was also like 27 or 28 when they signed him. Also, is Emmanuel Quickly and Jakob Hurtle like a great return for the Suns? That sounds awful to me.
Yeah, I don't love the return.
No,
there.
but
no offense to those guys.
But why would a team do it? Toronto has done it before, and it worked with a championship.
I'm just thinking about the logic of it all. I'm sorry. I don't buy into the whole idea that you can go out and we're going to get KD for a half a year, or we're going to go out there and we're going to get KD for 1 year, and then we're going to let him walk. I just don't think you're going to give up a lot. You're going to give up stuff that other teams would give up when they know they've signed him to a 2-year extension.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
After this season.
Unless these
Logically, it makes no sense to do that to me.
Unless these teams like Houston and
because
San Antonio.
Because there is no guarantee you're going to win just because you got Kevin Durant.
All right, but if Houston and San Antonio are offering trash and Toronto's offering more than trash, again, I'll go back to the Spurs trade we saw out there the other day, the 14th pick and Devin Vassell. If Toronto's offering you 2 high first-round picks and a couple players that I agree, Rick, are not amazing, but
RJ Barrett was the other player they mentioned, and he's been good. He's just kind of one of these guys that's like plateaued at like 18
but
a game.
That's still a better offer than the San Antonio one, because you're talking about 2 first-round picks that could be number 3.
Right.
That's a better deal.
Yeah, but right now, these are reported offers that we're talking about. I'm talking about logically when you look at this right now. I don't know how accurate these offers are and the names are. We have no idea about this stuff. To me, I'm talking about the logic of it all. If you're going to give up real value to get Kevin Durant, man, I think you're going to know that you can sign him to an extension. That's the reason why you're willing to give up real value for Kevin Durant.
How about this? This is from the same show. This is Dan Titus, who is on with KOC. This was his response to Toronto specifically.
They have the assets to go get KD. I just feel like KD would have to have done the Suns super dirty for him to be shipped out to Toronto. Like, I feel like that's probably like one of the last places he'd want to be. And I don't know KD, but I'm just assuming. From all the things that I've read about other players and their disdain for wanting to play in Toronto, like, I don't think that's the place he wants to be. But they got salary and they have viable veterans that they could send back in the trade. So if Toronto wants to listen to it, I think they should absolutely entertain it.
I'm 1,000% with you, Wolf. It makes no sense why, let's just use Toronto, would offer more than Houston. It makes zero sense.
Right.
But if the Suns are in a rush to get this done, and for some reason they do feel like they're in a rush to get this done, and Toronto is offering more than Houston, then you got a real interesting conversation you got to have.
You know what? I kind of love the fact that the Suns, this is what I believe. I believe the Suns have leaked the information that they are in a rush to get this done.
To get these offers moving.
To get these offers. You better come with it. You better bring it. I think, who knows? Ooh, Brian Gregory. Maybe this is you saying, yeah, let's go ahead and leak this. That, we want to get this done and over with right now. We're in a rush to get it done. We're ready to pull the trigger, as a matter of fact. So if you're listening out there, you better bring it. Bring us with your best offer, or this thing is going to be over, and you're going to be sitting there thinking we were going to negotiate, and we didn't. You get my point?
Yeah. If you want to be, if you're the Spurs and you want to play around with these like
That's
small
right.
offers, or we'll just trade them. Well, he'll be traded before you wake up and realize we were serious.
Maybe this is the organization. Maybe this is Brian Gregory.
There's so much unknown right now because we don't know much about the Suns GM.
Wouldn't that be interesting?
All right, when we come back, we're going to talk some hockey, Wolf. because we might be witnessing the best Stanley Cup final series maybe ever. I don't know.
Unbelievable.
That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch. As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade, Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famer's trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There is no shortage of suitors for Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7. The Arizona Sports app and ArizonaSports.com.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. I am Santan Ford. That's right, brothers. I do all my business, of course, with Santan Ford. I got two things for you right now. Employee pricing is still going on at Santan Ford. As a matter of fact, Basinonians, they've extended employee pricing at Santan Ford right now. Whatever a Ford employee pays for their new or pre-owned vehicle, they get a discount on that. You're going to get the exact same thing. It's going on right now. And number two, the selection is huge over at Santan Ford. They got over 1,400 new vehicles. 1,400 that are on the ground. Think about it. They got every model you could want. They have the trim levels. They have different options. They've got all the colors as well. It's simple. Get employee pricing on your new Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway in Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you live in Arizona, you know the desert sun can do a number on your windows, and if you've been here a while, chances are you need your windows replaced, which is why I am stoked to tell you about Advanced Window Products, a great company that is family-owned and locally operated, a company that treats customers like friendships. They are Arizona's premier window replacement company. They are co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and they offer the most affordable, high-quality custom windows in the state. And that is because there is no middleman. They are the manufacturers. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. Even better, Advanced Window Products running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get a $2,500 discount. So call today and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. If you have private student loan debt and are behind or even in default, you got to call my friends at YRefi. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they provide you with a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. You will not be calling a faceless call center. They can reduce your monthly payment and your total cost. And YRefi does not care what your credit score is. I've been to their offices and met with them. They're great people. And YRefi is not a debt settlement company. You'll receive a low fixed interest rate that you couldn't get anywhere else. And you'll finally have a pathway to making all that stress and worry come to an end. Just give them a call at 888-YRefi-34. That's 888-YRefi-34. Or go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. And make sure you tell them Jody Jackson sent you.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Like we always do with this time, go for mine.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. Calais Campbell is light on emotions but heavy on Cardinals' potential. Chase Field Bell deadline looms large as Derek Hall cites lethargic approach. And NBA draft prospects that check the Suns GM's boxes. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by YRefi.
All right, well, if you opened the door to talking hockey during prehab today, so of course I ran through that door.
Yes.
So here we
Pretty
are.
incredible what we're seeing in the Stanley Cup Finals right now.
We are 4 games in, and 3 of them have gone to overtime. The series is tied.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah, look, I have this conversation, I feel like, every year. Now, this is a little bit different because of the way this series has gone. I cannot tell you how many people that I know that are sports fans that aren't necessarily NHL fans, but this time of year are like, man, the Stanley Cup playoffs are so much more entertaining than anything else going on right now. The problem is the league does not market storylines to, if you're a fan. It would be like if I was trying to get into soccer. I don't really know all the storylines, so it's hard for me to get emotionally invested. So let me just say this. You have a best of 3 to win the Stanley Cup now going forward. And Connor McDavid is involved and has never won a Stanley Cup, and is probably going to go down as one of the 5 or 6 greatest players in NHL history. And all the other ones that you would put up there have won Stanley Cups. This would be like the equivalent of if Steph Curry hadn't won a championship yet and was in the NBA Finals and was kind of running out of time to win one. McDavid's not running out of time, but he's 10 years in.
Yes.
Like, if you don't win one here soon, you might just not win one. And they were down 3-0 in the first period last night. Looked like they were done. Came all the way back to win in overtime.
It's just an incredible game. I don't know. I was telling you this earlier, but I don't know if I've ever seen a team take a 3-0 lead in the first period, dominate the first period, and then the other team dominate the second period, back to back. I don't know if I've ever seen that kind of domination the way that we did. We saw the Florida Panthers come out, and they dominated the first period. And then what did we see? Edmonton come out and respond by dominating the second period. Suddenly it was a 3-3 game. It's just absolutely incredible.
That doesn't even account for the third period.
No.
Where Edmonton takes the lead and Florida ties it with 19 seconds left.
19 seconds left, man. And all of a sudden you get overtime. This has been an unbelievable, competitive, contested Stanley Cup like I don't think we've seen in maybe ever.
In terms of pure entertainment value, you're getting goals. All of these games so far, where we've had 4-3 in overtime, 5-4 in double overtime, 6-1, but then there was a full line brawl in the third period of that 6-1 game. And several other fights after that, and then 5-4 in overtime.
Penalty minutes.
There was 140 penalty minutes in that game. The other 3 games have all gone to overtime. What is that? 7, 9, 7, and 9 goals in these games. So you're getting to see goals. And again, if you're just like kind of a casual hockey fan, yeah, maybe I'll watch it if it's entertaining. This is as entertaining as it gets. And you don't need a storyline. You don't have to become a hockey fan to watch these final 3 games. You can just become a fan for these 3 games, and the storylines are everywhere.
And it's one of the things I love about the sport of hockey the most. You know, my feeling on this, Luke, I believe they are the toughest athlete on the face of the planet. I believe that. I still think in hockey, it is a prerequisite that you are tough if you want to do well. I have said this many times. I think football is starting to swing back to that a little bit more. But it used to be you had to be tough if you were going to play in the NFL. Not so much anymore, Basin needs. It isn't. They don't run the players through the same kind of butchery, if you will, that some of us actually experienced. And because of that, I think the NHL has the toughest athletes on the planet. Hockey players. The resiliency was on display, was it not? When suddenly Edmonton got down 3-0, and they came out in that second period, and they were a different animal.
Because
they
were on the verge of being done.
To come back. Hey, listen, I think to your point, if the Panthers score a goal, if they're the first ones to score a goal in that second period, this thing is probably over.
And they almost did a couple times. They almost did. And, Edmonton had to go to their backup goalie, who's a former Coyotes third stringer who never played. And he came in and stole the show for Edmonton.
Pickard.
Yeah. Gave him a chance. And they obviously did come back and ultimately win it. But it's the storyline of Connor McDavid potentially never getting a cup if he doesn't get one here fairly soon. I mean, this is your best chance. You're right here. You're in it. The fact that these teams just met last year in the Stanley Cup and Florida beat them. The fact that Florida probably is the better team. I mean, top to bottom, they don't have any weak players. The power forward is not as prevalent in hockey right now as it used to be back in I'm sure the 80s or the 90s or whatever. But they're all on Florida. Like all the power forwards are on Florida. And there was a I think it was the league put it out. I don't know what streaming service had it, but last year they followed it. It was almost like Hard Knocks. They followed a few different players through the playoffs, and they got to the Stanley Cup and were able to show the difference between. Like, they show Matthew Tkachuk, right?
Yes.
And his dad, Keith Tkachuk's living with him in Miami during the playoffs, and Matthew rides a golf cart to the games, and the Panthers go hang out on the beach before games. And then they showed Edmonton, and it's just dark and dreary, and everybody's stressed out, and McDavid never smiles. Just that juxtaposition of two teams that are now playing again in the Stanley Cup, that alone, you knew it was going to be a good series.
Thinking, it's just, you brought up Matthew Tkachuk. The fact he scored the first 2 goals in the game, too. I'm big on this. Yeah. It's how you start. And the fact he came out and scored the first 2 goals, to me, it just, you want to set the table. You want to set the tone for the rest of your team. I love Matthew Tkachuk, and a lot of it is because I love Keith Tkachuk as well. Okay, but man, to me, that was significant right there. For this to be tied up at 2 games apiece right now after 4 games, we're in for something that I think is going to be unbelievably special over the last 3 games. I think this is going 7. I don't think that's going to be a surprise to anybody. I think it will, and we could be in store for one of the best 7-game series ever.
It went 7 last year. Edmonton was up 3-0, or Florida was up 3-0. Edmonton came all the way back to tie it, send it to Game 7, and then Florida ultimately won it. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it would be pretty shocking if it didn't go 7 at this point. And
again, 3 overtime games in 4 games you've played,
and just the simple fact that Game 3 was an absolute just bloodbath, just fight after fight after, which you don't typically see in the Stanley Cup.
No, you don't.
And then you get to Game 4. Edmonton had lost their mind to Game 3. They were the ones. Florida's great at instigating fights, but Edmonton was totally just taking the bait. And then last night, no fights. Like, clearly Edmonton was like, we can't get sucked into that, right? You're going to have to try and outscore them. I don't know. It's been an epic series. You would have expected it to be epic, but like I said, even if you're not a hockey fan, if you watch Game 7, if it gets to that point, or Game 5 coming up this weekend, you're going to get sucked into it for a couple games.
I just have to ask you this. Calvin Pickard is starting Game 5.
He has to, right? I mean, I would assume so. He has to. But that's the other part of this. You would think Edmonton home ice, that's an advantage. Some of the Canadian fan bases, like Toronto, are so insane that it's almost a disadvantage for the Canadian team to be the home team in big games because their fans just lose their minds. Edmonton fans, I think, they're going to lose their minds. I don't think they'll be throwing stuff on the ice, though, so they might be okay. But, yeah, Calvin
Pickard.
Toronto fans. Toronto fans
are throwing it.
they have had it with their team. All right, when we come back, over to baseball. How big is this series for the Diamondbacks against the Padres starting at Chase Field tonight? And is there room in the National League playoffs for both these teams at the end of the year? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
The trade deadline, and whether it's the Mariners or somebody else, trade deadline, the Diamondbacks are going to be, depending on what happens in the next 5 weeks, maybe the team to watch in Major League Baseball because of Gallen, because of Kelly, because of Naylor, because of Suarez, because of Shelby Miller. Yep. They've got a plethora of things that people would want. The Diamondbacks, they need to play well enough in the next month so that we don't even have to have the seller conversation.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com for more information. Happy birthday, America. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. I can tell you, my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, they want to help you celebrate. And with the best sleep ever, you can actually get the best mattress ever. And maybe you know what I'm talking about, because we at the Wu Fan Clan, we have the Brooklyn Sedona Hybrid Mattress, and we absolutely love it. Maybe you got one as well. You know what I'm talking about. We're talking 25% off everything in-store and online now through June 26th. So here's the move, Basinonians. You go to brooklynbetting.com, or better yet, you stop on by one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the 4th of July sale at Brooklyn Betting. It is on right now for the best sleep ever. Get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and all over the valley, New Life Dental Implant Center is changing the game. They offer amazing quality, great convenience, and the best prices you are going to find. And your new smile, crafted from pure zirconia, no metal, just strength and comfort that lasts, and their flexible financing makes it all possible. That new smile, that new life, just one phone call away. 602-855-0000. Online at newsmilearizona.com.
Hey, Arizona sports listeners, it's Wayne from AMCO. Hey, it's no secret that if your AC isn't working, it can turn your car into an oven on wheels. But fear not, AMCO's here to help rescue you from the heat. Tell us more, you say? Well, at AMCO, our certified techs are experts in diagnosing and fixing AC issues. Whether it's a refrigerant leak, a compressor failure, or just needs a simple recharge, we've got you covered. So here's what sets AMCO apart from the rest when it comes to AC repair. Not only do we have a free AC check, we have an online coupon for $25 off our comprehensive inspection of the entire AC system. Plus, with our transparent pricing and warranty options, you can trust that you're getting the best service for the best price. Now that's what I call a cool deal. So don't sweat it this summer. So Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Everyone needs to have at least one person in their corner in life. When you don't, it's an extremely lonely and frightening place to be. But knowing you have that one person gives you peace and hope. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Since 1988, myself and my firm have been in so many corners for so many clients for so many years. We became the largest injury firm in the world for a reason, and it's not even close. We fought like hell for you. We fight the bullies, automobile insurance companies, the makers of unsafe products, medical providers who injured or killed their own patients. It has been such an honor and made my life complete. If you ever need us, it's easy. On your mobile device or computer, visit forthepeople.com, and then we get to work 24/7. Whether you're hurt in a car crash, injured on the job, or have questions about your Social Security, we're here for you. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial three-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the D-backs against San Diego's Stephen Kolek. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30, and you can listen to it over on ESPN 620 AM. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief or get a free inspection. Online at americaroofingco.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
I've got another confession to make.
Hey, everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, well, this is going to be, I was going to say a fun series. I guess we'll have to see how it plays out, if it's fun or not. We're going to have some stuff to talk about on Monday with the D-backs.
Yeah,
because
no doubt.
One way or another, you're either going to win a series or lose a series to one of the teams you are directly chasing over the next 3 evenings and days. Starting tonight, D-backs Padres from Chase Field, Ryan Nelson on the mound. D-backs Padres tomorrow, Zach Gallen on the mound. D-backs Padres on Sunday, Merrill Kelly on the mound. And the question we asked going to break, Wolf, is there room for both of these teams in the playoffs at the end of the year, even if the Diamondbacks do start stringing together more and more wins? I think probably there is a way the D-backs, Padres, and we're all assuming Dodgers could make it out of the NL West, but I don't know that 4 teams can make it out of the NL West. And the problem is San Francisco's ahead of the D-backs and the Padres right now.
Yes, the Padres right now. The Giants are really annoying me. What are they now? They're 11 games over 500?
Yes.
11 games over 500 right now. Basically came out of nowhere, I think. This is just me. To be 11 games over 500 at this point of the season.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just me. Having said that, the Diamondbacks, it's time for them to go. It is time for their players that we all know are capable. It's time for them to step up, take the ball like Erod did, and go out and do his job. I'm using him as the tip of the spear. There are other guys that need to go out and step up and pitch or play up to their capabilities. They have underachieved. I know we can talk about the injuries. We can talk about the injuries all day long, and it's legit. It's not an excuse, Paceronians. It's a reason why they're also struggling. But it's not the only reason why. And that, to me, is something, as a professional athlete, you got to call it the way that it is.
Yeah.
You have to say it the way that it is. They also have underachieved. It's not just injuries. They have underachieved. Isn't that right, Erod?
Well, and we just talked about this before, but, I mean, if you don't make the playoffs this year, there's a pretty good chance some key players from your team are gone next year. Maybe by July 31st if you're not still in playoff contention, which is why this series against the Padres, and there's another one coming up before
it's big. They're all
the
big
All-Star
now.
break. Yeah, but especially these ones against the Padres and the Giants because, Wolf, you could say, well, maybe they should blow up this team if they're not going to make the playoffs. Okay, yeah, to a certain extent, but the offense is one of the best offenses in baseball. And I don't have any interest in losing Josh Naylor.
I just want to see it even out. I do. I want to see it even out. Not just these 11-10. We beat you 11-10.
Or we lost 12-11.
Or we lost 13-1.
Yeah.
I just want to see it even out a little.
Well, San Diego's an interesting opponent because it's not surprising that they're having a good season. But they are missing some key players. Like, they are missing Michael King, who was having I don't think he was going to win Cy Young, but a Cy Young caliber type season. They don't have Yu Darvish. They don't have Joe Musgrove. And these guys are not all out for 12 months like Corbin Burns. But then you have a guy like Stephen Kolek, who's pitching tonight for the Padres, who is just kind of relatively out of nowhere. Has got a 3.0 ERA, and he's been really good for the Padres since they used him as a starter. He's only made 7 starts in his career. He's 3-1 this year with a 3.00 ERA. The good thing about the Diamondbacks is, generally speaking, it doesn't matter how well the other team's starting pitcher is pitching. The D-backs seem to be able to score. The question is, can they score enough to win now?
Yeah, for me, I've been talking about this now for a while, ever since the Corbin Burns injury and J-Mart as well. It just looked like, hey, how many closers can you lose? A.J. Puck, of course. We don't know when he's coming back. We just know he suffered a serious injury as well. Again, we know he's not getting Tommy John. He doesn't need that, and that's fantastic. But, A.J. Puck, of course, was a big part of the back end of your bullpen, as was J-Mart. And now they're gone. They're gone at the moment. And J-Mart, to me, who knows what's going to happen? We haven't gotten any type of clarity on it, but I think we all suspect he's probably gone as well for the season. It doesn't mean that he is. It just means that it looks that way.
It doesn't. Now. It's not. Unfortunately, you can't count on having him back. You just can't. And I don't know that you can count on when you could have A.J. Puck back. I mean, I think that's one of those things where if you're not in it, they're not even going to risk bringing him back. Now, if he's able to come back and you are in it, then maybe, I mean, there is a path still as we sit here on June 13th where you can still do this. Your rotation, in theory, right now, as rough as it's been at times, on paper is still better than the one you had when you went to the World Series a couple years ago. Because when you went to the World Series a couple years ago, it was just Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, and then some guys.
Yeah.
And Brandon Pfaadt stepped up in the postseason, but during the regular season, during the second half, it was really those two guys and then guys you rotated through. You have a better rotation right now on paper. They have to pitch like it. You have one of the best run-scoring lineups in baseball at number 3 in home runs, number 4 in runs per game in all of baseball. And
that's how they got to win games.
It is. Now, that's
how they have to do it.
They have to almost switch their identity midseason.
Exactly right.
And it is possible you could get A.J. Puck back in the second half of the season. And if you're still in it, you could make trades to bolster the bullpen. There's still a way to do this. But you got to win these games against San Diego and in a couple weeks, San Francisco.
Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, you've got to continue to have the kind of performance that we're seeing from Eugenio Suarez. He's got to continue to hit bombs. He's got to continue to drive people in. Same thing with Josh Naylor. He's got to continue to be the best hitter on your team. Right now, you could build the argument. He is. He's the best hitter on the Diamondbacks team right now. He's got to continue to be that guy. There are other players as well. You want to see them continue to step up and play well. Corbin Carroll. It's just the responsibility of having his kind of talent and being an MVP-type player, you got to go out and you got to do it all the time.
Yeah.
And again, I know that's ridiculous to say about the game of baseball, but I want to see him finish strong. Now, I know, we haven't even hit the trade deadline or the All-Star game right now. Haven't hit any of that. I get that. Yet at the same time, I want to see guys who have been given the talent, guys that are special talents like Corbin Carroll. Man, go be Corbin Carroll. Go be that guy. Go be the predator and take that responsibility on yourself. I know you can't will yourself to be successful, but you can will yourself to be ready, to be prepared, to try to be successful.
And specifically for tonight, since I don't know that we'll be able to get back into D-backs during the show today, they need a bounce back from Ryan Nelson. I mean, this is a guy that every time they've called on him to be a starter, like a spot starter, it seems like he's come through big. And even last year, it felt like he was kind of a spot starter for, a month and a half or whatever, and he was coming up big, and he was coming up big earlier this season against the Dodgers and the Pirates and the Nationals, but or not the Nationals, that wasn't a start, that was a disaster of a game, but against the Dodgers and the Pirates. But you ask him to start the game against Cincinnati, and it's kind of like, okay, you're going to be a starter now because we don't have Corbin Burns, and he goes out there and gives up 7 runs in 3 innings. Very un-Ryan Nelson-like. They got to get him back to being him.
I just kind of wonder if he's like, hey, there is no expectation on me, and because of that, he could go out and relax. And now all of a sudden there is an expectation on him. I wonder if that's messing with him.
they've, by virtue of this scenario that they're in, have had to kind of yank him around. Oh, you're a reliever, now you're a starter. Now you're a long reliever, now you're a starter again. But we know Ryan Nelson's capable of a lot better than what he had against Cincinnati the other night, and they're obviously going to need that because essentially he's replacing Corbin Burns in the rotation. All right, we come back over to basketball. Where does Kellen Olson think the Phoenix Suns should trade Kevin Durant, and what did he think of head coach Jordan Ott's introductory press conference? The Arizona Sports Suns guru and co-host of Arizona Sports at Night joins us next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond Certified and 16-time Grammy Award-nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at LiveNation.com.
I can see you out there, Kellen.
I've talked to like 19 basketball people in 3 hours.
Arizona Sports. Our Suns mega mind, Kellen Olson, joining Wolf and Luke to talk about the Phoenix Suns now.
All right, Kellen Olson is joining us on the Arizona Sports Line. It is crazy, Wolf, to think about the fact that the Jordan Ott introductory press conference was this week. It feels like that was a month and a half ago.
Yeah, you said that and blew my mind.
So Kellen's joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line to talk all things Suns and NBA. Kellen, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Hi, Kellen.
What's up, bro?
Let's start there. Actually, you were there. What were your just early impressions of Jordan Ott at that press conference?
Yeah, I thought he was confident and personable, and I think those are traits that needed to be shown. I know that there's a certain debate over if you have to win the press conference or not. I'm not necessarily saying that, but with everything going on with this organization over the last couple of months and what is going to continue, you need the leader of the basketball team, which is the head coach, to show that they are prepared to handle whatever this next couple of years may have in store. And as a first-time head coach, you don't really know the voice at all. And we got to know him a little bit, and I was impressed.
So, Killer, what do you think Jordan Ott's biggest strength might prove to be? I know it's a prove-it situation that we're in right now, but what do you think, when you look at Jordan Ott, might be his biggest strength?
Well, I think it's intertwined into a couple of different things that are going to be really important to what they're doing, and it's getting them to buy into a style of play, for one, but two, connecting Devin Booker to a style of play that he hasn't played in a very long time. Like, I think you really have to just go back to his rookie year, like a Hornacek year, when they played with like real pace, and that's what Jordan Ott wants to do, and that's what Devin Booker has wanted to do the last couple of years. I will say that he has said that he has wanted to play that way for the last couple of years, but he was among the guys in the last 2 years when the Suns wanted to play faster and they were not playing faster. So there's some prove it to it that he needs to show this year, but that's how Jordan Ott wants to play. That's how every team wants to play for the most part, but Jordan Ott, with the ideas, the new age thinking, the forward thinking, all that kind of stuff, he wants to play faster. So they want to have a style of play, and I think we're going to see that, and I think we're going to see it through your star player, and that's something that this team really needs right now.
You know, Kellen, when we look at Brian Gregory, I mean, it's pretty clear what his first big test is going to be, because it's coming up here maybe in a matter of days with the Kevin Durant trade. When you look at Jordan Ott, what do you envision as maybe his first real big obstacle or hurdle that he needs to clear to get off on the right foot?
Yeah, just keeping the group connected through what is going to be a pretty turbulent situation. And the hope, Luke, is that this Bradley Beal situation is settled by training camp, because you do not want that to be a part of the team at all. Even if he's like staying at home and he's not playing, it's still going to be hanging over the team in some sort of scenario in that kind of way. So I think that situation is a potential one. And I'm not saying that like Brad is going to be toxic, but I'm saying when you have this guy, you don't know if he's going to be there or not. He's going to get traded. It happened this whole entire season. We saw what it did to this season. There's going to be instances like that. This roster is not going to be up to par, so it is going to go through some turbulent stretches of just losing games. And through that, he's going to need to keep this group together and like-minded and sharing the same philosophies and being on the same page together, because if they are, they'll be okay through this. If they aren't, they won't be.
So when you look at Kevin Durant and the trade scenarios that are out there right now, Killer, which one do you like the best?
It's a tough question, Wolf, because we know what certain teams could offer, but it's a matter of what they would offer. So I like Houston the most, because this is your one shot to reshape the roster for the next 2 to 3 years. The Suns really aren't going to have movable first-round picks. They do not have a first-round pick next year. The first-round picks they have the following years after that are going to be more than likely in the 20s, like the one coming up right now. You're not really going to have any other tradable pieces beyond Devin Booker. Like, that's going to be the only other opportunity you have to reshape your roster. So I want a mix of a little bit of everything, but mostly for the future, and that's where I think Houston has always made the most sense. I'm not the biggest Jalen Green fan in the world. I think Jabari Smith Jr. is fine, but they're both in their early to mid-20s and would be around for the foreseeable future. I would hope to get the number 10 overall pick in that. That is where you would get really your like premium talent to go alongside Booker for the next couple of years and develop someone for a while. And then you would hopefully get another pick back, whether that's your own pick in 2027 or another pick beyond that. There would be another player throw in. Can you get Cam Whitmore too? I'm looking for something where not only do you get you get a couple of pieces, but pieces that would be here for the next like 5 years, because you need to build the majority of your core around Booker with this trade. And it can be a mix of win now pieces, I guess, but like the fake trade that ESPN put up with Minnesota, for example, involving Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert's 33 years old. So that is like a right now situation. Like Dante DiVincenzo's 29 years old. The Miami packages involving Wiggins, he's in his 30s. You need pieces for the future. You do not need pieces for right now. What are we even going to do right now anyway?
We're talking to Kellen Olson. Kellen, I think you hit it right there, too, when you said this is your one shot to really reshape this roster. So I guess my question is, you look at I know they're not going to get what they gave up for Kevin Durant in the first place. That's unrealistic. But some of these proposals that are being projected from some of the sites out there are ridiculous. Like it's like you're not getting anything reasonable back. What, in your mind, is a reasonable return that we can expect? Like the trade you just laid out with Houston right there, why wouldn't Houston just do that? and then this is all over.
Yeah, because I think from their perspective and from the perspective of a lot of these teams, it's just trying to get as much as you possibly can. Like it's greed at the end of the day, like you can get the trade done if you do this, but there's a chance you can get it done. It's that type of thinking. As always, I guarantee, Luke, on your show sheet, the day that Kevin Durant gets traded or the day after Kevin Durant gets traded, whenever you guys do a show next, you guys are going to have a segment and you're going to talk about, was this trade even worth it? Should you have even run it back? Get ready for that type of return. I'm just warning everyone right now, your initial reaction is going to be, should they have even traded him? Was this even worth it? Like there is a 90% chance of it being underwhelming, but it's going to be underwhelming because you're just not going to see results right away, and it's going to come down to how this iteration of the front office and the coaching staff can develop talent. That's what it's going to come down to, because even in that Minnesota example I gave, like you hope you're getting Rob Dillingham or Terrence Shannon as well. You hope you're getting the number 17 pick as well. Those are picks that are going to be and decisions that are going to come down to a couple of years from now. So we'll see in a couple of years' time. But again, like everyone in the moment is going to freak out a little bit, and I'm just bracing for that.
So really, Killer, that's how you feel? You think it's going to be underwhelming? Once again, I know we're not going to get equal value for Kevin Durant, but you're saying, man, the market isn't going to be that hot. It's going to be underwhelming. That's what you believe.
I think the market is in a good spot for him, Wolf, but I just think the expectations of what you will get for Kevin Durant and what the Suns should be getting for Kevin Durant are kind of two separate things. Like the best value in some situations getting Kevin Durant would be the type of trade we just talked about with Minnesota, where you're getting Rudy Gobert, who's one of the best defensive players of all time, and he comes in and you've got a top 15 defense right away. Dante DiVincenzo, who's one of the best third guards in all of the league, and then you get another piece or two. Like that's pretty good value for Kevin Durant, but it's not good value for the Suns and Kevin Durant, because what are you doing with those two players in the situation that you're in right now? So you need to find another deal, and all of these like Houston's not giving up Amen Thompson. They are never going to give him up. Maybe they would have given him up a year ago, but even then they probably wouldn't have. They're probably not even going to give up like Tari Eason. Like those teams that have the young controllable players, they are not going to give them up in a trade. Like you're not getting Stephon Castle. You are not getting the number 2 overall pick. You're going to have to get some players that maybe aren't flawed, but they need a new situation to further explore their game. And that's the opportunity that Phoenix could offer, and something we're going to talk about with really whoever they get in this deal, I think.
Kellen, I'm going to pull a Wolf here and ask you a question that there's no reasonable way I should be asking you this with just a few seconds left in the segment. But just your confidence level that Brian Gregory, who is a first-time GM, is ready to navigate this sort of landscape, because this is pretty complicated.
And in typical Luke fashion, you asked me one where you know how I'm going to answer this, and it's going to make you feel worse than you did 30 seconds ago. I'm extremely lacking confidence, Luke.
Yeah, okay. I feel a lot worse than I did 30 seconds ago for some reason. Kellen, thank you so much, man.
Killer.
We appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks, guys.
All right. That's Kellen Olson joining us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. He did answer that last question in like 10 seconds. We're not even late. All right. When we come back, how balanced will the Steelers offense be with Aaron Rodgers? And how glad are you that the Arizona Cardinals did not draft Shamar Stewart with that 16th pick? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
When Zach Gallen gives them a quality start, he's not necessarily 5-0, but they're 5-0. When he doesn't achieve a quality start, they're 0-9. It's literally the defining delineation between success and failure. When he has a quality start, they win. When he doesn't, they don't. Wow. And it's crazy
stat
that it would be that simple. And I don't think it'll be that simple all year long, but up until this point, it has been that simple.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. Do you like going out? Yeah, who doesn't? I go to a lot of concerts. I go to even more sporting events. Obviously, I like to go out and eat as well. Well, why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card? You can build credit with money you are already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest as you're doing it. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Plus, with Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit, and much more. Make everyday purchases count with Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-575-6814.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6814. 800-575-6814.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Diamondbacks begin a crucial 3-game series with the San Diego Padres tonight at Chase Field. First pitch is at 6:40 with pregame starting at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. Ryan Nelson gets the start for the D-backs against San Diego's Steven Kolek. And the Indiana Pacers host the Oklahoma City Thunder tonight in Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Tip-off for that one is at 5:30 over on ESPN 620 AM. The Pacers lead the series 2-1. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Parker & Sons is there for your air conditioning needs. Beat the heat with their same-day service and never pay extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. Call Parker.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey. Cardinals minicamp is in the books. How have the rookies adjusted to the NFL life? We'll chat with a couple of them on today's Burns and Gambo show, starting at straight up 2 o'clock.
All right, well, let's go around the NFL here a little bit, and let's start with the guy that got picked 17th in the NFL draft, okay?
Okay.
A name that was linked to the Cardinals a few times in mock drafts, and of course the Cardinals picked 16th, and the Cardinals went out and they drafted Walter Nolan, who is signed. Shamar Stewart was the 17th pick to the Bengals. He is not signed. In fact, he left their minicamp earlier this week.
It's not a normal clause. That's why Shamar Stewart is objecting the way he is. Now, it's a little strange to me, the fact that as an unsigned rookie, first-round draft pick, that he's in the building with the team. And I know he wanted to be with his teammates, but who's not a team employee? Who's not under a contract that goes in to work and shows up there? Like, the biggest statement you could make is not being in the building. And that's why I believe this morning he was not there. He's not showing up anymore until he signs that contract. The Bengals wanted to include that clause in there that basically said that he would have to forfeit bonus money, guaranteed money, if he was not on the roster through the length of that contract. And these rookie contracts were guaranteed through the last CBA. That was one of the stipulations. Rookie salaries, first-round draft pick salaries went down, but they became guaranteed. And now the Bengals wanted to apparently insert a clause that would essentially nullify some of those guarantees if he got cut, which he didn't want to sign. I understand that. Like, he doesn't want to be the guinea pig here. He doesn't want to set precedent.
Oh,
what do you make of that?
That is, well, you listen to Shefty right there, it kind of looks like maybe it's not Shamar Stewart.
No.
Maybe it's the Bengals.
And that's kind of where I was wondering if this might go, just because I've heard that from a couple people now, where it's like, yeah, it looks bad for Shamar Stewart because it's like, dude, you're holding out. What have you ever done in the NFL? You're a rookie. You weren't even the first overall pick. But then you read deeper, and it's like the Bengals are like trying to be cheap about this. Like, this is pretty much collectively bargained stuff, isn't it? This is why you don't see holdouts. You just said this earlier this week or last week or whatever. You never see holdouts from NFL draft picks anymore. Well, this is why, because all the money's basically slotted, and the Bengals are trying to find a loophole, it sounds like.
Yeah, it does sound like that. And also, too, Shamar Stewart, in and of himself, you think of the incredible talent that he has. And what was the big knock? Rick, do you remember what the big knock was against Shamar Stewart? Stats. Mm-hmm. In other words, production.
Correct.
Is what the big knock was against Shamar Stewart in terms of sacks at the college level, or the lack thereof. And now all of a sudden, this is a nightmare scenario. It is that this is happening. Do I believe he's going to hold out for training camp? No, I don't believe that's going to happen. I don't think the Bengals will let that happen. But the fact that this could be more about the Bengals than Stewart is a little alarming.
It's not great if you're a Cincinnati fan, because you already have the situation going on with Trey Hendrickson, when he just flat out said a month or so ago, yeah, it's gotten personal. And now you're talking about a guy who has 35 sacks over the last 2 years, who is
just say that again.
35 sacks over the last 2 years.
Are you kidding me?
And it's a perfect split. 17.5 in 2023, 17.5 in 2024. So it's not like he had one good year. And they can't get a deal done with him, and I understand that's more money. Okay, but at the same time, you can't get a deal done with him. All right, he says it's personal. Okay, not a great look. And now you're messing around with your first round pick over money that is supposed to go to him based on where you draft him. At least that's what it sounds like. It sounds like they're like, hey, you know what? Let's save a couple bucks.
I know.
And Shamar Stewart and his agent were probably like, no, you're not saving a couple bucks with us.
Hey, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't have drafted him in the first round if you had any reservation about him whatsoever. And it sounds like they have reservations.
So then draft somebody else, to your point.
Exactly.
It was the 17th pick. There was plenty of good players still available. And the problem when you do stuff like this is now, even if you get him signed, what a not great way to start off the relationship.
Correct.
Here's Arthur Smith from yesterday talking about how Aaron Rodgers is going to fit his offense in Pittsburgh.
Every year is going to be different. You evolve depending on, obviously who you've got personnel-wise and strategically, things you want to evolve to. And that's a lot of times how roster decisions get made. And you see it through off-season acquisitions, free agency, draft. Put those strategies in place. Like we've evolved every year. You have to. So a lot of times out of necessity, really, had a lot of different quarterbacks with a lot of different skill sets, and our job, especially as a coach, is play to the strengths of your players. And we have our foundation things that don't change, but whether you lean into certain schemes year after year, you adapt to get to the personnel you've got. That's what we try to do, hopefully to win games and set guys up for success.
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have a very balanced offense.
He mentioned that too.
You're going to have a very balanced offense. You want to play that
I got
cut?
that one too.
You'd love to be more balanced. Obvious, depending on how you want to attack this defense, where you think their strengths, weaknesses are. I mean, that's the game. It's played every Sunday. And obviously, as your roster evolves, obviously we didn't bring Aaron in here and sign DK for all that money to go run the wishbone. So, you try to play to the strengths of your team.
Yeah, right. But you didn't break the bank for Aaron Rodgers, did you, either?
No.
So, to me, again, balance is going to be critical. This is something I was talking about before Arthur Smith even said this. Balance for the Pittsburgh Steelers with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. He's no longer going to be a guy. You could just go out there and say, hey, go win the game with your arm. Just go do it. You got to put him in a balanced offense. Run and pass, especially at his age.
It's going to be a dramatic division to follow this season, Wolf, because you've got the Steelers, who are typically no drama, but they did just sign Aaron Rodgers, so you have to account for their potentially being
I still can't believe they signed him.
It doesn't.
I'm at a loss.
It doesn't really make a ton of sense with that organization's personality in the past and Mike Tomlin's person, but we'll see.
And I'm not talking about because Aaron Rodgers can't play anymore. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about because of Aaron Rodgers' personality in that city.
The potential for distraction, I guess you could say. And then you've got Cincinnati, who we just talked about. Cincinnati, who seems intent on undercutting themselves. And Cincinnati, who never starts the season well. They're always 1-2 or 0-3. And then Cleveland, who has 19 quarterbacks, but might not have any quarterbacks. So it feels like the path is there for Baltimore to win that division again. If you're the Ravens, you must just be sitting back like, oh, this is okay. Here we go. Especially because Pittsburgh's always a thorn in your side.
Yes, but again, this is going to be a really difficult situation for the Pittsburgh Steelers. If they do become one-dimensional, I think it could get really, really nasty in Pittsburgh. If they don't go out, this could be it. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I think Mike Tomlin is going in under the hot seat and on the hot seat right now. Going in, I do believe that going into this season, if they get knocked out again or don't make the playoffs for the first time in his career, I could see him getting gassed.
Why don't they just go get a quarterback? I mean, I understand, easier said than done. But when's the last time? Like, when was Big Ben? Even like his last couple of years, he wasn't Big Ben anymore. And I understand, all he's done for the organization. You're not going to run him out of town, but it's not like he just retired last year. And it's not like they've really gone out and gotten a young quarterback and given that a shot. They've just been kind of piecing it together with Justin Fields and Russell Wilson. And I guess they had Kenny Pickett, but it's not like they invested a high pick in that either. And now Aaron Rodgers, I don't know. All right, we come back. We'll stick with football. How encouraging was it that Will Johnson was participating at mandatory minicamp for the Cardinals yesterday. And which Cardinals rookie do you think could dominate in 2025? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
OTA's over. Cardinals minicamp has begun. Arizona Sports is live from Cardinals HQ for minicamp. Talking with players and coaches.
This is Budda Baker.
It's Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Hey, this is Kyler Murray. And bringing it to you on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and ArizonaSports.com. Cardinals minicamp coverage brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat? That's what I'm talking about right now. It is heating up, Basinonians. But, of course, the nights in the Wolfley compound are always cool, thanks to our Brooklyn bedding mattress with cooling sleep technology. We are the Wu Fang Clan. We love our Brooklyn bedding Sedona hybrid mattress from Brooklyn Bedding. There's no better time than right now during the Brooklyn Bedding summer sale. It's going on, the summer sale right now through June 17th. You can get 25% off everything in store and online. 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Bedding's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever during the summer sale going on right now. 25% off everything until June 17th. Go to brooklynbedding.com. That's brooklynbedding.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Gambo. Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal, and with monsoons just around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather can cause hidden damage to your roof, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms. They are an A+ Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, and insured with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your inspection today. Call 602 Roofing for a free estimate on your roof. Give your roof some TLC with JLC. Call 602 Roofing or visit jlcroof.com. That's jlcroof.com. Don't wait. Prepare your roof for the monsoon season. JLC Roofing, professional roof repair and replacement for over 30 years.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Kevin Durant get traded over the weekend? If so, we'll have immediate reaction Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, final segment of the show here on a Friday, Wolf, and this was a big deal yesterday going into day 3 of mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
Will Johnson hadn't participated on Wednesday. He did participate yesterday, full participant. And
full participant.
We didn't really get to talk about it during the show yesterday because it was going on outside as we were doing the show. But now we know that he was a full participant, and I got to say, I know it's a small thing in the middle of June, but it is a big deal. At least to me, it's a big deal that he's out there.
Yes, it is a big. I'm sorry, I was cracking it up because I could already hear it right now.
That's on me. I did that.
I just thought it was wild coming off the hamstring. JG said the day before that the hamstring was. Yeah, it was a hamstring. It was not a knee. Mm-hmm. We all were very glad that it was a hamstring and not the knee.
Yeah.
But typically, you strain that hamstring at all, and you're going to miss 3 to 5 days somewhere in that vicinity. Just straining a hamstring, and suddenly he was out there the next day as well, good to go, and he was full.
I don't understand
that.
I'm
going to put that in the positive category.
I remember a time. I mean, we haven't been doing this show together that long. I think it's only, like 3 years, but. I remember a time, Wolf, when we didn't have to try to be doctors on the air.
Yeah.
When every team in the Valley wasn't dealing with a bunch of football. There's always going to be injuries in football. But, man, the Diamondback stuff just has me exhausted with the injuries. And Will Johnson, his health and status before games it's going to be a story. At least for his first year. And if he plays his whole first year, then I think it just goes away.
Man, I'm a little concerned because my expectation for the Arizona Cardinals has really risen. It has. From last season to this season right now.
Yeah.
They've had a very, very good offseason in what they have done to build this roster right now. And we've already got the Phoenix Suns and the expectation of the Phoenix Suns and the disappointment. Oh, my goodness, the Phoenix Suns and the disappointment around our Suns, base earnings, that is hard to swallow right now. And then coming into this season again, the disappointment that I feel in regard to the Diamondbacks, what is going on, because our expectations were so much higher. Our expectations were high for the Phoenix Suns. They were high for the Diamondbacks now coming into this season. Guess what? Coming into this season for the Cardinals, my expectations are high because of players like Will Johnson. And I think he's going to make an impact even as a rookie. So it's got me a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because I think a lot of people are dealing with the same thing. My expectations for the Diamondbacks were higher than they were for the Suns, but I still had much higher expectations for the Suns than what they actually did. And I do feel it sort of making me hedge my my emotional investment in the Cardinals. It has nothing to do with the Cardinals. The Cardinals are not responsible for the Suns disappointing. The Cardinals are not responsible for the Diamondbacks pitchers all getting hurt.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's like, okay, I feel like this should be a 9, maybe 10 win team. There's part of me that's like, maybe we don't totally know the ceiling because what if this defense is really good this year? But I find myself catching myself to be like, yeah, but, you felt like the Diamondbacks were definitely a playoff team, and you felt like the Suns were at least a playoff team.
Yes. My expectation is I've got to look at myself, and I got to temper my expectation right now. The Phoenix Suns, let that be a lesson to you, Ron. Okay?
Never believe in anything. Wait, no, that's not it.
All of a sudden, the Arizona Diamondbacks, let that be a lesson to you. I need to temper my enthusiasm because the Phoenix Suns and the Diamondbacks have proven stuff happens. Mm-hmm. Stuff happens, and it does. You can't really bank on anything until you see it. The only way to do it is to prove it. And I think that's a better adoption for me with the Arizona Cardinals
adopt the prove it
going
mentality?
forward. Yes. Why don't you guys just prove it? That makes me feel so much better saying that, even though my expectation is they are going to be better.
I'm going a different path. I'm just trying to be very specific with my expectations. I'm not going to sit over here and convince myself the Cardinals are going to be a playoff team or even win more games this year than last year. but I cannot deny my feeling that this defense is going to be good. That I expect the Cardinals to have a good defense. I expect, what did they have, 41 sacks last year? I am firmly in the 50 or more sacks category for the season. I will take that.
That's a statement from Luke right there.
50-plus sacks for the Cardinals.
Yeah,
okay?
Rick, put that in the audio file
50
right
plus
there.
For the 50-plus sacks for the Cardinals.
Okay.
I'm not hesitating.
Could I see that happening? I could see that happening, especially with Nick Rollis, scheming up some things as well, but I think he's not going to have to scheme as much. And that's what really fills me with a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
I think they're going to be able to get pressure with 4. We just don't know which 4 that they're going to line up. Don't know that yet. Josh Sweat, he's going to be one of them in case he gets hurt. I'm just saying.
Don't even suggest that,
just
Wolf.
knock it off, Rick.
I'm assuming.
We're not superstitious here
Well,
on the
I'm
Wolf
sorry,
and Luke
but
show.
Bradley Beal came here, gets hurt. Corbin Burns comes here, gets hurt. What player's not going to come here and get hurt?
Okay, but I didn't say anything about those guys.
The Corbin Burns one, I think has emotionally scarred me. That he came here and it's like, you know what? They were on this, and something finally went in Arizona's team's way. He wanted to come here, and he's dealing. Why is he waving to the trainer? Oh, we'll see him in a year plus. That's the one that's just like, okay.
His routine got messed up.
Jordan Montgomery comes back looking great this spring.
Well, I don't know about
looking great, not like looking great on the mound, but physically he lost a lot of weight, looks good, might be a good option for them. Gets hurt.
Yeah, and
the city is cursed.
It is. No, it is not, Rick. Stop it.
We're gonna take a sunshiny disposition into the weekend.
But in terms of the Arizona Cardinals, though, I do. The expectation is there, and it's legit. It's there for a good reason. They can run the ball, and they're going to be able to run the ball, and I think they're going to be even more physical.
Yeah.
Isaiah Adams, what I'm seeing from Isaiah Adams right now, I'm all in on this. He's got a little round. He's got a little gut.
Got a little round.
He's got a little gut going in front of him right now.
What's his weight at right now? You can see
his legs. Well, he's about 320, between 320 and 325. Can I tell you that?
That's a little round.
That is good. And not only that, if you look at his legs, man, and you look at his butt, you can see it. No, just knock it off, Basinonians, but you can see it. He's gotten thicker.
I think I wanted to go into the weekend
from
with
the
our depressing Corbin Burns.
Well, no, I'm saying this is the reason that it gives me a lot of optimism. This might be a dude.
I'm going to stick with the very specific. And look, if you press me on this, and you're not going to be able to because the show's almost over, so that works out for me. If you press me on it, I am optimistic about the Cardinals. I really am, because there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. I'm just so beaten down by what happened to the Suns and what happened with the Suns and is currently happening to the Diamondbacks. But I'm not going to come off the 50-plus sacks. I think this defense is going to be legit. And if they have an injury or two, I think they're still going to be legit.
Next week, I'm coming up with some stat that I'm not going to come off either.
That's right. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, Stay cool in your own swimming pool, and right now get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Hey, it's Gambo. Back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Murata. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com. Or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Make a precision decision with Precision Air. Hi everyone, I'm Gina Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing, the Valley's #1 ranked AC company.
Wait a minute, honey, that's my line.
Well, Eric, not anymore. And people don't know we truly are a family-owned business because you always do the commercials.
But I like it that way.
If your family needs quality AC or plumbing, call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona.
Well, can I at least tell them how to reach us?
Go ahead, Eric.
Call us today at 602-FIX-MY-AC. That's 602-FIX-MY-AC.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks start a pivotal 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tonight. We are also awaiting a definitive update regarding the health of Justin Martinez. Manager Troy Lovello with MLB Network Radio earlier today was not optimistic.
It could be 13 months, it could be 12 months, but it's something that's looking right now that's going to be very, very substantial.
Lovello will be joining Burns and Gambo coming up at 2:30, so perhaps we will have a definitive update then. As far as the rest of the on-field product, Ryan Nelson will get the start tonight against Padres right-hander Steven Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. From the pros to college, we're into the College World Series. Arizona taking on Coastal Carolina in College World Series Game 1. It is no longer going well for the Wildcats. A 4-run inning for Coastal, and the Chanticleers now lead the Wildcats 7-4. That one is headed for the top of the ninth. As a reminder, it is double elimination, so Arizona will have another shot even if they lose today. And Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight, Pacers looking to go up 3-1 over the Thunder in Indianapolis. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Friday, my friend.
It's Friday. Mitch is jumping around, celebrating, and I'm like, what's going on, Mitch? Coastal Carolina just scored a bunch of runs to take the lead over U of A. Mitch is celebrating partying like it's 1999.
Some good old-fashioned hate watching by yours truly.
That's what it is, yeah. Where's your team right now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's how it goes. So
Yeah, right.
you know, come on, man.
I know.
If there's anybody on the show who loves to hate, it's you. You love to hate. This is an ASU fan's dream right now. 7-4 top of the ninth. It's the College World Series. It's not a single elimination deal. So Arizona's not done. But
all right, stupid question.
Yeah.
Coastal Carolina, north or south?
Great question. I don't know. No idea.
All right.
Anybody?
I don't know.
Big Red is guessing north.
Big Red is
Big Red.
guessing north.
Big Red.
And Big Red looks
They're
like he
gonna
would
give
know.
you up.
Quick Google search right now, but Big Red, our intern Connor,
He's
is
guessing-
saying
he's guessing north.
I have the
Carolina.
answer.
Yeah, what is it?
If you're
Mitch?
looking for state specific, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
South.
South. Big Red, what the hell? Come on.
Big Red, he's gonna say you're fired. You're not. You stay right put. You're not. You're not.
No, we
fired.
like Big Red. We like Big Red.
Too.
Yeah.
We enjoy Big Red.
Yeah.
Yes, we enjoy Big Red's company.
Yeah.
We're happy to have him here on the show. So we got a lot to get to today.
Lot to get to.
Very excited. Tori Lavello's going to join. Well, maybe we're not excited about what Tori might tell us, which we're going to get to here in just a moment. Cody Simon and Will Johnson, Cardinals rookies, will join us in studio.
One guy went to Ohio State, one guy went to Michigan. So
I can only imagine the fights you're going to try to start on that, right? Like, I can only imagine the tension you're going to try to create with those two, like, right out of the chute. That's a little later on today. Let's weigh in on our top story of the day, though, here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
The concern is high. I gave the diagnosis that it's a UCL sprain. He's going to seek a second opinion, and he's going to be lost for an extended period of time. It could be 13 months, it could be 12 months, but it's something that's looking right now that's going to be very, very substantial.
How to say it without saying it? That was Troy Lavello on the MLB Network, or earlier today on the MLB Network radio, that Justin Martinez is to be out for an extended period of time. Maybe it's 12 months, maybe it's 13 months. No quote-unquote official diagnosis. We haven't heard the term that we're all bracing for. But you hear 12 months, you hear 13 months, you hear extended period of time, and we should all get comfortable with the idea that Justin Martinez is going to be out a while.
This is what I was told just a short time ago. I'm like, so is it Tommy John surgery or no? Most likely. He is trying to get the second opinion before he decides. My question was, did the first opinion say Tommy John? It just said that it should be considered. So the first opinion that Justin Martinez got said that you should consider Tommy John surgery. The second opinion is the one he's waiting to get confirmation for. If it suggests the same thing, we are talking about Tommy John surgery. So again, what I'm hearing is that the first opinion suggested to him that Tommy John surgery needs to be considered. And so he went for a second opinion. And if that says the same thing, then he will have Tommy John surgery. Everybody is saying to me that it is most likely Justin Martinez will then have a second Tommy John surgery because he's had it once before.
Yeah, and that's what Torrey, and then we'll react to this in a minute. This is Torrey again on the MLB Network Radio on how he's already had a UCLA reconstruction.
He's already had a UCL reconstruction, and based on that type of procedure he had, those last between 3 and 5 years. He's a high intensity guy, so he's right in the bucket of it having to be redone.
Now we've got Torrey on for his weekly visit with us coming up in about 24 minutes from right now. Of course, we'll ask the question. It'll probably be the first topic of conversation. Whether he has something official or not, I don't know. Whether Justin Martinez will make his decision between now and 2:30 or now and 3:40 this afternoon when Torrey later meets the media, I don't know. Today kind of feels like the day we're going to know for sure. But honestly, whether we know for sure or not, we've already kind of been given the timeline by Torey Lovullo. 12 months, 13 months. I mean, that's so now you're talking about what similar to a Corbin Burns style timeline.
All of next year, too.
All-star break of next year at the best case scenario, right, is what we're talking about for Justin Martinez.
Yeah. I mean, because at this point, right, he hasn't even had the surgery yet.
We assume,
no. So by the time he has the surgery, we're middle of June right now. From everyone I've spoken to, I've spoken with Daniel Hudson, the former D-back who had Tommy John surgery a couple times. It's no longer 12 months. It's just no longer, they're not trying to get guys back in 12 months anymore. It's more like, 14 to 16 months.
Yeah.
Because they want to take the time because Huddy was trying to come back at a year. He was trying to come back at a year and he retore it and had to have it again. There were a couple other guys that similarly tried to come back at about a year and it kind of backfired. So the feeling is that you actually need a few extra months more than just 12. It needs to be a couple of extra months. So that's why we think Corbin Burns and Justin Martinez, if he has the surgery, could possibly miss all of next year as well.
Now, and certainly one thing to add on that, it certainly compounds it that this would be his second one if he has the surgery. Right?
Yeah.
I think that adds an even extra layer of caution to it. And I don't know, that might be a good question for Torrey when we have him on later. Like if he does have to have it, how extra cautious would the organization be that it would be his second? There's also the financial component that he was one of the players the Diamondbacks identified as a guy to give a contract extension to. It wasn't a drastic contract. It was 5 years, $18 million. The Diamondbacks were heavily protected in that with options and things like that.
Yes.
But there's a short term and there's a long term, like anything like this. And in the short term, it's, okay, your closer is Shelby Miller, clearly, whether Torrey says that or not. I don't even know if he has to. How do you get to Shelby Miller? What's it look like to do that, right? That's where things get kind of how do you, okay, if you're going to say it's Shelby in the ninth, fine. How do you get to Shelby in the ninth is problem number one. And then problem number two is trying to come up with a long-term plan for this bullpen. AJ Puck will be back, but they're going to be very careful with him when
it's like a maze,
back.
isn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
Like if you get to the middle of the maze, that's where Shelby Miller is. How the hell do you get there?
Yeah.
How do you get there without running into a roadblock?
Mm-hmm. And who do you trust? And who do you believe in? And how long does it take you to get AJ Puck back in the fold? And how careful are you going to be? Like it makes the bullpen. I mean, the bullpen is all season long has been this dicey proposition. It's dicier even still now because you don't have a path. You don't have a trusted path that you can walk every single night when you're winning a baseball game that says, okay, that was the beauty of the 2023 team when they got Paul Sewald. In the 6th, we're going to do this. In the 7th, we're going to do that.
It was pretty simple.
In the 8th, we're going to do this.
It was
and in the 9th,
simple.
we're going to do that.
Yeah.
And you don't have that now.
No, everybody knew their role. The roles were defined.
Yeah.
And now it's like it really, I guess Shelby Miller's the closer. I mean, it seems like he's the closer.
We'll ask Torrey. I would assume that he is.
Yeah. I mean, because none of these other guys are, I mean, Thompson's trying to get back and they're working with him. I can't wait to see Ginkel. I mean, I'm a big fan of his, but he's had a lot of struggles this year. But, there's a lot of issues with this bullpen right now. There's been a lot of issues with the bullpen all year long.
There have been. And with all of that as the backdrop, in come the San Diego Padres, who it's first time the Diamondbacks have seen him this year. The Padres are one of the 3 wildcard teams the Diamondbacks are chasing. It didn't take much of a memory to remember that the Padres are, in essence, the team that ended your season last year. You closed last year's regular season with 3 against the Padres. You lost the first 2. Had you won either one of those games, you would have been a playoff team. Now, there was also that big blown lead against Milwaukee and other games that week we played, but the season ended with the Padres. The Padres, in a nutshell, while they're good, they've been playing .500 baseball but for the better part of the last month or so. So they've just been okay as of late. Their offense is Machado's having a really good year, but a lot of the other guys have gone real quiet the last few weeks or so. Their bullpen is absolutely elite. If they have a lead going into the 7th, 8th, and 9th, they've got guys who will absolutely shut you down, including Suarez, their closer. The Diamondbacks, once again, will find themselves leaning on their offense in this series to try to get them a much-needed win.
They played 13 games last year. The Padres won 7. The Diamondbacks won 6. I mean, that's how close it was between those two teams. So, this is a really important series, Padres, like you mentioned, 6-5 to start June. Machado has 4 of their home runs to start the month. So he's been playing really well, like you mentioned. They've got some other guys that are struggling. Battle of the bullpens, like you said, really goes to the Padres in this one. But I think you got to worry about Machado, Tatis, Sheets. There are some good offensive players on that team.
Multi-platinum entertainer Dierks Bentley is headed to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on June 20th for his Broken Branches tour. Limited tickets are still available. You can win a pair right now by visiting the contest page at arizonasports.com. Yesterday, Gambo said 6 teams in the running for Kevin Durant with some wild cards thrown in there for good measure. Has that list already been cut down? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns Corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
I expect that Kevin Durant will be traded from the Phoenix Suns next week.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
the Arizona Sports app,
and ArizonaSports.com.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but... okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4, men.com. It's time to get it back.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Before the Dbacks versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Ketel Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at Dbacks.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story.
Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Helzberg store or helzberg.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A., members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Arizona Sports.
Kevin Durant is someone that I expect around the draft there could be some movement with. Like, I think there's a very good chance Kevin Durant is traded before the NBA draft, June 25th.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
So, yesterday, we talked about this at great length.
All our troubles seem so far away. Yesterday, all our troubles seem so far away.
Now it seems as though they're here to stay.
Exactly.
Indeed. Yesterday, Gambo said 6 teams. And it was the Rockets, it was the Spurs.
Spurs,
it was the
Timberwolves.
T-Wolves, it was the Heat. It was the Clippers and the Raptors.
Yes, those are the six that
6 teams.
Have been bidding and talking to the Suns about a package for Kevin Durant.
Yes, those are the 6. And you shocked me, honestly, when you had said this thing could happen soon. This thing could happen next week.
By next week, it'll happen.
By next week, it's going to be done.
By next week, it'll be done.
Shams Charania went on Pat McAfee's show today and, in essence, said a lot of what you said yesterday. He just said it today, in which he said this
That's
thing.
late.
Well, he didn't have a platform yesterday, I guess, to say.
Maybe he listened to the show when he got home last night.
Who knows? I don't know what Shams Charania does on his free time. He did also mention this thing could happen sooner than people would expect, maybe in the next few days, maybe sometime next week. He then took your list of 6 and he kind of narrowed it down to 3. And here's the 3 that he mentioned.
Really, in the last 24, 48 hours, I'm told the focus of the Suns conversation has been on a few of the teams. And here they are. The Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm told those are the 3 teams right now where a lot of the focus for Durant lies.
And then he said, and I want to get your reaction to all of this in a minute. Yeah. But then he said what I thought was the most interesting thing, and I don't know why, like a dog with a bone, man. I'm just fixated on this. He brought up the Kawhi thing. He brought up the
the
Kawhi. And if you don't know, the Kawhi thing is the Toronto Raptors back in 2018 traded for Kawhi Leonard, even though that's not where he wanted to go, and he had a year left on his deal, and the Toronto Raptors didn't care. And they traded for him, and they won a championship, and he walked away, and everybody was happy with the arrangement when it was all said and done. Here's Shams on that.
It's a great question you ask, AJ, because he's on an expiring contract, about $54 million. And so that could also come up as an issue here, where if there's a team that for sure wants his extension, or will there be a team? We saw what happened with Kawhi Leonard in 2019, or actually 2018, and then he won the championship in 2019 with the Toronto Raptors, where they just literally had no idea whether he wanted to be there, probably didn't want to be there, and they trade for him, they win a championship, then he leaves anyway.
Now that has my attention. It's an extension
exactly
of the
what I
conversation we
said
had
yesterday.
Right,
it's that the Suns are going to make the best deal for them, and that there are several teams that are not that concerned with whether Kevin Durant would sign a 2-year extension with them. And that was, to me, breaking news yesterday, because everybody just, well, maybe Toronto would do it. There are other teams that will do it too. Kevin Durant's preferred teams are the Spurs and the Rockets. But I've got 6 teams, not 2. I've got 6. Are all 4 of those teams willing to trade for Kevin Durant without knowledge of him signing an extension? I believe so. I believe that these teams would trade for Kevin Durant and let the year go by and see if he loves it there and wants to stay the way Siakam stayed with the Pacers after they played half a season there and said, I kind of like it here. Again, as I said yesterday, the team that trades for Kevin Durant, regardless of a 2-year extension or not, retains his bird rights. They can pay more than anybody else. If Kevin Durant goes to one of those teams and then says, you know what, I don't like it, I want out of here, he is limited in how much he can make with only teams that are under the cap. He can only go to a team under the cap and get max money. He can only, now other teams might be able to free up money. That happens a lot. But only the teams that are under the cap, and that's usually your Wizards, your Nets, the Jazz. Those are the teams, hey, we could give, but he's not going to want to go there. So if he wants to go to a team that's over the cap and can't get under it, it's very likely he's relegated to a 1-year mid-level exception contract of $16 million. So these teams have a little bit of leverage with KD. It's not like KD has all this leverage. Send me here or I'm not going anywhere else. He doesn't have the same leverage that people think he has.
In a nutshell, the team that trades for him ultimately at the end of the day can pay him more money than anybody else. And that's, in a nutshell, that's the power that they have in acquiring Kevin Durant over anybody else. Now, at this point, he's made $400 million or whatever it is. He might decide, to your point, the money's not that big of a deal to him, and he'll go play somewhere for the mid-level. Or a team wants him bad enough they can create cap space. It really isn't that hard if you've got the right kinds of contracts on your roster that you can use to kind of create that space. That could be an easy enough workaround for Kevin Durant to say, but still, there is a history of teams, and the Kawhi one is the main one, but there are others of saying, okay, yeah, we get it. We don't know if you're going to stay here or not. We're going to trade for you anyway. And yes, would you, in theory, get more in a Kevin Durant trade if he has his blessing and he's going to sign an extension? Yes, a team is logically going to give up more for a player they know for sure they've got 3 years of versus a player they know they only have 1. That makes a lot of sense, obviously. But if you get enough of these teams who don't care whether Kevin Durant signs an extension with them or not, or they don't need to hear him say, I'm going to sign an extension. If you've got 2 or 3 of those teams, then that creates a different kind of leverage. Now you can pit those teams against each other and say, I'm not dependent on Kevin Durant's blessing. You all fight amongst yourself to come up with the best offer among the teams that know he might not stay after a year.
They do have that.
Teams that know he might not be there for a year.
They're not sure. They don't know for sure.
They're not sure, and yet they're bidding anyway.
Yes.
And if you've got multiple teams in that pool that are doing that, it does, yes, it's still the preferred way to have his blessing and to get the extension and to get more. But there is another path here, and that's the path.
That is the path. And that's why there are 6 teams. Okay? I don't think you would go to Kevin Durant and say, KD, would you play for all 6 of these teams? And he would say yes. I think KD would try to narrow it down to 2 or 3.
Yeah.
That's my belief. Really, and I think his preferred destinations are Texas. I think he wants to go to San Antonio or Houston. But why are 4 other teams then involved in the trade discussions? Because these teams are not afraid of trading for Kevin Durant, spending the year with him, trying to win him over, knowing that they have his bird rights, and also knowing that if KD says, hey, you know what, this didn't work out here, okay, we'll do a sign and trade. Where do you want to go?
Yeah.
We'll do a sign and trade with you. That's why.
For what it's worth, you heard the 3 that Shams said and the 6 that Gambo has talked about. Grant Afseth is a Dallas-based basketball writer who has covered the Mavs for Sports Illustrated and for other outlets as well. I saw today where he reported he's hearing that there is increasing doubt the San Antonio Spurs ultimately will land Kevin Durant in a trade.
Doubt that they will. I would say this. I think it's a lot more difficult for San Antonio to get him if they don't include either Castle or the number 2 pick. I think they've got good packages, but I think other teams will have better packages. So this is my belief. Unless they want to put in Harper, the kid from Rutgers who will be the number 2 pick, or Castle, I think that their path becomes difficult because you might like Sohan And did I say it right?
You did.
All right. And Vassell.
2 for 2.
I got to pause for like
Gamble's on a roll.
I got to pause to make sure I got it right.
According
there.
to the listeners, I was being mean to you yesterday by forcing you to say their names correctly, so I wasn't going to say anything either way.
All right,
because I'm the nice guy on the show.
Okay, so those two guys. There's also Keldon Johnson. There's Harrison Barnes. There's guys that you could get, but I think that San Antonio's path to get them means that they have to up the offer a little bit and maybe give the Suns something that they don't want.
Yeah, he writes, sources...
To give. They don't want to give.
Yeah, the sources stress the situation remains fluid less than 2 weeks before the draft, but as of June 12th, which was yesterday, doubt is increasing that Durant will land in San Antonio, and there appears to be no clear traction for what it's worth. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the status of Justin Martinez, what does it mean for the bullpen the rest of the season? D-backs manager Troy Lovello, his weekly visit is next here on Burns and Gambo.
This afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper. 2:30 this afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing. And for those of you that are in the market for a new roof, JLC Roofing offers $1,500 off your new roof. $1,500 off a new roof. Now, never a bad time to replace your roof because it's hot. The summer months put a lot of wear and tear on your roofs. And the monsoon season starts June 15th. That starts June 15th. We had some rain in early June, but very likely we'll get a lot more. Now, those monsoons could do a lot of damage to roofs. If your roof is not ready, you could end up with so much damage to your roof. We're talking insulation and baseboards and drywall and mold and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in damage. You don't need it. Call JLC Roofing at 602 Roofing. Get a free estimate right now. Free estimate on your roof. Maybe you just need a repair at 602 Roofing or go online for more information at jlcroof.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Born in the birthplace of tequila,
Estrella Jalisco is the golden Mexican Pilsner with roots in Jalisco, Mexico since 1910. The finest ingredients are always used to deliver a smooth and flavorful taste with a crisp finish that leaves you refreshed. We're proud to bring you this authentic and delicious Mexican beer, perfect for pairing with food and enjoying with friends. Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Diamondbacks start a pivotal 3-game series against the San Diego Padres tonight. We are also awaiting a definitive update regarding the health of Justin Martinez. Manager Torey Lovullo with MLB Network Radio earlier today was not optimistic.
It could be 13 months, it could be 12 months, but it's something that's looking right now that's going to be very, very substantial.
As far as the rest of the on-field product, Ryan Nelson will get the start tonight against Padres right-hander Steven Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight, Pacers looking to go up 3-1 over the Thunder in Indianapolis. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Your exclusive home of the Dbacks. Diamondbacks.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo joins Burns and Gambo to talk Dbacks baseball. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Every Friday at 2:30, we're talking baseball. We're talking Diamondbacks baseball with the manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo. He joins us for his usual appearance here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Torey, good afternoon. See you on this Friday, man. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good, boys. How are you guys?
Very good.
Good. We're going to start with the obvious. Everybody's just waiting and bracing for the news on Justin Martinez. I know you were on Sirius FM today on a baseball show and discussed that it could be 12, 13 months. Is there anything new to report on the status of Justin Martinez?
Yeah, it's official. He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them. So, once again, it's another big blow to this team. But I'm proud of the way the guys have been fighting. We kind of been sitting on this news and not totally official until about an hour and a half ago. And this team has been tough. We're gritty. We're like Arizonans. We're true Arizonans. We are gritty. We find a way. We get it done, and that's going to be our mindset.
Take me back to that game. Take me the crazy game. You end up, recovering to win 8-4. Merrill Kelly was outstanding. Did you notice anything with J. Mart? He was throwing the ball 100 and 101. Then all of a sudden we saw 97. Did you notice anything while he was on the mound before he pointed for the trainer to come out?
Not one thing. There was no indication that this was taking place or there was any discomfort until I got a chance to talk to him the day before yesterday, and we sat down in my office just so I could get a little State of the Union as to how he was feeling. He felt it on that 97-mile-an-hour pitch. He felt a little something. He thought, let me see what's going on there, and he tried to throw another one, and that's when he determined that it wasn't right and something had to be done, and that's when he called up the trainer. So this is just the nature of athletics. Every team deals with it. It's just happened to have been piled up into these past, 12, 14, 15 days that we've come up with some arm injuries, and we're trying to figure it out. We try to find a way out of it. We believe there's a solution to everything, but J-Mart is going to be missed for sure.
You had said in your previous appearance, 12 months, 13 months, now knowing that it is going to be Tommy John surgery, has that recovery time been extended for more months and for a longer period of time, or is that kind of the still working plan here right now?
Well, I've been around it now, right, 9 years, and you see these things happen often, and you could just, we're not going to totally forget about him, but we can't put him on our books and have him around in our thoughts that he's going to be baseball ready until at least 12 months from right now. So around this time next year, that's when you start to zone in on where he's at and what his progression is and how he's feeling and where's the throwing program, et cetera, et cetera. and then you can develop a little bit of a timeline. But prior to that, it's way too hard. Traditionally, it's 13 to 16, 14 to 16 months from start to finish, and that's what we're looking at. And we're hoping it's sooner than later. We certainly want him back because he's just an unbelievable young man. He means so much to this organization and so much to this team. And when he gets back here, he's going to be stronger than ever.
Yeah, Tori, I was talking with Daniel Hudson, a former Diamondback. He just retired this past year. And Huddy was telling me, he goes, look, when I had it the first time, I tried to come back at a year, and I was pitching in Double-A for the Diamondbacks, and I blew it out again, like at 11 and a half months. And since that time, there were a couple other guys that tried to come back within a year and did the same thing because he had to have a second Tommy John surgery because they brought him back too soon. He says now the norm it's 14 to 16 months. It's no longer 12 months. Is that your understanding as well?
Yeah, that's kind of the way it's described to me. And I trust the teachers that are around me, the doctors that are going to be, that have done the procedures, the medical team that has recommended the right amount of rest. And Huddy's a great case study, right?
Yeah.
He came back throwing low bullets all the way up until the day he retired.
Had a great career.
It was an unbelievable recovery. I know that he left here, went on and won a world championship, a couple of them, and he was throwing in that upper 90s again. So we feel very good, given the proper time. And that's what I tell the athletes. I got off the phone with Corbin Burns this morning. I said, look, the temptation is going to be feeling so good, go out there and try and run 10 miles when you're only supposed to run 8. When you're asked to run 8, you run 8. You follow the protocols to a T, and everything will be just fine.
Troy Lavello is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. So now moving forward, am I to presume Shelby Miller in the 9th is kind of a fixed, thing for you? Is that open to interpretation, or is Shelby the guy now for you to close out baseball games?
Yeah, I think I'm going to lean on Shelby. He's got a nice track record in this game. He's fearless. He goes out there and just executes a game plan, and he's going to force you to beat him. He doesn't walk a lot of batters, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for guys on the back end to challenge hitters, follow the game plan, and when push comes to shove, go out there and put it where you're supposed to and make them hit their way on. So Shelby's certainly somebody that we're going to lean on. Probably as I'm sitting here right now, and I have to give you an answer. Yes, Shelby's going to close it out in the 9th. I need somebody in that very, very back end that's going to go out there and collect outs, and I can build it forward from there.
Yeah, and we know you. We've had these conversations with you now for a long, long time. You like to start with a closer and work your way backwards. How about the plan of getting to Shelby in the 9th? How is that going to work for you now?
The whole world wants to know.
We're all dying to know. How are you going to get to Shelby in the 9th at this point? Gambo's not wrong.
Yeah, that's part of the challenge, right? And what I like are guys that go out there, challenge the zone. You have a bad at bat or a bad pitch, you shake it, go back out there, pound the zone some more. You have good outings, get on a roll. And look, there's creative ways to help guys get on rolls, and maybe a little short usage, get them a little confidence, and the next thing you know, you got somebody that you can go out there and you can really depend on. But for right now, we know the names. It's Backus, it's Beeks, it's Jarvis, Scott, Ginkel, RT, Murillo. Those are the guys. And I'm looking for people to step up in those critical situations when their competitive best is absolutely needed to go out there and execute a game plan. We have one guy in particular in Kevin Ginkel, right? He is somebody that has stood and on the biggest stage and gone out there and executed at a really high level. He was in the 7th or 8th inning of the NLCS, and he had the entire top of the lineup, the Philadelphia Phillies, that he overmatched and got out to push it to the next level, to the next inning. So I know we have somebody sitting here that can do it. It's just a matter of getting him confidence, getting his pitch shaping, getting his fastball location right, and we can go from there. So those are guys that we're going to count on. Some need more work than others, but they're here, and we got to get it done.
Any of the newer guys or even just younger guys that you feel were all right? Bryce Jarvis gave you 3 good, solid innings the other day, only gave up to 1 run, got his first career save. Boone's Farm Backhouse, the lefty.
Boone's Farm
Boone's Farm, yeah. With that,
what a good story.
Yeah, it was a great story. With that delivery, do you feel? You seem to feel comfortable going to any of these guys in big situations. You're not shying away from it.
You have to. And look, I wish there was a more traditional list of names, guys that have been proven that have gone out there and done it at a high level, but it's just not the nature of where we're at right now. So I've got to rely on these guys, and I don't want to run from anybody. If you run from people, they sense it and they feel it that you're out of favor with them, and it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to come around and do their job. When you instill some confidence in them, give them hope that they're going to be out there doing what you want them to do and what they're capable of doing with a little bit of belief from me and the coaches, the sky's the limit. But you're right. Backus is for sure somebody that's firmly in our plans. But a young pitcher that, I want, if he's on any type of slippery slope, and he's not, he really has seemed like he's got his 2 feet firmly planted on the ground and he's got a lot of confidence. We got to manage that. I can't just run him out there. I will, but we have to manage it. We have to manage his health, which is very, very important to make sure that we don't run into some of the situations that we've been in. And then in Jarvis's case, we're going to try and stretch him out as a long guy. So we're going to keep him for multiple pitches, because right now we're a little bit thin with some of our 6, 7, and 8 starters if any of our starters were to go down. So we need Jarv to continue being stretched out a little bit like we did with Ryan Nelson.
Torey, we appreciate the time. Wish you had better news to pass along to us, but we understand and we appreciate you at least giving us the information. We do appreciate that very much. Good luck to this weekend against the Padres. We'll talk to you soon, okay?
Okay, boys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
You got it. Torey Lovullo, manager of the Diamondbacks, delivering the news. Justin Martinez's season is over. We'll react to that. And what else Torey had to tell us next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Charles Barkley joins us here on Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
So let's get into the what's going on with the Phoenix Suns.
Well, they're screwed right now. So you make the best deal for Kevin. I mean, the Suns are an afterthought. I mean, think about this. Okay, obviously you got to get rid of KD because of the contract situation, but Devin Booker and Bradley Beal, you're a play-in team at best.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Dbacks manager Torey Lovullo, brought to you by Estrella Jalisco, official Cerveza partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Arizona Sports is the home of Diamondbacks baseball.
Friends, it's Pat. I finally did it. Sometimes you just need to get off the grid and get some time to think, like way off. So I hopped into my all-new 2025 4Runner with available iForce Max engine and took off, which is me, the 4Runner and good old Mother Nature. Unfortunately, that's when I realized it was also Taco Tuesday. So I ended up coming back that night. I mean, priorities, right?
Right now, get low 2.99% financing for 72 months on the new 2025 Tundra. Or get 4.75% for 60 months on any new Tacoma. Plus, check out the all-new 6th generation 4Runner, now at your Valley Toyota dealer. Shop anytime at valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 2.99% with $15.19 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. 4.75 with $18.76 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. Cynthia, you did a ton of research on this. And why is it such a good value at Aria Dental Implant Center?
One of the things I liked about Aria Dental is their wide range of plans that you can choose from. So it doesn't matter what your range of income is or what your finances are, they can make it happen for you. And I didn't find that in other implant centers. That was a key game changer for me.
The pricing, they worked with our pricing because, we all have bills and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they made it work.
You need to make one call to Aria Dental, and that's all you need to do. They will take care of the rest.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we're going to react to the news that Troy Lavello just dropped on us a moment ago. But first things first. Our poll question, Mitch, he's there on the other side of the glass.
I'm
Mitch,
here, I promise.
You promise? U of A games final, so you're happy
The hate
lad.
watch is over.
The hate
yeah.
Coastal
You know what is
Carolina won.
fascinating, though? They could play, if Oregon State loses to Louisville, it could be a good old-fashioned formerly Pac-12 versus currently Pac-12 in the double elimination game in their side of the bracket.
It's so weird to still think of Oregon State as a current, even though they are.
Yeah. Still a Pac-12er, yeah.
That's kind of weird. That takes some getting used to.
I kind of like the Big 12 right now. Like, it's still, the newness has not worn off. When you get a new car, right? There's a time when you enjoy it for a while, and eventually it's not new anymore. I'm enjoying the newness of the Big 12.
Are you saying the Big 12 still has that Big 12 smell to it? That
It has.
new car
It
smell?
does.
Yeah.
It does. It's
smells like barbecue.
Smells like the Big 12 in here.
Still haven't played a lot of the teams in the Big 12 in certain sports. So.
No,
there's just 16 of them.
It's just weird when the Pac-12 is just two teams. But anyway, poll question. What you got for us?
Yeah, so we've got this trend happening with the Diamondbacks. Remember when there was that one trend last month where it was like they win a game, then they lose a game, then they win a game, then they lose a game. Now they're doing a thing where it's they sweep a team, now they get swept by a team, and now they've swept another team. So I'm just having fun with it today. Which of the following is more likely to you? The Diamondbacks sweep the Padres, or the Diamondbacks get swept by the Padres?
Look at those pitching matchups again real quick.
Tonight it's Ryan Nelson and Stephen Kolek.
It's Nelson.
The pitching matchups aren't bad.
It's Nelson,
For
Gallen,
Arizona.
and Kelly.
It's Kolek against Nelson,
Yeah.
Ryan Burgett against Gallen, and then the big one is Pivetta against Kelly.
Pavetta's been good this year.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
Sweep. Not get swept.
Sweeping?
Sweeping,
Okay.
not get swept. I think is the more likely of the two. I like the pitching matchups for the Diamondbacks.
Okay, I'll buy it.
You're the
buy it.
minority.
I don't want to go into the weekend on a negative note. I want to go into the weekend on a positive note.
For real.
Screw them. We'll sweep them.
We just got awful news about Justin Martinez. It's kind of unavoidable,
Yeah.
but what's our audience say on this one, Mitch?
You guys are in the minority, actually.
Oh.
It's a 75-25 split, thinking that the Diamondbacks are more likely to get swept by the Padres than they are to sweep the Padres this weekend.
Okay, that's the poll question. Thank you, Mitch. We appreciate that. So we got a two-part conversation now about what Troy Lavello just told us. And if you missed it, this is what Troy Lavello just told us.
It's official. He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them. So, once again, it's another big blow to this team. But I'm proud of the way the guys have been fighting. We've kind of been sitting on this news and not totally official until about an hour and a half ago. And this team has been tough. We're gritty. We're like Arizonans. We're true Arizonans. We are gritty. We find a way. We get it done, and that's going to be our mindset.
Go ahead.
We knew this was going to happen.
Yes.
We knew it was going to happen. And it was Christian Montes de Oca and Justin Martinez and Corbin Burns, and all of a sudden, it's all pitchers, and it's tough. It's tough. There's a lot of baseball left. You don't want to write this team out. They're a quality baseball team, but it feels like it's a lot to overcome. It feels like it's a lot.
It does. And in the next segment, I'll just kind of tease ahead a little bit. We're going to really take a deep dive into what he said about Shelby Miller, what he said about getting to Shelby Miller, because that's kind of the what's next part of this conversation, okay? And he basically anointed Shelby Miller the closer without going that far in saying it. He basically said it without saying it. But for now, at least for this part of the conversation, the focus is on Justin Martinez and really kind of the vague nature as to the when he's going to be back. And Torey, when he was on with us, kind of cited the same numbers that he cited with Corbin Burns, how it's not really a 12-month thing anymore,
right.
How it's like 13, 14, maybe even 15. Yeah, I mean, you're potentially in the same position that you are with Corbin Burns, where potentially you have seen the last of Justin Martinez not only this year, but potentially all of next year too, where you're just not going to have him.
You got to plan. I think if you're Mike Hazen, you've got to plan for not having them.
I would agree.
Your plan has to be, I can't count on Corbin Burns or Justin Martinez being on this roster next year. I just can't count on it. If they are, great. If not, I've got to make a plan.
Yeah.
So that's starting pitching and your bullpen. I mean, that's Mike's focus of attention at the trade deadline and a new offseason is going to be on trying to rework this bullpen somehow, because this has been a disaster this year.
I think in my mind, I'm even going to take it one step further a little bit in that, yes, Corbin Burns, I think that's what you have to plan on. I think because this is Justin's second Tommy John surgery, you have to be even more cautious than that in terms of, and I don't mean like extending the timeline. I mean in terms of how much do you want to count on him to be your closer in 2027? How much, and it's not his fault, but being that he's a two-time guy now and he's on that list, how much faith do you want to have in him to say, well, he's definitely going to be our closer in 27. Oh, he's for sure going to be the guy in 28. I mean, you're really kind of getting into the dead zone now when you're talking about a two-time guy. Of course, it's been done before. Daniel Hudson had it done. Lots of guys have had it done twice.
Ended up winning 2 World Series and having an incredible career.
But I think it just adds an extra layer of uncertainty and caution when trying to project ahead. What is this player going to be for us when he's healthy?
There's no question that the Diamondbacks' plan was for eventually Justin Martinez to be their closer. That plan's gone now. They need to go get a closer. Okay? That's simple. I mean, the thought was we'll go into the season and it'll be Puck and J-Mart, Puck and J-Mart, Puck and J-Mart. But the feeling was that eventually Justin Martinez would have enough reps under his belt where then he could be the closer. You have to go get a closer. You have to. And if you got to go get a guy that can be a closer for you for 5 years and Justin Martinez comes back as an 8th inning guy, fine. But you have to get a closer. Now, a lot of times you're going closer year by year. I mean, the Diamondbacks have been year by year for as long as I can remember. Literally, it's year by year or maybe 2 years of a guy or a year and a half of a guy. So it's been a long time. When was the last time anybody was like, Ziegler, Papa Grande? But there's been a lot of them. So the plan has to be to go get a closer for next year. And then the year after that, if Justin Martinez comes back, fine. But you still have to have a closer that year, too.
I just did a quick Google search. And this first story that popped up was on MLB.com. And it was from 2 years ago, August 24th, 2023. Notable pitchers who underwent multiple Tommy John surgeries. Guys who came back strong. Nathan Eovaldi had it once in 2007, had it again in 2016.
Okay. And he's still a starter.
Yeah. Jamison Taillon. Had it once in 2014, had it again in 2019.
Came back as a starter.
Daniel Hudson, first had it in 2012, had it again in 2013.
Came back as a reliever.
Joakim Soria had it in 2003, had it again in 2012.
He had it twice, too, huh?
Yeah,
wow.
He had it twice, too. Chris Capuano had it in 2002, had it again in 2008.
Former Diamondback.
You know what's, okay, there's the names, but what stood out to me doing this quick Google search.
The difference in years?
Yes.
Yeah, that stood out to me, too, while you were saying it.
The only one who had it bang, bang was Hudson.
Huddy.
Everybody else, there was at least 5 years in between. That is my concern about Justin Martinez. He just had it 4 years ago, and he's already having it again. You know what I mean? That speaks to
Because we don't know anybody that's had it 3 times.
Is the nature of his stuff and his age? I mean, right? Does that put him at an even higher risk of, hey, the way you throw and how hard you throw and how hard you throw your breaking
stuff? Can you go 10
stuff.
years of not doing it again?
Exactly. And I know this is all speculative, and it's not fair to the kid. It's not fair. We don't know. We have no idea. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm glad you caught the same thing I did.
5 years.
Long gaps of years between
Capuano
these
was
guys.
5 years. All those guys were 5 years.
Capuano was
5 years. 6 years.
Soria was 9. Mm-hmm. Tyon was 5. Okay, so he was 5.
Yeah, notice that.
Evaldi was...
So fix it.
9 years.
Go get it. Go. Yeah, you're hoping you get it. You get it. You last 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, and if you have to get it again, you get it again.
Yeah. When we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show, first of all, let me remind you, because this is an important note here. When the temperatures get hot, and they are there, when it exceeds 100 here in the Valley, 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage, which is why we want you to text the word water to 620-620. Help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive. It benefits Phoenix Rescue Mission. Justin Martinez is done for the season, but the Diamondbacks aren't done for the season. So how are they going to survive this in their bullpen? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS store.
Love telling you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax. One of the things I was talking with Stuart Willis about actually today, annuities. A lot of people, they get to retirement and they look at these annuities that are available and should I do that and guaranteed income, but some of them have a lot of high fees and upfront fees. Sometimes they're worth it, sometimes they're not. You want a financial advisor that can talk to you about annuities, explain it to you so that way you know exactly what decision to make. Some of them are good. Some of them are not. So you've got to be very, very careful what to do. That's why you hire a financial advisor. That's what you pay them for, so that way you don't end up making big mistakes. Many people go into an annuity and then they realize how much fees have been taken out and what the costs associated are, and they're miserable. They're unhappy because they feel like they made a big mistake. Avoid making the big mistake. Work with a financial advisor like Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley. He's a fiduciary. I work with him too. Call 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
Are you dealing with a back issue and don't know what to do or who to call? Greg Schulte here, and I've got your answer. Call Desert Institute for Spine Care, a.k.a. DISC. Disc surgeons treat a variety of different spine conditions, such as herniated disc, sciatica, spinal stenosis, and degenerative disc disease. DISC is known for its minimally invasive surgical solutions, believing that using at least invasive yet most effective treatments is the best way for their patients to restore, revitalize, and rejuvenate their active lifestyles. And DISC is so good at taking extra time with patients to help understand their pain and how it's affecting their everyday life. Several years ago, DISC took care of my herniated disc issue, and I've been pain-free ever since. I trusted them, and I hope you'll place your trust in the disc surgeons to help you get through your back issue. Text SPINE to 620-620 or visit sciatica.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Bad news for the Diamondbacks. Justin Martinez's season is over.
He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them.
That's manager Torey Lovello with Burns and Gambo earlier today. Lovello went on to say it is fair to expect that Shelby Miller would take a majority of those ninth-inning save situations. As far as the rest of the Diamondbacks, huge game tonight against the Padres. Ryan Nelson will get the start. He'll oppose right-hander Stephen Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. Right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. From the pros to college, Arizona lost their first game of the College World Series today to Coastal Carolina, 7-4 the final. It is double elimination, so Arizona still has a chance, even with the loss today. They will play the loser of Oregon State and Louisville on Sunday. And then Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. Pacers look to go up 3-1 over the Thunder in Indianapolis. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can hear it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Diamondbacks Justin Martinez to undergo Tommy John surgery. Which players might teams offer the Suns in a Kevin Durant trade? And Dan Bickley writes Cardinals fostering elite chemistry and vibes in 2025. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Why Refi.
All right, 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show on this Friday. The news is not good. The news is very much as we expected. Justin Martinez, Tommy John surgery. Torey Lovello confirmed the news to us about a half hour ago. And off we go on a season in which another pitcher has been lost to an elbow injury. What is that? 4 now for the Diamondbacks. It's Burns, it's Puck, it's Martinez, and it's Blake Walston, who have all had elbow surgeries. And
what do we know on Christian Montes de Oca?
His was like elbow soreness, but
right,
I mean it was an elbow injury, but right. And AJ Puck didn't need surgery either. But you know it's been a year when it comes
Jordan
to
Montgomery
that.
as well, if you want to count him.
Thank you, Jordan Montgomery. I knew I was forgetting.
So that's 4 40-men that have gone under or that will go under the
4 pitchers on the 40-man roster.
But you did something the other day where you said, here's all the guys that have had to have elbow surgery
around baseball.
All right, and it was a lot.
Oh, it was a ton.
No, but it didn't. I think it was like
I got it here.
40 or 48. I'm going to guess you said 48.
I believe it was
I'm going to guess you said 48.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking.
But the Diamondbacks have had, what do we count the Diamondbacks at? 4 right now?
Yeah, right.
Because you've got Burns, J. Mart, Walston, Montgomery. So they've got 4.
47 Tommy John surgeries.
Well, 48 now.
48 now.
Yeah, I had Justin Martinez.
You counted Justin Martinez.
Of course I was.
41 other elbow injuries, 25 flexor or forearm injuries, 18 lat injuries, 50 shoulder or rotator cuff injuries as of about 4 days ago on a story by Jack Summers. So, yeah, it's everywhere, but I think there is a case to be made that it's happening to the Diamondbacks. It's happened to the Diamondbacks more often this year for whatever reason.
How many teams are there in baseball? 30 teams in baseball.
30.
Times 4 would be 120. If you had 4 for each team, it would be 120. There's 48.
Yeah.
So the Diamondbacks are having it more often than everybody else. It's just, and again, there's no explanation. There's no you want to do a review of it? You're not going to find anything out. Guys are throwing the ball 100 miles an hour, 95 miles an hour. It's nothing you're doing. It's nothing there. All the programs are right. It's just you got bit by the injury bug more than anybody else this year.
Sometimes you see the velocity in which guys are throwing their breaking pitches these days. Their sliders, their curveballs, the sweepers, whatever it is that have movement on it. They're throwing them so hard. Sometimes you think to yourself, how do you not need Tommy John surgery, right? Like I hate to say that about Justin Martinez, but his stuff was so filthy and he threw it so hard. Are we surprised? Are we shocked that eventually he needed some kind of? It's hard to be. It's hard for me to be surprised when you just see the sheer velocity of the breaking pitches that guys are throwing these days. Of course, it's going to lead to more injuries. So for the Diamondbacks, Torey Lovullo, being Torey, was hesitant to just come right out and say it. But he basically came right out and say it. Shelby Miller is our closer.
Yeah, I think I'm going to lean on Shelby. He's got a nice track record in this game. He's fearless. He goes out there and just executes a game plan, and he's going to force you to beat him. He doesn't walk a lot of batters, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for guys on the back end to challenge hitters, follow the game plan, and when push comes to shove, go out there and put it where you're supposed to and make them hit their way on. So Shelby's certainly somebody that we're going to lean on. Probably as I'm sitting here right now, and I have to give you an answer. Yes, Shelby's going to close it out in the ninth. I need somebody in that very, very back end that's going to go out there and collect outs, and I can build it forward from there.
So now the key is, how do you get to Shelby Miller? How do you get there? If you're going to have starters that go 5 innings, now your key is try to have starters go into the 7th inning. They've had some success with that lately, starters getting into the 7th inning. Takes a lot of wear and tear off your bullpen if you could do that. But there was also a situation where Brandon Pfaadt went 5 the other day. And now you're like, okay, I got to get 4 innings. I got to get 4 innings out of my bullpen. And that's the tricky part to me. Gallen or Kelly, going 7 inning, getting into the 7th. Not as worried about that as I am about the guy that's got to come out in the 5th inning or the 6th inning.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody that when asked about how he's going to get to Shelby Miller, that he mentioned all of them. He talked about looking for all kinds of guys to step up and throw strikes and do the thing. But one guy in particular he mentioned should surprise nobody. We
have one guy in particular, Kevin Ginkel, right? He is somebody that has stood and on the biggest stage and gone out there and executed at a really high level. He was in the 7th or 8th inning of the NLCS, and he had the entire top of the lineup, the Philadelphia Phillies, that he overmatched and got out to push it to the next level, to the next inning. So I know we have somebody sitting here that can do it. It's just a matter of getting him confidence, getting his pitch shaping, getting his fastball location right, and we can go from there. So those are guys that we're going to count on. Some need more work than others, but they're here, and we got to get it done.
Look, we did this exercise a couple of days ago. I'm just going to go through the names again, and if you're driving around listening to us, or if you're listening to us on a smart speaker, if you're watching on YouTube, hello, play this game with us.
Okay.
Do you trust him or do you not? Ryan Thompson?
Not yet.
Taylor Scott?
Nope.
Juan Murillo?
Not yet.
Shelby Miller?
Yes.
Bryce Jarvis?
Not yet.
Kevin Ginkel?
No.
Jalen Beeks?
Yes.
Kyle Backus?
No.
That's your bullpen.
Some of those guys are. I need more of a sample size.
Of course.
Not to say Jarvis might be good. Backus might be good. But I think you need more of a sample size to be able to trust them. Shelby Miller and Beeks are the one. Who would be next for you? Who would be your third guy?
that I would say I'm comfortable that he's in the game throwing right now? God, that's a really good question. No, I mean, it really is. Like,
it's Thompson or Murillo?
I'm like, I don't know is not an acceptable answer. I think it's Murillo. I think it's Murillo. I got trust issues with Thompson right now.
Okay.
I'm not you. Who's next on your list?
Murillo.
Okay. But I don't like that answer, Gambo. I don't like that answer. I'm not even close to comfortable with that answer.
No.
Like, it's not a great answer.
Let me see. Ryan Thompson, I think Ryan Thompson's actually been pitching better lately. Okay, in his last 4 outings, the last time, wow, this is incredible. Maybe it is Ryan Thompson. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 consecutive outings without him giving up an earned run.
Okay.
So it's Ryan Thompson.
Cambo brought facts with him today.
Now,
look at that.
2 of those outings were just one batter, but one was 1 1/3. 4 of them were 1 inning. The last time Ryan Thompson gave up an earned run was May 19th against the Dodgers. He then pitched against the Cardinals, the Pirates, the Nationals, the Braves, the Reds, Seattle, without giving up an earned run. The answer is Ryan Thompson. Okay. It's like where he was coming from to where he is now. His ERA was 7.5 in that Dodger game. The last time he gave up an earned run, his ERA was 7.5. Now it's 5.4 because of 8 straight outings without giving up an earned run. It's Ryan Thompson.
I'm glad you looked that up.
Okay.
That surprised me. I don't know if I wouldn't have answered him before you looked that up. I didn't realize he had that string of success. So.
Might be. Well, he had some really, really bad out. He had 2 really bad back-to-back outings, 3 runs against Colorado, 2 against the Dodgers, 3 against the Mets, 1 against the... So in 4 out of 5 outings, he had given up 9 runs in like 3 innings.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we turn our attention back to Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns and a deal that might happen sooner rather than later. Is there a team out there that looks at Kevin Durant and sees him as the missing piece to the puzzle? That is coming up here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
New Suns head coach Jordan Ott on supporting his players.
I want them to know and believe that I'm going to help them. We, this place, we're going to help them. We're going to help them at every phase of their game. We're going to help develop them, get to a new level that they didn't think they could get to. And it's going to take all of us.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. Coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Nobody has performed more LASIK surgeries in the Valley than Dr. Jay Schwartz, the most trusted name in eye care in Arizona. Over 60,000 LASIK procedures performed by Dr. Jay Schwartz. Team Eye Doctor for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks, and a Team Eye Doctor for my family. We have trusted the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for decades in our family. We all go there. Matter of fact, my son will need an eye exam soon. He's going to go to the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. I've gone there for LASIK surgery myself, and I can tell you it's one of the best things I've ever done for myself. No glasses, no contact lenses, see the world great, daytime, nighttime, up close, far away, no problems at all, thanks to Dr. Jay Schwartz. There are locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. Give him a call if you're interested in a LASIK procedure. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, let's see if he can help you. Call 480-483-EYES or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family.
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community.
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Arizona Sports.
I'm told the Suns, Kevin Durant's business representative and boardroom CEO, Rich Kleiman, they're working on his trade as we speak.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
You missed it. This was Shams Charania on Pat McAfee's show earlier today.
It's a great question you ask, AJ, because he's on an expiring contract, about $54 million. And so that could also come up as an issue here, where if there's a team that for sure wants his extension, or will there be a team? We saw what happened with Kawhi Leonard in 2019, or actually 2018, and then he won the championship in 2019 with the Toronto Raptors, where they just literally had no idea whether he wanted to be there, probably didn't want to be there, and they trade for him, they win a championship, then he leaves anyway.
Yeah, that's it. That will continue to just fascinate the heck out of me until we reach conclusion on this story, which you believe will happen sometime next week. You reported that yesterday. This idea that there are teams who, we get it, the extension, we're fine. We'll trade for him anyway.
Yep.
And then we'll see what happens after that. We'll just see. We'll take our chance.
Because there's leverage these teams have. As I explained yesterday, the team that trades for Kevin Durant will own his bird rights. They can pay Kevin Durant more than anybody else. If they're willing to take the chance that Durant's going to want to re-sign with them, at the very least, if he wants to go somewhere else, they could do a sign and trade. Because Durant is very limited as a free agent on his own to teams that have cap space. Usually the teams that have cap space are not your good teams. They're the Jazz, the Wizards, the Nets. Now, there are teams that can get under the cap. I'm not saying they can't, but you just got to base it on, what teams have available cap space. Usually not a lot, and usually those teams are not teams that Kevin Durant would want to go to.
The six teams that you have talked about as being, kind of involved in this, actively involved in this, it's the Clippers, it's the Raptors, it's the Rockets, it's the Spurs, it's the Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves.
Yes.
Right? Those are the six.
Yes.
And then Shams later today said he thought it might be down to the Rockets, the Heat, and the Timberwolves as the three that have kind of, I know you're not saying that, I'm just saying that's what he's saying, that maybe the focus has been narrowed to on those three teams. Again, the Rockets, the Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. It's interesting. I Google searched Kevin Durant this morning, just looking for stories, inspiration, different ways to talk about this, things like that. And I came across a story. Now, admittedly, it's on a fan-cited website. So it's like a fan website, basically. And the name of the website is dunkingwithwolves.com. Instead of dancing with wolves, dunking with wolves. Dunking with wolves instead of dancing with wolves. It's clever.
All right, who was the producer or director?
Oh, Kevin Costner directed that. Oh yeah, oh no, he won that was Best Picture. He won Best Director. That was his.
So you know who that was?
Yeah, it was directed by Kevin Costner, starring Kevin Costner. Mary O'Connell, I think, was the actress's name.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night. We're done. That's not what you're here for. That's not what you came to the Burns and Gambo show for. Anyway, the article was headlined, Kevin Durant trade would instantly fix the Timberwolves' fatal flaw.
Okay, explain it to me.
And it was just a story about, hey, it was really obvious the one thing that they were missing. When defenses locked down on Minnesota, when defenses in particular locked down on Anthony Edwards, he had no other options. There just wasn't anybody else on that team that could score with any kind of consistency or any kind of regularity, right? They were just very limited when Anthony Edwards was removed from the equation. A good team with good players. We like Jaden McDaniels. I'm a big fan.
He wouldn't be involved in
Reed.
He wouldn't be involved in.
Well, I'm just talking about other options instead of Anthony Edwards to score, right? I'm just talking about how that team is constructed. Whereas if you add Kevin Durant to the mix, honestly, it's kind of like how it was enticing to us a few years ago when the Suns were looking to add Kevin Durant. Boy, it's really tough when Devin Booker and Chris Paul are just being taken out of the game. You really need another scorer out there.
I don't know how anybody's going to stop us.
They're looking at it at exactly the same way, right?
They are, but those teams will have, depending on what they give up, right? Those teams will have length and size and defense and things like that. Kevin Durant in the right situation is going to help a team. Kevin Durant in the wrong situation is still going to be great, but the team's not going to do well. Kevin Durant came here, and he played his ass off, and he was really good, but the team around him wasn't good enough to elevate this team to greatness. I don't blame Durant for that at all. I really don't. Kevin Durant is still a great player. In the right situation, on the right fit, I think he could take a team and put them over the top. Now, out of the 6 teams mentioned, there's probably 2 or 3 of those teams I think he could put over the top. Could. Not saying he will, that he could. There's probably 2 or 3 that he doesn't get over the hump. So it really depends on the situation that he goes to.
Okay, that's interesting. Let's look at this.
But it also depends on what they give up.
It does. And without knowing that part of the equation, does he get the Houston Rockets over the top? I think it's pretty close. I think it's pretty close that they become a much better basketball team. I
think they get over the top.
They were the number 2 seed in the Western Conference.
I think he helps them get over the top.
Does he put the Spurs over the top?
What's that mean?
That's a great question because does he
They're
make
an instant playoff team that's really dangerous?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he could put them over if they keep Fox and they keep Castle and they've got Wembanyama and they've got Durant and say they're even able to keep the number. Yeah, I think that team is going to be worthy of challenging Oklahoma City.
Do they put Minnesota over the top?
What do they give up? Are they giving up? They got to give up either Gobert or Randall. You have to give up either Gobert or Randall in a deal.
Been to the Western Conference Finals back-to-back years.
Yeah, I mean Gobert is one of the great defensive players we've ever seen in our lifetime. And Randall is a big-time power forward scorer that gives you toughness. But Durant is a guy that can absolutely take the pressure off of Anthony Edwards because his ability to score from anywhere on the court at any time is legendary.
I think the argument could be made that they're the team that it. Well, I don't know. I was going to say that they're the team that at most puts them over the top, only because they're much closer to the top than anybody else.
Because they've been so close twice.
They've been, like Houston. All due respect to Houston, they were like I say, they're the number 2 seed in the West. They flamed out pretty quickly in the postseason. Minnesota, back-to-back years, back-to-back Western Conference appearances. They're close. They're right there. They're not going to. I think an argument could be made that of all the teams you have mentioned as a potential landing spot.
Okay.
They're the ones that get the closest with a Kevin Durant trade.
They lost to the Golden State Warriors. Houston did in 7 games. In 7 games, they lost to the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
They scored 85 points in one loss, 93 in another, 106 in another, and 89 in another. They need a scorer.
Yeah, badly.
They need a scorer.
Badly, they do.
Şengün led them in scoring twice. Green led him in scoring once. Van Vliet led him in scoring 3 times. And Thompson led him in scoring once in their playoff games. They had 4 different guys lead him in scoring. They need a Kevin Durant badly. They need him. I think he could. Does he get Miami over the top? Probably not.
No.
Does he get Toronto over the top? Probably not.
Clippers are a weird one.
The Clippers, probably not, because then you get old. Harden, no, I don't think he gets them over the top.
And that's what makes them so
I'd say
weird,
no.
is that they're just always so hurt.
Yeah.
There's so many injuries
and
they
then
have
you're
to deal
old.
with.
Harden, if you got Harden, Kawhi, and Durant, and they're going to have to give. Look, if the Clippers, I don't think they're going to want to give up Zubac, so they're going to want to give up guys like Dunn and Powell and Bogdanovich if they're not giving up Zubac.
Yeah.
Am I saying that name right, just in case he comes here?
Zubac.
You're saying it right, but you guys are missing the most important part with the Clippers. They are just cursed. They will not win regardless.
Well, he doesn't get them over the top. Durant doesn't get the Clippers over the top. He doesn't get Toronto. And he doesn't get Miami over the top.
And I guess that's the thing, is if we're gonna filter out by teams that really would look at him and say, yes, we're a Kevin Durant away from being serious, I think those are the three teams: Minnesota, Houston, and San Antonio. I think those are the three teams where you go, okay, they're the ones that are right there and a Kevin Durant away from being really, really serious about this. Whereas the other three, I don't think they are, and so would they go to the nth degree to get their guy? Would they go all the way to get Kevin Durant? Maybe not as much as the other three. If you're just going to look at like that, just filtering it through that kind of lens. Well, I think those three are the ones that are in a different class.
A lot of these teams are saying, okay, if I don't have to give up that much, I get Kevin Durant, it's worth it. But the problem is, if you don't want to give up that much, you're not getting him. There are 6 teams bidding right now, and maybe 1 or 2 wild cards trying to get 3 or 4-way deals, team deals involved. I think the packages. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be a great package, but it's not going to be a bad package.
When we come back, is there a new priority number 1 for Mike Hazen at the trade deadline? And how does today's news impact Mike Hazen and the Diamondbacks in the trade deadline? Stay with us here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
Now Pavin, he cranks one out to right field. This is back. This is tracking, and it's gone. A long home run drought for Pavin Smith comes to an end. That's number 5, the second of the inning for the D-backs, and they now take a 5-2 lead.
D-backs Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of D-backs baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage Team, and there are a lot of houses on the market right now. I read a story today about the amount of houses that have been sitting on the market, not selling quickly anymore. Why? House prices are coming down. The Lund Mortgage Team is ready to get you pre-approved for a mortgage, absolutely free. Absolutely free. Get pre-approved for a mortgage with the Lund Mortgage Team. That way you could start looking for houses, and you could find houses in your price range, because you're a renter right now, tired of renting, tired of rent prices going up. All you have to do is contact the Lund Mortgage Team, get pre-approved for a mortgage, then go look at those houses. It's a buyer's market. A lot of inventory out there. You're going to find a beautiful house for a decent price. All you have to do is start the process by getting pre-approved for a mortgage with the Lund Mortgage Team. 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
After we met and we started dating, Nancy and I lived 150 miles apart, and I would drive my old jalopy car, and it was roughly a 3-hour distance. It took 3 years I drove across that state back and forth dating her every weekend.
Persistence.
And I would have never stopped. I had a lot of energy back
back then. 36 years ago.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Progressive knows when you own a boat or RV, it's like you're automatically on vacation, even if you're actually a marriage counselor in the middle of couples therapy. But in your mind, you're camping in Acadia, puttering around Frenchman Bay. Your boat and RV are both protected. You're lobster drenched in butter and... Uh-oh. Did your clients just notice you weren't listening? Quick, do the thing where you just repeat back exactly what they said, but as a question. They bought it. Now back to Maine, earning an automatic discount bundling your boat or RV with your home or auto. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay, and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I'm Mitch Varel with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Bad news for the Diamondbacks. Justin Martinez's season is over.
He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them.
Manager Torey Lovello with Burns and Gambo earlier today. Lovello went on to say it's fair to expect that Shelby Miller could take a majority of those ninth-inning save situations. As far as the rest of the Diamondbacks, a huge game tonight against the Padres. Ryan Nelson gets the start. He'll oppose right-hander Stephen Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. From the pros to college, Arizona lost their first game of the College World Series against Coastal Carolina, 7-4, the final there. It is double elimination, however, so Arizona is not done yet. They have a chance to remain alive. They just got to win out now. They'll play the loser of Oregon State Louisville, which is just about to get underway. That game will be on Sunday. And then Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. The Pacers look to go up 3-1 over the Thunder in Indianapolis. Tip-off is at 5:30. That'll be over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Joined us Monday morning. Full recap of the Diamondbacks' pivotal series against the San Diego Padres. We start the fun at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
It is a pivotal series. Very important. Starts tonight. First time they've seen the San Diego Padres this year. Diamondbacks 4.5 games back of San Diego for the last wild card spot in the National League. Of course, there's a lot of games to go. And, of course, there's quite a few teams in front of the Diamondbacks as well. Still, if you think that not everybody from the National League West is going to make the postseason, and probably not everybody is, these games in the division are very, very important. And let's not forget also, this is the team that ended the Diamondback season last year. They dropped 2 or 3 to San Diego, the final series of the season, and had they just won one more of those games, they would have been a postseason team. So there's that. Of course, the news today, Gambo, Justin Martinez out for the season. Torey Lovello confirmed it with us. He's going to have Tommy John surgery at some point when the swelling goes down. And he's done for at least a year, probably more, kind of like a similar timeline to Corbin Burns. How this impacts the Diamondbacks' approach to the trade deadline when it happens a month from now is obviously TBD. We don't know because we're still a long ways away from the trade deadline. I had one of the hosts over on KTAR today ask me, so what do you think? Are they gonna sell everybody at the deadline? I'm like, who knows, right? Like, we won't know the answer for that for at least another 3 weeks, 4 weeks earliest before we have an answer on that.
Right. I think that at this point now, you just what's the date of the deadline? It's
July 31st.
So,
July 31st.
Man, I just don't like. You got 6 weeks of trying to start. Now you get the All-Star break, so you have a little bit of a break there. But it is what it is right now. It's Shelby Miller's the guy. They'll try to patchwork it with a bunch of different players until, and even when AJ Puck comes back, you've talked about it. They're going to slow play it and not have it. You know, it's not like AJ's going to come back and he's going to pitch 5 times in a week or 4 times in a week. He'll probably pitch and then not be able to pitch the next 2 games. Then pitch and then not be able to pitch the next 2 games.
And be on a very strict pitch count.
Yeah, just to make sure that he's okay. In the meantime, you know, Mike Hazen's doing everything he can to just try to, you know, bring guys up. But even some of the guys that they're bringing up, like, I liked this Montez Dioque. He was pitching great.
Yeah.
But he's hurt now, so he can't help them. So it's not only the guys on the roster that got hurt, it's some of the guys that you were, like, Christian Mania is injured right now.
Could have been a role filler.
Could have been a role filler.
Sure, yeah.
Like, he pitched twice, and I liked what I saw out of him. But he's hurt now. Dioque is hurt right now. So even some of the guys that you liked in the minors that were coming up, those guys can't help you because they're hurt.
Yeah, look, and for whatever reason, this past week, there have just been a slew of trade deadline stories about, you know, what guys might be available and what teams might be selling. And maybe that's just because we're under 100 games to go and the trade deadline is less than 2 months away. But, man, every single day I feel like I'm reading a different story about, you sent one today, 10 bubble teams. Will they be MLB trade deadline sellers? And the Diamondbacks were number 2 on the list. I read a story on MLB.com today, which I took a great deal of interest in which they talked to a bunch of unnamed executives around Major League Baseball. And they all didn't think the Diamondbacks would be sellers. It was fascinating reading some of the quotes from this story. And one NL executive, quote, "I'd be surprised if they looked to punt. They're still pretty talented." Another AL exec, "I can see a scenario where they try to buy and sell."
Oh, that's your Mike Hazen.
That's the Mike Hazen special right there. But he went on to say it would be very surprising to just see them sell off all the expiring contracts.
Why? Why? Well, they're basing that on a sweep of Seattle. They're 5 games out. A lot's going to happen in 6 weeks.
Of course.
Now, I guarantee you the Diamondbacks are not going to be 5 games out of a wild card 6 weeks from now. They're either going to be north of that or south of that. And that will ultimately determine whether they're buyers or sellers. Don't you agree?
Unless they're not north or south of it and they're exactly where they are now.
That's what I just said. I doubt that they're going to be 5 games out.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah.
I don't. No,
it might be 4, might be 6. I don't think they're going to be 5.
I'm not trying to be a contrarian. I think there's a really good possibility we're in this exact spot at the trade deadline. Like this exact spot. 500 baseball team, 5 games out of the last wild card.
How many teams
spot,
ahead of you?
2 or 3 teams in front of you. I wouldn't be surprised at all if that's the exact spot we're in. And in which case, I don't have the slightest idea what Mike Hazen's going to do then. Not a clue.
Depends on how they're playing going up to. It might depend on how they're playing the week to 10 days going into the trade deadline. But man, I hate that spot. I hate that spot.
And I think to answer your question, why? Because you wanted most of the unnamed executives in this story cite the things you would expect. There's time. There's a lot of talent on that roster. They're still good. You know, like they're a 500 baseball team. It's not like the wheels have completely fallen off like they have in Baltimore. This was Buster Olney. He was on Bickley and Murata today. He said, look, if Mike Hazen gets to that moment, he is not afraid to do the thing that needs to be done.
What I got from other teams about Mike is they think that he will be decisive and that he's not afraid. So if they look at it and say, you know what, we're not good enough. You know, we're seeing the Dodgers, they're getting their pitching back. We're not going to catch them. We're seeing the Giants with their great pitching. We're not going to catch them. You know, we have a 20% chance, 10% chance of getting the last wild card. No, we don't think we're going to do it. We're going to sell. That he won't waffle on that. But on the other hand, if he looks at the team and sees how they're playing and sees the landscape of the National League with all these flawed teams, and he feels like they have a shot, he'll go for it.
I think that's what it could be too. If you feel like the other teams are flawed, if you feel like, okay, I think I could catch those teams, because you're going to have 2 months to play. You're going to have 5 games is very doable with 1 or 2 teams. I think it becomes a lot more difficult if it's 4 teams ahead of you.
And I do understand, and I really do. I understand what you're saying. I'm really not trying to be argumentative here. The hope is, the hope is that they're north of where they are right now, that they've moved up, that we just eliminate this whole talk from the conversation. But if you're going to root for something else, root for clarity, right? Root for, I think
100%.
The position you're in right now, there's no clarity at all. And if you're in this position at the end of July, you have no clarity. You're just a lot will depend on how you're playing. A lot will depend on how the other teams are playing around you. But if nothing else, you do hope for a clear picture and an idea of what you're going to do. I'm still obsessed with the idea of buying and selling at the same time. I think Mike is really good at it. And I think a lot of it, too, will have to depend on how Zach Gallen does over these next 5 or 6 weeks.
Fair.
Fair. How, because another executive in this story kind of brought up the idea, if Gallen continues to struggle, the Diamondbacks might see a window here to be able to bring him back next year.
Wow.
Because
we talked about that with Merrill Kelly.
Yeah, because he's pitching so poorly, Zach Gallen, you know what? I'll come back for another year. I'll reestablish some value, because we know the Diamondbacks rotation next year it's a possible mess, right? Burns could be out for the entire year. Merrill Kelly could be a free agent. Zach Gallen could be gone. Somebody in this article, I think it was an unnamed National League executive, said that Gallen, quote, they may view this year's performance as an opportunity to keep him in the desert if they believe in a bounce back, close quote. Hey, come on back, reestablish some value. We need you. You need us. Come back for a year.
Montgomery's money is gone.
Yep. Naylor's money is gone.
Okay, Naylor.
Flores' money is gone.
But you need a first baseman, you need a third baseman. Unless you can put Lawler in there at third base.
Ding, ding, ding. You still need to spend money on a first
So the big
baseman.
money gone is Montgomery.
Yeah.
$25 million.
Yeah.
But they were hoping that money was going to be gone this year, and that's why they don't have a closer right now.
Yeah,
it really is why they don't have a closer.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's so it's just lots of possibilities, too early to tell. Coming up, Pro Football Focus. 5 teams, 5 that should not be overlooked in the NFL this season. There is a common thread between all 5 of them. We'll tell you what it is coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger, Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS Store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Kevin Durant get traded over the weekend? If so, we'll have immediate reaction Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
I can't believe we're phrasing it like that, but it makes sense. You didn't hear it yet.
No, what'd we say?
Play it again for me.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Kevin Durant get traded over the weekend? If so, we'll have immediate reaction Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
That. I wasn't really thinking about it like that. I know you said next week it could happen sooner rather than later, but man.
Would it happen on an off day? Pacers play tonight, right?
Yes, they do. And then I think they play again on Sunday. Right? I usually
travel in between, so it might not be till Monday or Tuesday.
I know,
but
let's look at the schedule. Always have a playoff game, a finals game on Father's
Friday,
Day.
no game Saturday or Sunday.
Okay, I'm surprised. Okay. Yeah.
They play Monday. My guess, Tuesday or Wednesday.
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
Go ahead. You hit it. Yeah, go ahead, hit it.
Well, I mean, like, it's not...
Okay, don't hit it? Okay. I mean, it's up to you.
Breaking news.
I just don't want people thinking it's like surgery or whatever.
Okay, I know, but I
go ahead.
You're the producer, so I didn't mean to step on your toes.
Kevin Durant?
No, it's not that. Alex Weiner, who is down with the Diamondbacks right now at Chase Field, our dedicated writer at ArizonaSports.com. The Arizona Diamondbacks are pulling A.J. Puck back from his throwing program. He is going back to L.A. to see Dr. Neil Elatrash.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah. To which Vinny Murata on the chat internally here, good Lord. Yeah, good Lord is right, Vinny.
Wow.
Good Lord.
We still have that open tab with Elatrash, right?
Seriously, honest to God.
The MRI machine is the most valuable player on the Diamondbacks this year. Convince me otherwise.
Neil Elatrash is like, yeah, sure, come on, we'll see ya.
Bernsey, did you see what Gambo sent in our little text thread? The nice little baseball card image?
Yeah, the Diamondbacks have signed Tommy John to a contract for the rest of the season.
I laughed to keep
John
from crying. Somebody, a mutual friend of all of ours, took an old-fashioned baseball card of Tommy John and photoshopped a Diamondbacks hat on him and like a Dbacks card. So A.J. Puck is now being pulled back from his throwing program, and now he is going to go see the same doctor who just did the Tommy John surgery on Corbin Burns a couple of days ago.
Okay, this is why a lot of times when it's close, and this is what's going to piss a lot of people off. It's going to piss a lot of people off. AJ Puck got injured in April. got injured in April.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been under the knife and had surgery in April.
Could have started the clock on him a little sooner.
And started the clock sooner where you'd be like, he's definitely back by next year. He's pitching next year. The problem with all of the guys that are getting hurt right now, they may not pitch next year.
Yeah.
This is not 12 months anymore on the recovery. So the A.J. Puck thing, okay, we're going to try to nurse it. I get it. But he got injured like the first 2 weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
If the diagnosis would have been Tommy John surgery, he'd be on his fifth. He'd be 2 months into recovery right now. I wasn't cursing.
I know. He's got 1 year of control left.
He's in his third arbitration season next year. So the Diamondbacks control his rights for 1 more year. Then he's an unrestricted free agent in 2027. So in theory, if he goes under the knife and has Tommy John, we don't know it. That's just speculation. But if he does,
once you get to July with Tommy John surgeries, you're risking all of next year.
Yeah. So if
you're risking it,
if he's out almost all of next year, if not all of next year, he could have thrown his last pitch for the Arizona Diamondbacks potentially, which potentially puts him in the same boat as Corbin Burns, who has the opt-out after 2 years, but it's a different situation. He'd be an unrestricted free agent at the age of 32 going into his 2027. And has A.J. Puck, look it up for me. I don't want to say it out of ignorance. I'm not sure if he's already had one yet or not. I don't recall.
He did have Tommy John surgery.
Did he have Tommy John surgery? Okay.
I'm almost positive.
I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say one. I thought he did, but I wasn't sure whether he did or not.
I'm not looking it up. I'm almost positive he had Tommy John surgery.
2018 per Big Red.
Okay.
Be his second. Maybe we just, how they're going to have like AI do like the umpiring thing? Maybe we could just have like robots pitch.
AI pitchers. Maybe we get like a 3D pitcher and we just print out a pitcher for the Diamondbacks, a lefty who throws 98, just get the 3D printer and boom. Yeah, maybe we do that.
Just create a whole bunch of robots that all throw different pitches and you bid on them.
But
I'll take robot A and I'll buy him from you.
But your point about Puck is an interesting one because in the moment, like, okay, we've gone through this journey now 3 times, all right? With A.J. Puck, it was, oh no, elbow, uh-oh, lots of opinions. Okay, he's not having surgery. He'll be back at the end of June. Cool. Corbin Burns, uh-oh, elbow, look out, Tommy John surgery. Justin Martinez, same outcome. It would add suck upon suck. All right, it sucks enough, the situation that you're in with all 3 of these guys. It would add suck upon suck if the A.J. Puck decision was unnecessarily delayed by a month and a half when you should have just come to the realization 2 months ago when this happened.
2 months ago now.
Like it really does. It just adds another layer of kind of, in retrospect, hey, maybe we should have just went ahead and done it.
Because if they say, okay, 14 months, 2 months ago, he'd be back at this time next year.
Yeah.
He'd be back in June of next year.
But I get
60 games into the season.
If you've got a doctor telling you, a trusted doctor, and I don't know which, I'm sure somebody gave him an opinion along the way that said, hey, look, I know it looks like you might need surgery. I think there's a way we can avoid it if you do X, Y, and Z. And A.J. Puck, who's already had it once, says, I really don't want to have surgery again. Let's at least give this a try and see if I make progress without the surgery and do it, because I don't want to have to do it a second time. Because if I do it a second time, who knows what my career is going to look like when I come back. I get it. I understand wanting to exhaust every option of not getting it done before ultimately having to do it, especially if it's time number 2.
I think the Diamondbacks are going to lead the league in Tommy John surgeries this year.
I believe they are.
They're going to lead the league. They're going to set the record for the most Tommy John surgeries in 1 year.
Oh, I don't even want to know what that
and
record is.
And we still have like 4 more months left to play.
So he would be 5?
Yeah.
If he needed
so
Tommy
Jordan
John surgery,
Montgomery,
he'd be 5.
Corbin Burns, Blake Walston, Justin Martinez. Hey, what the hell did we do to deserve this?
I don't know.
Can we sacrifice something? Can we a seance at the field or something?
Like we're leaving a sacrifice at the altar of the baseball gods. Please have mercy on us. Please stop.
Okay, I mean, let's be honest. I've never seen anything like this.
No, but
I've never seen anything like it. I've covered sports for 40 years. I've never seen anything like this.
Ultimately, nothing. Look, I guess the question is, how much were we really counting on A.J. Puck anyway when he came back?
I was counting on him.
A lot?
With Justin out, he was probably going to be the immediate closer.
I was counting on him to solidify the bullpen.
But not right away.
No, once every 3 games pitching.
I mean, not right away. Like, I knew when Torrey said a couple days ago, when he comes back, we're going to take it really, really, really easy with him. It was going to take him a while before I think he worked up to the kind of workload that we would expect out of an A.J. Puck, where he was really going to, at least that's my opinion. I don't know if it would have, like, instantly, oh, A.J. Puck's back, everything's okay. I don't think it was going to be that simple when he returned. You know? I don't. So
could he have pitched in 30 games? Could he have helped them? He was so good.
Of course he would have helped them. Just I'm saying maybe not to the extent where he would have been a bullpen saver. That's all. He might not have come back to the point where he would have, okay, we're good. Everything's fine. A.J. Puck's back. We're awesome.
The problem now becomes no Martinez next year, no A.J. Puck next year. Ginkel and Thompson aren't right. Shelby's a free agent. Shelby's going to make himself some money. You think he's coming back here? Like, honestly, Shelby keeps pitching like this? Like, guess what? He's a free agent.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to get more money.
He could get more money, especially if he has a good year where he establishes himself as a closer.
You're going to have to redo almost an entire bullpen on the fly.
Yeah. But nothing has changed in the context of the short term. It's Shelby Miller in the 9th, and you got to figure out how to get there because A.J. Puck wasn't coming back until the beginning of July anyway. But again, the news, A.J. Puck is being pulled back from his throwing program. He's back off to L.A. to go see Dr. Neil Elitrosh, who is the noted orthopedic surgeon who oftentimes delivers really bad news to pitchers about Tommy John surgery.
I got Lauren's burner account messaging me. Stop whining about the D-backs. The Cubs' number 1 and number 4 starters are out for the year. The Cubs' number 2 closer has been out since May 4th. That's Lauren's burner account under a guy named Bob. Lauren's got a burner account under Bob.
Account is Bob? That's what we've learned today?
That's Lauren's burner account, Bob.
Fair enough. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, 4 o'clock reset time. Mitch, please give us
what are we going to talk about?
Some good news in the 4 o'clock reset. We beg of you. Next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
It's going to be the first fair way to judge Brian Gregory as a GM. The reality is league average experienced GM would get a decent return for Kevin Durant. I know that's vague because, what defines a decent return?
Yes.
But I think we're all going to know when the trade happens. If it's a trade where we're like, yeah, I kind of get behind this. Okay, maybe they could have got more, but it also makes sense they did this. But if it's this trade where we're all just like staring at each other in shock and the rest of the league is laughing at the Suns, well, that's a problem because you can't do it over. Like, once you trade KD, he's gone.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I got to get some new tires on Chelsea's Navigator. Going to head to Sanderson Ford and Sanderson Lincoln with the low-price tire guarantee. Why buy tires anywhere else when Sanderson Ford offers the best selection and prices? Yeah, stop into Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. 13 major tire brands, 30-day price guarantee, all makes and models, road hazard coverage available. I always get my new tires at Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. Hey, in the market for new vehicle? You can go online at sandersonford.com, view new inventory, view pre-owned inventory, value your trade, schedule service, all online at sandersonford.com. You want a new vehicle? Check out this one. Finance a brand new 2024 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend 4x4. Just $436 a month for 72 months plus tax with just $33.45 down. That's at Sanderson Ford, 51st Avenue in Glendale, or online at sandersonford.com.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, Learn more and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here we go. NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude. White flag. Next flag ends the race. Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern. Track's clear. We're good to go. NASCAR. It's on Prime.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these 2 words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Justin Martinez's season is over. The Diamondbacks closer, for lack of a better word, it will undergo Tommy John surgery sometime in the near future. Manager Torey Lovello confirmed with Burns and Gambo earlier today. And then we learned moments ago from Torey Lovello's pregame media availability that left-hander A.J. Puck has been pulled back from his throwing program and will go to Los Angeles and once again see Dr. Neil Elatrache to examine his elbow. So potential that we lose, or not we, the Diamondbacks lose 2 key back-end bullpen arms within the span of just a couple of weeks. Now, once you get that out of the way, there's a game tonight against the Padres. Diamondbacks, they need this one. Ryan Nelson will get the start tonight. He'll go against the right-hander Stephen Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And we got a lot more coming up in the 4 o'clock reset, so don't go anywhere. We'll tell you everything you need to know next. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock time, halfway home on this Friday. There's been news. There's been news on top of news. And Mitch is here to put it all together in one coherent, singular segment.
Coherent?
Well, we'll see about that.
I'll give it my best shot.
Give it your best shot. Time. Go for it, Mitch.
Here we go.
He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery. with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them.
Manager Torey Lovello of the Diamondbacks with you guys earlier today. Justin Martinez, his season over. Tommy John surgery looming. Let's just start there, and then we'll get to the other news that we learned about A.J. Puck. Justin Martinez done for the season. How massive of a loss is this for this team the rest of this year?
When you combine it with everything else, it's massive. It's massive. It's just piling up, injury after injury. It's all A.J. Puck's out. Justin Martinez is out. Dioc is out. Mania's out right now. It's Corbin Burns. It's massive. You can't take any more hits. You've taken too many, way too many already. You got a patchwork bullpen as it is. Shelby Miller barely made this team out of spring training with an invite to camp on a minor league deal. He's your closer. This is not how we drew it up.
No, this is not the plan, and they are going to have to work exceptionally hard to overcome all of this, and that includes, and I'm going to keep saying this, man, they're going to have to score 6 or 7 or 8 runs a night if they're going to have a shot at this. There's not going to be any other way for them to get where they want to go.
I was going to say, good thing they're already one of the higher scoring offenses in baseball, but they're going to need to score even more than they are now. As we alluded to with A.J. Puck, we learned from Torey Lovello's pregame media session that Puck has been pulled from his throwing program, and he's headed back to Los Angeles to see Dr. Neil Elatrosh, who he got the second opinion from previously. Can't imagine it's going to be good news this go around.
Well, we don't know for sure, and I'll say that's just to kind of CYA here. But yeah, you're right. I mean, he's been throwing, he's been ramping up. Clearly, he plateaued or had a setback or something didn't feel right, and who knows? Maybe all along the plan was let's try it this way for a month and a half. And if it's not working and if you're not progressing the way we think, the problem is, we thought we were a couple of weeks away from A.J. Puck coming back, right? Like we were thinking end of June, beginning of July, and he'd be back. Clearly that ain't happening. Clearly that's not going to be even if he gets good news in L.A., that's not going to be the timetable for him.
Your 2 ninth-inning guys were going to be Puck and J-Mart. They're both out. Mm-hmm. The guys that you relied on, your 8th-inning guy was going to be Ginkel. He hasn't been good. Thompson's starting to come into form a little bit here. Like Mantiply was one of your 6th-inning guys. He's gone. I don't know. I mean, does it seem like we get bad news every day?
Well, yeah, it's Arizona sports. What else did you expect?
No, but like with the Diamondbacks, does it seem like every day you get a sucker punch?
And that's what made the Seattle series so nice. And I'm not saying they should build a house on the Seattle series. It was just 3 games. But yeah, it does. Feels like it's just been an avalanche of bad news since Corbin Burns walked off that mound a couple of weeks ago. And yet, if they can still find a way to hang in there like they did against Seattle, and it starts with 3 big ones against San Diego. But yeah, it's been an avalanche of bad news.
Been an avalanche indeed. Oh, by the way, there's more snow coming apparently, but it has nothing to do with the roster. Derek Hall, the president and CEO of the team yesterday with Bickley and Murata, doesn't sound too optimistic about this bill being pushed through in the Senate.
The biggest problem is that everybody just assumes it's going to get approved and get done. And there's just this lethargic approach going on right now. And I don't want the legislators just to assume it's going to happen. They have to help us make it happen. So, if your listeners want to do anything to help, and it's no pressure, but if they want to help, they can contact their senators or their representatives and say, please vote yes on HB 2704.
So that's him yesterday. And then you learned, Burnsy, earlier today that there's an even larger cry for help with the Diamondbacks season ticket holders.
Mr. AZ Sports on Twitter, at Mr.
Yeah,
AZ.
good guy. I ran into him at the game the other day.
Yeah, I ran into him a couple months ago as well. He put out on his Twitter page, apparently Derek Hall has sent an email to season ticket holders encouraging them to contact their state legislature. We've been working around, this is a quote, we've been working around the clock to get this across the finish line. Now with your help, we can make it happen. There is definitely urgency as the vote will take place in a matter of days. You will make a difference. With gratitude, Derek M. Hall, President, CEO, General Partner, Arizona Diamondbacks. It includes a website, keepazmajorleague.com, as a way to send a message to your state legislators, urging them to support HB 2704.
Is it a bill?
It's a bill. Yeah, it's a bill that's currently being debated in the Senate. Once it gets approved in the Senate, it goes back to the House. The House approves it. It goes to the governor. She signs it into law, and it's done. But apparently,
I know that Abe Hamada. I know him. Does he have a say in this?
I don't know.
You're asking the wrong people, brother. I'm so sorry.
Didn't we establish this yesterday?
I'm gonna message Abe.
But there was a story I read, and I can't remember where. I think it was on KTAR.com this morning that suggested July 1st is kind of the deadline on this. Like, the state budget is usually done by July 1st, and if this is going to be a part of the budget, they need to know by July 1st. So, like, it's not like just this open-ended, yeah, we're debating it, we'll figure it out at some point.
Oh, there's a timeline.
There's a little bit of a timeline here involved that's kind of led to this push now by Derek and the organization to get some kind of a decision on this.
And from their perspective, too, not just the fact that they house 81 Diamondbacks games a year, but all the concerts or special events that are hosted at Chase Field, like, they need time to be able to execute all these changes that they want to do, and they can't do it if they don't have this bill approved.
He writes in the email, the legislature will be voting on this important legislation in the next 10 days, so now is the time. Close quote.
All right, let's message to everybody out there. Get in contact. You're all sports fans. I'm sure you want the Diamondbacks to stay right where they are, just like we do. Get in touch with your state representative. Put a little pressure on them. We want this thing done. Us in the community want this team to stay where they are, get the money needed to redo that. It's not like they're asking for a lot. They've been here for 30 freaking years.
Only major professional title of all.
They've been there for 30 years. The building needs some work.
It sure does.
Come on, not looking for like, hey, 15 years in, let's get some. No, 30 years later. Let's get this done.
Amen to that.
Let's pivot to the NBA. A pivotal Game 4 tonight in the finals. Pacers have a chance to grab a stranglehold of this one over the Thunder. Tip-off at 5:30 on ESPN 620 AM.
How does a young team in OKC respond to this moment? They were down 2-1 against the Denver Nuggets, but this is the NBA Finals. How do they respond to this moment? Because it's either going to be a best of three or this series is likely done with a 3-1 lead for the Indiana Pacers. Big night tonight in the NBA Finals.
I mean, getting up 2-1, I think it's like 80% chance that you're going to win.
Pacers have never lost a Game 4 either.
Never lost a game. Is Caitlin Clark going to be there? Because that's like they're not 8-0 with Caitlin Clark.
They're 8-0 when she's in attendance. I would imagine she's going to be there, yes.
Well, I'll tell you what team is 0-1 with a famous celebrity in attendance. The Florida Panthers.
Clark calls it. Cross-side pass. Right side across the net. Score! We got Trey Shuttle in overtime. The Edmonton Oilers tie the series 2 games apiece.
Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce went home unhappy, but
saw that they were there.
How about Edmonton? Down 3-0, took a 4-3 lead, surrendered that lead in the final seconds of the third period, and then win in overtime. We got a tie series going back to Edmonton.
Wow. I stopped watching. I'll cop to it. I stopped watching. I was actually watching some of that.
You were?
I was a little. I was like 3-0. All right, I'm good. I'm good.
I got a buddy of mine was like, my buddy Frank was like, this is one of the best hockey teams I've ever seen when they were up 3-0.
Yeah.
Because this Florida hockey team is one of the best teams I've ever seen.
I mean, they were owning them in that first period.
Yeah.
And then just croaked.
You don't usually see that. A comeback down 3-0, come back and win the hockey game.
Yeah, that was a big comeback right there. What a historic come home teams with at least a 3-goal lead in the Stanley Cup final were 158-1 before last night.
Yeah.
Oops.
I mean, they had that great kind of combination of Gretzky and Messier. Really. Paul Coffey.
They have a good current combination,
I mean,
Gambo.
Grant
Come on.
Fuhr was unbelievable in goal for that one.
That's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Mitch. We do appreciate you and that. When we come back here on Burns and Gambo, we'll turn ourselves back to the top story of the day. There's the future of Justin Martinez. Oh, and now we're talking about the future of A.J. Puck. It's in limbo as well. That's next on Arizona Sports.
Dbacks decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for Dbacks Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Here's the reality. We've got brutal weather now. It's here. Like, it is here. It's not going back. It's going to be here for a while. 112 degrees this week. You know what it's like when it's 95 degrees at night when you get, when you're leaving to go home from work. It's hot. And what happens is your AC unit's constantly running. It's running all the time. It's always running. Like I always hear I have 2 AC units. I always hear one of them running. That's because it's hot out and it's got to keep your house cool. When your AC unit breaks down, I want you to know about a company called Christian Brothers. AC Plumbing and Electric since 1976. They take pride in helping you with your AC unit. Now, if your AC unit's on its last leg and you want to get a new AC unit, they carry Trane, Goodman, Bryant, all the major brands. If you need a repair, have them come out. Unlike a lot of other companies, their goal is to get to you quickly. They understand the importance of getting you up and running so you don't have to leave and go to a hotel because you might have small kids, children in the house. You might have a dog or a cat, and your animals cannot stay in the house. Your family cannot stay in the house without a properly running AC unit. That's why I tell you about Christian Brothers. Call them at 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Post Malone presents the Big Ass Stadium Tour. 9-time Diamond certified and 16-time Grammy Award nominated phenomenon, Post Malone. His biggest headline tour, live at State Farm Stadium, Saturday, June 21st. Global superstar, Post Malone. Get tickets now at livenation.com.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, it is hot in the valley, and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. How will the Diamondbacks bullpen fare in their crucial series against the Padres this weekend? We'll be reacting to this series Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, so we welcome you back to Burns and Gambo. And before we get any deeper into this Diamondbacks conversation, I do want to remind everybody to stay with us because at 4:30 and 4:45, joining us in studio, two of the primetime rookies for the Arizona Cardinals this year will be joining us right here in studio. And that is going to be Will Johnson, and that's going to be Cody Simon.
One went to Ohio State, one went to Michigan.
Ooh,
we'll see how that goes.
Cats and dogs, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be cats and dogs in here. Well, no, it's probably not going to be that bad.
We need more dogs.
I'm sure.
We got to separate them?
Sure
like,
everyone's going to know.
Can they sit
I'm
near each other?
Sure they'll be on their best behavior. But because tonight, Walter Nolan is throwing out the first pitch at the D-backs game. And I believe,
yeah.
I believe he'll be out there. I think the entire rookie class is going to be out there. But Walter Nolan they'll all be on the field, so you get to see the whole rookie class on the field.
I love when the teams work together like that.
I do too.
I
think
really
it's really
do.
cool.
I get such a kick out of it. I think they do a great job.
I think it's really cool. So the entire Cardinals rookie class out there, but Walter Nolan will be throwing out the first pitch tonight before the D-backs game. So there's that. So stay tuned for Will Johnson and
That's
Cody
a big
Simon.
boy throwing out that pitch.
Yes, it is. We'll have that for you at 4:30 and 4:45, 2 segments with those Cardinal rookies. In the meantime, Torey Lovullo, after already coming on with us and confirming that Justin Martinez is going to have season-ending Tommy John surgery, dropped this little nugget on the local media about 20 minutes ago about A.J. Puck.
A.J. Puck has been kind of pulled back from his throwing responsibilities. He's going to see Dr. Elatrosh in L.A. I'm not sure the exact date, but credit to AJ for speaking up that there's still a little bit of arm discomfort. But what the next several days look like, I don't know. But I just want to give you a heads up that that's kind of where we're at.
When was this arm discomfort mentioned?
Yeah, I think he's been nursing some little bumps and bruises, some slight discomfort, and just being honest with us. And he wanted to continue throwing through it, but I think it got to the point where he was a little curious about it and wanted to see Elatrosh. So he's going to see him in person as well, just like Corbin did. Well, and I don't know the exact date, but that's going to happen.
And, of course, it wouldn't be complete without a concern level check from Torey Lovullo.
What's kind of your concern level with that?
Not a little bit moderate, fairly moderate.
Moderate.
I'm just looking him up right now. Dr. Neil Elatrosh.
Yes.
Yeah. Sports medicine.
Yeah, he's
head team physician for the Dodgers and Rams, consultant to the Kings and the Lakers.
Yeah, he's LA's
Beijing Olympics
sports guy.
He did Ohtani surgery.
Yeah, didn't he do Kershaw's?
I think he did Kobe's Achilles too.
Yeah, he's
one of the top sports medicine doctors in America.
He's the man in LA. So look, we had this news 25 minutes ago. And obviously, there was a lot of immediate doom and gloom from the two of us because you just assume the worst. You immediately, a month and a half ago when this happened, 2 months ago when this happened, we assumed A.J. Puck was on his way to a Tommy John surgery. It was miraculously avoided. And we all remember that one took 2 weeks before we finally got word that he was not going to have the surgery and he was going to try to rehab without it and he was going to be back. Well, you had reported by the end of June.
Diamondbacks had said that to me that he should be back by late June. Okay. So to me, in my conversations with the Diamondbacks, they were very hopeful that he'd be back in late June. That was the plan.
Yeah.
The plan was that he would be back in late June. He was throwing from 120 feet just the other day. It was 120 feet.
Last weekend was the last time I heard an update on that.
One step away from getting on the mound. And now a setback. Yeah, and a big one.
And I'm glad he reported discomfort. I'm glad he said it hurt. I'm glad he didn't try to pitch through it. This is like you said before, all right? I don't know what they're going to find when they do it. But the Arizona and Torey Lovullo has said this. A top to bottom audit of their training staff and their medical staff and everything is absolutely essential. Now, again, the injuries are happening to everybody. 48 Tommy John surgeries in Major League Baseball alone this year. But it does seem, maybe anecdotally or maybe in reality, that a higher percentage of those are happening with the Arizona Diamondbacks this year. That requires investigation.
But I think it's a fluke. I think it's a fluke thing. It'll be some other team next year, and it won't be the Diamondbacks. But I get it. You got to do a thorough evaluation and find out why this is happening. What's our programs? Are we doing anything right? Are we doing anything wrong? What do we got to look at? I think it's a freaking fluke, man. I think it's just a fluke, and it is what it is. And I don't know what you could do. Pitchers are throwing harder than ever. Their breaking stuff, as you mentioned, is harder than ever. It's just, there's a lot of Tommy John surgeries right now. There's a lot of elbow injuries in baseball. The Diamondbacks have 5 of them, but there's 48 elbow injuries under the knife. There's a ton of shoulder injuries.
Sure.
It is what it is. That's the risk you take with pitching with guys throwing the ball as hard as they do right now.
I agree, but I think it's also responsible, and you owe it to your organization and you owe it to yourselves just to make sure, hey, are we doing everything the way we should be doing it? You know, in terms of when guys are reporting pain, pitching through injuries, allowing guys to pitch through bumps and bruises. Remember last year, what was it, Ketel Marte and the hamstring? Was it the hamstring with Ketel?
Gallen.
Well, no, it was Gallen with the.
It was Ketel with the ankle.
It was with the ankle. That's what it was. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, it was Gallen with the hamstring where he missed a month, but there was that ridiculous stretch of Ketel where he could barely walk. It seemed like he goes out there and he's still playing and he injures it again. It's like, guys,
right?
Don't play him.
Right.
Give him some time off. Right? Like, it's okay. Give him some time away. I remember at that moment being very frustrated with the Diamondbacks medically about Ketel. Because everything about him, to my untrained eyes, was like, that dude needs a break. He needs to not play baseball for a while because he's not right. That's the thing where you got to make sure you're doing everything the right way when it comes to this.
But here's the thing, and we didn't deal with this with Randy Johnson and Curt Schilling, who threw the ball really hard. And now those guys will tell you that the reason why they didn't, because they pitched so much and they threw so many innings and they weren't babied the way they baby guys now.
Yes.
Randy Johnson threw the ball 100 miles an hour.
He did.
Curt Schilling threw it 99. They threw freaking hard.
Yeah, and Randy's slider was hard.
Hard.
It was, and I think, Gambo, I don't know how to answer that one other than to say I think there will always be guys who will be unusual in that regard, who will be unicorns in that regard, who can do it. I think the vast majority of pitchers these days are just throwing the ball harder than they ever have, and not just their fastball, but everything. They're just throwing it so hard. Justin Martinez, how fast does he throw that splitter? 101?
Yeah.
100?
I think it's 100.
It's 100.
The splitter was 100, right?
That can't be good for you. You know, that can't be. So, yeah, I understand. There are guys in the history of baseball who threw hard and never had any injuries. But in today's game, clearly something has changed.
Right.
To lead to 48 Tommy John surgeries.
I think that the old timers will tell you we didn't have those injuries because we just pitched a lot more than the guys do today.
Cardinals rookies have had a chance to adjust to NFL life. How's it going so far for a Michigan man and an Ohio State Buckeye? Will Johnson and Cody Simon joining us in studio next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Suns, a new horizon. KD Watch.
Arizona Sports is on KD Watch.
As reports roll in about an imminent Kevin Durant trade,
Arizona Sports has a line into the Suns corner office to find out all the details we can about the future Hall of Famers trade value and the timeline of when it might happen.
There are a lot of teams that are interested in getting Kevin Durant.
KD Watch.
The home of your Phoenix Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7.
The Arizona Sports app.
And ArizonaSports.com.
One of my favorite things about banking with Global Credit Union, and yeah, absolutely, I am a member of Global Credit Union, and I'm very happy about it. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, everything that a bank has to offer. But one of my favorite parts, and I think one of their best benefits, one of their biggest benefits, comes into play every single Friday, right? It's payday, and you have direct deposit set up with your employer. You woke up this morning, and there was a paycheck in your account. That's great. And chances are you don't really need it until Friday, but there is that chance you need it before Friday. And at Global Credit Union, this is so cool. You have the opportunity to access direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. Everybody knows you're going to get the money on Friday. Global Credit Union just thinks you should be able to use it on a Thursday or on a Wednesday. Up to 3 days in advance, you can access direct deposit money from Global Credit Union. There are other benefits. Explore them all. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Avoid an AC system breakdown this summer by calling Collins Comfort Masters to schedule a $49 AC tune-up. Collins is trusted by the community with over 9,500 5-star Google reviews and expert techs ensuring the job gets done right the first time. Make sure you take advantage of this offer so your home will stay cool and comfortable all season long. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com. Collins Comfort Masters, your no-worry solution for all your AC, heating, plumbing, and water filtration needs.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them.
That's Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovello with Burns and Gambo earlier today, confirming that Justin Martinez's season is over. As you heard, Tommy John surgery imminent for J-Mart. We also learned moments ago from Lovello's pregame media session that left-handed pitcher A.J. Puck has been pulled from his throwing program and will go back to Los Angeles to see Dr. Neil Elitrosh to examine his elbow. Now, as far as the rest of the Diamondbacks, I'd say huge game tonight against the Padres. Ryan Nelson gets the start. He'll go against the right-hander Stephen Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. From the pros to college, Arizona lost their first game of the College World Series today to Coastal Carolina, 7-4 the final. It is double elimination, so Arizona still has a chance even with the loss today. They will play the loser of Oregon State and Louisville. That game will be on Sunday. And then game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight. The Pacers look to go up 3-1 over the Thunder in Indianapolis. Tip-off is at 5:30. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Luke. Will Kevin Durant still be a member of the Phoenix Suns and we're back from the weekend? We'll get into that Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Welcome back. It is the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, and it is our pleasure to have a couple special guests here in studio with us as the mandatory minicamp is now done. The offseason is underway. Training camp beckons soon, and we do want to remind you when it comes to the Cardinals, a limited number of season and individual tickets are currently currently on sale for Cardinals home games. For more information, please visit azcardinals.com/tickets. Gambo, look at who's joining us in studio right now. It is Will Johnson, rookie cornerback out of Michigan, and it's Cody Simon, rookie linebacker out of Ohio State.
And nobody's thrown a punch yet. Let's see if we can get through 20 minutes without anybody beating somebody up.
We're good. We're teammates now, so it's all good.
Yeah. Cody, I just got a message from Jay Feely. He went to Michigan, and he played for the Cardinals for a number of years. He said it's been 1,944 days since Ohio State last defeated Michigan.
Wow. We're certainly aware of the number.
Okay. All right.
There will be, I don't know, next season there'll be some bets going on for sure.
Okay, but you got a ring. You got a ring. You both got rings. You both got rings. I mean, that's good. All right, forget the football for a second. I'm trying to. I never went to college. If I'm trying to go to college, Michigan or Ohio State? Give me a reason I should go to Ohio State over Michigan.
I mean, it's just a better school. I mean, you look at everything you can get. I think Columbus is way better than
Columbus over Ann Arbor.
Than Ann Arbor, yeah. way better city.
Better female student body.
Well, yeah, I met my girlfriend at Ohio State.
At Ohio State,
that's the best place you can go for sure.
Education. I'm going to get a better education there. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Okay.
But you go for the experience, and it has the full experience as the city there. You got everything you need right in the city of Columbus. So I think it's well connected to everything, and the city's growing too.
Well, you were recruited by Ohio State. You chose Michigan. I know your dad went there and everything, but why would I choose Michigan over Ohio State?
I mean, if you're going there to get a good education, that's a good reason. I would say great culture in the college town. We got a great college town in Ann Arbor. Great fans, great student body, great football. You know, we don't lose a lot of games over there. So great environment in the big house. Nothing beats the big house. You know, we got a lot of things.
Yeah. What was the rivalry like to each of you guys? You played against each other for years. It was a tremendous rivalry. What was it like? I mean, I growing up, going to high school, I'm sure it's one of the best rivalries in all of sports. All of sports. What was it like to be a part of that? How exciting was it? How much the nerves that you had to go through to play in that football game? What was it like?
I mean, for me, I mean, it was special. I mean, I bleed blue. You know, both my parents went to Michigan.
Yeah.
My dad played there, so I've hated Ohio State since I can remember. So, you know, getting to Michigan and doing the things I did in those games and in those type of matchups we had, I mean, every game was special. You can't really describe. That's bigger. I mean, just as big as a national championship, honestly, winning that game and playing in those games. So you can't really even describe it, but it's a great opportunity.
So have you guys, you mentioned you're joking about bets. Have you already talked about like where you're going to be when you watch the game? And I mean, are you going to watch it together? Or are there going to be bets that are already in place? Like what plans are already in place for when Michigan plays Ohio State this year, guys?
I mean, we don't got nothing right now. I mean, but we don't really know what will be. Like how that aligns
on the schedule. I haven't looked, so I don't know whether you're on the road or at home or what. But I would. Is there going to be at least a get together of them? Yeah, I mean, but it's going to be you and a bunch of Ohio State guys.
Yeah.
Well, like how's that gonna work for you exactly?
I talk about that every day. Like it's crazy how I'm the only Michigan guy in this building. There's staff members that are from Ohio State players. I mean, it's crazy, but. I mean, it's just Michigan versus everybody. It's always been like that. So
you got those bragging rights, though, man. 45-27, 45-23.
Nothing they can say to me.
30-24, 13-10. I mean, you got some major bragging rights right there.
Best thing they can say is they got a ring, too.
That's right. That's right. They did.
But for you, I'm sorry, Cody, I didn't mean to cut you off. But
without a Big Ten championship.
For you, though, there was never any. There couldn't have been much of a choice in terms of. I mean, you were always going to go to Michigan, right? Or I mean, were you? I mean, get your sister, your parents, the legacy, the family, all of that. I mean, were you ever going to go anywhere else? Did you ever think about going anywhere else?
I actually was. There was a moment where I was silently committed to Ohio State in my recruitment before we made coaching changes and things like that at Michigan. So I wasn't really a big fan of that Don Brown era of defense, that style of play. So I wasn't really planning on going to Michigan. But they kept taking corners over there, so I was like, you know what, they clearly don't really want me the way they say they do, and I ended up going to Michigan.
Cody, when we look at your trajectory from where you started, coming out of Jersey City, We talked about it when last time you were on. I'm a Long Island guy, New Yorker. Spent a lot of time in Jersey City. You know, great adventure and all the great places in Jersey. I'm sure you went there as a kid at some point, right?
Yeah, for sure.
To go to Ohio State, what did it mean for you as a kid growing up on the East Coast? Not a lot of school, right? In New York, you got Syracuse, 8 million miles away. You got Rutgers. What was it like for you to choose Ohio State and be able to go to a big-time program, especially for a kid like from the New York, New Jersey area?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a big leap of faith. But, you know, we had a couple guys from Jersey go to Ohio State before, like with Javante, Jean-Baptiste, and Jordan Fuller, who I actually connected really well with when I got to Ohio State. And, you know, he kind of helped me out with a little bit of the transition, even though he had already left. But he was a great resource for me, and I think, you know, I wanted to make a decision that I felt was the best for my future. And, you know, it really worked out. I think just me as a human and me as a man, it really, you know, got to help me.
Yeah, and you persevered, right? I mean, you became a starter. You were 5 years at Ohio State?
Yeah.
5 years, became a starter, and got the Black O jersey. We talked about that when we had you on, how awesome that was, that you got to be team captain, got the Black O jersey. But in this era where everybody's transferring, everybody's leaving. Oh, if I'm not starting, I'm leaving. If I'm not starting, you stayed with Ohio State. You made it work. How difficult was it? Was that an easy decision each year to stay and work to be where you are right now, or was it a tough decision?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it was an easy decision for me. I never really had a thought in my mind of leaving. I mean, I loved the culture. I loved the energy that was brought to Ohio State, and you know, we didn't win championships at the time, but you know, I still believed in the path. I believe in the dream of achieving our goals, and you know, I felt like it was the best place for me just as a whole, and me as a human, as a football player, and I wanted to just follow the path and stay the course, and it really worked out.
Cody Simon and Will Johnson joining us in studio here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Cardinals rookies as mandatory minicamp is done. Next stop, it's training camp for the Arizona Cardinals, which starts in late July. For a question for both of you, and Cody, I'll start with you. What about the transition to the NFL so far was kind of like what you thought it would be? What surprised you? What's been different than what you expected? How has this gone for you so far? And then Will, I'll ask you the same question.
Yeah, I mean, I expected it to be a jump in, you know, the mental side of the game and really just taking care of your body, physical side of your game too. But you know, I think the biggest part is at the Mike linebacker. You're expected to know a lot of stuff, and you're expected to be able to control the defense and have all the checks ready to go. And you know, I've been prepared these last couple of years at linebacker and college, so I think, you know, that was a big jump, but I feel like I was prepared for it, and the coaches have helped me, and the older linebackers also have been really good help for that side of the ball, and you know, I've just been enjoying the whole process right now.
Will, for you, what's surprised you? What hasn't surprised you so far about how this has gone?
Yeah, I would say the biggest difference for me would be like just learning the playbook. The terminology is a little different. Okay. You know, it's a lot more specific. In a way to where it's like it could be the same call but different wordings in the way we call it. So just learning the terminology and everything. Football is football at the end of the day, but just learning the terminology that we use with the Cardinals has been a different adjustment.
Are you going to be able to listen to an Ohio State guy if he's leading the defense and calling the plays? You're going to be able to
right back to that, huh?
Yeah, right back to be able to listen to him a little bit?
Yeah, man, we're teammates, so I'm all on board with him.
Tell me about the Michigan tattoo. Mm-hmm. Which it honors Michigan, your time there, your dad. Mm-hmm. How important was it for you to get that?
Yeah, that's something I always wanted to do. I said if we won a national championship that I would do it. So, you know, it's got the roses for the Rose Bowl. It's a portrait of my dad playing there, the national championship, and the Block M, which, you know, means a lot to me and my family. So I think it was a great tattoo for me.
How long did it take?
A few hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it hurt?
Not too long. The calf hurts a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a meaty
depends
part,
on where depends on where you get one, right? Like, yeah. I mean, I've got a little one, but it didn't hurt at all. But like, it depends on what part of the body you get it on. It can really hurt. Yeah,
like down by the ankle and stuff like that.
Yeah, where the skin is really thin, right? Yeah. Cody, for you, Gambo referenced it a second ago. Leading the defense, calling out the plays. I know everybody makes a big deal about the green dot. Tell me about your experience with the green dot at Ohio State and how much of a transition that was for you and how much of a benefit maybe it is for you coming in, knowing that I'm not saying you're going to wear it your first year, but you could. Yeah. Tell everybody about the green dot and what that meant to you to get that kind of checked as a young player.
Yeah, so the rules of college football helped a lot with that. With this past year, we got to use the radio system, and so me and my partner Sonny, we would switch off in the middle of games just to get practice at it. But we would also, during practice, we would all use the radio's communication. So it wasn't super crazy of a transition for me to hear. The biggest thing is just trying to understand your coach at all times, and you have to get all the words right. And it seems like a little thing, but you have to be able to communicate that to everybody, and you got to be able to be speak with enunciate your words and like really have good cadence, and because if you're panicked, everyone else is panicked, and so that's a big part of being a Mike linebacker is just being that calm voice that everyone can trust. And so I'm working on that stuff and trying to be the best I can so that the team at the best they can be at. And so radio communication's been going well so far, and I'm just trying to get better at it.
Have you been working on that already? I mean, at this stage in the process? Okay, so that is something you guys have already been doing so far.
Yeah, 100%.
He's a future president. Remember?
He's gonna
have all this stuff down.
I was gonna ask Will if he could ever vote for an Ohio State guy to be president. Did you hear? Cody could be a future president.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all. He's a very smart, sharp guy.
I said something nice about you, Cody.
No, Will as well. I mean,
yeah, look at that. These are Michigan, Ohio State guys getting along.
Cody Simon and Will Johnson joining us in studio here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, part 2 of our conversation with these two fun guys enjoying ourselves here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Diamondbacks baseball.
First pitch, Mastroboni swings, grounds it to Perdomo. He's going to step on second for one, and the throw to first in time. Inning-ending 6-3 double play. And just as quickly as the Mariners build a rally, it comes to an end.
Dbacks Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of Dbacks baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Great deals. $7,000 off a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT. $12,500 off a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. But I also want to tell you about that service drive, that unbelievably efficient, stay open late, drop your car off by 8 o'clock at night, have it ready the next day service drive at Liberty GMC. You're not going to waste your time. You're busy. You want to get your car serviced. You want to get in and out and on with your life. Drop your car off by 8 o'clock at night. It will be done for you by the next day. You're back on the road. They've also got the best tire deal in town. Buy 3 and get the 4th for just $1. It's at Liberty GMC. It's 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Phoenix. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Ready! Hi, this is Chris with Ready Services, Air Conditioning and Plumbing. I've been with the company for going on 15 years. What you're going to get is not only get your problems fixed, but you're going to leave with peace of mind knowing that it's done right and done well by a qualified technician. Ready Services won't ever take advantage of any of our customers. Our goal is always to be the most accurate in diagnosing and providing top-flight service for any service, air conditioning or plumbing. ReadyServices.com.
Moving Team 6 proudly supports and hires veterans.
Entrepreneurship, that was always the dream, right? The American dream. I guess I instilled that in my boys.
My name is Gary Lee. I'm one of the owners at Moving Team 6. I would say my dad taught us dedication and discipline. If you have these attributes, you're going to be successful at no matter what you do.
I'm JT Lee. I'm owner of Moving Team 6 too. We want to make you successful. I heard this ad about Moving Team 6. They take care of our vets. That's what we want.
MovingTeam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the Dbacks versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Will Kevin Durant get traded over the weekend? If so, we'll have immediate reaction Monday at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
The rookies for the Arizona Cardinals going to be down at Chase Field tonight, throwing out the first pitch before the Diamondbacks game. Walter Nolan specifically is going to be throwing out the first pitch, but all the rookies will be down there. And joining us in studio as they were in the last segment, two of the prime members of that rookie class. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan. Cody Simon, the Ohio State linebacker.
Have you guys run into Calais Campbell yet?
Yeah, he's huge.
He's a huge human being.
Yeah.
Can you believe that guy is still playing football? Like, we were with him in Tampa in the Super Bowl. Yeah. That when the Cardinals were in the Super Bowl, what year was that? 2008?
2009, yeah.
2008 season, 2009 Super Bowl. We were there with him, and he's still freaking playing the game today.
What season is this for him now? This is
19?
19,
yeah, I think it's 19.
19.
I think it's 19.
Yeah, he was like playing when you guys were like, you guys were barely out of diapers when he was playing.
23 or 22.
Yeah, he's still moving pretty well too.
He still moves pretty well.
Yeah.
Do you look at a guy like that? Can young guys, you're always looking for, and you guys were leaders on your teams. Both you guys were leaders. Now you get to a situation like this where the young guys, are you looking to other veteran players for leadership?
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, it's a new world for us right now, so like we can have some answers, but we don't have all the answers. And those guys have been doing it for years, especially vets who have been 6-7 years in the league. They have a lot of the answers that we need, and we just try to be a sponge.
Yeah, that's the guy to go to right there. I mean, he's got a lot of good stories. He's got a lot of time in this league, Calais.
Who else in the room is taking you guys under their wing? You've been around for a month now, and guys have kind of come in and out because it's voluntary. But who so far would you say has? And it doesn't necessarily have to be somebody who's been around forever like Calais. But for you, Will, who do you feel like you've kind of already bonded to a little bit in the room?
For me, honestly, all the corners.
Okay.
They're all pretty open, all welcoming, all want me to get better and give me the knowledge that I need. So Max Melton, Star Thomas, Elijah, Keytrell, all those guys have been helping me out. So, yeah, all the corners.
Is it different when that room, it's a young room, right? Like, is it an unusual environment given that there isn't really a, set veteran voice in that room? Does it change the dynamic of it at all?
I was wondering how it would be coming into it, because we're all young, we're all competing, and, how they would take me in a sense. But they all have been very welcoming and open, took me in with open arms. So it hasn't been a difference in anything in college or anything like that, no.
Cody, who's taking you in? I'm sorry, Gam, I didn't mean to cut you off. Who's taking you in so far?
I'd say first and foremost, Mac. I was lucky enough, he announced my pick, and right after that, he also reached right out to me, and he's been a really good vocal person, and he's really welcoming, and he's trying to help me get better, and that's all I can really ask for, because we're all just trying to get better at the end of the day.
You guys ready for 112 on Sunday? 112 degrees?
Probably be inside for that.
Yeah. Come on, this heat. I come from where we had 3 months of summer, right? June, July, August. Yes. I come from where September would cool down.
This is a little much.
And what do you think of this heat so far?
It's definitely a lot. Something you got to get used to. You got to stay hydrated. The worst part is getting in your car when you're in the building all day. You get in your car, and your car feels like it's 130 degrees.
Right. You got to crack that window a little bit.
A little bit, but it's still hot outside. So
and then your air conditioning takes forever to get going.
Exactly. So,
yeah.
But we'll get used to it, though.
It's different, though, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. It definitely is.
Yeah.
Cody Simon and Will Johnson joining us here in studio on the Burns and Gambo shows. We're talking a little football with two of the prized rookies for the Arizona Cardinals. For you guys in this upcoming season, and Cody, I'll start with you on this one. the situation that you find yourself in on this team and the emphasis that was put on defense all off season long, what are your expectations for what you guys can be this year? What do you think is on the table defensively for you in year number 1 for you?
Yeah, I mean, my job, how I've looked at it, is just I need to be able to push the older guys to be better players. Like, we all need to be pushing each other. And so, I need to be able to do my job at all times. And, if I'm doing well, it's making other guys do well. And so we're not talking like specific, like I got to do this X, Y, and Z, but I know as a linebacker, like I need to be able to push those guys because if my play is good and their play is good, we're pushing our whole defense up better. So, I just think I just need to do my job and, and keep the standard of the defense really high.
Will, you talked about the room when you walked in and how young it is. I mean, when you come in, are you thinking I have a chance to start in this room? Is that how you approach your job every single day, knowing, what's on the line with this team this year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's my goal, and I'm sure that's Cody's goal too.
Yeah.
But, you got to come in, you got to earn your spot, earn your keep on the team. And right now, our goal is just to be the best cornerback room in the NFL. So that's our main thing. We got a lot of great young guys that can be on that field and play together. So we're going to push each other, compete, and when that season comes around, go out there and make a lot of plays. That's our plan.
How much tape do you guys study right now of other teams and players that you're going to go up against? You're going to have to go up against some great wide receivers. You're going to have to make some stops on some big-time running backs. Have you got into that part of it yet where you're starting to look at other teams and players?
Well, a little bit for me, but for the most part, for the OTAs, it's been getting your house in order, right? So we're getting our own stuff down and trying to learn our defense. But there's definitely some. We have our division opponents, so you see a lot of the consistencies of the defenses we run against those guys. So it's nothing crazy, but you see a little bit of those teams.
How about you, Will?
Yeah, it's definitely first, learning the playbook, learning our scheme first. But that's my plan all summer is to get our system in the back of my head to where I know it like anything else. So learn the playbook 100% and then study all these receivers about to play and break them all down.
How far along do you guys think you are in terms of like if it's a pie, right? Like in everything you're trying to learn, 50% of it, 75% of it, 25%. I mean, where are you expected to be at this point in terms of your knowledge of the playbook and how things are run, and where do you think you are right now in terms of your knowledge? And Cody, I'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I don't know exactly. I think we were by the end of minicamp or around like the 3/4 of the way through the playbook. I think, but I think this is what this 5 weeks is for.
Yeah.
For us to refine all those little parts of the playbook, all the defense, and so we're just trying to make sure we dot all our T's and cross all dot all our I's and cross all our T's. Yeah. And I think I feel pretty good about the defense, and I'm going to keep studying and keep going back through my notes, but I think I'm right where we're at with the entire defense and in our installs.
Will, real quick.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me is just, like I said, learning the playbook like the back of my hand so I can play freely out there and play fast. So you're not thinking. It's like when you're a freshman, freshman in college.
Yeah.
Everything's kind of moving fast a little bit because you're learning and trying to play fast at the same time. So if you can learn and anticipate things instead of having to think at the same time, it'll allow you to play a lot faster. So that's my plan going into the season.
You guys a fan of any other sports? We got pro basketball here with the Suns. We got a baseball team with the Diamondbacks. You guys like any other sports?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like
football really dominates.
Yeah.
But do you watch anything else? Are you watching the NBA Finals right now with the Pacers?
Yeah,
and
I love basketball too.
You love basketball.
Yeah. I mean, I grew up a Kobe fan, so it's a little bit different. So I'm not really I don't have a team right now.
Okay, because we hate the Lakers here. You're not allowed to like the Lakers.
So that's all. I'm not a fan of any team, but I'm enjoying the finals though because Tyrese Halliburton is doing his thing.
He's so good.
You know what's funny is like so we're in a certain generation. You guys are in a certain generation. Obviously, the more we talk to players in like their 20s, it's amazing coming up how like none of you. You're not a fan of a team. You're a fan of a player, right? Like we've had so many conversations with you. Yeah, I like KD. I like Kobe. I like LeBron. I don't really have a team that I like. I just have a player. So you saying you like Kobe? I mean, were you the same way, Will? Like you like a player, but not a team?
I mean, I'm a LeBron guy, so I like LeBron.
Guy. Okay,
but I feel like to that what you were just talking about. I feel like now the game is very, it's like pickup basketball. They're not really playing as a team as much anymore. The Pacers are a little bit, so that's why they're a good team.
Yeah, right. Good point.
Most teams like OKC is mainly just Shea. I mean, Jalen Williams is a good player. They got a few good players, but if you were to say who's on that team, you would just say Shea. So it's like
It's such an individual thing, right? And totally unlike the sport you guys play, obviously. But
so basketball is your favorite sport outside of football?
Yeah, outside of football,
Same for you?
Same for me.
Okay, Katie's getting traded next week, so he's not going to be here. He won't be here. But they got Devin Booker.
That could be good in the long run.
It could be good in the long run. He's going to be 37 years old, get some younger players, some draft picks, start over a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Yeah.
Totally. All right, so what do you guys have planned now? Mini camp's done.
Mexican food, straight in Arizona. It's great.
Training camp's 5 weeks away. Now what do Will Johnson and Cody Simon go do?
Don't get on a golf cart, Cody, because I saw that accident with Ryan Day and Will Howard. Don't stay. I saw you. That was probably a Michigan. The driver was probably a Michigan girl. I bet you.
I'll be here in Arizona. I'll be here at the training facility, doing some things I got to do to get ready for training camp. So doing that, working out. Might get on the golf course a little bit.
Okay.
Besides that, I'm just here chilling.
Cody?
Be the same thing, but I'm going to be in Columbus training.
Okay. So you go back to Columbus and then come back here in July?
Yeah. Right after 4th of July and then get back to work.
Okay, cool. It's been a real pleasure, guys. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. We enjoyed the conversation. Best of luck. We're excited about both of you. We're excited about this rookie class. Thanks for coming in and spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having us.
You got it, guys. All right.
Cody Simon, Will Johnson joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. When we come back, we circle back to our top story of the day. Justin Martinez. It's official. Tommy John surgery. A.J. Puck. There's been some news there, too. How are the Diamondbacks going to manage? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Hey, everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Love telling you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz. They've got a lot of great things going on at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Most importantly, what you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz, he is the leader when it comes to LASIK procedures. He is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. They do a great job at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Locations in Glendale and Scottsdale and Mesa for your convenience. And they just started their annual water drive last week. And they would love for you to drop off a case of water. It runs through August 1st. It benefits the Phoenix Rescue Mission, 10th year of doing the water drive and giving back to the community at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz can help you and your entire family with all of your eye care needs. They can help you with dry eye, glaucoma, somebody needs glasses or contact lenses if you just need an eye exam. And, of course, he is the team eye doctor for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Call him at 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com. Locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And if you're in the area, drop off a case of water at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. They're benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission. For more info, go to teamidoc.com.
Here we go.
NASCAR makes history on Prime as the Cup Series goes international. We're heading to Mexico City for a road course with all new challenges. 14 turns with 7,000 feet of altitude.
White flag. Next flag ends the race.
Don't miss the first ever points-paying Cup Series race in Mexico. Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Track's clear. We're good to go.
NASCAR. It's on Prime.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and last year during the heat of summer, I had an air conditioning bill of $666, and I thought it was proof that we live in purgatory. In reality, that obscene bill arrived because my windows are shot, and I cannot wait to get them replaced by Advanced Window Products, a great company co-owned by former Utah great and NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, and the highest-rated window company in Arizona. They also offer the most affordable high-quality custom windows in the state, and they can do all of this because there is no middleman. They have their own factory in the valley. They build it, they install it, they guarantee it for life. And get this, Advanced Window Products currently running a great summertime special. Buy 10 or more windows, and you'll get $2,500 off. So do what I'm doing. Call now and beat the rush. 480-764-2002 or visit advancedwindows.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate
today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Justin Martinez is unfortunately done for the season. Manager Torey Lovello told Burns and Gambo he will undergo Tommy John surgery for his UCL. We also learned from manager Torey Lovello pregame that left-hander A.J. Puck has been pulled back from his throwing program and will head to Los Angeles to see Dr. Neil Elatrosh to examine his elbow. Diamondbacks and Padres, first of 3 games tonight against the San Diego Ball Club. Ryan Nelson gets the start. He'll go against right-hander Stephen Kolvek. First pitch, 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Monday morning. Full recap of the Diamondbacks' pivotal series against the San Diego Padres. We start the fun at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
Double dose of news when it comes to the Diamondbacks as we welcome you into the 5 o'clock hour here on Burns and Gambo. News item number 1 came from Torey Lovello when he joined us at 2:30 today about Justin Martinez.
It's official. He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them. So, once again, it's another big blow to this team. But I'm proud of the way the guys have been fighting. We've kind of been sitting on this news and not totally official until about an hour and a half ago. And this team has been tough. We're gritty. We're like Arizonans. We're true Arizonans. We are gritty. We find a way, we get it done, and that's going to be our mindset.
Part 2 came when Torey Lovello met with the assembled media about an hour after he was on with us, Gambo, about A.J. Puck.
A.J. Puck has been kind of pulled back from his throwing responsibilities. He's going to see Dr. Elatrosh in L.A. I'm not sure the exact date, but credit to AJ for speaking up that there's still a little bit of arm discomfort. But what the next several days look like, I don't know. But I just want to give you a heads up that's kind of where we're at.
I mean, I compare this guy to the Grinch, Dr. Elatrosh. I do. Think of characters that you don't like.
He's Kaiser Sose. He's the devil. He's just bringing you bad news.
Right.
So Justin Martinez is going to have Tommy John surgery. He hasn't had it yet. He needs this for the swelling to go down, as Torey mentioned. Again, Torey kind of said same timeline as Corbin Burns. It's not a 12-month injury anymore.
It's closer 14 to 16?
13, 14, 15, 16 months. It's possible Justin Martinez is going to miss all of next year, too. A.J. Puck's in a bit of a different situation. He suffered his injury nearly 2 months ago, And we kind of thought we were out of the woods on it. Like, we were expecting really bad news in those initial weeks after he heard it. And it kind of felt like they dodged the bullet. Now they were going to figure out a way to manage it and work around it, not have the surgery. Obviously, there was some kind of a setback with the way that he was feeling, and now he's kind of back into that cycle of now we have to wonder if Elatrosh is going to say, yeah, on second thought, you need surgery too. Keep in mind, for Justin Martinez, this is his second Tommy John surgery.
Right.
For A.J. Puck, if he has to have it,
His
this
second.
would be his second Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, and it's devastating. The A.J. Puck news, look, you do everything you can. You get an opinion, and some doctor recommended time off, rest, and you should be able to come back and pitch this year. Okay, that was the recommendation. You don't need to undergo Tommy John surgery. Here's a plan. I'm sure they followed the plan to a T. Recently, he was throwing 125
feet, I believe. Yeah,
120 feet, one step away from taking the mound and pitching, and now you've got this setback. And what the real crappy part about this is that he was injured two months ago is when they first checked out the elbow. And they came up with a plan, and I'm sure that everybody agreed that this was the right plan, but things happen. And if he would have undergone Tommy John surgery 2 months ago, you would feel pretty confident that he'd be able to come back next year, maybe middle of the year, 14 months later. Now, like he's going to go to Dr. Elatrosh now. By the time, like we're talking close to July, if he ends up needing surgery, close to July, we know that this is no longer a 12-month recovery. This probably shuts him down for next year. Now, I'm not saying hindsight, right? I mean, it is what it is. But again, 2 months ago, if you had done the surgery, there would be a chance that he could have pitched next year. Now, you're getting close to the point where he may not be able to pitch next year.
Yep, and I don't know where he got that advice or who gave it to him, but obviously they were all on board with that being the plan for him. And look, we were all looking forward to A.J. Puck's return. Certainly, we knew there were going to be limitations and restrictions on A.J. Puck when he came back. I mean, we were hoping he was going to be back in the next couple of weeks, but even Torrey had said a couple of days ago, hey, when he comes back, we're going to take it real slow and take it real easy with him, and I don't think he would have been thrust with a great deal of responsibility or innings, certainly at least right away, but at least it was something you could look forward to. Now we don't even have A.J. Puck's return to look forward to. Now, we'll see what Elatrosh says when they meet, but so now the state of the Arizona Diamondbacks is, in some ways, it's exactly the same as it's been for the last few days, just without, now that we know A.J. Puck won't be coming back anytime soon, and we know for sure about Justin Martinez.
Right.
It's Shelby Miller in the ninth, and I'll play a cut from Torrey here in a minute about that. It's Shelby Miller in the ninth, and then it's figuring out who you trust and how to get to Shelby Miller in the ninth. Is it Ginkel? Is it Ryan Thompson, who you astutely pointed out has actually been pretty good as of late for the Diamondbacks?
Last 8 outings, he has not allowed an earned run. His ERA has dropped by like almost 2 runs per game. So we all remember the failures of Ryan Thompson. Now, a couple of those outings were just one batter.
Yeah.
But some of them were, most of them were 1 inning. One was 1 1/3 innings. But you're going back 8 straight outings without giving up an earned run. We're starting to get Ryan Thompson back on track. I think we could trust him.
Yeah, so Thompson, when we were asking Torey Lovello about it, he said, look, the one guy who stands out to me when you're talking about how to get to Shelby in the ninth is Kevin Ginkel. We have one guy in particular in Kevin Ginkel, right? He is somebody that has stood and on the biggest stage and gone out there and executed at a really high level. He was in the 7th or 8th inning of the NLCS, and he had the entire top of the lineup, the Philadelphia Phillies, that he overmatched and got out to push it to the next level, to the next inning. So I know we have somebody sitting here that can do it. It's just a matter of getting him confidence, getting his pitch shaping, getting his fastball location right, and we can go from there. So those are guys that we're going to count on. Some need more work than others, but they're here, and we got to get it done. And look, and I'm not saying this to blow sunshine anywhere, but there is a tremendous opportunity here for somebody to step into this empty spot and claim it. Juan Murillo, hey, now's your chance. Go show us how you can be one of the best, a setup man on this team. Yeah. Ryan Thompson, go get your job back. Kevin Ginkel, go get your job back. Kyle Backus, go be that guy. Andrew Saalfrank, hey, come on back, man, as soon as you possibly can. Like, there is opportunity here. Yeah. If somebody is capable of stepping into the void and claiming it,
there is opportunity here for it to be claimed.
You know who I would have loved in that role? Ryan Nelson. But Ryan Nelson has to be a starting pitcher now because Corbin Burns is out.
That's true.
But I was truly getting to be on board about Ryan Nelson being that guy. Hey, starting pitcher goes 6, give it to Ryan Nelson. He'll get you 7, 8, get it to the 9th. I was on board with that. 100%. I thought it was the best option. Now Ryan Nelson's got to be a starting pitcher because Corbin Burns is out. But that, I would have loved that.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been a guy you could trust.
I could have trusted him.
That would have been, you got, okay, high leverage situations. Go get him, Ryan.
Yep. Go get 6 and 6 or 9 outs.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Jarvis could be that guy. I like what I saw out of Jarvis the other day, but the sample size is just way too small.
Yeah, and some of these guys, we've seen, I was going to say a lot of Bryce Jarvis, but we've certainly seen some of Bryce Jarvis over the last couple of years. There's still more there. It's Kevin Ginkel, Ryan Thompson, Jalen Beeks, all eyes are on you to figure out how to survive this. And then we'll see about the news about A.J. Puck, but at this point it feels like we're back to expecting bad news. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, Kevin Durant has suitors, plenty of them. Is anybody leading the bidding war right now for KD? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Diamondbacks Baseball.
Now Pavin, he cranks one out to right field. This is back. This is tracking, and it's gone. A long home run drought for Pavin Smith comes to an end. That's number 5, the second of the inning for the Dbacks, and they now take a 5-2 lead.
Dbacks Padres Game 1 tonight at 6. The home of Dbacks Baseball. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I'd like to say that the Berg Simpson lawyers, the Berg Simpson law firm, that they're different, so that they're wired differently. And, people are like, oh, what does that mean exactly? Berg Simpson is a law firm filled with trial lawyers. And so when you're talking about injury attorneys and you've been in an accident, you want somebody on your side, Berg Simpson and the attorneys of Berg Simpson are thinking trial. The minute they take your case, they're thinking about, we're going to go to trial. We're preparing for a trial. That's what we're going to do because that's what we're really, really good at. That is in part what makes them different from all the rest. And I know there's a ton of choices out there, right? Berg Simpson is different because of that. You do the research, you do the homework, and you'll find that many, many, many of the attorneys who work at Berg Simpson are considered some of the best in America. They're different. They're at a different level. And if you're ever in need, find out why. 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers changing lives.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Arizona sports.
The teams that are mainly featured right now that have interest in Kevin Durant to trade for him, it's the Houston Rockets, the San Antonio Spurs, the Miami Heat, the Minnesota Timberwolves, and the New York Knicks.
Suns on New Horizon. KD Watch with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so the question to you, Gambo, is how much are you going to be on KD Watch this weekend before we reconvene Monday at straight up 2 o'clock?
Put it this way. Put it this way.
Okay.
Put it this way. You know that little like do not disturb thing on your phone?
Yes.
I've got certain people that can call me at any time in the night.
Okay.
You know, my daughters, Kaylee, Gabby, Allie, Chelsea. Like I have like 5 people.
Me?
No. And then certain people that would have the KD news.
Okay.
Have
the
ability to-
hashtag sauces, per se?
Certain people like can call me at any time. And
you've added people to that list this weekend.
yeah, normally
just
like
in case?
normally like you've got certain do not disturbs that are just like your family members.
You're right.
Hey, just in case of an emergency, right? Like my daughters are grown up now; they're living in different areas. Like if something happens, I need somebody to be able to. Ever since Lauren taught me how to do that, I use this thing all the time.
It's great.
Now.
It's a fantastic trick.
Yeah, it's a fantastic thing. Yeah, I could shut off the whole world except for like 5 people if they need to reach me.
You had said yesterday that it was going to happen. You thought sooner rather than later, and that you thought sometime next week is when Kevin Durant could.
I
get
said
traded.
next week. Yeah,
I
said next week. Yeah, so I think that it goes through the weekend. I don't think it'll be the weekend.
Okay, but just in case, you know,
I mean, it could, but it's close.
It's Shams Charania went on Pat McAfee's show today, and he basically reiterated a lot of what you had said yesterday here, in which he thought it was closer than maybe people thought. It could happen in the next several days. I don't think.
I'm so glad he listens to the show.
Me too.
I really am.
We appreciate.
He gets a lot of good stuff from this show. He does. He gets a lot of good info from this show.
We appreciate that, and we appreciate him. He did. So he mentioned kind of the same thing, that it could happen fast and it could happen by, within the next few days or so. I don't think we need to worry about it this weekend, but you never know. He did a couple other things he said. The 6 teams that you mentioned yesterday were, again, San Antonio, Houston, Minnesota, Miami, Toronto, and the Clippers.
Yes.
Right? Those are the
Yes.
6 that you had
Yes.
mentioned that have had conversations with the Suns about Kevin Durant, with a couple of other wild cards in there as well. Today on Pat McAfee's show, and I'm not saying whether he's right or wrong, I'm just telling you he said it. Shams today said it might be down to 3.
Really, in the last 24, 48 hours, I'm told the focus of the Suns conversation has been on a few of the teams, and here they are. The Houston Rockets, the Miami Heat, and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm told those are the 3 teams right now where a lot of the focus for Durant lies.
But then if we're really going to talk about things that were said on our show
the 3
yesterday,
he had.
He said Houston, Miami, and Minnesota were the 3 he said.
Okay. Houston, Miami, Minnesota.
Correct. And you got any comment on that or no?
I wouldn't have Miami in my top 3.
Okay.
I'll just say that. I wouldn't have Miami in my top 3.
Okay.
But again, what I think is going to happen, and I said this to you yesterday, I expect that the Phoenix Suns right now have offers from teams that they know what teams would offer them.
Clearly, if they're going to make a deal next week, yeah.
Brian Gregory, he is a smart guy. He's going to know which of those offers is the best offer. But he's not going to be like, okay, let's just take we've got 6 offers in, let's just take the best offer. Okay? I have a pretty good feeling right now. I'm not going to say it, but I have a pretty good feeling right now what the best offer is. But I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to tell you why. Because Brian Gregory's not doing his job if he doesn't go back to those other 5 teams that are second, third, fourth. Hey, you know what? I've got an offer that I like better than yours. I'm just telling you now. You don't have to make another offer. It's fine. But the offer you have currently, it's not going to get the deal done. If you want to make another offer, get back to me.
Right.
That's why I'm not going to tell you what I believe is the best offer right now, because I believe that he's going to go back to these other teams
and try to get a better best offer.
Of course, I think you have to.
Sure. Yeah.
These teams are all interested.
Yeah.
You need to go back to them, and it's like I make an offer. I want to make an offer on something you're selling, okay? And I make an offer. If it's not good enough, I want you to come back to me and say, "Hey, Gambo, I know you wanted to buy this leather couch of mine for $500, but I've got a better offer. Do you want to see if you can match that offer?" You know what, Burns? Well, I'll go to $700 for it.
Sure.
Like, that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Brian Gregory's main responsibility is go back to every single team that doesn't have the best offer and say, "I've got an offer that's better. I'm going to take it, but I'm going to give you an opportunity to make it to see if you want to redo your offer, because your current offer is not going to get it done. Get back to me in a day. If you don't get back to me, I know you're out. But if you want to make another offer, get back to me." So that's what has to happen. That's why this is going to be a few extra days, so he has the time to do that.
Well, and there's no rush. I mean, the only real deadline is the draft, and the draft is still a week from Wednesday. 2 weeks from 2 days ago. So I mean, really, there's nothing that says this has to get done next week. You know, I mean, the only deadline is the draft, so they got time in that regard. Something else Shams said today really tied into some of our conversations yesterday, which just has my spidey sense kind of tingling about that. And that's the idea of a team trading for Kevin Durant without the knowledge that he'll sign an extension with them.
It's a great question you ask, AJ, because he's on an expiring contract, about $54 million. And so that could also come up as an issue here, where if there's a team that for sure wants his extension, or will there be a team? We saw what happened with Kawhi Leonard in 2019, or actually 2018, and then he won the championship in 2019 with the Toronto Raptors, where they just literally had no idea whether he wanted to be there, probably didn't want to be there, and they trade for him, they win a championship, then he leaves anyway.
The fact that he's using that as a comp, and the fact that we used that as a comp yesterday. Kind of, there's among the teams that are out there, you know, that you've mentioned and Shams has mentioned, you just have to wonder among them. I mean, I know Toronto pops the most, but are there other teams that an extension might not be the end-all, be-all when it comes to this? Because the fact that you're bringing that up and Shams bringing it up kind of makes me think that's an idea that's under consideration right?
I told you yesterday, before Shams' report, that there are several teams that I believe would be willing to make a deal for Kevin Durant without knowing if he'll sign a 2-year extension.
Yeah.
And I think that gives the Suns a lot of leverage to make the best deal that they can make. Because if Kevin Durant is adamant, I just want to go to one team, Kevin Durant, you would think his leverage is, I'm not going to play for you if I'm not going to sign with you if you trade for me. But if there's 2 or 3 teams, which I believe there are, like, I'm going to trade for you anyway.
Right.
Because I have your bird rights.
Yeah, if there's only one team that's saying that, well, okay, then maybe you're not going to get the best offer in the world from them because they want more assurances that KD's going to stay.
Right.
But if there's multiple teams that are like, yeah, you know, we'll have your bird rights. You'll come and play here for a year, and hopefully you like it, you want to stay. As long as there are multiple teams who have that mindset,
it benefits,
then it benefits the Suns because they're all bidding against each other, 100%. And it doesn't matter whether KD wants to go there or not.
No.
It just doesn't.
And their leverage is they have the bird rights, and they have the ability to pay more to KD more than anybody else. And they could always do a sign and trade with him, too, if he doesn't want to be there after a year.
When we come back, as if we don't have enough to worry about it as is with the Arizona Diamondbacks, you know, as if there's no more breaking news. There's nobody, somebody else doesn't need Tommy John surgery. But the future of Chase Field, apparently we're getting down to crunch time on that. And we'll tell you the latest about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
New Suns head coach Jordan Ott talks about banking on book.
He has seen success, so he has a vision for what it looks like. I have seen, other ways to do it, and collaborating at each step of the way and building it out is very, very, very unique and very exciting.
More reaction to the new hire for Suns head coach with some KD and Bradley Beal trade talk on the side and NBA draft to wash it all down. coming up on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
I love telling the story about V's Barbershop because I really do think it's one of the most successful business stories we've seen in Phoenix in a long, long time. They opened the first store, the first V's Barbershop in Arcadia 25 plus years ago. And I mean, everybody went to V's, man, from all across the valley because it was cool and it was different and it was unique and it was a great place to take your little boy for a big boy haircut, right, in a real old-fashioned barbershop. And they had the best barbers. You never had to worry about getting a bad haircut at V's. That was 25 years ago, and they've expanded, and there's locations all over the place, including 2 brand new ones that I want to tell you about. But the V's experience has not changed. They have won Best of Phoenix, Best of the Valley, year after year after year. They have got the secret formula. They've got the magic touch. You're not going to get a better haircut than at V's, and you're not going to get a better experience than at V's. And now they've got the new location in the East Valley, V's Barbershop Cadence Eastmark, right off of Ray Road near Ellsworth. So whatever location, walk in today or book online at vbarbershop.com.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care. Do you have some back issues? If you do, you need to go to DISC. I have a condition known as spondylolisthesis in my low back. Dr. Chris at DISC has helped me in the past, and I give him my highest recommendation if you're battling spine or back issues. DISC surgeons utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical, endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra-minimally invasive spine surgery. DISC surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery, and they're known that on a worldwide basis. Enjoy life again or get back to living. DISC website is www.sciatica.com, or pick up the phone and give them a call at 602-944-2900 to schedule an appointment today. Go to DISC, Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Everything's a little better when it's super. Heroes, markets, sized, and of course, checks. A super check gives you an in-depth review of your current insurance coverage with a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent, no matter who your insurance provider is. That's super cool. Talk to a Farm Bureau agent to make sure you're properly covered at fbfs.com/protect. It's your future. Let's protect it. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
I'm Mitch Varel, this with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
He's going to be done for the season. He's going to have Tommy John surgery with Dr. Meister. Time TBD. Some of the swelling has just got to subside in that right elbow before they can go in there and accurately see things the way they need to see them.
That's Diamondbacks manager Torey Lovullo earlier today with Burns and Gambo, confirming that Justin Martinez's season is over. Will undergo Tommy John surgery sometime in the near future. We also learned from Torey Lovullo's pregame media availability that left-hander A.J. Puck has been pulled back from his throwing program and will head to Los Angeles to see Dr. Neil Elatrache to examine his elbow. As far as the rest of the Diamondbacks are concerned, it's a huge game tonight against the Padres. Ryan Nelson will make the start. He'll go against the right-hander Stephen Kolek. First pitch is at 6:40. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. From the pros to college, Arizona lost their first game of the College World Series today to Coastal Carolina. 7-4 was the final. Never fear, though, it is double elimination, so Arizona still has a shot even with the loss today. They will play the loser of Oregon State Louisville. That game will be on Sunday. And then Game 4 of the NBA Finals starts moments from now. Pacers looking to go up 3-1 over the Thunder. Tip-off, as I said, moments from now. You can listen to it on ESPN 620 AM. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Wolf. How will the Diamondbacks bullpen fare in their crucial series against the Padres this weekend? We'll be reacting to this series Monday at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Take a little tip jar for the Red Hot Chili Peppers, if I could, please. Thank you very much.
This is for me. There.
Oh, you're tipping yourself for playing the Red Hot Chili Peppers since you're in control.
Sometimes I don't know what's going on. But,
By the way, you sounded a little happy in announcing that Arizona lost in your update. Just want to mention that.
Do you want me to sound happier?
You sound a little happy in Arizona lost in yes.
Well, I could try and be happier if you want. More joyous.
No, you did sound joyous.
You sounded
no,
joyous.
I'll keep sounding
like
joyous.
Celebrating it.
I'll even be joyous. I'll be more jubilant, Gambo. Is that what you want?
If it feels like we haven't talked much about the Diamondbacks and the San Diego Padres, guess what? It's because we haven't really talked that much about the D-backs and the Padres. We will in the next segment. We'll preview the game.
Apple TV tonight.
Yes.
Apple TV.
Right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports.
Yeah, so you can listen to it. Because the last time I watched the game on Apple TV, they actually broke away and I missed a home run. Does anybody remember that? Does anybody notice that?
No.
There was a game on Apple TV I was watching, and they came back, and the guy was rounding the bases. They missed the freaking home run.
Was it the back-to-back Cattell-Perdomo home runs last Friday?
I don't remember which
Reds?
game it was.
No.
I was watching the game, and they cut to some infomercial that they wanted to do.
Oh.
And while they were doing that, a guy hit a homer.
Oh, they were on Apple TV last week. Anyway, we'll talk about the D-backs and the Padres, because it's a big 3-game series. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff swirling with the Diamondbacks right now, and very little of it feels very good. Torey Lovullo confirmed to us today during his weekly appearance that Justin Martinez is indeed going under the knife and having Tommy John surgery. So now he's going to be out at least a year, probably more than that. His availability next season is in question. Then we got the news about A.J. Puck. They've backed him off of his throwing program. He's going to go back to L.A., and visit with the doctor with whom he had the second opinion appointment, Dr. Neil Elatrache, to see what's going on with his elbow. Surgery might be a possibility. The Torey didn't say that, but I think we can safely assume that surgery might be a possibility there.
He's certainly not pitching anytime soon.
He's certainly not pitching anytime soon. We were thinking he might be back in the next few weeks. That ain't going to be happening.
That's what they expected.
Soon. Yeah, that's what they thought. That's
late
what
June. They were hoping late June.
Then there was Derek Hall on Bickley and Murata yesterday with an update on the renovations to Chase Field and the bill that is currently being discussed in the Arizona State Senate as we speak.
Again, we're trying to, fix a public asset that we don't even own so that we can stay downtown and play downtown and renovate it and modernize it to the level that we think our fans deserve. But, thank you for asking that. It could be, like I said, it could be next week. Then it's got to go back to the House. It's got to get approved again, and then it goes to the governor's desk. All of that looks good. But again, I'm not going to count my chickens. And, I've always said this is a no-brainer. It should have been a slam dunk, but it never is, as you know. And we're counting votes every day, hoping that we have enough. Yeah. It's crazy that we're having to do that because I think everyone understands the importance of it. Here's a company that has put of almost $6 billion of economic impact into the state and into the city and county. So, I mean, let's keep that going. Let's keep generating that along with the jobs that we're creating and the memories that we're making at that ballpark.
Sold. What do we got to do?
Yeah.
No, what do we got to do? Like, people just need to understand. The Diamondbacks didn't have a ballpark that was 15 years old, and then they literally waited till the things started to fall down. Okay, you go to a concert in the summer and you're sweating because the air conditioning unit doesn't work. The restrooms aren't up to par. It's 30 years. It's 30 years. Mm-hmm. It's time. It's time to put some money back in. I think all of our government officials need to understand it's a little bit of a public-private partnership, and they got to take money out of what's coming into the facility, not out of anything else. It's not affecting police officers or firefighters or fixing potholes on the road. It doesn't affect that at all. Let's get this thing across the finish line so we can all of us that go to the ballpark, we'll pay for it, and we'll also enjoy it a lot more.
Now, Derek, when he was on yesterday with Dan and Vince, suggested potentially a vote could come down next week.
Well, I'm glad you asked because actually the vote could come down in the Senate as early as next week. And so, it could go to the Senate floor if the president decides to put it on the floor. And then if it is approved, and the biggest problem is that everybody just assumes it's going to get approved and get done. And there's just this lethargic approach going on right now. And I don't want the legislators just to assume it's going to happen. They have to help us make it happen. So, if your listeners want to do anything to help, and it's no pressure, but if they want to help, they can contact their senators or their representatives and say, please vote yes on HB 2704.
Now, according to a story on KTAR's website, Arizona House Bill 2704 is tied to the state budget. The state budget needs to be approved by the Arizona legislature and Governor Katie Hobbs before July 1st.
What's the name of the bill?
Arizona House Bill 2704. July 1st is not that far away.
No.
Right? So there is, I didn't, now this is my own ignorance here. I didn't realize there was a deadline attached to this. Right?
I did not know either.
And so there is kind of
because of the budget.
Hey, we got to get this done if we're going to put it in the budget so we can figure out. And then that leads to the next chapter of this story. And I was made aware of this from our buddy, Mr. AZ Sports, influencer on social media. You and I both know him. We've met him several times. There was an email that went out to season ticket holders for the Arizona Diamondbacks with a website urging people to, Derek Hall, quote, while there is absolutely no pressure, if you do want to lend your voice to the effort, here's how. And the website is keepazmajorleague.com, in which he says, and again, that's keepazmajorleague.com, quote, we've been working around the clock to get this across the finish line. Now, with your help, we can make it happen. There is definitely urgency as the vote will take place in a matter of days. You will make a difference, close quote. I hope I don't have a reason to be nervous about this. All of this sudden urgency, deadline, dates, emails. You know what I mean?
What was the Coyote one with the dump site that failed?
The Tempe one.
The Tempe dump site.
The Tempe, yeah.
They needed 3 propositions at a public vote to pass, though.
3.
Yeah,
they needed all 3 of them to vote.
Yes.
If 2 of them would have passed and 1 failed, they still would have lost everything. Right. But that's when, okay, this thing is over. It's done. They're gone. I don't know if I'll feel that way with this one. Are you feeling any similarities between this and what happened in Tempe?
Not necessarily that the team is gone and they're gonna leave. I guess maybe I'm not explaining myself well. I just suddenly all of this, and I don't know how else to describe it, this campaigning, makes me think that, are they nervous it's not going to pass? Are they nervous that it's not going to get done in time by the deadline?
Okay, I got a theory on that.
And so my fear isn't so much the end game of, that's it, they're packing up and going to wherever. It's just if this one fails or stalls out or, then what happens next? And it's the not knowing.
I think you go above and beyond and you make sure that people reach out and let your constituents, big word for me, constituents know how you feel and what you want. Look, I think that Tempe vote, they kind of felt like that thing was in the bag and they spent absolutely no money on it because Morello was a cheap son of a gun. They spent no money on it and they got clobbered. It wasn't even close.
And maybe that's what the Diamondbacks are doing here. Rather than just assuming that everything is going to happen.
Right.
Let's make sure everybody knows,
do what we
you
can.
might want to get the word out that to contact your representative or your senator and let them know.
Proactive.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not even close to worried about them leaving, but this part about it's like, man, I just assumed this was a no-brainer. And it was going to happen, and it was going to be done, and piece of cake, no problem. And now this makes me feel like it's not a no-brainer. And then we have to start considering those things, and I wasn't prepared to start considering those things.
I think it's just being very proactive and just do whatever. Hey, listen, get the word out. Make sure these people understand that this is important to you. Because if a politician hears from 100 people, hey, this is really important to me. Like I love baseball. I love going to the ballpark. I don't mind if some of the money that I spend at the ballpark goes towards this. I think that might help the politician say, okay, this is a good thing. If they hear from nobody, they might feel, I could vote no on this because nobody cares.
Don't want to lose my baseball team, Cambo. Neither do you. Diamondbacks Padres. Huge weekend for the National League West. We'll preview the game next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
Was Devin Booker the leader of the bubble Suns? That was the last time that there wasn't any question on who the leader of the Suns was.
The shot that he made over Kawhi and the Clippers,
and then Chris Paul, you throw him into the mix. Chris Paul's been the undoubted leader of every team he's ever been on.
Yep.
And I think Devin Booker took a back seat. That worked out. I think he was just in that mindset to take the back seat to these all-time greats, and it worked once, and it didn't work
That's exactly it. He took the back seat, and he never got in the front seat again when KD got here.
Yes.
And KD wasn't the right guy to let drive.
There was two guys riding shotgun in a Waymo.
Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 Sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet-topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible. And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude,
wait, that came out wrong.
Try Sweet Top Lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, summer savings are in full swing. What's the hot deal this June?
Hey, Dave, we're bringing the heat with unbeatable offers. All month long, save $12,500 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 or $7,000 on a new 2025 GMC Sierra HD Pro, SLE, or SLT.
Every driver scores this June with summer savings that deliver. So visit Liberty GMC in Peoria or shop online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just a bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco or your local Bashes.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Diamondbacks baseball taking on the San Diego Padres. 6:40 first pitch here on Arizona Sports. Game 4 of the NBA Finals is on tonight. The Pacers, a 20-12 lead over Oklahoma City with about 7 minutes to go
at this
in
point,
the first quarter.
I'm kind of rooting for them.
Are you? You just kind of giving into it?
Well, yeah, like they've won me over, man. They won me over. They're not supposed to be here. Let them win it.
It's early in the game, but the Pacers lead the series 2-1. They can take a commanding 3-1 lead with a win tonight. Those are the games that we're going to watch tonight, and that includes the Arizona Diamondbacks in our preview of the game against San Diego.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. We're checking in on the Diamondbacks as they warm up for the game's first pitch. Dbacks on deck, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. And by 72 Sold. 72 Sold. Get a higher price for your home.
Diamondbacks in San Diego for the first time this year. Gambo live from Chase Field as the D-backs and the Padres match up. Today's pitching matchup is brought to you by the Window Depot. More than a window store. Visit one of their 4 Valley locations where you can find everything you need for your home remodel. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, Ryan Nelson, the right-hander, roughed up his last time out against Cincinnati. He gets the start tonight for Arizona, 2-2 with a 4.60 ERA. Right-handed pitcher Stephen Kolek gets the start for San Diego, 3-1 with an ERA of 3.
Yeah, first-year starter Kolek is not allowed to run in any of his last 2 starts. That's 11 1/3 innings. Scoreless inning streak extends back to 15 2/3 if you take it back to the third game. He has allowed 6 runs in the first inning of his May 27 start. After that, he has not allowed any runs in 15 2/3 innings. So he's pitching really, really well for them right now. And, you know, Nelson, as we know, gave up the 7 runs in the 3 innings in a loss in his last start. He's got a 5.61 ERA against the Padres in his career, 9 games, 8 starts, and his ERA against them, 5.0 ERA in 18 innings last year against them.
I'm going to cut right to the standings. The MLB standings are brought to you by Liberty GMC. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less. And the reason why I want to do that is because it kind of highlights how important this series is for the Arizona Diamondbacks relative to where the Padres are. As we start today's game, the Arizona Diamondbacks are 34-34 with a .500 record. The San Diego Padres are the next team above them in the standings in the National League West with a 38-29 record. Gambo, if you click on the wild card standings, the Diamondbacks right now are 4.5 games back of the last wild card spot in the National League. That belongs to the San Diego Padres. Now, there are still a few teams in front of them and a long way to go, but this is one of the teams they want to catch.
Listen, a sweep of the Padres would get them within a game and a half. If they get swept, they're in a boatload of danger. If they win 2 out of 3 or lose 2 out of 3, I don't think there's a lot of damage done at all. I think if you could sweep them, great. Avoid the sweep at all costs. If you win 2 out of 3, you're fine. If you lose 2 out of 3, it's not the end of the world, but obviously an important series against a team that's ahead of you.
Yeah, an important week for the Diamondbacks. 3 games against a good Padres team, 3 games then against a good Blue Jays team that's been playing out of their mind. One thing to keep in mind, too, the Giants and the Dodgers are playing in a series this weekend as well, so there's a lot of NL West stuff going on in this one. The injuries for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and this is where we get into the meat of this. Today's injury report is brought to you by Barrow Neurological Institute. Learn more at barrowneuro.org. We got a double dose of bad news from the D-backs today. Number 1, Justin Martinez does indeed need Tommy John surgery. He will have that Tommy John surgery once the swelling in the right elbow subsides. He's going to be out for at least a year, probably more, as is the typical recovery time for Tommy John. The other news was kind of a surprise. A.J. Puck had been on a throwing program for the last several weeks, gearing up for what we thought, Gambo, was going to be a return to the bullpen sometime in the next 3 weeks or so. He has stopped his throwing program and instead will return to Los Angeles to have yet another meeting with Dr. Neil Elitrash, the doctor he met with a few weeks ago.
And the fascinating thing about that is he is under club control, but only for 1 more year. Then it becomes a free agent. So if he does have to go and get Tommy John surgery, we're talking about would probably be later in June. There'd be a chance that he would miss all of next season as well, and that would be the 5th Diamondback pitcher. Right now you've got Montgomery,
5th.
Burns, Walston, and Justin Martinez, 4 Diamondback pitchers with Tommy John surgery. If it happens for A.J. Puck, that would be number 5. And it's only mid-June right now.
Certainly, we don't know for sure whether that's going to happen, but we know it's going to be a while until we see A.J. Puck pitching for the Diamondbacks. It's going to be a long while until we see Justin Martinez. Padres, they've basically been a 500 team since May 1st. They got off to a terrific start, but they've played about 500 baseball ever since. Offensively, they're not one of the best teams in baseball. Their bullpen is fantastic. For more of a key to tonight's game, I turn things over to the Keymaster.
Listen, man, I need you to be the key master. I am the key master.
Arizona Sports, the home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. D-backs keys to the game. Brought to you by G2G Protein Bars. Real food, real fuel, ridiculously good.
Fernando Tatis Jr. just finished a 3-game set. Reaching base safely in 7 of his 13 plate appearances. He has hit safely in 12 of 15 games versus the National League West this year with